The Abbot. Chapter the First. Domum mancitlinum fecit. Ancient Roman epitaph. She keep it close the whos and burlet at the quahel. Gawain Douglas. The time which passes over our heads, so imperceptibly, makes the same gradual change in habits, manners, and character, as in personal appearance at the revolution of every 5 years, we find ourselves another, and yet the samoother is a change of views, and no less of the light in which we regard them a change of motives, as well as of actions. Nearly twice, that space had glided away over the head of Halbert Glendinning, and his lady betwixt the period of our former narrative, in which they played a distinguished part, and the date at which our present tale commences. 2 circumstances only had embittered their union, which was otherwise as happy as mutual affection could render it. The first of these was indeed the common calamity of Scotland, being the distracted state of that unhappy country, where every man's sword was directed against his neighbour's bosom. Glendinning had proved what Murray expected of him, a steady friend, strong in battle, and wise in counsel, adhering to him from motives of gratitude, in situations whereby his own unbiased will he would either have stood neuter, or have joined the opposite party. Hence when danger was near, and it was seldom far distant, Sir Halbert Glendinning, for he now bore the rank of knighthood, was perpetually summoned to attend his patron on distant expeditions, or on perilous enterprises, or to assist him with his counsel in the doubtful intrigues of a half-barbarous court. He was thus frequently, and for a long space, absent from his castle, and from his lady, and to this ground of regret, we must add that their union had not been blessed with children to occupy the attention of the Lady of Avenel, while she was thus deprived of her husband's domestic society. On such occasions, she lived almost entirely secluded from the world within the walls of her paternal mansion. Visiting amongst neighbors was a matter entirely out of the question, unless on occasions of solemn festival, and then it was chiefly confined to near kindred. Of these the Lady of Avenel had none who survived, and the dames of the neighbouring barons affected to regard her less as the heiress of the house of Avenel than as the wife of a peasant, the son of a church vassal, raised up to mushroom eminence by the capricious favour of Murray. The pride of ancestry, which rankled in the bosom of the ancient gentry, was more openly expressed by their ladies, and was moreover embittered not a little by the political feuds of the time, for most of the southern chiefs were friends to the authority of the Queen, and very jealous of the power of Murray. The castle of Avenel was therefore on all these accounts as melancholy and solitary a residence for its lady as could well be imagined. Still, it had the essential recommendation of great security. The reader is already aware that the fortress was built upon an islet on a small lake, and was only accessible by a causeway intersected by a double ditch, defended by 2 drawbridges, so that without artillery it might in those days be considered as impregnable. It was only necessary therefore to secure against surprise, and the service of 6 able men within the castle was sufficient for that purpose. If more serious danger threatened, an ample garrison was supplied by the male inhabitants of a little hamlet, which under the auspices of Halbert Glendinning had arisen on a small piece of level ground, betwixt the lake and the hill nearly adjoining to the spot where the causeway joined the mainland. The Lord of Avenel had found it an easy matter to procure inhabitants, as he was not only a kind and beneficent overlord, but well qualified both by his experience in arms, his high character for wisdom and integrity, and his favour with the powerful Earl of Murray, to protect and defend those who dwelt under his banner. In leaving his castle for any length of time, he had therefore the consolation to reflect that this village afforded on the slightest notice a band of 30 stout men, which was more than sufficient for its defence, while the families of the villagers, as was usual on such occasions, fled to the recesses of the mountains, drove their cattle to the same places of shelter, and left the enemy to work their will on their miserable cottages. One guest only resided generally, if not constantly, at the castle of Avenel. This was Henry Warden, who now felt himself less able for the stormy task imposed on the reforming clergy, and having by his zeal given personal offence to many of the leading nobles and chiefs, did not consider himself as perfectly safe unless, when within the walls of the strong mansion of some assured friend, he ceased not however to serve his cause as eagerly with his pen as he had formerly done with his tongue, and had engaged in a furious and acrimonious contest concerning the sacrifice of the Mass, as it was termed, with the Abbot Eustathius. Formerly, the subprior of Kennaquhair answers, replies duples, triples, quadruples, followed thick upon each other, and displayed, as is not unusual in controversy, fully as much zeal as Christian charity. The disputation very soon became as celebrated as that of John Knox, and the Abbot of Crossraguel raged nearly as fiercely, and for aught I know the publications to which it gave rise may be as precious in the eyes of bibliographers. Footnote: the tracts which appeared in the disputation between the Scottish reformer and Quentin Kennedy Abbot of Crossraguel are among the scarcest in Scottish bibliography. See M. Cry's Life of Knox p. 258. But the engrossing nature of his occupation rendered the theologian not the most interesting companion for a solitary female, and his grave, stern and absorbed deportment, which seldom showed any interest except in that which concerned his religious profession, made his presence rather add to than diminish the gloom which hung over the castle of Avenel. To superintend the tasks of numerous female domestics was the principal part of the lady's daily employment, her spindle and distaff, her Bible, and a solitary walk upon the battlements of the castle, or upon the causeway, or occasionally, but more seldom upon the banks of the little lake, consumed the rest of the day. But so great was the insecurity of the period that, when she ventured to extend her walk beyond the hamlet, the warder on the watchtower was directed to keep a sharp lookout in every direction, and 4 or 5 men held themselves in readiness to mount and sally forth from the castle on the slightest appearance of alarm. Thus stood affairs at the castle, when after an absence of several weeks, the Knight of Avenel, which was now the title most frequently given to Sir Halbert Glendinning, was daily expected to return home. Day after day, however, passed away, and he returned not. Letters in those days were rarely written, and the knight must have resorted to a secretary to express his intentions in that manner. Besides, intercourse of all kinds was precarious and unsafe, and no man cared to give any public intimation of the time and direction of a journey, since if his route were publicly known, it was always likely he might, in that case, meet with more enemies than friends upon the road. The precise day, therefore, of Sir Halbert's return was not fixed, but that which his lady's fond expectation had calculated upon in her own mind had long since passed, and hope delayed began to make the heart sick. It was upon the evening of a sultry summer's day, when the sun was half sunk behind the distant western mountains of Liddesdale, that the lady took her solitary walk on the battlements of a range of buildings, which formed the front of the castle, where a flat roof of flagstones presented a broad and convenient promenade. The level surface of the lake, undisturbed except by the occasional dipping of a tealduck or coot, was gilded with the beams of the setting luminary, and reflected, as if in a golden mirror, the hills amongst which it lay embossed the scene. Otherwise so lonely was occasionally enlivened by the voices of the children in the village, which, softened by distance, reached the ear of the lady in her solitary walk, or by the distant call of the herdsman as he guided his cattle from the glen in which they had pastured all day, to place them in greater security for the night in the immediate vicinity of the village. The deep lowing of the cows seemed to demand the attendance of the milkmaidens, who, singing shrilly and merrily, strolled forth, each with her pail on her head, to attend to the duty of the evening. The Lady of Avenel looked and listened. The sounds which she heard reminded her of former days, when her most important employment, as well as her greatest delight, was to assist Dame Glendinning and Tib Tacket in milking the cows at Glendearg. The thought was fraught with melancholy. Why was I not, she said, the peasant girl, which in all men's eyes I seemed to be Halbert, and I had then spent our life peacefully in his native glen, undisturbed by the phantoms either of fear or of ambition. His greatest pride had then been to show the fairest herd in the Halidome, his greatest danger to repel some pilfering snatcher from the border, and the utmost distance which would have divided us would have been the chase of some outlying deer. But alas, what avails the blood which Halbert has shed, and the dangers which he encounters, to support a name and rank dear to him, because he has it from me, but which we shall never transmit to our posterity? With me, the name of Avenel must expire. She sighed as the reflections arose, and looking towards the shore of the lake, her eye was attracted by a group of children of various ages, assembled to see a little ship constructed by some village artist perform its first voyage on the water. It was launched amid the shouts of tiny voices and the clapping of little hands, and shot bravely forth on its voyage, with a favoring wind, which promised to carry it to the other side of the lake. Some of the bigger boys ran round to receive and secure it on the farther shore, trying their speed against each other, as they sprang like young fawns along the shingly verge of the lake. The rest, for whom such a journey seemed too arduous, remained watching the motions of the ferry vessel from the spot where it had been launched. The sight of their sports pressed on the mind of the childless Lady of Avenel. Why are none of these prattlers mine? She continued, pursuing the tenor of her melancholy reflections. Their parents can scarce find them the coarsest food, and I who could nurse them in plenty, I am doomed never to hear a child call me mother. The thought sunk on her heart with a bitterness which resembled envy so deeply. Is the desire of offspring implanted in the female breast? She pressed her hands together, as if she were wringing them in the extremity of her desolate feeling, as one whom heaven had written childless. A large staghound of the greyhound species approached at this moment, and attracted perhaps by the gesture licked her hands, and pressed his large head against them. He obtained the desired caresses in return, but still, the sad impression remained. Wolf, she said, as if the animal could have understood her complaints, thou art a noble and beautiful animal, but alas, the love and affection that I long to bestow is of a quality higher than can fall to thy share, though I love thee much. And as if she were apologizing to Wolf for withholding from him any part of her regard, she caressed his proud head and crest, while looking in her eyes, he seemed to ask her what she wanted, or what he could do to show his attachment at this moment. A shriek of distress was heard on the shore from the playful group, which had been lately so jovial. The lady looked, and saw the cause with great agony. The little ship, the object of the children's delighted attention, had stuck among some tufts of the plant, which bears the water lily that marked a shoal in the lake about an arrow flight from the shore. A hardy little boy, who had taken the lead in the race, round the margin of the lake, did not hesitate a moment to strip off his wily coat, plunge into the water, and swim towards the object of their common solicitude. The first movement of the lady was to call for help, but she observed that the boy swam strongly and fearlessly, and as she saw that one or two villagers who were distant spectators of the incident seemed to give themselves no uneasiness on his account, she supposed that he was accustomed to the exercise, and that there was no danger. But whether in swimming the boy had struck his breast against a sunken rock, or whether he was suddenly taken with cramp, or whether he had overcalculated his own strength, it so happened that, when he had disembarrassed the little plaything from the flags in which it was entangled, and sent it forward on its course, he had scarce swam a few yards in his way to the shore, than he raised himself suddenly from the water, and screamed aloud, clapping his hands at the same time, with an expression of fear and pain. The Lady of Avenel, instantly taking the alarm, called hastily to the attendants to get the boat ready. But this was an affair of some time. The only boat permitted to be used on the lake was moored within the second cut which intersected the canal, and it was several minutes ere it could be unmoored and got under way. Meantime, the Lady of Avenel, with agonizing anxiety, saw that the efforts that the poor boy made to keep himself afloat were now exchanged for a faint struggling which would soon have been over, but for aid equally prompt and unhoped for Wolf, who, like some of that large species of greyhound, was a practiced waterdog, had marked the object of her anxiety, and quitting his mistress' side had sought the nearest point from which he could with safety plunge into the lake. With the wonderful instinct which these noble animals have so often displayed in the like circumstances, he swam straight to the spot where his assistance was so much wanted, and seizing the child's underdress in his mouth, he not only kept him afloat but towed him towards the causeway. The boat, having put off with a couple of men, met the dog halfway, and relieved him of his burden. They landed on the causeway close by the gates of the castle with their yet lifeless charge, and were there met by the Lady of Avenel, attended by one or two of her maidens, eagerly waiting to administer assistance to the sufferer. He was borne into the castle, deposited upon a bed, and every mode of recovery resorted to, which the knowledge of the times and the skill of Henry Warden, who professed some medical science, could dictate. For some time it was all in vain, and the lady watched with unspeakable earnestness the pallid countenance of the beautiful child. He seemed about 10 years old, his dress was of the meanest sort, but his long curled hair, and the noble cast of his features, partook not of that poverty of appearance the proudest noble in Scotland might have been. Yet prouder could he have called that child his heir, while with breathless anxiety the Lady of Avenel gazed on his well-formed and expressive features. A slight shade of color returned gradually to the cheek, suspended animation became restored by degrees. The child sighed deeply, opened his eyes, which to the human countenance produces the effect of light upon the natural landscape, stretched his arms towards the lady, and muttered the word mother, that epithet of all others, which is dearest to the female ear. God, madam, said the preacher, has restored the child to your wishes. It must be yours so to bring him up, that he may not one day wish that he had perished in his innocence. It shall be my charge, said the lady, and again throwing her arms around the boy. She overwhelmed him with kisses and caresses, so much was she agitated by the terror arising from the danger in which he had been just placed, and by joy at his unexpected deliverance. "But you are not my mother," said the boy, recovering his recollection, and endeavoring though faintly to escape from the caresses of the Lady of Avenel. "You are not my mother, Rawles. I have no mother-in-law, I have dreamt that I had one." "I will read the dream for you, my love," answered the Lady of Avenel, "and I will be myself, your mother. Surely God has heard my wishes, and in his own marvelous manner, hath sent me an object on which my affections may expand themselves." She looked towards Warden. As she spoke, the preacher hesitated what he should reply to a burst of passionate feeling, which perhaps seemed to him more enthusiastic than the occasion demanded. In the meanwhile, the large staghound Wolf, which, dripping wet as he was, had followed his mistress into the apartment, and had sat by the bedside a patient and quiet spectator of all the means used for resuscitation of the being whom he had preserved, now became impatient of remaining any longer unnoticed, and began to whine and fawn upon the lady with his great rough paws. "Yes," she said, "good Wolf, and you shall be remembered also for your day's work, and I will think the more of you for having preserved the life of a creature so beautiful." But Wolf was not quite satisfied with the share of attention which he thus attracted. He persisted in whining and pawing upon his mistress, his caresses, rendered still more troublesome by his long shaggy hair being so much and thoroughly wetted, till she desired one of the domestics with whom he was familiar to call the animal out of the apartment. Wolf resisted every invitation to this purpose, until his mistress positively commanded him to be gone in an angry tone, when turning towards the bed, on which the body still lay half awake to sensation, half drowned in the meanders of fluctuating delirium, he uttered a deep and savage growl, curled up his nose and lips, showing his full range of white and sharpened teeth, which might have matched those of an actual wolf, and then turning round, sullenly followed the domestic out of the apartment. "It is singular," said the lady, addressing Warden, "the animal is not only so good-natured to all but so particularly fond of children. What can ail him at the little fellow whose life he has saved?" "Dogs," replied the preacher, "are but too like the human race in their foibles, though their instinct be less erring than the reason of poor mortal man, when relying upon his own unassisted powers. Jealousy, my good lady, is a passion not unknown to them, and they often evince it not only with respect to the preferences which they see given by their masters to individuals of their own species, but even when their rivals are children. You have caressed that child much and eagerly, and the dog considers himself as a discarded favorite." "It is a strange instinct," said the lady, "and from the gravity with which you mention it, my reverend friend, I would almost say that you supposed this singular jealousy of my favorite wolf was not only well-founded but justifiable, but perhaps you speak in jest." "I seldom jest," answered the preacher. "Life was not lent to us to be expended in that idle mirth, which resembles the crackling of thorns under the pot. I would only have you derive, if it so please you, this lesson from what I have said, that the best of our feelings, when indulged to excess, may give pain to others. There is but one in which we may indulge to the utmost limit of vehemence, of which our bosom is capable secure. That excess cannot exist in the greatest intensity to which it can be excited. I mean the love of our Maker." "Surely," said the Lady of Avenel, "we are commanded by the same authority to love our neighbor." "Ay, madam," said Warden, "but our love to God is to be unbounded. We are to love him with our whole heart, our whole soul, and our whole strength. The love which the precept commands us to bear to our neighbor has affixed to it a direct limit and qualification. We are to love our neighbor as ourself, as it is elsewhere explained by the great commandment that we must do unto him as we would that he should do unto us. Here there is a limit and a bound even to the most praiseworthy of our affections, so far as they are turned upon sublunary and terrestrial objects. We are to render to our neighbor, whatever be his rank or degree, that corresponding portion of affection with which we could rationally expect we should ourselves be regarded by those standing in the same relation to us. Hence, neither husband nor wife, neither son nor daughter, neither friend nor relation, are lawfully to be made the objects of our idolatry. The Lord our God is a jealous God, and will not endure that we bestow on the creature that extremity of devotion which he who made us demands as his own share. I say to you, lady, that even in the fairest and purest and most honorable feelings of our nature, there is that original taint of sin which ought to make us pause and hesitate ere we indulge them to excess." "I understand not this, reverend sir," said the lady, "nor do I guess what I can have now said, or done to draw down on me an admonition, which has something a taste of reproof. Lady, said Warden, I crave your pardon if I have urged aught beyond the limits of my duty, but consider whether in the sacred promise to be not only a protectress, but a mother to this poor child your purpose, may meet the wishes of the noble knight your husband the fondness which you have lavished on the unfortunate, and I own most lovely child, has met something like a reproof in the bearing of your household dog displease, not your noble husbandmen as well as animals, are jealous of the affections of those they love. This is too much, reverend sir, said the Lady of Avenel, greatly offended. You have been long our guest, and have received from the Knight of Avenel and myself that honor and regard which your character and profession so justly demand. But I am yet to learn that we have at any time authorized your interference in our family arrangements, or placed you as a judge of our conduct towards each other. I pray this may be forborne in future. Lady, replied the preacher, with the boldness peculiar to the clergy of his persuasion at that time, when you weary of my admonition, Swin, I see that my services are no longer acceptable to you. And the noble knight your husband, I shall know that my master wills me no longer to abide here, and praying for a continuance of his best blessings on your family, I will then, were the season the depth of winter and the hour midnight, walk out on yonder waste, and travel forth through these wild mountains, as lonely and unaided though far more helpless than when I first met your husband in the valley of Glendearg. But while I remain here, I will not see you err from the true path, no, not a hair's breadth, without making the old man's voice and remonstrance heard. Nay, but, said the lady, who both loved and respected the good man, though sometimes a little offended at what she conceived to be an exuberant degree of zeal, we will not part this way. My good friend, women are quick and hasty in their feelings. But believe me, my wishes and my purposes towards this child are such as both my husband and you will approve of. The clergyman bowed, and retreated to his own apartment. Chapter the 2nd. How steadfastly he fixed his eyes on me, his dark eyes shining through forgotten tears. Then stretched his little arms, and called me mother. What could I do? I took the bantling home. I could not tell the imp he had no mother. Count Basil. When Warden had left the apartment, the Lady of Avenel gave way to the feelings of tenderness, which the sight of the boy, his sudden danger, and his recent escape had inspired, and no longer awed by the sternness, as she deemed it, of the preacher, heaped with caresses the lovely and interesting child. He was now in some measure recovered from the consequences of his accident, and received passively, though not without wonder, the tokens of kindness with which he was thus loaded. The face of the lady was strange to him, and her dress different and far more sumptuous than any he remembered. But the boy was naturally of an undaunted temper, and indeed children are generally acute physiognomists, and not only pleased by that which is beautiful in itself, but peculiarly quick in distinguishing and replying to the attentions of those who really love them, if they see a person in company, though a perfect stranger, who is by nature fond of children. The little imp seemed to discover it by a sort of freemasonry, while the awkward attempts of those who make advances to them for the purpose of recommending themselves to the parents usually fail in attracting their reciprocal attention. The little boy therefore appeared in some degree sensible of the lady's caresses, and it was with difficulty she withdrew herself from his pillow to afford him leisure for necessary repose. To whom belongs our little rescued varlet, was the first question which the Lady of Avenel put to her handmaiden Lilias when they had retired to the hall. To an old woman in the hamlet, said Lilias, who is even now come so far as the porter's lodge to inquire concerning his safety, is it your pleasure that she be admitted? Is it my pleasure, said the Lady of Avenel, echoing the question with a strong accent of displeasure and surprise. Can you make any doubt of it? What woman but must pity the agony of the mother, whose heart is throbbing for the safety of a child so lovely? Nay, but madam, said Lilias, this woman is too old to be the mother of the child. I rather think she must be his grandmother, or some more distant relation. Be she who she will, Lilias, replied the lady, she must have an aching heart, while the safety of a creature so lovely is uncertain. Go instantly, and bring her hither. Besides, I would willingly learn something concerning his birth. Lilias left the hall, and presently afterwards returned ushering in a tall female, very poorly dressed, yet with more pretension to decency and cleanliness than was usually combined with such coarse garments. The Lady of Avenel knew her figure the instant she presented herself. It was the fashion of the family that upon every Sabbath, and on 2 evenings in the week, besides Henry Warden preached or lectured in the chapel at the castle, The extension of the Protestant faith was upon principle as well as in good policy a primary object with the Knight of Avenel. The inhabitants of the village were therefore invited to attend upon the instructions of Henry Warden, and many of them were speedily won to the doctrine, which their master and protector approved. These sermons, homilies and lectures had made a great impression on the mind of the abbot Eustace or Eustatius, and were a sufficient spur to the severity and sharpness of his controversy with his old fellow collegiate, and ere Queen Mary was dethroned, and while the Catholics still had considerable authority in the border provinces, he more than once threatened to levy his vassals and assail and level with the earth that stronghold of heresy the castle of Avenel. But notwithstanding the abbot's impotent resentment, and notwithstanding also the disinclination of the country to favor the new religion, Henry Warden proceeded without remission in his labors, and made weekly converts from the faith of Rome to that of the Reformed Church. Amongst those who gave most earnest and constant attendance on his ministry was the aged woman whose form, tall and otherwise too remarkable to be forgot, the lady had of late observed frequently, as being conspicuous among the little audience. She had indeed more than once desired to know who that stately-looking woman was whose appearance was so much above the poverty of her vestments, but the reply had always been that she was an Englishwoman who was tarrying for a season at the hamlet, and that no one knew more concerning her. She now asked her after her name and birth. "Magdalen Graham is my name," said the woman. "I come of the Grahams of Heathergill in Nichol Forest, footnote a district of Cumberland, lying close to the Scottish border, a people of ancient blood." "And what make you," continued the lady, "so far distant from your home?" "I have no home," said Magdalen Graham. "It was burnt by your borderiters me husband, and my son were slain. There is not a drop's blood left in the veins of anyone which is of kin to mine." "That is no uncommon fate in these wild times, and in this unsettled land," said the lady. "The English hands have been as deeply dyed in our blood as ever those of Scotsmen have been in yours." "You have right to say it, lady," answered Magdalen Graham, "for men tell of a time when this castle was not strong enough to save your father's life, or to afford your mother and her infant a place of refuge. And why ask ye me then, wherefore I dwell not in mine own home, and with mine own people?" "It was indeed an idle question," answered the lady, "where misery so often makes wanderers, but wherefore take refuge in a hostile country?" "My neighbors were popish and massmongers," said the old woman. "It has pleased heaven to give me a clearer sight of the gospel, and I have tarried here to enjoy the ministry of that worthy man Henry Warden, who to the praise and comfort of many teacheth the evangel in truth and in sincerity." "Are you poor again?" demanded the Lady of Avenel. "You hear me ask alms of no one," answered the Englishwoman. Here there was a pause. The manner of the woman was, if not disrespectful, at least much less than gracious, and she appeared to give no encouragement to farther communication. The Lady of Avenel renewed the conversation on a different topic. "You have heard of the danger in which your boy has been placed?" "I have, lady, and how by an especial providence he was rescued from death. May heaven make him thankful, and me." "What relation do you bear to him?" "I am his grandmother, lady, if it so please you, the only relation he hath left upon earth, to take charge of him. The burden of his maintenance must necessarily be grievous to you in your deserted situation," pursued the lady. "I have complained of it to no one," said Magdalen Graham, with the same unmoved, dry, and unconcerned tone of voice, in which she had answered all the former questions. "If," said the Lady of Avenel, "your grandchild could be received into a noble family, would it not advantage both him and you?" "Received into a noble family," said the old woman, drawing herself up, and bending her brows, until her forehead was wrinkled into a frown of unusual severity. "And for what purpose, I pray you, to be my lady's page, or my lord's jackman, to eat broken victuals, and contend with other menials for the remnants of the master's meal? Would you have him to fan the flies from my lady's face, while she sleeps to carry her train, while she walks to hand her trencher, when she feeds to ride before her on horseback, to walk after her on foot, to sing when she lists, and to be silent when she bids a very weathercock, which though furnished in appearance with wings and plumage, cannot soar into the air, cannot fly from the spot where it is perched, but receives all its impulse, and performs all its revolutions obedient to the changeful breath of a vain woman, when the eagle of Helvellyn perches on the tower of Lanercost, and turns, and changes his place, to show how the wind sits? Roland Graham shall be what you would make him." The woman spoke with a rapidity and vehemence, which seemed to have in it a touch of insanity, and a sudden sense of the danger to which the child must necessarily be exposed in the charge of such a keeper, increased the lady's desire to keep him in the castle if possible. "You mistake me, dame," she said, addressing the old woman in a soothing manner. "I do not wish your boy to be in attendance on myself, but upon the good knight. My husband, were he himself the son of a belted earl, he could not better be trained to arms, and all that befits a gentleman, than by the instructions and discipline of Sir Halbert Glendinning." "I," answered the old woman in the same style of bitter irony, "I know the wages of that service a curse when the corslet is not sufficiently brightened at a blow, when the girth is not tightly drawn to be beaten. Because the hounds are at faulto be reviled, because the foray is unsuccessfulto, stain his hands for the master's bidding in the blood alike of beast, and of manto be a butcher of harmless deer, a murderer, and defacer of God's own image, not at his own pleasure, but at that of his lordto live a brawling ruffian, and a common stabber exposed to heat, to cold, to want of food, to all the privations of an anchoret, not for the love of God, but for the service of Satan, to die by the gibbet, or in some obscure skirmish, to sleep out his brief life in carnal security, and to awake in the eternal fire which is never quenched." "Nay," said the Lady of Avenel, "but to such unhallowed course of life, your grandson will not be here exposed. My husband is just and kind to those who live under his banner, and you yourself well know that youth have here a strict as well as a good preceptor in the person of our chaplain." The old woman appeared to pause. "You have named," she said, "the only circumstance which can move me. I must soon onward, the vision has said it. I must not tarry in the same spot. I must on it. Is my weird swear then, that you will protect the boy as if he were your own, until I return hither and claim him, and I will consent for a space to part with him. But especially swear, he shall not lack the instruction of the godly man, who hath placed the gospel truth high above those idolatrous shavelings, the monks and friars." "Be satisfied, dame," said the Lady of Avenel, "the boy shall have as much care as if he were born of my own blood. Will you see him now?" "No," answered the old woman sternly, "to part is enough. I go forth on my own mission. I will not soften my heart by useless tears and wailings, as one that is not called to a duty." "Will you not accept of something to aid you in your pilgrimage?" said the Lady of Avenel, putting into her hands 2 crowns of the sun. The old woman flung them down on the table. "Am I of the race of Cain," she said, "proud lady, that you offer me gold in exchange for my own flesh and blood?" "I had no such meaning," said the lady gently, "nor am I the proud woman you term me. Alas, my own fortunes might have taught me humility, even had it not been born with me." The old woman seemed somewhat to relax her tone of severity. "You are of gentle blood," she said, "else we had not parleyed thus long together. You are of gentle blood, and to such," she added, drawing up her tall form as she spoke, "pride is as graceful as is the plume upon the bonnet. But for these pieces of gold, lady, you must needs resume them. I need not money, I am well provided, and I may not care for myself, nor think how or by whom I shall be sustained. Farewell, and keep your word. Cause your gates to be opened, and your bridges to be lowered. I will set forward this very night. When I come again, I will demand from you a strict account, for I have left with you the jewel of my life. Sleep will visit me, but in snatches. Food will not refresh me. Rest will not restore my strength, until I see Roland Graham once more. Farewell." "Make your obeisance, dame," said Lilias to Magdalen Graham, as she retired. "Make your obeisance to her ladyship, and thank her for her goodness, as is but fitting and right." The old woman turned short around on the officious waiting maid. "Let her make her obeisance to me then, and I will return it. Why should I bend to harass it? Because her kirtle is of silk, and mine of blue lockeram. Go to my lady's waiting woman. Know that the rank of the man rates that of the wife, and that she who marries a churl's son, were she a king's daughter, is but a peasant's bride." Lilias was about to reply in great indignation, but her mistress imposed silence on her, and commanded that the old woman should be safely conducted to the mainland. "Conduct her safe," exclaimed the incensed waiting woman, while Magdalen Graham left the apartment. "I say, duck her in the lock, and then we will see whether she is witch or not, as every body in the village of Lochside will say, and swear. I marvel your ladyship could bear so long with her insolence." But the commands of the lady were obeyed, and the old dame dismissed from the castle was committed to her fortune. She kept her word, and did not long abide in that place, leaving the hamlet on the very night succeeding the interview, and wandering. No one asked whither the Lady of Avenel, inquired under what circumstances she had appeared among them, but could only learn that she was believed to be the widow of some man of consequence among the Grahams, who then inhabited the debatable land, a name given to a certain portion of territory which was the frequent subject of dispute betwixt Scotland and England, that she had suffered great wrong in some of the frequent forays, by which that unfortunate district was wasted, and had been driven from her dwelling place. She had arrived in the hamlet no one knew for what purpose, and was held by some to be a witch, by others a zealous Protestant, and by others again a Catholic devotee. Her language was mysterious, and her manners repulsive, and all that could be collected from her conversation seemed to imply that she was under the influence either of a spell or of a vow. Was no saying which, since she talked as one who acted under a powerful and external agency. Such were the particulars which the lady's inquiries were able to collect concerning Magdalen Graham, being far too meagre and contradictory to authorize any satisfactory deduction. In truth, the miseries of the time, and the various turns of fate incidental to a frontier country, were perpetually chasing from their habitations those who had not the means of defense or protection. These wanderers in the land were too often seen to excite much attention or sympathy. They received the cold relief, which was extorted by general feelings of humanity, a little excited in some breasts, and perhaps rather chilled in others, by the recollection that they who gave the charity today might themselves want it tomorrow. Magdalen Graham therefore came and departed like a shadow from the neighborhood of Avenel Castle. The boy whom Providence, as she thought, had thus strangely placed under her care, was at once established a favorite with the lady of the castle. How could it be otherwise? He became the object of those affectionate feelings, which, finding formerly no object on which to expand themselves, had increased the gloom of the castle, and embittered the solitude of its mistress. To teach him reading and writing as far as her skill went, to attend to his childish comforts, to watch his boyish sports, became the lady's favorite amusement in her circumstances, where the ear only heard the lowing of the cattle from the distant hills, or the heavy step of the warder as he walked upon his post, or the half-envied laugh of her maiden as she turned her wheel. The appearance of the blooming and beautiful boy gave an interest which can hardly be conceived by those who live amid gayer and busier scenes. Young Roland was to the Lady of Avenel what the flower which occupies the window of some solitary captive is to the poor wight by whom it is nursed, and cultivates something which at once excited and repaid her care. And in giving the boy her affection, she felt as it were grateful to him for releasing her from the state of dull apathy in which she had usually found herself during the absence of Sir Halbert Glendinning. But even the charms of this blooming favorite were unable to chase the recurring apprehensions which arose from her husband's procrastinated return. Soon after Roland Graham became a resident at the castle, a groom dispatched by Sir Halbert brought tidings that business still delayed the night at the court of Holyrood. The more distant period, which the messenger had assigned for his master's arrival, at length glided away. Summer melted into autumn, and autumn was about to give place to winter, and yet he came not. Chapter the 3rd. The waning harvest moon shone broad and bright. The warder's horn was heard at dead of night, and while the portals wide were flung, with trampling hoofs the rocky pavement rung. Laden! And you too would be a soldier, Roland, said the Lady of Avenel to her young charge, while seated on a stone chair at one end of the battlements. She saw the boy attempt with a long stick to mimic the motions of the warder, as he alternately shouldered, or ported, or sloped pike. Yes, lady, said the boy, for he was now familiar, and replied to her questions with readiness and alacrity. A soldier will I be, for there near was gentleman, but who belted him with the brand. Thou a gentleman, said Lilias, who as usual was in attendance, such a gentleman as I would make of a beancod with a rusty knife. Nay, chide him not, Lilias, said the Lady of Avenel, for beshrew me, but I think he comes of gentle blood. See how it musters in his face at your injurious reproof. Had I my will, madam, answered Lilias, a good birchen wand should make his colour muster to better purpose still. On my word, Lilias, said the lady, one would think you had received harm from the poor boyer. Is he so far on the frosty side of your favour, because he enjoys the sunny side of mine? Over heavens forbode, my lady, answered Lilias. I have lived too long with gentles, I praise my stars for it, to fight with either follies or fantasies, whether they relate to beast, bird, or boy. Lilias was a favourite in her own class, a spoiled domestic, and often accustomed to take more license than her mistress was at all times willing to encourage. But what did not please the Lady of Avenel she did not choose to hear, and thus it was on the present occasion she resolved to look more close and sharply after the boy who had hitherto been committed chiefly to the management of Lilias. He must, she thought, be born of gentle blood, It were shame to think otherwise of a form so noble, and features so fair the very wildness, in which he occasionally indulged his contempt of danger and impatience of restraint, had in them something nobly surely, the child was born of high rank, such was her conclusion, and she acted upon it accordingly. The domestics around her less jealous or less scrupulous than Lilia's acted as servants usually do, following the bias and flattering for their own purposes the humor of the lady, and the boy soon took on him those airs of superiority, which the sight of habitual deference seldom fails to inspire. It seemed in truth as if to command were his natural sphere, so easily did he use himself to exact and receive compliance with his humors. The chaplain indeed might have interposed to check the air of assumption, which Roland Graham so readily indulged, and most probably would have willingly rendered him that favor, but the necessity of adjusting with his brethren some disputed points of church discipline had withdrawn him for some time from the castle, and detained him in a distant part of the kingdom. Matters stood thus in the castle of Avenel, when a winded bugle sent its shrill and prolonged notes from the shore of the lake, and was replied to cheerily by the signal of the warder. The lady of Avenel knew the sounds of her husband, and rushed to the window of the apartment, in which she was sitting. A band of about 30 spearmen, with a pennon displayed before them, winded along the indented shores of the lake, and approached the causeway. A single horseman rode at the head of the party, his bright arms catching a glance of the October sun, as he moved steadily along. Even at that distance, the lady recognized the lofty plume, bearing the mingled colors of her own liveries, and those of Glendonwine blended with the hollow branch, and the firm seat and dignified demeanor of the rider, joined to the stately motion of the dark brown steed, sufficiently announced Halbert Glendinning. The lady's first thought was that of rapturous joy at her husband's return. Her second was connected with a fear, which had sometimes intruded itself, that he might not altogether approve the peculiar distinction with which she had treated her orphan ward. In this fear there was implied a consciousness that the favor she had shown him was excessive, for Halbert Glendinning was at least as gentle and indulgent as he was firm and rational in the intercourse of his household, and to her in particular his conduct had ever been most affectionately tender. Yet she did fear that on the present occasion her conduct might incur Sir Halbert's censure, and hastily resolving that she would not mention the anecdote of the boy until the next day, she ordered him to be withdrawn from the apartment by Lilias. "I will not go with Lilias, madam," answered the spoiled child, who had more than once carried his point by perseverance, and who like his betters delighted in the exercise of such authority. "I will not go to Lilias Gausti room. I will stay and see that brave warrior who comes riding so gallantly along the drawbridge." "You must not stay, Roland," said the lady more positively than she usually spoke to her little favorite. "I will," reiterated the boy, who had already felt his consequence and the probable chance of success. "You will, Roland," answered the lady. "What manner of word is that I tell you you must go?" "Well," answered the forward boy, "is a word for a man, and must is no word for a lady." "You are saucy, sirrah," said the lady. "Lilias, take him with you instantly." "I always thought," said Lilias, smiling, as she seized the reluctant boy by the arm, "that my young master must give place to my old one." "And you too, our malapert mistress," said the lady. "Hath the moon changed, that ye all of you thus forget yourselves?" Lilias made no reply, but led off the boy, who, too proud to offer unavailing resistance, darted at his benefactress a glance which intimated plainly how willingly he would have defied her authority had he possessed the power to make good his point. The lady of Avenel was vexed to find how much this trifling circumstance had discomposed her at the moment when she ought naturally to have been entirely engrossed by her husband's return, but we do not recover composure by the mere feeling that agitation is mistimed. The glow of displeasure had not left the lady's cheek. Her ruffled deportment was not yet entirely composed when her husband, unhelmeted, but still wearing the rest of his arms, entered the apartment. His appearance banished the thoughts of everything else. She rushed to him, clasped his iron-sheathed frame in her arms, and kissed his martial and manly face with an affection which was at once evident and sincere. The warrior returned her embrace and her caress with the same fondness. For the time which had passed since their union had diminished its romantic ardor perhaps, but it had rather increased its rational tenderness, and Sir Halbert Glendinning's long and frequent absences from his castle had prevented affection from degenerating by habit into indifference. When the first eager greetings were paid and received, the lady gazed fondly on her husband's face, as she remarked, "You are altered, Halbert. You have ridden hard and far today, or you have been ill." I have been well, Mary, answered the knight, passing well have I been, and a long ride is to me thou well knowest. But a thing of constant custom those who are born noble may slumber out their lives within the walls of their castles and manor houses, but he who hath achieved nobility by his own deeds must ever be in the saddle to show that he merits his advancement. While he spoke thus the lady gazed fondly on him, as if endeavoring to read his inmost soul, for the tone in which he spoke was that of melancholy depression. Sir Halbert Glendinning was the same yet a different person from what he had appeared in his early years. The fiery freedom of the aspiring youth had given place to the steady and stern composure of the approved soldier and skillful politician. There were deep traces of care on those noble features, over which each emotion used formerly to pass like light clouds across a summer sky. That sky was now not perhaps clouded but still and grave like that of the sober autumn evening. The forehead was higher and more bare than in early youth, and the locks which still clustered thick and dark on the warrior's head were worn away at the temples not by age, but by the constant pressure of the steel cap, or helmet. His beard, according to the fashion of the time, grew short and thick, and was turned into mustaches on the upper lip, and peaked at the extremity. The cheek, weatherbeat and embrowned, had lost the glow of youth, but showed the vigorous complexion of active and confirmed manhood. Halbert Glendinning was in a word a knight to ride at a king's right hand, to bear his banner in war, and to be his counselor in time of peace. For his looks expressed the considerate firmness which can resolve wisely and dare boldly. Still, over these noble features there now spread an air of dejection, of which perhaps the owner was not conscious, but which did not escape the observation of his anxious and affectionate partner. "Something has happened, or is about to happen," said the Lady of Avenel. "This sadness sits not on your brow without cause. Misfortune, national or particular, must needs be at hand." "There is nothing new that I wot of," said Halbert Glendinning, "but there is little of evil which can befall a kingdom that may not be apprehended in this unhappy and divided realm." "Nay then," said the lady, "I see there hath really been some fatal work on foot. My Lord of Murray has not so long detained you at Holyrood, save that he wanted your help in some weighty purpose." "I have not been at Holyrood, Mary," answered the knight. "I have been several weeks abroad." "Abroad, and sent me no word," replied the lady. "What would the knowledge have availed, but to have rendered you unhappy, my love?" replied the knight. "Your thoughts would have converted the slightest breeze that curled your own lake into a tempest raging in the German Ocean." "And have you then really crossed the sea?" said the lady, to whom the very idea of an element which she had never seen conveyed notions of terror, "and of wonder. Really left your own native land, and trodden distant shores, where the Scottish tongue is unheard and unknown?" "Really and really," said the knight, taking her hand in affectionate playfulness, "I have done this marvelous deed, have rolled on the ocean for 3 days and 3 nights, with the deep green waves dashing by the side of my pillow, and but a thin plank to divide me from it." "Indeed, my Halbert," said the lady, "that was a tempting of divine providence. I never bade you unbuckle the sword from your side or lay the lance from your hand. I never bade you sit still when your honor called you to rise and ride. But are not blade and spear dangers enough for one man's life? And why would you trust rough waves and raging seas?" "We have in Germany, and in the Low Countries as they are called," answered Glendinning, "men who are united with us in faith, and with whom it is fitting we should unite in alliance. To some of these I was dispatched on business as important as it was secret. I went in safety, and I returned in security. There is more danger to a man's life betwixt this and Holyrood than are in all the seas that wash the lowlands of Holland." "And the country, my Halbert, and the people," said the lady, "are they like our kindly Scots, or what bearing have they to strangers?" "They are a people, Mary, strong in their wealth, which renders all other nations weak, and weak in those arts of war by which other nations are strong." "I do not understand you," said the lady. "The Hollander and the Fleming, Mary, pour forth their spirit in trade, and not in war. Their wealth purchases them the arms of foreign soldiers, by whose aid they defend it. They erect dikes on the seashore to protect the land which they have won, and they levy regiments of the stubborn Switzers and hardy Germans to protect the treasures which they have amassed, and thus they are strong in their weakness for the very wealth which tempts their masters to despoil them. Armed strangers in their behalf." "The slothful hinds," exclaimed Mary, thinking and feeling like a Scotswoman of the period. "Have they hands, and fight not for the land which bore them? They should be notched off at the elbow." "Nay, that were but hard justice," answered her husband, "for their hands serve their country, though not in battle like ours. Look at these barren hills, Mary, and at that deep winding vale, by which the cattle are even now returning from their scanty browse. The hand of the industrious Fleming would cover these mountains with wood and raise corn where we see a starved and scanty sward of heath, and ling it grieves me merry when I look on that land, and think what benefit it might receive from such men, as I have lately seen men who seek not the idle fame derived from dead ancestors, or the bloody renown won in modern broils, but tread along the land as preservers and improvers, not as tyrants and destroyers. These amendments would here be but a vain fancy, my Halbert, answered the Lady of Avenel. The trees would be burned by the English foemen ere they ceased to be shrubs, and the grain that you raised would be gathered in by the first neighbor that possessed more riders than follow your train. Why should you repine at this? The fate that made you Scotsman by birth gave you head and heart and hand to uphold the name, as it must needs be upheld. It gave me no name to uphold, said Halbert, pacing the floor slowly. My arm has been foremost in every strife, me voice has been heard in every council, nor have the wisest rebuked me. The crafty Lethington, the deep and dark Morton, have held secret counsel with me, and Grange and Lindsay have owned that in the field I did the devoir of a gallant knight, but let the emergence be past, when they need my head and hand, and they only know me as son of the obscure portioner of Glendearg. This was a theme which the lady always dreaded, for the rank conferred on her husband, the favour in which he was held by the powerful Earl of Murray, and the high talents by which he vindicated his right to that rank, and that favour were qualities which rather increased than diminished the envy which was harboured against Sir Halbert Glendinning among a proud aristocracy, as a person originally of inferior and obscure birth, who had risen to his present eminence solely by his personal merit. The natural firmness of his mind did not enable him to despise the ideal advantages of a higher pedigree, which were held in such universal esteem by all with whom he conversed, and so open are the noblest minds to jealous inconsistencies, that there were moments in which he felt mortified that his lady should possess those advantages of birth and high descent, which he himself did not enjoy, and regretted that his importance as the proprietor of Avenel was qualified by his possessing it only as the husband of the heiress. He was not so unjust as to permit any unworthy feelings to retain permanent possession of his mind, but yet they recurred from time to time, and did not escape his lady's anxious observation. Had we been blessed with children, she was wont on such occasions to say to herself, had our blood been united in a son who might have joined my advantages of descent with my husband's personal worth, these painful and irksome reflections had not disturbed our union even for a moment, but the existence of such an heir in whom our affections as well as our pretensions might have centered has been denied to us. With such mutual feelings, it cannot be wondered that it gave the lady pain to hear her husband verging towards this topic of mutual discontent. On the present, as on other similar occasions, she endeavored to divert the knight's thoughts from this painful channel. How can you, she said, suffer yourself to dwell upon things which profit nothing? Have you indeed no name to uphold you, the good, and the brave, the wise in council, and the strong in battle? Have you not to support the reputation your own deeds have won? A reputation more honorable than mere ancestry can supply. Good men love and honor you, the wicked fear, and the turbulent obey you. And is it not necessary you should exert yourself to ensure the endurance of that love, that honor and wholesome fear, and that necessary obedience? As she thus spoke, the eye of her husband caught from hers courage and comfort, and it lightened as he took her hand, and replied, it is most true, my Mary, and I deserve thy rebuke who forget what I am in repining, because I am not what I cannot be. I am now what the most famed ancestors of those I envy were, the mean man raised into eminence by his own exertions, and sure it is a boast as honorable to have those capacities which are necessary to the foundation of a family, as to be descended from one who possessed them some centuries before the Hay of Longcardy, who bequeathed his bloody yoke to his Linigeth, dark grey man, who first founded the house of Douglas, had yet less of ancestry to boast than I have, for thou knowest, Mary, that my name derives itself from a line of ancient warriors, although my immediate forefathers preferred the humble station in which thou didst first find them, and war and council are not less proper to the house of Glendinwine, even in its most remote descendants, than to the proudest of their baronage. Footnote: this was a house of ancient descent and superior consequence, including persons who fought at Bannockburn and Otterburn, and closely connected by alliance and friendship with the great Earls of Douglas. The knight in this story argues as most Scotsmen would do in his situation, for all of the same clan are popularly considered as descended from the same stock, and as having a right to the ancestral honor of the chief branch. This opinion, though sometimes ideal, is so strong even at this day of innovation that it may be observed as a national difference between my countrymen and the English. If you ask an Englishman of good birth whether a person of the same name be connected with him, he answers, if in dubio no is a mere namesake. Ask a similar question of a Scot, I mean. A Scotsman, he replies, he is one of our clan, I dare say. There is a relationship, though I do not know how distant. The Englishman thinks of discountenancing a species of rivalry in society. The Scotsman's answer is grounded on the ancient idea of strengthening the clan. He strode across the hall as he spoke, and the lady smiled internally to observe how much his mind dwelt upon the prerogatives of birth, and endeavored to establish his claims, however remote, to a share in them at the very moment when he affected to hold them in contempt. It will easily be guessed, however, that she permitted no symptom to escape her that could show she was sensible of the weakness of her husband, a perspicacity which perhaps his proud spirit could not very easily have brooked. As he returned from the extremity of the hall to which he had stalked while in the act of vindicating the title of the House of Glendonwine, in its most remote branches, to the full privileges of aristocracy, where he said, is Wolfe, I have not seen him since my return, and he was usually the first to welcome my homecoming. Wolfe, said the lady with a slight degree of embarrassment, for which perhaps she would have found it difficult to assign any reason even to herself. Wolfe is chained up for the present, he hath been surly to my page. Wolfe chained you, and Wolfe surly to your page, answered Sir Halbert Glendinning. Wolfe never was surly to anyone, and the chain will either break his spirit, or render him savage. So, ho, there, set Wolfe free directly. He was obeyed, and the huge dog rushed into the hall, disturbing by his unwieldy and boisterous gambols the whole economy of reels, rocks, and distaffs, with which the maidens of the household were employed, when the arrival of their lord was a signal to them to withdraw, and extracting from Lilias, who was summoned to put them again, in order, the natural observation that the laird's pet was as troublesome as the lady's page. And who is this page, Mary? Said the knight, his attention again called to the subject by the observation of the waiting woman. Who is this page, whom every one seems to weigh in the balance with my old friend and favorite Wolfe? When did you aspire to the dignity of keeping a page, or who is the boy? I trust, my Halbert, said the lady, not without a blush, you will not think your wife entitled to less attendance than other ladies of her quality. Nay, Dame Mary, answered the knight, it is enough you desire such an attendant, yet I have never loved to nurse such useless menials. A lady's paget may well suit the proud English dames to have a slender youth to bear their trains from bower, to hall fan them when they slumber, and touch the lute for them when they please to listen. But our Scottish matrons were wont to be above such vanities, and our Scottish youth ought to be bred to the spear and the stirrup. Nay, but my husband, said the lady, I did but jest when I called this boy my page. He is in sooth a little orphan whom we saved from perishing in the lake, and whom I have since kept in the castle out of charity. Lilias, bring little Roland hither. Roland entered accordingly, and flying to the lady's side took hold of the plaits of her gown, and then turned round and gazed with an attention not unmingled with fear upon the stately form of the knight. Roland, said the lady, go kiss the hand of the noble knight, and ask him to be thy protector. But Roland obeyed not, and keeping his station, continued to gaze fixedly and timidly on Sir Halbert Glendinning. Go to the knight, boy, said the lady. What dost thou fear, child? Go kiss Sir Halbert's hand. I will kiss no hand save yours, lady, answered the boy. Nay, but do as you are commanded, child, replied the lady. He is dashed by your presence, she said, apologizing to her husband, but is he not a handsome boy? And so is Wolfe, said Sir Halbert, as he patted his huge four-footed favorite, a handsome dog, but he has this double advantage over your new favorite, that he does what he is commanded, and hears not when he is praised. Nay, now you are displeased with me, replied the lady, and yet why should you be so? There is nothing wrong in relieving the distressed orphan, or in loving that which is in itself lovely and deserving of affection. But you have seen Mr. Warden at Edinburgh, and he has set you against the poor boy. My dear Mary, answered her husband, Mr. Warden better knows his place than to presume to interfere either in your affairs or mine. I neither blame your relieving this boy nor your kindness for him, but I think, considering his birth and prospects, you ought not to treat him with injudicious fondness, which can only end in rendering him unfit for the humble situation to which heaven has designed him. Nay, but my Halbert, do but look at the boy, said the lady, and see whether he has not the air of being intended by heaven for something nobler than a mere peasant. May he not be designed, as others have been, to rise out of a humble situation into honor and eminence. Thus far had she proceeded when the consciousness that she was treading upon delicate ground at once occurred to her, and induced her to take the most natural, but the worst of all courses in such occasions, whether in conversation or in an actual bog, namely that of stopping suddenly short in the illustration which she had commenced. Her brow crimsoned, and that of Sir Halbert Glendinning was slightly overcast, but it was only for an instant, for he was incapable of mistaking his lady's meaning, or supposing that she meant intentional disrespect to him. "Be it as you please, my love," he replied. "I owe you too much to contradict you in aught which may render your solitary mode of life more endurable. Make of this youth what you will, and you have my full authority for doing so. But remember, he is your charge, not mine. Remember, he hath limbs to do man's service, a soul, and a tongue to worship God. Breed him therefore to be true to his country, and to heaven, and for the rest dispose of him as you list. It is, and shall rest your own matter." This conversation decided the fate of Roland Graham, who from thenceforward was little noticed by the master of the mansion of Avenel, but indulged and favored by its mistress. This situation led to many important consequences, and in truth tended to bring forth the character of the youth in all its broad lights and deep shadows, as the knight himself seemed tacitly to disclaim alike interest and control over the immediate favorite of his lady. Young Roland was by circumstances exempted from the strict discipline, to which, as the retainer of a Scottish man of rank, he would otherwise have been subjected according to all the rigor of the age, but the steward or master of the household, such was the proud title assumed by the head domestic of each petty baron, deemed it not advisable to interfere with the favorite of the lady, and especially since she had brought the estate into the present family. Master Jasper Wingate was a man experienced, as he often boasted, in the ways of great families, and knew how to keep the steerage even when the wind and tide chanced to be in contradiction. This prudent personage winked at much, and avoided giving opportunity for farther offense, by requesting little of Roland Graham beyond the degree of attention which he was himself disposed to pay, rightly conjecturing that however lowly the place which the youth might hold in the favor of the Knight of Avenel, still to make an evil report of him would make an enemy of the lady without securing the favor of her husband. With these prudential considerations, and doubtless not without an eye to his own ease and convenience, he taught the boy as much, and only as much as he chose to learn, readily admitting whatever apology it pleased his pupil to allege, in excuse for idleness or negligence, as the other persons in the castle, to whom such tasks were delegated, readily imitated the prudential conduct of the majordomo. There was little control used towards Roland Graham, who of course learned no more than what a very active mind and a total impatience of absolute idleness led him to acquire upon his own account, and by dint of his own exertions. The latter were especially earnest when the lady herself condescended to be his tutress or to examine his progress. It followed also from his quality, as my lady's favorite, that Roland was viewed with no peculiar goodwill by the followers of the knight, many of whom of the same age and apparently similar origin with the fortunate page, were subjected to severe observance of the ancient and rigorous discipline of a feudal retainer. To these Roland Graham was of course an object of envy, and in consequence of dislike and detraction, but the youth possessed qualities which it was impossible to depreciate. Pride and a sense of early ambition did for him what severity and constant instruction did for others. In truth, the youthful Roland displayed that early flexibility both of body and mind, which renders exercise, either mental or bodily, rather matter of sport than of study, and it seemed as if he acquired accidentally, and by starts, those accomplishments which earnest and constant instruction, enforced by frequent reproof and occasional chastisement, had taught to others. Such military exercises, such lessons of the period, as he found it agreeable or convenient to apply to, he learned so perfectly as to confound those who were ignorant. How often the want of constant application is compensated by vivacity of talent and ardent enthusiasm. The lads, therefore, who were more regularly trained to arms, to horsemanship, and to other necessary exercises of the period, while they envied Roland Graham the indulgence or negligence with which he seemed to be treated, had little reason to boast of their own superior acquirements. A few hours, with the powerful exertion of a most energetic will, seemed to do for him more than the regular instruction of weeks could accomplish for others. Under these advantages, if indeed they were to be termed such the character of young Roland began to develop itself. It was bold, peremptory, decisive, and overbearing, generous, if neither withstood nor contradicted, vehement, and passionate if censured or opposed. He seemed to consider himself as attached to no one and responsible to no one except his mistress, and even over her mind. He had gradually acquired that species of ascendancy which indulgence is so apt to occasion, and although the immediate followers and dependents of Sir Halbert Glendinning saw his ascendancy with jealousy, and often took occasion to mortify his vanity, there wanted not those who were willing to acquire the favour of the Lady of Avenel, by humouring and taking part with the youth, whom she protected, for although a favourite, as the poet assures us, has no friend, he seldom fails to have both followers and flatterers. The partisans of Roland Graham were chiefly to be found amongst the inhabitants of the little hamlet, on the shore of the lake. These villagers, who were sometimes tempted to compare their own situation with that of the immediate and constant followers of the knight, who attended him on his frequent journeys to Edinburgh and elsewhere, delighted in considering and representing themselves as more properly the subjects of the Lady of Avenel than of her husband. It is true her wisdom and affection on all occasions discountenanced the distinction which was here implied, but the villagers persisted in thinking it must be agreeable to her to enjoy their peculiar and undivided homage, or at least in acting as if they thought so, and one chief mode by which they evinced their sentiments was by the respect they paid to young Roland Graham, the favourite attendant of the descendant of their ancient lords. This was a mode of flattery too, pleasing to encounter rebuke or censure, and the opportunity which it afforded the youth to form, as it were, a party of his own within the limits of the ancient barony of Avenel, added not a little to the audacity and decisive tone of a character, which was by nature bold, impetuous, and incontrollable. Of the two members of the household who had manifested an early jealousy of Roland Graham, the prejudices of Wolfe were easily overcome, and in process of time, the noble dog slept with Bran Luath and the celebrated hounds of ancient days, but Mr. Warden the chaplain lived, and retained his dislike to the youth, that good man, single-minded and benevolent as he really was, entertained rather more than a reasonable idea of the respect due to him as a minister, and exacted from the inhabitants of the castle more deference than the haughty young page, proud of his mistress' favour, and petulant from youth and situation, was at all times willing to pay his bold and free demeanour, his attachment to rich dress and decoration, his inaptitude to receive instruction, and his hardening himself against rebuke, were circumstances which induced the good old man, with more haste than charity, to set the forward page down as a vessel of wrath, and to presage that the youth nursed that pride and haughtiness of spirit which goes before ruin and destruction. On the other hand, Roland evinced at times a marked dislike, and even something like contempt of the chaplain. Most of the attendants and followers of Sir Halbert Glendinning entertained the same charitable thoughts as the Reverend Mr. Warden, but while Roland was favoured by their lady, and endured by their lord, they saw no policy in making their opinions public. Roland Graham was sufficiently sensible of the unpleasant situation in which he stood, but in the haughtiness of his heart, he retorted upon the other domestics the distant, cold, and sarcastic manner in which they treated him, assumed an air of superiority, which compelled the most obstinate to obedience, and had the satisfaction at least to be dreaded if he was heartily hated. The chaplain's marked dislike had the effect of recommending him to the attention of Sir Halbert's brother Edward, who now, under the conventual appellation of Father Ambrose, continued to be one of the few monks who, with the Abbot Eustachius, had, notwithstanding the nearly total downfall of their faith under the regency of Murray, been still permitted to linger in the cloisters at Kennaquhair. Respect to Sir Halbert had prevented their being altogether driven out of the abbey, though their order was now in a great measure suppressed, and they were interdicted the public exercise of their ritual, and only allowed for their support a small pension out of their once splendid revenues. Father Ambrose, thus situated, was an occasional though very rare visitant at the castle of Avenel, and was at such times observed to pay particular attention to Roland Graham, who seemed to return it with more depth of feeling than consisted with his usual habits. Thus situated years glided on, during which the Knight of Avenel continued to act a frequent and important part in the convulsions of his distracted country, while young Graham anticipated both in wishes and personal accomplishments the age which should enable him to emerge from the obscurity of his present situation. Chapter the 4th. Amid their cups that freely flowed, their revelry and mirth, A youthful lord taxed Valentine with base and doubtful birth. Valentine and Orson. When Roland Graham was a youth about 17 years of age, he chanced one summer morning to descend to the mew, in which Sir Halbert Glendinning kept his hawks in order to superintend the training of an eyas or young hawk, which he himself, at the imminent risk of neck and limbs, had taken from the celebrated eyrie in the neighbourhood called Gledscraig, as he was by no means satisfied with the attention which had been bestowed on his favourite bird. He was not slack in testifying his displeasure to the falconer's lad, whose duty it was to have attended upon it. "What ho, Sir Knave," exclaimed Roland, "is it thus you feed the eyas with unwashed meat, as if you were gorging the foul brancher of a worthless hoodie-crow? By the mass, and thou hast neglected its castings, also for these 2 days, think'st thou I ventured my neck to bring the bird down from the crag that thou shouldst spoil him by thy neglect?" And to add force to his remonstrances, he conferred a cuff or two on the negligent attendant of the hawks, who, shouting rather louder than was necessary under all the circumstances, brought the master falconer to his assistance. Adam Woodcock, the falconer of Avenel, was an Englishman by birth, but so long in the service of Glendinning that he had lost much of his notional attachment in that which he had formed to his master. He was a favourite in his department, jealous and conceited of his skill, as masters of the game usually are. For the rest of his character, he was a jester and a parcel poet, qualities which by no means abated his natural conceit, a jolly fellow, who, though a sound Protestant, loved a flagon of ale better than a long sermon, a stout man of his hands, when need required, true to his master, and a little presuming on his interest with him. Adam Woodcock, such as we have described him, by no means relished the freedom used by young Graham in chastising his assistant. "Hey, hey, my lady's page," said he, stepping between his own boy and Roland fair, "and softly, and it like your gilt jacket, hands off, is fair play. If my boy has done amiss I can beat him myself, and then you may keep your hands soft." "I will beat him and thee too," answered Roland, without hesitation, "and you look not better after your business. See how the bird is cast away between you. I found the careless Lurdane feeding him with unwashed flesh, and she an eyas." Footnote: there is a difference amongst authorities how long the nestling hawk should be fed with flesh, which has previously been washed. "Go to," said the falconer, "thou art but an eyas thyself, child." "Roland, what knowest thou of feeding? I say that the eyas should have her meat unwashed, until she becomes a brancher. 'Twere the ready way to give her the flounce to wash her meat sooner, and so knows every one who knows a gled from a falcon." "It is thine own laziness, thou false English blood, that dost nothing but drink and sleep," retorted the page, "and leaves that lither lad to do the work which he minds as little as thou." "And am I so idle then," said the falconer, "that have 3 cast of hawks to look after at perch and mew, and to fly them in the field to boot end? Is my lady's page so busy a man that he must take me up short end? Am I of false English blood? I marvel what blood thou art, neither Englander, nor Scotfish, nor flesha bastard from the debatable land, without either kithkin or ally. Marry out upon the foul kite, that would fain be a tercel gentle." The reply to this sarcasm was a box on the ear so well applied that it overthrew the falconer into the cistern, in which water was kept for the benefit of the hawks. Up started Adam Woodcock, his wrath no way appeased by the cold immersion, and seizing on a truncheon, which stood by, would have soon requited the injury he had received had not Roland laid his hand on his poniard, and sworn by all that was sacred that if he offered a stroke towards him, he would sheath the blade in his bowels. The noise was now so great that more than one of the household came in, and amongst others the majordomo, a grave personage already mentioned, whose gold chain and white wand intimated his authority at the appearance of this dignitary. The strife was for the present appeased. He embraced, however, so favourable an opportunity to read Roland Graham a shrewd lecture on the impropriety of his deportment to his fellow menials, and to assure him that should he communicate this fray to his master, who, though now on one of his frequent expeditions, was speedily expected to return, which, but for respect to his lady, he would most certainly do, the residence of the culprit in the castle of Avenel would be but of brief duration. But however, added the prudent master of the household, I will report the matter first to my lady. "Very just, very right, Master Wingate," exclaimed several voices together. "My lady will consider if daggers are to be drawn on us for every idle word, and whether we are to live in a well-ordered household, where there is the fear of God, or amidst drawn dirks and sharp knives." The object of this general resentment darted an angry glance around him, and suppressing with difficulty the desire which urged him to reply in furious or in contemptuous language, returned his dagger into his scabbard, looked disdainfully around upon the assembled menials, turned short upon his heel, and pushing aside those who stood betwixt him and the door, left the apartment. "This will be no tree for my nest," said the falconer, "if this cocksparrow is to crow over us, as he seems to do." "He struck me with his switch yesterday," said one of the grooms, "because the tail of his worship's gelding was not trimmed altogether, so as suited his humour. And I promise you," said the laundress, "my young master will stick nothing to call an honest woman's slut and queen if there be but a speck of soot upon his band-collar." "If Master Wingate do not his errand to my lady," was the general result, "there will be no tarrying in the same house with Roland Graham." The master of the household heard them all for some time, and then motioning for universal silence, he addressed them with all the dignity of Malvolio himself. "My mastersnot, forgetting you my mistresses do, not think the worse of me that I proceed with as much care as haste in this matter. Our master is a gallant knight, and will have his sway at home and abroad in wood, and field in hall and bower, as the saying is. Our lady, my benison upon her, is also a noble person of long descent, and rightful heir of this place and barony, and she also loves her will. As for that matter, show me the woman who doth not now she hath favoured doth favour, and will favour this jackanapes. What good part about him I know not, save that as one noble lady will love a messon dog, and another a screaming popinjay, and a third a Barbary ape, so doth it please our noble dame to set her affections upon the stray elf of a page, for naught that I can think of save that she was the cause of his being saved, the more is the pity from drowning." And here Master Wingate made a pause. "I would have been his caution for a grey groat against salt water, or fresh," said Roland's adversary, the falconer. "Marry, if he crack not a rope for stabbing, or for snatching, I will be content never to hood hawk again." "Peace, Adam Woodcock," said Wingate, waving his hand. "I prithee peace, man. Now my lady, liking this springald as aforesaid, differs therein from my lord, who loves never a bone in his skin. Now is it for me to stir up strife betwixt them, and put a store my finger betwixt the bark and the tree on account of a pragmatical youngster, whom nevertheless I would willingly see whipped forth of the barony. Have patience, and this boil will break without our meddling. I have been in service since I wore a beard on my chin, till now that beard is turned grey, and I have seldom known anyone better themselves, even by taking the ladies' part against the lords, but never one who did not dirk himself if he took the lords against the ladies. And so," said Lilias, "we are to be crowed over, every one of us, men and women, cock and hen, by this little upstart. I will try titles with him first, I promise you. I fancy Master Wingate, for as wise as you look, you will be pleased to tell what you have seen today, if my lady commands you." "To speak the truth, when my lady commands me," answered the prudential majordomo, "is in some measure my duty. Mistress Lilias always providing for, and excepting those cases in which it cannot be spoken, without breeding mischief and inconvenience to myself or my fellows. Events, for the tongue of a talebearer breaketh bones, as well as jedartstaff, footnote a species of battle-axe, so called as being in especial use in that ancient burg, whose armorial bearing still represent an armed horseman brandishing such a weapon. But this imp of Satan is none of your friends or fellows. Events, said Lilias, and I trust you mean not to stand up for him against the whole family besides. Credit me, Mrs. Lilias, replied the senior, should I see the time fitting, I would, with right good will, give him a lick with the rough side of my tongue. Enough said, Master Wingate, answered Lilias. Then trust me, his song shall soon be laid, if my mistress does not ask me what is the matter below stairs, before she be 10 minutes of time. Older, she is no born woman, and my name is not Lilias Bradbourne. In pursuance of her plan, mistress Lilias failed not to present herself before her mistress with all the exterior of one who is possessed of an important secret. That is, she had the corners of her mouth turned down, her eyes raised up, her lips pressed as fast together as if they had been sewed up to prevent her babbling, and an air of prim mystical importance diffused over her whole person and demeanor, which seemed to intimate, I know something which I am resolved not to tell you. Lilias had rightly read her mistress' temper, who, wise and good as she was yet a daughter of Grandame Eve, and could not witness this mysterious bearing on the part of her waiting woman without longing to ascertain the secret cause for a space. Mrs. Lilias was obdurate to all inquiries, sighed, turned her eyes up higher, yet to heaven hoped for the best, but had nothing particular to communicate. All this, as was most natural and proper, only stimulated the lady's curiosity, neither was her importunity to be parried with thank God. I am no make-bettino talebearer, thank God. I never envied anyone's favor, or was anxious to propel their misdemeanoringly, thank God. There has been no bloodshed and murder in the house, that is all. Bloodshed and murder, exclaimed the lady. What does the queen mean? If you speak not plain out, you shall have something you will scarce be thankful for. Nay, my lady, answered Lilias, eager to disburden her mind, or in Chaucer's phrase, to unbuckle her mail. If you bid me speak out the truth, you must not be moved. With what might displease you, Roland Graham has dirked Adam Woodstock, that is all. Good heavens, said the lady, turning pale as ashes, is the man slain? No, madam, replied Lilias, but slain he would have been if there had not been ready help. But may be it is your ladyship's pleasure that this young esquire shall poniard the servants, as well as switch and baton them. Go to Minion, said the lady, you are societal, the master of the household, to attend me instantly. Lilias hastened to seek out Mr. Wingate, and hurry him to his lady's presence, speaking as a word in season to him. On the way I have set the stone atrilling look, that you do not let it stand still. The steward, too prudential a person to commit himself, otherwise answered by a sly look, and a nod of intelligence, and presently after, stood in the presence of the Lady of Avenel, with a look of great respect for his lady, partly real, partly affected, and an air of great sagacity, which inferred no ordinary conceit of himself. How is this, Wingate, said the lady, and what rule do you keep in the castle, that the domestics of Sir Halbert Glendinning draw the dagger on each other, as in a cavern of thieves and murderesses, the wounded man much hurt, and what hath become of the unhappy boy? There is no one wounded, as yet, madam, replied he of the golden chain. It passes my poor skill to say how many may be wounded before Pasch *Easter, if some rule be not taken with this youth not. But the youth is a fair youth, he added, correcting himself, and able at his exercise, but somewhat too ready with the ends of his fingers, the butt of his riding switch, and the point of his dagger. And whose fault is that, said the lady, but yours, who should have taught him better discipline, than to brawl or to draw his dagger? If it please your ladyship so, to impose the blame on me, answered the steward, it is my part doubtless to bear itonly. I submit to your consideration, that unless I nailed his weapon to the scabbard, I could no more keep it still, than I could fix quicksilver, which defied even the skill of Raymond Lullius. Tell me not of Raymond Lullius, said the lady, losing patience, but send me the chaplain hither. You grow all of you too wise for me during your lord's long and repeated absences. I would to God his affairs would permit him to remain at home, and rule his own household, for it passes my wit and skill. God forbid, my lady, said the old domestic, that you should sincerely think what you are now pleased to say. Your old servants might well hope that after so many years' duty, you would do their service more justice than to distrust their grey hairs, because they cannot rule the peevish humor of a green head, which the owner carries it, may be a brace of inches higher than becomes him. Leave me, said the lady, Sir Halbert's return must now be expected daily, and he will look into these matters himself. Leave me, I say, Wingate, without saying more of it. I know you are honest, and I believe the boy is petulant, and yet I think it is my favor which hath set all of you against him. The steward bowed, and retired after having been silenced in a second attempt to explain the motives on which he acted. The chaplain arrived, but neither from him did the lady receive much comfort. On the contrary, she found him disposed in plain terms to lay to the door of her indulgence all the disturbances which the fiery temper of Roland Graham had already occasioned, or might hereafter occasion in the family. I would, he said, honored lady, that you had deigned to be ruled by me in the outset of this matter. Sith it is easy to stem evil in the fountain, but hard to struggle against it in the stream. You honored madam, a word which I do not use according to the vain forms of this world, but because I have ever loved and honored you as an honorable and elect lady. You, I say, madam, have been pleased, contrary to my poor but earnest counsel, to raise this boy from his station into one approaching to your own. What mean you, reverend sir, said the lady. I have made this youth a pages there ought in my doing, so that does not become my character and quality. I dispute not, madam, said the pertinacious preacher, your benevolent purpose in taking charge of this youth, or your title to give him this idle character of page, if such was your pleasure, though what the education of a boy in the train of a female can tend to save to engraft foppery and effeminacy, on conceit and arrogance, it passes my knowledge to discover, but I blame you more directly for having taken little care to guard him against the perils of his condition, or to tame and humble a spirit naturally haughty, overbearing, and impatient, you have brought into your bower a lion's cub delighted with the beauty of his fur, and the grace of his gambols you have bound him with no fetters befitting the fierceness of his disposition. You have let him grow up as unawed as if he had been still a tenant of the forest, and now you are surprised and call out for assistance, when he begins to ramp, rend, and tear, according to his proper nature. Mr. Warden, said the lady, considerably offended, you are my husband's ancient friend, and I believe your love sincere to him, and to his household, yet let me say that, when I asked you for counsel, I expected not this asperity of rebuke. If I have done wrong in loving this poor orphan lad more than others of his class, I scarce think the error merited such severe censure, and if stricter discipline were required to keep his fiery temper in order, it ought, I think, to be considered that I am a woman, and that if I have erred in this matter, it becomes a friend's part rather to aid than to rebuke me. I would these evils were taken order with before my lord's return. He loves not domestic discord or domestic brawls, and I would not willingly that he thought such could arise from one whom I favored. What do you counsel me to do? Dismiss this youth from your service, madam, replied the preacher. You cannot bid me do so, said the lady. You cannot, as a Christian and a man of humanity, bid me turn away an unprotected creature, against whom my injudicious favor, if you will, has reared up so many enemies. It is not necessary you should altogether abandon him, though you dismiss him to another service, or to a calling better suiting his station and character. Said the preacher, elsewhere, he may be an useful and profitable member of the commonwealth, he is but a makebait and a stumbling block of offense. The youth has snatches of sense and of intelligence. Though he lacks industry, I will myself give him letters commendatory to Olarius Skinderhausen, a learned professor at the famous University of Leyden, where they lack an under-janitorware besides gratis instruction. If God give him the grace to seek it, he will enjoy 5 merks by the year, and the professor's cast-off suit which he disparts with biennially. This will never do good, Mr. Warden, said the lady, scarce able to suppress a smile. We will think more at large upon this matter in the meanwhile. I trust to your remonstrances with this wild boy, and with the family for restraining these violent and unseemly jealousies and bursts of passion, and I entreat you to press on him and them their duty in this respect towards God and towards their master. You shall be obeyed, madam, said Warden, on the next Thursday. I exhort the family, and will with God's blessing so wrestle with the demon of wrath and violence, which hath entered into my little flock, that I trust to hound the wolf out of the fold, as if he were chased away with bandogs. This was the part of the conference from which Mr. Warden derived the greatest pleasure. The pulpit was at that time the same powerful engine for affecting popular feeling which the press has since become, and he had been no unsuccessful preacher, as we have already seen. It followed as a natural consequence that he rather overestimated the powers of his own oratory, and like some of his brethren about the period, was glad of an opportunity to handle any matters of importance, whether public or private, the discussion of which could be dragged into his discourse in that rude age. The delicacy was unknown which prescribed time and place to personal exhortations, and as the court preacher often addressed the king individually, and dictated to him the conduct he ought to observe in matters of state, so the nobleman himself or any of his retainers were in the chapel of the feudal castle often incensed or appalled, as the case might be, by the discussion of their private faults in the evening exercise, and by spiritual censures directed against them specifically personally, and by name, the sermon by means of which Henry Warden purposed to restore concord and good order to the castle of Avenel bore for text the well-known words, "He who striketh with the sword shall perish by the sword," and was a singular mixture of good sense and powerful oratory with pedantry and bad taste. He enlarged a good deal on the word striketh, which he assured his hearers comprehended blows, given with the point as well as with the edge, and more generally shooting with handgun, crossbow, or longbow, thrusting with a lance, or doing anything whatever by which death might be occasioned to the adversary in the same manner. He proved satisfactorily that the word sword comprehended all descriptions, whether backsword or baskethilt, cuton thrust, or rapier, falchion, or scimitar. But if he continued with still greater animation, the text includeth in its anathema those who strike with any of those weapons, which man hath devised for the exercise of his open hostility. Still more doth it comprehend such as from their form and size are devised rather for the gratification of privy malice by treachery than for the destruction of an enemy prepared and standing upon his defense. Such, he proceeded, looking sternly at the place where the page was seated on a cushion at the feet of his mistress, and wearing in his crimson belt a gay dagger with a gilded hilt such, more especially, I hold to be those implements of death which in our modern and fantastic times are worn not only by thieves and cutthroats to whom they most properly belong, but even by those who attend upon women, and wait in the chambers of honorable ladies. Yes, my friends, every species of this unhappy weapon framed for all evil, and for no good is comprehended under this deadly denunciation, whether it be a stillet which we have borrowed from the treacherous Italian, or a dirk, which is borne by the savage Highlandman, or a whinger which is carried by our own border thieves and cutthroats, or a dudgeon dagger. All are alike engines invented by the devil himself. For ready implements of deadly wrath, sudden to execute, and difficult to be parried, even the common sword and buckler brawler despises the use of such a treacherous and malignant instrument, which is therefore fit to be used not by men or soldiers, but by those who trained under female discipline, become themselves effeminate hermaphrodites, having female spite and female cowardice, added to the infirmities and evil passions of their masculine nature. The effect which this oration produced upon the assembled congregation of Avenel cannot very easily be described. The ladies seemed at once embarrassed, and offended. The menials could hardly contain, under an affectation of deep attention, the joy with which they heard the chaplain launch his thunders at the head of the unpopular favorite, and the weapon which they considered as a badge of affectation and finery, Mrs. Lilias crested, and drew up her head with all the deep-felt pride of gratified resentment, while the steward, observing a strict neutrality of aspect, fixed his eyes upon an old scutcheon on the opposite side of the wall, which he seemed to examine with the utmost accuracy, more willing, perhaps, to incur the censure of being inattentive to the sermon, than that of seeming to listen with marked approbation to what appeared so distasteful to his mistress. The unfortunate subject of the harangue, whom nature had endowed with passions which had hitherto found no effectual restraint, could not disguise the resentment which he felt at being thus directly held up to the scorn, as well as the censure of the assembled inhabitants of the little world in which he lived. His brow grew red, his lip grew pale, he set his teeth, he clenched his hand, and then with mechanical readiness grasped the weapon of which the clergyman had given so hideous a character, and at length, as the preacher heightened the coloring of his invective, he felt his rage become so ungovernable that, fearful of being hurried into some deed of desperate violence, he rose up, traversed the chapel with hasty steps, and left the congregation. The preacher was surprised into a sudden pause, while the fiery youth shot across him like a flash of lightning, regarding him, as he passed, as if he had wished to dart from his eyes the same power of blighting and of consuming. But no sooner had he crossed the chapel, and shut with violence behind him the door of the vaulted entrance, by which it communicated with the castle, than the impropriety of his conduct supplied Warden with one of those happier subjects, for eloquence of which he knew how to take advantage for making a suitable impression on his hearers. He paused for an instant, and then pronounced in a slow and solemn voice, "The deep anathema he hath gone out from us, because he was not of us. The sick man hath been offended, at the wholesome bitter of the medicineth wounded patient, hath flinched from the friendly knife of the surgeon's sheep, hath fled from the sheepfold, and delivered himself to the wolf, because he could not assume the quiet and humble conduct demanded of us by the great shepherd. Ah, my brethren, beware of wrath, beware of pride, beware of the deadly and destroying sin, which so often shows itself to our frail eyes in the garments of light. What is our earthly honor? Pride, and pride only. What are earthly gifts and graces? Pride and vanity. Voyagers speak of Indian men who deck themselves with shells and anoint themselves with pigments and boast of their attire, as we do of our miserable carnal advantages. Pride could draw down the morning star from heaven, even to the verge of the pit. Pride and self-opinion kindled the flaming sword, which waves us off from paradise. Pride made Adam mortal, and a weary wanderer on the face of the earth, which he had else been at this day. The immortal Lord of pride brought amongst us sin, and doubles every sin it has brought. It is the outpost which the devil and the flesh most stubbornly maintain against the assaults of grace, and until it be subdued, and its barriers leveled with the very earth, there is more hope of a fool than of the sinner. Rend then from your bosoms this accursed shoot of the fatal apple, tear it up by the roots, though it be twisted with the cords of your life. Profit by the example of the miserable sinner that has passed from us, and embrace the means of grace, while it is called today, ere your conscience is seared as with a firebrand, and your ears deafened like those of the adder, and your heart hardened like the nether millstone. Up then, and be doing, wrestle and overcome, resist, and the enemy shall flee from you. Watch and pray, lest ye fall into temptation, And let the stumbling of others be your warning, and your example above all. Rely not on yourselves, for such self-confidence is even the worst symptom of the disorder itself. The Pharisee perhaps deemed himself humble, while he stooped in the temple and thanked God that he was not as other men, and even as the publican. But while his knees touched the marble pavement, his head was as high as the topmost pinnacle of the temple. Do not therefore deceive yourselves, and offer false coin where the purest you can present is. But as dross, think not that such will pass the assay of omnipotent wisdom, yet shrink not from the task, because as is my bounden duty, I do not disguise from you its difficulties. Self-searching can do much, meditation can do much, grace can do all. And he concluded with a touching and animating exhortation to his hearers to seek divine grace, which is perfected in human wackness. The audience did not listen to this address without being considerably affected, though it might be doubted whether the feelings of triumph excited by the disgraceful retreat of the favorite page did not greatly qualify in the minds of many the exhortations of the preacher to charity and to humility, and, in fact, the expression of their countenances much resembled the satisfied triumphant air of a set of children who, having just seen a companion punished for a fault in which they had no share, con their task with double glee, both because they themselves are out of the scrape, and because the culprit is in it. With very different feelings did the Lady of Avenel seek her own apartment. She felt angry at Warden, having made a domestic matter in which she took a personal interest the subject of such public discussion. But this, she knew the good man claimed as a branch of his Christian liberty as a preacher, and also that it was vindicated by the universal custom of his brethren. But the self-willed conduct of her protégé afforded her yet deeper concern that he had broken through in so remarkable a degree not only the respect due to her presence, but that which was paid to religious admonition in those days, with such peculiar reverence, argued a spirit as untamable as his enemies had represented him to possess. And yet, so far as he had been under her own eye, she had seen no more of that fiery spirit than appeared to her to become his years, and his vivacity. This opinion might be founded in some degree on partiality, in some degree, too, it might be owing to the kindness and indulgence which she had always extended to him, but still, she thought it impossible that she could be totally mistaken in the estimate she had formed of his character. The extreme of violence is scarce consistent with a course of continued hypocrisy, although Lilias charitably hinted that in some instances they were happily united, and therefore she could not exactly trust the report of others against her own experience and observation. The thoughts of this orphan boy clung to her heartstrings with a fondness for which she herself was unable to account. He seemed to have been sent to her by heaven to fill up those intervals of languor and vacuity which deprived her of much enjoyment. Perhaps he was not less dear to her, because she well saw that he was a favorite with no one else, and because she felt that to give him up was to afford the judgment of her husband and others a triumph over her own, a circumstance not quite indifferent to the best of spouses of either sex. In short, the Lady of Avenel formed the internal resolution that she would not desert her page, while her page could be rationally protected, and with a view of ascertaining how far this might be done, she caused him to be summoned to her presence. Chapter the 5th. In the wild storm, the seaman hews his mast down, and the merchant heaves to the billows whereas he once deemed precious. So prince and peer, mid popular contentions, cast off their favorites. Old plays. It was some time ere Roland Graham appeared. The messenger, his old friend Lilias, had at first attempted to open the door of his little apartment, with the charitable purpose, doubtless, of enjoying the confusion and marking the demeanor of the culprit. But an oblong bit of iron, yclept a bolt, was passed across the door on the inside, and prevented her benign intentions. Lilias knocked, and called at intervals, Roland Graham, Master Roland Graham, an emphasis on the word master. Will you be pleased to undo the door? What ails you? Are you at your prayers, in private, to complete the devotion which you left unfinished in public? Surely we must have a screen seat for you in the chapel, that your gentility may be free from the eyes of common folks. Still, no whisper was heard in reply. Well, Master Roland, said the waiting maid, I must tell my mistress that if she would have an answer she must either come herself, or send those on errand to you, who can beat the door down. What says your lady? Answered the page from within. Mary, open the door, and you shall hear, answered the waiting maid. I trow it becomes my lady's message to be listened to face, and I will not for your idle pleasure whistle it through a keyhole. Your mistress' name, said the page, opening the door, is too fair a cover for your impertinence. What says my lady? That you will be pleased to come to her directly in the withdrawing room, answered Lilias, I presume. She has some directions for you concerning the forms to be observed in leaving chapel in future. Say to my lady that I will directly wait on her, answered the page, and returning into his apartment, he once more locked the door in the face of the waiting maid. Rare courtesy, muttered Lilias, and returning to her mistress, acquainted her that Roland Graham would wait on her when it suited his convenience. What is that, his addition or your own phrase, Lilias? Said the lady coolly. Nay, madam, replied the attendant, not directly answering the question. He looked as if he could have said much more impertinent things than that if I had been willing to hear them, but here he comes to answer for himself. Roland Graham entered the apartment with a loftier mien, and somewhat a higher color than his wont. There was embarrassment in his manner, but it was neither that of fear nor of penitence. Young man, said the lady, what trow you I am to think of your conduct this day? If it has offended you, madam, I am deeply grieved, replied the youth. To have offended me alone, replied the lady, were but little you have been guilty of conduct, which will highly offend your master, of violence to your fellows events, and of disrespect to God himself in the person of his ambassador. Permit me again to reply, said the page, that if I have offended my only mistress, friend, and benefactress, it includes the sum of my guilt, and deserves the sum of my penitence. Sir Halbert Glendinning calls me not servant, nor do I call him master, is not entitled to blame me for chastising an insolent groomner. Do, I fear the wrath of heaven for treating with scorn the unauthorized interference of a meddling preacher. The Lady of Avenel had before this seen symptoms in her favorite of boyish petulance, and of impatience of censure or reproof, but his present demeanor was of a graver and more determined character, and she was for a moment at a loss how she should treat the youth, who seemed to have at once assumed the character, not only of a man, but of a bold and determined one. She paused an instant, and then assuming the dignity which was natural to her, she said, Is it to me, Roland, that you hold this language? Is it for the purpose of making me repent the favor I have shown you, that you declare yourself independent both of an earthly and a heavenly master? Have you forgotten what you were, and to what the loss of my protection would speedily again reduce you? Lady, said the page, I have forgot nothing, I remember, but too much I know that, but for you I should have perished in yon blue waves, pointing as he spoke to the lake, which was seen through the window, agitated by the western wind. Your goodness has gone farther, madam. You have protected me against the malice of others and against my own folly. You are free if you are willing to abandon the orphan you have reared. You have left nothing undone by him, and he complains of nothing. And yet, lady, do not think I have been ungrateful. I have endured something on my part, which I would have borne for the sake of no one but my benefactress. For my sake, said the lady. And what is it that I can have subjected you to endure which can be remembered with other feelings than those of thanks and gratitude? You are too just, madam, to require me to be thankful for the cold neglect with which your husband has uniformly treated men, neglect, not unmingled with fixed aversion. You are too just, madam, to require me to be grateful for the constant and unceasing marks of scorn and malevolence with which I have been treated by others, or for such a homily as that with which your reverend chaplain has, at my expense, this very day regaled the assembled household. Heard mortal ears the like of this, said the waiting maid with her hands expanded, and her eyes turned up to heaven. He speaks as if he were son of an earl, or of a belted knight the least penny. The page glanced on her a look of supreme contempt, but vouchsafed no other answer. His mistress, who began to feel herself seriously offended, and yet sorry for the youth's folly, took up the same tone. Indeed, Roland, you forget yourself so strangely, said she, that you will tempt me to take serious measures to lower you in your own opinion, by reducing you to your proper station in society. And that, added Lilias, would be best done by turning him out the same beggar's brat that your ladyship took him in. Lilias speaks too rudely, continued the lady, but she has spoken the truth, young man, nor do I think I ought to spare that pride which hath so completely turned your head. You have been tricked up with fine garments, and treated like the son of a gentleman, until you have forgot the fountain of your churlish blood. Craving your pardon, most honourable Madam, Lilias hath not spoken truth, nor does your ladyship know aught of my descent, which should entitle you to treat it with such decided scorn. I am no beggar's brat. Me grandmother begged from no one here nor elsewhere. Would have perished sooner on the bare moor we were harried out, and driven from our homey a chance, which has happed elsewhere, and to others Avenel Castle with its lake, and its towers was not at all times able to protect its inhabitants from want and desolation. Here but his assurance, said Lilias, he upbraids my lady with the distresses of her family. It had indeed been a theme more gratefully spared, said the lady, affected nevertheless with the allusion. It was necessary, madam, for my vindication, said the page, or I had not even hinted at a word that might give you pain. But believe, honoured lady, I am of no churl's blood, my proper descent, I know not, but my only relation has said, and my heart has echoed it back, and attested the truth that I am sprung of gentle blood, and deserve gentle usage. And upon an assurance so vague as this, said the lady, do you propose to expect all the regard, all the privileges befitting high rank and distinguished birth, and become a contender for concessions, which are only due to the noble? Go to Sir, know yourself, or the master of the household shall make you know, you are liable to the scourge, as a malapert boy, you have tasted too little the discipline fit for your age and station. The master of the household shall taste of my dagger ere I taste of his discipline, said the page, giving way to his restrained passion. Lady, I have been too long the vassal of a pantoufle, and the slave of a silver whistle. You must henceforth find some other to answer your call, and let him be of birth and spirit mean enough to brook the scorn of your menials, and to call a church vassal his master. I have deserved this insult, said the lady, colouring deeply, for so long enduring and fostering your petulance. Begone, sir, leave this castle tonight. I will send you the means of subsistence, till you find some honest mode of support, though I fear your imaginary grandeur will be above all others, save those of rapine and violence. Begone, sir, and see my face no more. The page threw himself at her feet in an agony of sorrow. My dear and honoured mistress, he said, but was unable to bring out another syllable. Arise, sir, said the lady, and let go my mantle. Hypocrisy is a poor cloak for ingratitude. I am incapable of either, madam, said the page, springing up with the hasty start of passion, which belonged to his rapid and impetuous temper. Think not I meant to implore permission to reside here. It has been long my determination to leave Avenel, and I will never forgive myself for having permitted you to say the word. Begone, ere I said I leave you. I did but kneel to ask your forgiveness for an ill-considered word used in the height of displeasure, but which ill became my mouth as addressed to you. Other grace I ask not. You have done much for me, but I repeat that you better know what you yourself have done than what I have suffered. Roland, said the lady, somewhat appeased, and relenting towards her favourite, you had me to appeal to when you were aggrieved. You were neither called upon to suffer wrong nor entitled to resent it when you were under my protection. And what said the youth? If I sustained wrong from those you loved and favoured, was I to disturb your peace with idle tale-bearings and eternal complaints? No, madam, I have borne my own burden in silence, and without disturbing you with murmurs, and the respect with which you accuse me of wanting furnishes the only reason why I have neither appealed to you nor taken vengeance at my own hand in a manner far more effectual. It is well, however, that we part. I was not born to be a stipendiary favoured by his mistress, until ruined by the calumnies of others. May heaven multiply its choicest blessings on your honoured head, and for your sake upon all that are dear to you. He was about to leave the apartment when the lady called upon him to return. He stood still, while she thus addressed him. It was not my intention, nor would it be just even in the height of my displeasure, to dismiss you without the means of support. Take this purse of gold. Forgive me, lady, said the boy, and let me go hence with the consciousness that I have not been degraded to the point of accepting alms, if my poor services can be placed against the expense of my apparel and my maintenance. I only remain debtor to you for my life, and that alone is a debt which I can never repay. Put up then that purse, and only say, instead, that you do not part from me in anger. No, not in anger, said the lady, in sorrow rather for your wilfulness, but take the gold, you cannot but need it. May God evermore bless you for the kind tone and the kind word, but the gold I cannot take. I am able of body, and do not lack friends so wholly, as you may think, for the time may come, that I may yet show myself more thankful than by mere words. He threw himself on his knees, kissed the hand which she did not withdraw, and then hastily left the apartment. Lilias for a moment or two kept her eye fixed on her mistress, who looked so unusually pale that she seemed about to faint, but the lady instantly recovered herself, and declining the assistance which her attendant offered her, walked to her own apartment. Chapter the 6th. Thou hast each secret of the household, Francis. I dare be sworn thou hast been in the buttery, steeping thy curious humour in fat ale, and in thy butler's tattle or chatting. with the glib waiting woman o'er her comfits. These bear the key to each domestic mystery. Old plays. Upon the morrow succeeding the scene we have described, the disgraced favourite left the castle, and at breakfast time, the cautious old steward and Mrs. Lilias sat in the apartment of the latter personage, holding grave converse on the important event of the day, sweetened by a small treat of comfits, to which the providence of Mr. Wingate had added a little flask of racy canary. "He is gone at last," said the Abigail, sipping her glass, "and here is to his good journey." "Amen," answered the steward gravely. "I wish the poor deserted lad no Roman 99. And he is gone like a wild duck. As he came," continued Mrs. Lilias, "no lowering of drawbridges or pacing along causeways for him. My master has pushed off in the boat which they call the Little Herod, more shame to them, for giving the name of a Christian to wood and iron, and has rowed himself by himself to the farther side of the loch, and off and away with himself, and left all his finery strewed about his room. I wonder who is to clean his trumpery out after him, though the things are worth lifting too." "Doubtless Mistress Lilias," answered the master of the household, "in the which case I am free to think they will not long cumber the floor." "And now tell me, Master Wingate," continued the damsel, "do not the very cockles of your heart rejoice at the house being rid of this upstart whelp that flung us all into shadow?" "Why, Mistress Lilias," replied Wingate, "as to rejoicing, those who have lived as long in great families as has been my lot, will be in no hurry to rejoice at anything. And for Roland Graham, though he may be a good riddance in the main, yet what says the very sooth proverb, seldom comes a better." "Seldom comes a better, indeed," echoed Mrs. Lilias. "I say never can come a worse, or one half so bad. He might have been the ruin of our poor dear mistress. Here she used her kerchief body and soul, and estate too, for she spent more coin on his apparel than on any 4 servants about the house." "Mistress Lilias," said the sage steward, "I do opine that our mistress requireth not this pity at your hands, being in all respects competent to take care of her own body, soul, and estate into the bargain." "You would not mayhap have said so," answered the waiting woman, "had you seen how like Lot's wife she looked when young master took his leave. My mistress is a good lady, and a virtuous and a well-doing lady, and a well-spoken, but I would not Sir Halbert had seen her last evening for 2 and a plaque." "Oh, foy, foy, foy," reiterated the steward, "servants should hear and see, and say nothing besides, that my lady is utterly devoted to Sir Halbert, as well she may, being, as he is the most renowned knight in these parts." "Well, well," said the Abigail, "I mean no more harm, but they that seek least renown abroad are most apt to find quiet at home. That's all, and my lady's lonesome situation is to be considered, that made her fain to take up with the first beggar's brat, that a dog brought her out of the loch. And therefore," said the steward, "I say rejoice not too much or too hastily, Mistress Lilias, for if your lady wished a favourite to pass away, the time depend upon it, the time will not pass lighter now that he is gone, so she will have another favourite to choose for herself, and be assured if she wishes such a toy she will not lack one." "And where should she choose one but among her own tried and faithful servants," said Mrs. Lilias, "who have broken her bread and drunk her drink for so many years. I have known many a lady as high as she is, that never thought either of a friend or favourite beyond their own waiting woman, always having a proper respect at the same time for their old and faithful master of the household, Master Wingate." "Truly, Mistress Lilias," replied the steward, "I do partly see the mark at which you shoot, but I doubt your bolt will fall short, matters being with Our Lady, as it likes you to suppose. It will neither be your crimped pinners, Mrs. Lilias, speaking of them with due respect, nor my silver hair or golden chain, that will fill up the void which Roland Graham must needs leave in Our Lady's leisure. There will be a learned young divine with some new doctrinia, learned leech with some new druga, bold cavalier, who will not be refused the favour of wearing her colours at a running at the ringa, cunning harper, that could harp the heart out of woman's breast, as they say Signer David Rizzio did to our poor Queenthes, are the sort of folk who supply the loss of a well-favoured favourite, and not an old steward or a middle-aged waiting woman." "Well," replied Lilias, "you have experience, Master Wingate, and truly I would my master would leave off his picking hither and thither, and look better after the affairs of his household. There will be a papistry among us next, for what should I see among master's clothes but a string of gold beads? I promise you aves and credos, both I seized on them like a falcon." "I doubt it not, I doubt it not," said the steward, sagaciously nodding his head. "I have often noticed that the boy had strange observances which savoured of popery, and that he was very jealous to conceal them, but you will find the Catholic under the Presbyterian cloak, as often as the knave under the friar's hood. What? Then, we are all mortal right proper beads, they are, he added, looking attentively at them, and may weigh 4 ounces of fine gold. And I will have them melted down presently, she said, before they be the misguiding of some poor blinded soul. Very cautious, indeed, mistress, Lilias, said the steward, nodding his head in assent. I will have them made, said Mrs. Lilias, into a pair of shoebuckles. I would not wear the Pope's trinkets, or whatever has once borne the shape of them, 1 inch above my instep. Were they diamonds instead of gold? But this is what has come of Father Ambrose coming about the castle, as demure as a cat that is about to steal cream. Father Ambrose is our master's brother, said the steward gravely. Very true, Master Wingate, answered the dame. But is that a good reason why he should pervert the king's liege subjects to papistry? Heaven forbid, mistress, Lilias, answered the sententious majordomo, but yet there are worse folk than the papists. I wonder where they are to be found, said the waiting woman with some asperity, but I believe, Master Wingate, if one were to speak to you about the devil himself, you would say there were worse people than Satan. Assuredly, I might say so, replied the steward, supposing that I saw Satan standing at my elbow. The waiting woman started, and having exclaimed, God bless us, added, I wonder, Master Wingate, you can take pleasure in frightening one thus. Nay, Mistress Lilias, I had no such purpose, was the reply. But look you, hereth papists are but put down for the present. But who knows how long this word present will last? There are 2 great popish earls in the north of England that abominate the very word Reformation. I mean the Northumberland and Westmoreland earls, men of power enough to shake any throne in Christendom. Then though our Scottish king be, God bless him, a true Protestant, yet he is but a boy, and here is his mother, that was our queen, I trust. There is no harm to say God bless her too, and she is a Catholic, and many begin to think she has had but hard measure, such as the Hamiltons in the west, and some of our border clans here, and the Gordons in the north, who are all wishing to see a new world. And if such a new world should chance to come up, it is like that the queen will take back her own crown, and that the mass and the cross will come up, and then down go pulpits, genevagons, and black silk skullcaps. And have you, Master Jasper Wingate, who have heard the word, and listened unto pure and precious Mr. Henry Warden, have you, I say, the patience to speak, or but to think of popery coming down on us like a storm, or of the woman Mary again, making the royal seat of Scotland a throne of abomination? No marvel that you are so civil to the cowled monk Father Ambrose, when he comes hither with his downcast eyes that he never raises to my lady's face, and with his low sweetened voice, and his benedicities and his benisons, and who's so ready to take them kindly as Master Wingate. Mistress Lilias, replied the butler with an air which was intended to close the debate, there are reasons for all things. If I received Father Ambrose debonairly, and suffered him to steal a word now and then with this same Roland Graham, it was not that I cared a brass bottle for his benison or malison either, but only because I respected my master's blood. And who can answer if Mary come in again, whether he may not be as stout a tree to lean to as ever his brother hath proved to us? For down goes the Earl of Murray when the Queen comes by her own again, and good is his luck if he can keep the head on his own shoulders. And down goes our knight with the Earl his patron, and who so like to mount into his empty saddle, as this same Father Ambrose the Pope of Rome, can so soon dispense with his vows. And then we should have Sir Edward the soldier, instead of Ambrose the priest. Anger and astonishment kept Mrs. Lilias silent while her old friend, in his self-complacent manner, was making known to her his political speculations. At length, her resentment found utterance in words of great ire and scorn. What, Master Wingate, have you eaten my mistress bread, to say nothing of my master's, so many years, that you could live to think of her being dispossessed of her own castle of Avenel by a wretched monk, who is not a drop's blood to her in the way of relation? I that am. But a woman would try first whether my rock or his cowl was the better metal. Shame on you, Master Wingate. If I had not held you as so old an acquaintance, this should have gone to my lady's ears, though I had been called Pickthank and Tailpiot for my pains, as when I told of Roland Graham shooting the wild swan. Master Wingate was somewhat dismayed at perceiving that the details which he had given of his far-sighted political views had produced on his hearer rather suspicion of his fidelity than admiration of his wisdom, and endeavored as hastily as possible to apologize, and to explain, although internally extremely offended at the unreasonable view, as he deemed it, which it had pleased Mistress Lilias Bradbourne to take of his expressions, and mentally convinced that her disapprobation of his sentiments arose solely out of the consideration that though Father Ambrose, supposing him to become the master of the castle, would certainly require the services of a steward, yet those of a waiting woman would in the supposed circumstances be altogether superfluous. After his explanation had been received as explanations usually, are the two friends separated Lilias to attend the silver whistle, which called her to her mistress' chamber, and the sapient majordomo to the duties of his own department, they parted with less than their usual degree of reverence, and regard for the steward felt that his worldly wisdom was rebuked by the more disinterested attachment of the waiting woman, and Mistress Lilias Bradbourne was compelled to consider her old friend as something little better than a time-server. Chapter the 7th. When I hae a saxpence under my thumb, then I get credit in ilka town. But when I am pure they bid me gie by. O poverty parts good company. Old song. While the departure of the page afforded subject for the conversation which we have detailed in our last chapter, the late favourite was far advanced on his solitary journey, without well knowing what was its object, or what was likely to be its end. He had rowed the skiff in which he left the castle to the side of the lake most distant from the village, with the desire of escaping from the notice of the inhabitants. His pride whispered that he would be in his discarded state only the subject of their wonder, and compassion and his generosity told him that any mark of sympathy which his situation should excite might be unfavorably reported at the castle. A trifling incident convinced him he had little to fear for his friends. On the latter score he was met by a young man some years older than himself, who had on former occasions been but too happy to be permitted to share in his sports, in the subordinate character of his assistant Ralph Fisher, approached to greet him with all the alacrity of an humble friend. What, Master Roland, abroad on this side, and without either hawk or hound? Hawk or hound, said Roland, I will never perhaps hollow to again. I have been dismissed, that is, I have left the castle. Ralph was surprised what you are to pass into the knight's service, and take the black jack and the lance. Indeed, replied Roland Graham, I am not. I am now leaving the service of Avenel for ever. And whither are you going, then? Said the young peasant. Nay, that is a question which it craves time to answer. I have that matter to determine, yet, replied the disgraced favourite. Nay, nay, said Ralph, I warrant you it is the same to you. Which way you go, me lady would not dismiss you, till she had put some lining into the pouches of your doublet. Sordid slave, said Roland Graham, dost thou think I would have accepted a boon from one who was giving me over a prey to detraction, and to ruin at the instigation of a canting priest, and a meddling serving woman? The bread that I had bought with such an alms would have choked me at the first mouthful. Ralph looked at his quondam friend with an air of wonder, not unmixed with contempt. Well, he said at length, no occasion for passion. Each man knows his own stomach best, but were I on a black moor at this time of day, not knowing whither I was going, I should be glad to have a broad piece or two in my pouch come by them, as I could. But perhaps you will go with me to my father's. That is for a night, for tomorrow we expect my uncle Menelaus and all his folk, but as I said, for one night. The cold-blooded limitation of the offered shelter to one night only, and that tendered most unwillingly, offended the pride of the discarded favourite. I would rather sleep on the fresh heather, as I have done many a night on less occasion, said Roland Graham, than in the smoky garret of your father, that smells of peat smoke and usquebaugh like a Highlander's plaid. You may choose, my master, if you are so nice, replied Ralph Fisher. You may be glad to smell a peat fire, and usquebaugh too, if you journey long in the fashion you propose. You might have said God a mercy for your proffer, though it is not every one that will put themselves in the way of ill will, by harbouring a discarded servingman. Ralph, said Roland Graham, I would pray you to remember that I have switched you before now, and this is the same ridingwand which you have tasted. Ralph, who was a thick-set clownish figure, arrived at his full strength, and conscious of the most complete personal superiority, laughed contemptuously at the threats of the slight-made stripling. It may be the same wand, he said, but not the same hand, and that is as good rhyme as if it were in a ballad. Look you, my lady's page, that was when your switch was up, it was no fear of you, but of your betters that kept mine down, and I wot not what hinders me from clearing old scores with this hazel rung, and showing you it was your lady's livericoat which I spared, and not your flesh and blood, Master Roland. In the midst of his rage, Roland Graham was just wise enough to see that by continuing this altercation, he would subject himself to very rude treatment from the boor who was so much older and stronger than himself, and while his antagonist, with a sort of jeering laugh of defiance, seemed to provoke the contest, he felt the full bitterness of his own degraded condition, and burst into a passion of tears, which he in vain endeavored to conceal with both his hands. Even the rough churl was moved with the distress of his quondam companion. "Nay, Master Roland," he said, "I did, but as twere jest with thee I would not harm thee man were it, but for old acquaintance sake, but ever look to a man's inches ere you talk of switching we thine arm man, is but like a spindle compared to mine. But hark, I hear old Adam Woodcock hollowing to his hawk. Come along, man, we will have a merry afternoon, and go jollily to my father's, in spite of the peat smoke and usquebaugh to boot. Maybe we may put you into some honest way of winning your bread, though it's hard to come by in these broken times." The unfortunate page made no answer, nor did he withdraw his hands from his face, and Fisher continued in what he imagined a suitable tone of comfort. "Why, man, when you were my lady's minion men held you proud, and some thought you a papist, and I wot not what, and so now that you have no one to bear you out you must be companionable and hearty, and wait on the minister's examinations, and put these things out of folks' head. And if he says you are in fault you must jouk your head to the stream, and if a gentleman or a gentleman's gentleman give you a rough word, or a light blow, you must only say thank you for dusting my doublet, or the like, as I have done by you. But hark to Woodcock's whistle again. Come, and I will teach you all the trick on't as we go on." "I thank you," said Roland Graham, endeavoring to assume an air of indifference and of superiority, "but I have another path before me, and were it otherwise I could not tread in yours." "Very true, Master Roland," replied the clown, "and every man knows his own matters best, and so I will not keep you from the path. As you say, give us a grip of your hand, man, for auld lang syne what not clap palms ere we part. Well, so be it. A wilful man will have his way, and so farewell, and the blessing of the morning to you." Good morrow," said Roland hastily, and the clown walked lightly off whistling, as he went, and glad apparently to be rid of an acquaintance whose claims might be troublesome, and who had no longer the means to be serviceable to him. Roland Graham compelled himself to walk on while they were within sight of each other, that his former intimate might not augur any vacillation of purpose or uncertainty of object from his remaining on the same spot. But the effort was a painful one. He seemed stunned, as it were, and giddy. The earth on which he stood felt as if unsound and quaking under his feet like the surface of a bog, and he had once or twice nearly fallen. Though the path he trode was a firm greensward, he kept resolutely moving forward, in spite of the internal agitation to which these symptoms belonged, until the distant form of his acquaintance disappeared behind the slope of a hill, when his heart failed at once, and sitting down on the turf remote from human ken, he gave way to the natural expressions of wounded pride, grief, and fear, and wept with unrestrained profusion and unqualified bitterness. When the first violent paroxysm of his feelings had subsided, the deserted and friendless youth felt that mental relief which usually follows such discharges of sorrow. The tears continued to chase each other down his cheeks, but they were no longer accompanied by the same sense of desolation. An afflicting yet milder sentiment was awakened in his mind by the recollection of benefactress of the unwearied kindness which had attached her to him in spite of many acts of provoking petulance, now recollected as offenses of a deep dye, which had protected him against the machinations of others, as well as against the consequences of his own folly, and would have continued to do so had not the excess of his presumption compelled her to withdraw her protection. "Whatever indignity I have borne," he said, "has been the just reward of my own ingratitude, and have I done well to accept the hospitality, the more than maternal kindness of my protectress, yet to detain from her the knowledge of my religion. But she shall know that a Catholic has as much gratitude as a Puritan, that I have been thoughtless, but not wicked, that in my wildest moments I have loved, respected, and honored Herand, that the orphan boy might indeed be heedless, but was never ungrateful." He turned as these thoughts passed through his mind, and began hastily to retread his footsteps towards the castle, but he checked the first eagerness of his repentant haste when he reflected on the scorn and contempt with which the family were likely to see the return of the fugitive, humbled as they must necessarily suppose him into a supplicant who requested pardon for his fault and permission to return to his service. He slackened his pace, but he stood not still. "I care not," he resolutely determined, "let them wink, point, nod, sneer, speak of the conceit which is humbled, of the pride which has had a fall. I care not, it is a penance due to my folly, and I will endure it with patience. But if she also my benefactress, if she also should think me sordid and weak-spirited enough to beg not for her pardon alone, but for a renewal of the advantages which I derived from her favor her suspicion of my meanness, I will not brook. He stood still, and his pride rallying with constitutional obstinacy against his more just feeling, urged that he would incur the scorn of the Lady of Avenel, rather than obtain her favor, by following the course which the first ardor of his repentant feelings had dictated to him. If I had but some plausible pretext, he thought some ostensible reason for my return, some excuse to allege, which might show I came not as a degraded supplicant, or a discarded menial, I might go thither, but, as I am, I cannot. Me heart would leap from its place and burst. As these thoughts swept through his mind, something passed in the air so near him as to dazzle his eyes, and almost to brush the plume in his cap. He looked Abbot, was the favorite falcon of Sir Halbert, which flying around his head, seemed to claim his attention as that of a well-known friend. Roland extended his arm, and gave the accustomed whoop, and the falcon instantly settled on his wrist, and began to prune itself, glancing at the youth from time to time, an acute and brilliant beam of its hazel eye, which seemed to ask why he caressed it, not with his usual fondness. "Ah, Diamond," he said, as if the bird understood him, "thou and I must be strangers henceforward. Many a gallant stoop have I seen thee make, and many a brave heron strike down. But that is all gone and over, and there is no hawking more for me." "And why not, Master Roland?" said Adam Woodcock, the falconer, who came at that instant from behind a few alder bushes which had concealed him from view. "Why should there be no more hawking for you? Why, man, what were our life without our sports? Thou know'st the jolly old song. And rather would Allan in dungeon lie than live at large where the falcon cannot fly. And Allan would rather lie in Sexton's Pound than live where he followed not the merry hawk and hound." The voice of the falconer was hearty and friendly, and the tone in which he half sung, half recited his rude ballad, implied honest frankness and cordiality. But remembrance of their quarrel and its consequences embarrassed Roland, and prevented his reply. The falconer saw his hesitation and guessed the cause. "What now," said he, "Master Roland, do you, who are half an Englishman, think that I, who am a whole one, would keep up anger against you, and you in distress, that were like some of the Scots my masters, reverence, always excepted, who can be fair and false, and wait their time, and keep their mind, as they say to themselves, and touch pot and flagon with you, and hunt and hawk with you, and, after all, when time serves, pay off some old feud with the point of the dagger? Canny Yorkshire has no memory for such old sores. Why, man, and you had hit me a rough blow, maybe, I would rather have taken it from you than a rough word from another, for you have a good notion of falconry, though you stand up for washing the meat for the eyases. So give us your hand, man, and bear no malice." Roland, though he felt his proud blood rebel at the familiarity of honest Adam's address, could not resist its downright frankness. Covering his face with the one hand, he held out the other to the falconer, and returned with readiness his friendly grasp. "Why, this is hearty now," said Woodcock. "I always said you had a kind heart, though you have a spice of the devil in your disposition, that is certain. I came this way with the falcon, on purpose to find you and yon half-bred. Lubbard told me which way you took flight. You ever thought too much that kestrel kite, Master Roland, and he knows not of sport after all, but what he caught from you. I saw how it had been betwixt you, and I sent him out of my company with a wannion. I would rather have a rifler on my perch than a false knave at my elbow end. Now, Master Roland, tell me what way wing ye?" "That is as God pleases," replied the page, with a sigh which he could not suppress. "Nay, man, never droop a feather for being cast off," said the falconer, "who knows but you may soar the better and fairer flight for all this. Yet look at Diamond, there 'tis a noble bird, and shows gallantly with his hood and bells and jesses, but there is many a wild falcon in Norway that would not change properties with him, and that is what I would say of you. You are no longer my lady's page, and you will not clothe so fair, or feed so well, or sleep so soft, or show so gallant. What of all that, if you are not her page, you are your own man, and may go where you will without minding whoop or whistle. The worst is the loss of the sport. But who knows what you may come to? They say that Sir Halbert himself, I speak with reverence, was once glad to be the abbot's forester, and now he has hounds and hawks of his own, and Adam Woodcock for a falconer to the boot." "You are right, and say well, Adam," answered the youth, the blood mantling in his cheeks. "The falcon will soar higher without his bells than with them, though the bells be made of silver." "That is cheerily spoken," replied the falconer, "and whither now?" "I thought of going to the Abbey of Kennaquhair," answered Roland Graham, "to ask the counsel of Father Ambrose." "And joy go with you," said the falconer, "though it is likely you may find the old monks in some sorrow, They say the commons are threatening to turn them out of their cells, and make a devil's mass of it in the old church, thinking, they have forborne that sport too long and troth, I am clear of the same opinion. Then will Father Ambrose be the better of having a friend beside him, said the page manfully. Ay, but my young fear not, replied the falconer, the friend will scarce be the better of being beside Father Ambrose, may come by the redder's lick, and that is ever the worst of the battle. I care not for that, said the page, the dread of a lick should not hold me back, but I fear I may bring trouble between the brothers by visiting Father Ambrose. I will tarry tonight at St. Cuthbert's cell, where the old priest will give me a night's shelter, and I will send to Father Ambrose to ask his advice before I go down to the convent. By Our Lady, said the falconer, and that is a likely plan. And now, he continued, exchanging his frankness of manner for a sort of awkward embarrassment, as if he had somewhat to say that he had no ready means to bring autan now, you wot well, that I wear a pouch for my hawk's meat. Footnote: this same hag, like everything belonging to falconry, was esteemed an honourable distinction, and worn often by the nobility and gentry. One of the Somervilles of Camnethan was called Sir John with the red bag, because it was his wont to wear his hawking pouch covered with satin of that colour, and so forth. But wot you what it is lined with, Master Roland? With leather, to be sure, replied Roland, somewhat surprised at the hesitation with which Adam Woodcock asked a question apparently so simple. With leather, lad, said Woodcock, aye, and with silver to the boot of that. See here, he said, showing a secret slit in the lining of his bag of officer, they are 30 good hairy groats as ever were struck in bluff old Hal's time, and 10 of them are right heartily at your service, and now the murder is out. Roland's first idea was to refuse his assistance, but he recollected the vows of humility which he had just taken upon him, and it occurred that this was the opportunity to put his new-formed resolution to the test. Assuming a strong command of himself, he answered Adam Woodcock with as much frankness as his nature permitted him to wear, in doing what was so contrary to his inclinations, that he accepted thankfully of his kind offer, while to soothe his own reviving pride, he could not help adding he hoped soon to requite the obligation. That as you list, young man, said the falconer with glee, counting out, and delivering to his young friend, the supply he had so generously offered, and then adding with great cheerfulness, now, you may go through the world, for he that can back a horse wind a horn hollow, a greyhound fly a hawk, and play at sword and buckler with a whole pair of shoes, a green jacket, and 10 lily-white groats in his pouch, may bid Father Care hang himself in his own jesses. Farewell, and God be with you. So saying, and as if desirous to avoid the thanks of his companion, he turned hastily round, and left Roland Graham to pursue his journey alone. Chapter the 8th. The sacred taper's lights are gone. Grey moss has clad the altar stone. The holy image is o'erthrown. The bell has ceased to toll. The long ribbed aisles are burst and shrunk. The holy shrines to ruin sunk. Departed is the pious monk. God's blessing on his soul. Rediviva. The cell of St. Cuthbert, as it was called, marked, or was supposed to mark, one of those resting places which that venerable saint was pleased to assign to his monks, when his convent, being driven from Lindisfarne by the Danes, became a peripatetic society of religionists, and bearing their patron's body on their shoulders, transported him from place to place through Scotland and the borders of England, until he was pleased at length to spare them the pain of carrying him farther, and to choose his ultimate place of rest in the lordly towers of Durham. The odour of his sanctity remained behind him at each place where he had granted the monks a transient respite from their labours, and proud were those who could assign as his temporary resting place any spot within their vicinity. There were few cells more celebrated and honoured than that of St. Cuthbert, to which Roland Graham now bent his way, situated considerably to the northwest of the great Abbey of Kennaquhair, on which it was dependent. In the neighbourhood were some of those recommendations which weighed with the experienced priesthood of Rome in choosing their sites for places of religion. There was a well possessed of some medicinal qualities, which of course claimed the saint for its guardian and patron, and occasionally produced some advantage to the recluse who inhabited his cell, since none could reasonably expect to benefit by the fountain who did not extend their bounty to the saint's chaplain. A few rods of fertile land afforded the monk his plot of garden ground. An eminence well clothed with trees rose behind the cell, and sheltered it from the north and the east, while the front, opening to the southwest, looked up a wild but pleasant valley, down which wandered a lively brook, which battled with every stone that interrupted its passage. The cell itself was rather plainly than rudely constructed a low Gothic building, with two small apartments, one of which served the priest for his dwelling place, the other for his chapel, as there were few of the secular clergy who durst venture to reside so near the border. The assistance of this monk in spiritual affairs had not been useless to the community, while the Catholic religion retained the ascendancy as he could marry, christen, and administer the other sacraments of the Roman Church. Of late, however, as the Protestant doctrines gained ground, he had found it convenient to live in close retirement, and to avoid as much as possible drawing upon himself observation or animadversion. The appearance of his habitation, however, when Roland Graham came before it in the close of the evening, plainly showed that his caution had been finally ineffectual. The page's first movement was to knock at the door, when he observed to his surprise that it was open not from being left unlatched, but because beat off its upper hinge. It was only fastened to the doorpost by the lower, and could therefore no longer perform its functions. Somewhat alarmed at this, and receiving no answer when he knocked and called, Roland began to look more at leisure upon the exterior of the little dwelling. Before he ventured to enter it, the flowers, which had been trained with care against the walls, seemed to have been recently torn down, and trailed their dishonored garlands on the earth. The latticed window was broken and dashed in the garden, which the monk had maintained by his constant labor in the highest order, and beauty bore marks of having been lately trod down and destroyed by the hoofs of animals and the feet of men. The sainted spring had not escaped. It was wont to rise beneath a canopy of ribbed arches, with which the devotion of elder times had secured and protected its healing waters. These arches were now almost entirely demolished, and the stones of which they were built were tumbled into the well as if for the purpose of choking up and destroying the fountain which, as it had shared in other days the honor of the saint, was in the present doomed to partake his unpopularity. Part of the roof had been pulled down from the house itself, and an attempt had been made with crows and levers upon one of the angles, by which several large cornerstones had been forced out of their place, but the solidity of ancient masonwork had proved too great for the time or patience of the assailants, and they had relinquished their task of destruction. Such dilapidated buildings, after the lapse of years, during which nature has gradually covered the effects of violence with creeping plants, and with weather stains, exhibit amid their decay a melancholy beauty. But when the visible effects of violence appear raw and recent, there is no feeling to mitigate the sense of devastation with which they impress the spectators, and such was now the scene on which the youthful page gazed with the painful feelings it was qualified to excite. When his first momentary surprise was over, Roland Graham was at no loss to conjecture the cause of these ravages. The destruction of the popish edifices did not take place at once throughout Scotland, but at different times and according to the spirit which actuated the reformed clergy, some of whom instigated their hearers to these acts of demolition, and others with better taste and feeling endeavored to protect the ancient shrines, while they desired to see them purified from the objects which had attracted idolatrous devotion from time to time. Therefore the populace of the Scottish towns and villages, when instigated either by their own feelings of abhorrence for popish superstition or by the doctrines of the more zealous preachers, resumed the work of destruction, and exercised it upon some sequestered church chapel or cell, which had escaped the first burst of their indignation against the religion of Rome. In many places the vices of the Catholic clergy, arising out of the wealth and the corruption of that tremendous hierarchy, furnished too good an apology for wreaking vengeance upon the splendid edifices which they inhabited, and of this an old Scottish historian gives a remarkable instance. "Why mourn ye," said an aged matron, seeing the discontent of some of the citizens, "while a stately convent was burnt by the multitude? Who mourn ye for its destruction? If you knew half the flagitious wickedness which has been perpetrated within that house, you would rather bless the divine judgment, which permits not even the senseless walls that screened such profligacy any longer to cumber Christian ground." But although in many instances the destruction of the Roman Catholic buildings might be in the matron's way of judging an act of justice, and in others an act of policy, there is no doubt that the humor of demolishing monuments of ancient piety and munificence, and that in a poor country like Scotland, where there was no chance of their being replaced, was both useless, mischievous, and barbarous. In the present instance, the unpretending and quiet seclusion of the monk of St. Cuthbert's had hitherto saved him from the general wreck, but it would seem ruin had now at length reached him. Anxious to discover if he had at least escaped personal harm, Roland Graham entered the half-ruined cell. The interior of the building was in a state which fully justified the opinion he had formed from its external injuries. The few rude utensils of the solitary's hut were broken down, and lay scattered on the floor, where it seemed as if a fire had been made with some of the fragments to destroy the rest of his property, and to consume in particular the rude old image of St. Cuthbert in its episcopal habit, which lay on the hearth like Dagon of yore, shattered with the axe and scorched with the flames, but only partially destroyed in the little apartment which served as a chapel. The altar was overthrown, and the 4 huge stones of which it had been once composed lay scattered around the floor. The large stone crucifix, which occupied the niche behind the altar, and fronted the supplicant while he paid his devotion, there had been pulled down and dashed by its own weight into 3 fragments. There were marks of sledgehammers on each of these, yet the image had been saved from utter demolition by the size and strength of the remaining fragments, which though much injured retained enough of the original sculpture to show what it had been intended to represent. Footnote: I may here observe that this is entirely an ideal scene. St. Cuthbert, a person of established sanctity, had no doubt several places of worship on the borders, where he flourished whilst living, but Tilmouth Chapel is the only one which bears some resemblance to the hermitage described in the text. It has indeed a well famous for gratifying 3 wishes for every worshipper who shall quaff the fountain with sufficient belief in its efficacy. At this spot, the saint is said to have landed in his stone coffin in which he sailed down the Tweed from Melrose, and here the stone coffin long lay, in evidence of the fact the late Sir Francis Blake de Laval is said to have taken the exact measure of the coffin, and to have ascertained by hydrostatic principles that it might have actually swum a profane farmer in the neighborhood, announced his intention of converting this last bed of the saint into a trough for his swine. But the profanation was rendered impossible either by the saint or by some pious votary in his behalf, for on the following morning, the stone sarcophagus was found broken in 2 fragments. Tilmouth Chapel, with these points of resemblance, lies, however, in exactly the opposite direction as regards Melrose, which the supposed cell of St. Cuthbert is said to have borne towards Kennaquhair. Roland Graham, secretly nursed in the tenets of Rome, saw with horror the profanation of the most sacred emblem, according to his creed of our holy religion. "It is the badge of our redemption," he said, "which the felons have dared to violate. Would to God my weak strength were able to replace it, me humble strength to atone for the sacrilege." He stooped to the task he first meditated, and with a sudden and to himself almost an incredible exertion of power, he lifted up the one extremity of the lower shaft of the cross, and rested it upon the edge of the large stone, which served for its pedestal. Encouraged by this success, he applied his force to the other extremity, and to his own astonishment, succeeded so far as to erect the lower end of the limb into the socket out of which it had been forced, and to place this fragment of the image upright. While he was employed in this labor, or rather at the very moment when he had accomplished the elevation of the fragment, a voice in thrilling and well-known accents spoke behind him these words: "Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thus would I again meet the child of my loved hope of my aged eyes." Roland turned round in astonishment, and the tall commanding form of Magdalen Graham stood beside him. She was arrayed in a sort of loose habit in form like that worn by penitents in Catholic countries, but black in color, and approaching as near to a pilgrim's cloak as it was safe to wear in a country where the suspicion of Catholic devotion in many places endangered the safety of those who were suspected of attachment to the ancient faith. Roland Graham threw himself at her feet. She raised and embraced him with affection indeed, but not unmixed with gravity, which amounted almost to sternness. "Thou hast kept well," she said, "the bird in thy bosom." Footnote: an expression used by Sir Ralph Percy slain in the Battle of Hedgelamore in 1464, when dying to express his having preserved unstained his fidelity to the house of Lancaster. "As a boy, as a youth, thou hast held fast thy faith amongst heretics, thou hast kept thy secret, and mine own amongst thine enemies. I wept when I parted from you, I who seldom weep then shed tears less for thy death than for thy spiritual danger. I dared not even see thee to bid thee a last farewell. Me grief, my swelling grief, had betrayed me to these heretics. But thou hast been faithful down on thy knees, before the holy sign, which evil men injure and blaspheme down, and praise saints and angels for the grace they have done thee in preserving thee from the leprous plague, which cleaves to the house in which thou wert nurtured." "If my mother so I must ever call you," replied Grimmest, "I am returned such as thou wouldst wish me. Thou must thank the care of the pious Father Ambrose, whose instructions confirmed your early precepts, and taught me at once to be faithful and to be silent. Be he blessed, for it said, she blessed in the cell and in the field in the pulpit, and at the altar the saints rain blessings on him. Are just and employ his pious care to counteract the evils which his detested brother works against the realm, and the church, but he knew not of thy lineage. I could not myself tell him that, answered Roland, I knew, but darkly from your words, that Sir Halbert Glendinning holds mine inheritance, and that I am of blood as noble as runs in the veins of any Scottish baron. These are things not to be forgotten, but for the explanation I must now look to you. And when time suits thou shalt not look for it in vain, but men say, my son, that thou art bold and sudden, and those who bear such tempers are not lightly to be trusted with what will strongly move them. Say rather, my mother, returned Roland Graham, that I am laggard and cold-blooded. What patience, or endurance, can you require of which he is not capable, who for years has heard his religion ridiculed and insulted, yet failed to plunge his dagger into the blasphemer's bosom? Be contented, my child, replied Magdalen Graham. The time which then, and even now, demands patience, will soon ripen to that of effort and action. Great events are on the wing, and thou shalt have thy share in advancing them. Thou hast relinquished the service of the Lady of Avenel. I have been dismissed from it. My mother, I have lived to be dismissed, as if I were the meanest of the It is the better, my child replied, she thy mind will be the more hardened to undertake that which must be performed. Let it be nothing then against the Lady of Avenel, said the page, as thy look and words seem to imply. I have eaten her bread, I have experienced her favor, I will neither injure nor betray her. Of that hereafter, my son, said she, but learn this, that it is not for thee to capitulate in thy duty, and to say this will I do, and that will I leave undone. No, Roland, God and man will no longer abide the wickedness of this generation. Seest thou these fragments? Knowest thou what they represent, and canst thou think it is for thee to make distinctions amongst a race so accursed by heaven, that they renounce, violate, blaspheme, and destroy whatsoever we are commanded to believe, in whatsoever we are commanded to reverence? As she spoke, she bent her head towards the broken image, with a countenance in which strong resentment and zeal were mingled with an expression of ecstatic devotion. She raised her left hand aloft, as in the act of making a vow, and thus proceeded. Bear witness for me, blessed symbol of our salvation, bear witness, holy saint, within whose violated temple we stand, that as it is not for vengeance of my own, that my hate pursues these people, so neither for any favor or earthly affection towards any amongst them will I withdraw my hand from the plough, when it shall pass through the devoted furrow. Bear witness, holy saint, once thyself a wanderer and fugitive, as we are no. Bear witness, Mother of Mercy, Queen of Heaven, bear witness, saints and angels. In this high train of enthusiasm, she stood, raising her eyes through the fractured roof of the vault to the stars, which now began to twinkle through the pale twilight, while the long gray tresses which hung down over her shoulders waved in the night breeze, which the chasm and fractured windows admitted freely. Roland Graham was too much awed by early habits, as well as by the mysterious import of her words, to ask for farther explanation of the purpose she obscurely hinted at, nor did she farther press him on the subject, for having concluded her prayer or obtestation by clasping her hands together with solemnity, and then signing herself with the cross, she again addressed her grandson, in a tone more adapted to the ordinary business of life. Thou must hence, she said, Roland, thou must hence, but not till morning. And now how wilt thou shift for thy night's quarters? Thou hast been more softly bred than when we were companions in the misty hills of Cumberland and Liddesdale. I have at least preserved, my good mother, the habits which I then learned. Can lie hard, feed sparingly, and think it no hardship. Since I was a wanderer with thee on the hills, I have been a hunter and fisher and fowler, and each of these is accustomed to sleep freely in a worse shelter than sacrilege has left us here. Then sacrilege has left us here, said the matron, repeating his words, and pausing on them. Most true, my son, and God's faithful children are now worst sheltered when they lodge in God's own house, and the domain of his blessed saints. We shall sleep cold here under the night wind, which whistles through the breaches, which heresy has made. They shall lie warmer who made Theme, and through a long hereafter. Notwithstanding the wild and singular expression of this female, she appeared to retain towards Roland Graham in a strong degree that affectionate and sedulous love which women bear to their nurslings, and the children dependent on their care. It seemed as if she would not permit him to do aught for himself, which in former days her attention had been used to do for him, and that she considered the tall stripling before her as being equally dependent on her careful attention, as when he was the orphan child who had owed all to her affectionate solicitude. "What hast thou to eat now?" she said as, leaving the chapel, they went into the deserted habitation of the priest, "or what means of kindling a fire to defend thee from this raw and inclement air, poor child? Thou hast made slight provision for a long journey, nor hast thou skill to help thyself by wit when means are scanty. But Our Lady has placed by thy side one to whom want in all its forms is as familiar as plenty and splendor have formerly been, and with want Roland come the arts of which she is the inventor." With an active and officious diligence, which strangely contrasted with her late abstracted and high tone of Catholic devotion, she set about her domestic arrangements. For the evening a pouch, which was hidden under her garment, produced a flint and steel, and from the scattered fragments around those pertaining to the image of St. Cuthbert scrupulously accepted, she obtained splinters sufficient to raise a sparkling and cheerful fire on the hearth of the deserted cell. "And now," she said, "for needful food." "Think not of it, mother," said Roland, "unless you yourself feel hunger. It is a little thing for me to endure a night's abstinence, and a small atonement for the necessary transgression of the rules of the Church, upon which I was compelled during my stay in the castle." "Hunger for myself," answered the matron. "Know youth that a mother knows not hunger till that of her child is satisfied," and with affectionate inconsistency, totally different from her usual manner, she added, "Roland, you must not fast, you have dispensation, you are young, and to youth food and sleep are necessaries not to be dispensed with. Husband your strength, my child, your sovereign, your religion, your country require it. Let age macerate by fast and vigil a body, which can only suffer. Let youth in these active times nourish the limbs and the strength which action requires." While she thus spoke, the scrip which had produced the means of striking fire furnished provision for a meal of which she herself scarce partook, but anxiously watched her charge, taking a pleasure resembling that of an epicure in each morsel, which he swallowed with a youthful appetite, which abstinence had rendered unusually sharp. Roland readily obeyed her recommendations, and ate the food which she so affectionately and earnestly placed before him. But she shook her head when invited by him in return to partake of the refreshment her own cares had furnished, and when his solicitude became more pressing, she refused him in a loftier tone of rejection. "Young man," she said, "you know not to whom, or of what you speak. They to whom heaven declares its purpose must merit its communication. By mortifying the senses, they have that within which requires not the superfluity of earthly nutriment, which is necessary to those who are without the sphere of the vision. To them, the watch spent in prayer is a refreshing slumber, and the sense of doing the will of heaven is a richer banquet than the tables of monarchs can spread before them. But do thou sleep soft, my son," she said, relapsing from the tone of fanaticism into that of maternal affection and tenderness. "Do thou sleep sound. While life is but young with thee, and the cares of the day can be drowned in the slumbers of the evening, different is thy duty and mine, and as different the means by which we must qualify and strengthen ourselves to perform it. From thee is demanded strength of body, from me strength of soul." When she thus spoke, she prepared with ready address a pallet couch composed partly of the dried leaves which had once furnished a bed to the solitary and the guests who occasionally received his hospitality, and which, neglected by the destroyers of his humble cell, had remained little disturbed in the corner allotted for them. To these her care added some of the vestures which lay torn and scattered on the floor. With a zealous hand, she selected all such as appeared to have made any part of the sacerdotal vestments, laying them aside as sacred from ordinary purposes, and with the rest she made with dexterous promptness such a bed as a weary man might willingly stretch himself on, and during the time she was preparing, it rejected even with acrimony any attempt which the youth made to assist her, or any entreaty which he urged that she would accept of the place of rest for her own use. "Sleep, thou," said she, "Roland Graham, sleep thou, persecuted the disinherited orphan son of an ill-fated mother. Sleep thou, I go to pray in the chapel beside thee." The manner was too enthusiastically earnest, too obstinately firm, to permit Roland Graham to dispute her will any farther, yet he felt some shame in giving way to it. It seemed as if she had forgotten the years that had passed away since their parting, and expected to meet in the tall, indulged, and willful youth whom she had recovered the passive obedience of the child whom she had left in the castle of Avenel. This did not fail to hurt her grandson's characteristic and constitutional pride. He obeyed, indeed awed into submission, by the sudden recurrence of former subordination, and by feelings of affection and gratitude Still, however, he felt the yoke. Have I relinquished the hawk, and the hound he said to become the pupil of her pleasure, as if I were still a child I, whom even my envious mates allowed to be superior in those exercises, which they took most pains to acquire, and which came to me naturally as if a knowledge of them had been my birthright. This may not and must not be. I will be no reclaimed sparrowhawk, who is carried hooded on a woman's wrist, and has his quarry only shown to him when his eyes are uncovered for his flight. I will know her purpose ere it is proposed to me to aid it. These and other thoughts streamed through the mind of Roland Graham, and although wearied with the fatigues of the day, it was long ere he could compose himself to rest. Chapter the 9th. Kneel with Mesware Itties, not in words I trust, save when they're fenced with an appeal to heaven. Old Plays. After passing the night in that sound sleep, for which agitation and fatigue had prepared him, Roland was awakened by the fresh morning air, and by the beams of the rising sun. His first feeling was that of surprise, for instead of looking forth from a turret window on the Lake of Avenel, which was the prospect his former apartment afforded, an unlatticed aperture gave him the view of the demolished garden of the banished anchorite. He sat up on his couch of leaves, and arranged in his memory, not without wonder, the singular events of the preceding day, which appeared the more surprising the more he considered them. He had lost the protectress of his youth, and in the same day he had recovered the guide and guardian of his childhood. The former deprivation he felt ought to be matter of unceasing regret, and it seemed as if the latter could hardly be the subject of unmixed self-congratulation. He remembered this person who had stood to him, in the relation of a mother, as equally affectionate in her attention, and absolute in her authority. A singular mixture of love and fear attended upon his early remembrances, as they were connected with her, and the fear that she might desire to resume the same absolute control over his motions of fear, which her conduct of yesterday did not tend much to dissipate, weighed heavily against the joy of this second meeting. She cannot mean, said his rising pride, to lead and direct me as a pupil, when I am at the age of judging of my own actions. This she cannot mean, or meaning it will feel herself strangely deceived. A sense of gratitude towards the person against whom his heart thus rebelled checked his course of feeling. He resisted the thoughts which involuntarily arose in his mind, as he would have resisted an actual instigation of the foul fiend, and to aid him in his struggle he felt for his beads, but in his hasty departure from the castle of Avenel, he had forgotten and left them behind him. This is yet worse, he said, but 2 things I learned of her under the most deadly charge of secrecy: tell my beads, and to conceal that I did so, and I have kept my word till now, and when she shall ask me for the rosary I must say, I have forgotten it. Do I deserve she should believe me when I say, I have kept the secret of my faith, when I set so light by its symbol? He paced the floor in anxious agitation. In fact, his attachment to his faith was of a nature very different from that which animated the enthusiastic matron, but which notwithstanding it would have been his last thought to relinquish. The early charges impressed on him by his grandmother had been instilled into a mind and memory of a character peculiarly tenacious. Child as he was proud of the confidence reposed in his discretion, and resolved to show that it had not been rashly entrusted to him. At the same time, his resolution was no more than that of a child, and must necessarily have gradually faded away under the operation, both of precept and example, during his residence at the castle of Avenel, but for the exhortations of Father Ambrose, who in his lay estate had been called Edward Glendinning. This zealous monk had been apprised by an unsigned letter, placed in his hand, by a pilgrim, that a child educated in the Catholic faith was now in the castle of Avenel, perilously situated. So was the scroll expressed, as ever the 3 children who were cast into the fiery furnace of persecution. The letter threw upon Father Ambrose the fault should this solitary lamb, unwillingly left within the domains of the prowling wolf, become his final prey. There needed no farther exhortation to the monk than the idea that a soul might be endangered, and that a Catholic might become an apostate, and he made his visits more frequent than usual to the castle of Avenel, lest through want of the private encouragement and instruction, which he always found some opportunity of dispensing, the church should lose a proselyte, and according to the Romish creed, the devil acquire a soul. Still these interviews were rare, and though they encouraged the solitary boy to keep his secret and hold fast his religion, they were neither frequent nor long enough to inspire him with anything beyond a blind attachment to the observances which the priest recommended. He adhered to the forms of his religion, rather because he felt it would be dishonorable to change that of his fathers than from any rational conviction or sincere belief of its mysterious doctrines. It was a principal part of the distinction, which in his own opinion, singled him out from those with whom he lived, and gave him an additional though an internal and concealed reason for contemning those of the household who showed an undisguised dislike of him, and for hardening himself against the instructions of the chaplain Henry Warden. The fanatic preacher, he thought within himself, during some one of the chaplain's frequent discourses against the Church of Rome, he little knows whose ears are receiving his profane doctrine, and with what contempt and abhorrence they hear his blasphemies against the holy religion by which kings have been crowned, and for which martyrs have died. But in such proud feelings of defiance of heresy, as it was termed, and of its professors, which associated the Catholic religion with a sense of generous independence, and that of the Protestants with the subjugation of his mind and temper to the direction of Mr. Warden, began and ended the faith of Roland Graham, who independently of the pride of singularity sought not to understand and had no one to expound to him the peculiarities of the tenets, which he professed his regret therefore at missing the rosary, which had been conveyed to him through the hands of Father Ambrose, was rather the shame of a soldier who has dropped his cockade or badge of service, than that of a zealous votary who had forgotten a visible symbol of his religion. His thoughts on the subject, however, were mortifying, and the more so from apprehension that his negligence must reach the ears of his relative. He felt it could be no one but her who had secretly transmitted these beads to Father Ambrose for his use, and that his carelessness was but an indifferent requital of her kindness. Nor will she omit to ask me about them, said he to himself, for hers is a zeal which age cannot quell, and if she has not quitted her want my answer will not fail to incense her. While he thus communed with himself, Magdalen Graham entered the apartment. The blessing of the morning on your youthful head, my son, she said, with a solemnity of expression, which thrilled the youth to the heart, so sad and earnest did the benediction flow from her lips, in a tone where devotion was blended with affection. And thou hast started thus early from thy couch to catch the first breath of the dawn. But it is not well, my Roland, enjoy slumber, while thou canst. The time is not far behind, when the waking eye must be thy portion as well as mine. She uttered these words with an affectionate and anxious tone, which showed that devotional as were the habitual exercises of her mind, the thoughts of her nursling yet bound her to earth with the cords of human affection and passion. But she abode not long in a mood, which she probably regarded as a momentary dereliction of her imaginary high calling. Come, she said, youth, up, and be doing it, is time that we leave this place. And whither do we go, said the young man, or what is the object of our journey? The matron stepped back and gazed on him with surprise not unmingled with displeasure. To what purpose such a question, she said, is it not enough that I lead the way? Hast thou lived with heretics, till thou hast learned to install the vanity of thine own private judgment in place of due honor and obedience? The time, thought Roland Graham within himself, is already come, when I must establish my freedom, or be a willing thrall for ever I feel that I must speedily look to it. She instantly fulfilled his foreboding, by recurring to the theme by which her thoughts seemed most constantly engrossed, although, when she pleased, no one could so perfectly disguise her religion. Thy beads, my son, haste, thou told thy beads. Roland Graham colored high. He felt the storm was approaching, but scorned to avert it by a falsehood. I have forgotten my rosary, he said, at the castle of Avenel. Forgotten thy rosary, she exclaimed, false both to religion and to natural duty hast thou lost what was sent so far, and at such risk, a token of the truest affection that should have been every bead of it as dear to thee as thine eyeballs. I am grieved it should have so chanced, mother, replied the youth, and much did I value the token, as coming from you. For what remains I trust to win gold enough when I push my way in the world. Until then beads of black oak, or a rosary of nuts, must serve the turn. Hear him, said his grandmother, young as he is, he hath learned already the lessons of the devil's school, the rosary consecrated by the Holy Father himself, and sanctified by his blessing, is but a few knobs of gold whose value may be replaced by the wages of his profane labor, and whose virtue may be supplied by a string of hazelnuts. This is heresy. So Henry Warden the wolf, who ravages the flock of the shepherd, hath taught thee to speak and to think. Mother, said Roland Graham, I am no heretic, I believe, and I pray according to the rules of our church. This misfortune I regret, but I cannot amend it. Thou canst repent it, though replied his spiritual directress, repent it in dust, and ashes atone for it by fasting prayer and penance, instead of looking on me, with a countenance, as light as if thou hadst lost, but a button from thy cap. Mother, said Roland, be appeased, I will remember my fault in the next confession, which I have space and opportunity to make, and will do whatever the priest may require of me in atonement for the heaviest fault. I can do no more, but mother, he added, after a moment's pause, let me not incur your farther displeasure if I ask whither our journey is bound, and what is its object. I am no longer a child but a man, and at my own disposal, with down upon my chin, and a sword by my side, I will go to the end of the world with you to do your pleasure. But I owe it to myself to inquire the purpose and direction of our travels. You owe it to yourself, ungrateful boy, replied his relative, passion, rapidly supplying the color, which age had long chased from her feature. Resto yourself. You owe nothing, you can owe nothing to me, you owe everything your life, when an infant to your support, while a child the means of instruction, and the hopes of honor ran sooner than thou shouldst abandon the noble cause, to which I have devoted thee, would I see thee lie a corpse at my feet. Roland was alarmed at the vehement agitation with which she spoke, and which threatened to overpower her aged frame, and he hastened to reply, I forget nothing of what I owe to you, my dearest mother. Show me how my blood can testify my gratitude, and you shall judge if I spare it, but blindfold obedience has in it as little merit as reason. Saints and angels, replied Magdalene, and do I hear these words from the child of my hopes, the nursling by whose bed I have kneeled, and for whose weal I have wearied every saint in heaven with prayers. Roland, by obedience only canst thou show thy affection, and thy gratitude. What avails it that you might perchance adopt the course I propose to thee? Were it to be fully explained, thou wouldst not then follow my command, but thine own judgment. Thou wouldst not do the will of heaven communicated through thy best friend, to whom thou owest thine all, but thou wouldst observe the blinded dictates of thine own imperfect reason. Hear me, Roland, a lot calls thee, solicits thee, demands thee, the proudest to which man can be destined, and it uses the voice of thine earliest, thy best, then only friend. Wilt thou resist it then? Go thy way, leave me, hear me, hopes on earth are gone, and withered I will kneel me down before yonder profaned altar, and when the raging heretics return, they shall dye it with the blood of a martyr. But my dearest mother, said Roland Graham, whose early recollections of her violence were formidably renewed by these wild expressions of reckless passion, I will not forsake you, I will abide with you, worlds shall not force me from your side, I will protect, I will defend you, I will live with you and die for you. One word, my son, were worth all this essay, only I will obey you. Doubt it not, mother, replied the youth, I will, and that with all my heart only. Nay, I receive no qualifications of thy promise, said Magdalene Graham, catching at the word. The obedience which I require is absolute, and a blessing on thee, thou darling memory of my beloved child, that thou hast power to make a promise so hard to human pride. Trust me well that in the design in which thou dost embark thou hast for thy partners the mighty, and the valiant the power of the church, and the pride of the noble succeed or fail, live or die, thy name shall be among those with whom success or failure is alike glorious, death or life alike desirable. Forward, then. Forward, life is short, and our plan is laborious. Angels, saints, and the whole blessed host of heaven have their eyes even now on this barren and blighted land of Scotland. What say I on Scotland? Their eye is on us, Rolandin, the frail woman, on the inexperienced youth, who amidst the ruins which sacrilege hath made in the holy place devote themselves to God's cause, and that of their lawful sovereign. Amen. So be it. The blessed eyes of saints and martyrs, which see our resolve, shall witness the execution, or their ears, which hear our vow, shall hear our death groan drawn in the sacred cause. While thus speaking, she held Roland Graham firmly with one hand, while she pointed upward with the other to leave him, as it were no means of protest against the obstination, to which he was thus made a party. When she had finished her appeal to heaven, she left him no leisure for farther hesitation, or for asking any explanation of her purpose, but passing with the same ready transition as formerly to the solicitous attentions of an anxious parent, overwhelmed him with questions concerning his residence in the castle of Avenel, and the qualities and accomplishments he had acquired. It is well, she said, when she had exhausted her inquiries, my gay Goshawk. Footnote: the comparison is taken from some beautiful verses in an old ballad entitled Fos Fudrage, published in the minstrelsy of the Scottish border. A deposed queen, to preserve her infant son from the traitors who have slain his father, exchanges him with the female offspring of a faithful friend, and goes on to direct the education of the children, and the private signals, by which the parents are to hear news each of her own offspring. And you shall learn my gay goshawk. Right well to breast a steed. And so will I your turtle dow. As well to write and read. And ye shall learn my gay goshawk. To wield both bow and brand. And so will I your turtle dow. To lay gowd with her hand. At kirk or market when we meet. Well dare make no avow. But dame, how does my gay goshawk? Madame, how does my dow? Hath been well trained and will soar high, but those who bred him will have cause to fear as well as to wonder at his flight. Let us now, she said, to our morning meal, and care not though it be a scanty one. A few hours' walk will bring us to more friendly quarters. They broke their fast accordingly on such fragments as remained of their yesterday's provision, and immediately set out on their farther journey. Magdalen Graham led the way with a firm and active step much beyond her years, and Roland Graham followed pensive and anxious, and far from satisfied with the state of dependence to which he seemed again to be reduced. Am I forever, he said to himself, to be devoured with the desire of independence and free agency, and yet to be forever led on by circumstances to follow the will of others? Chapter the 10th. She dwelt unnoticed and alone, beside the springs of Dove, a maid whom there was none to praise, and very few to love. Wordsworth. In the course of their journey, the travelers spoke little to each other. Magdalen Graham chanted from time to time in a low voice, a part of some one of those beautiful old Latin hymns, which belonged to the Catholic service, muttered an Ave or a Credo, and so passed on lost in devotional contemplation. The meditations of her grandson were more bent on mundane matters, and many a time as a moorfowl arose from the heath and shot along them, uttering his bold crow of defiance, he thought of the jolly Adam woodcock and his trusty goshawk, or as they passed a thicket where the low trees and bushes were intermingled with tall fern, firs, and broom, so as to form a thick and intricate cover. His dreams were of a roebuck and a brace of gazehounds. But frequently, his mind returned to the benevolent and kind mistress, whom he had left behind him, offended justly and unreconciled by any effort. My step would be lighter, he thought, and so would my heart, could I but have returned to see her for one instant, and to say, Lady, the orphan boy was wild but not ungrateful. Traveling in these divers moods about the hour of noon, they reached a small straggling village, in which as usual were seen one or two of those predominating towers or peel houses, which for reasons of defense elsewhere detailed were at that time to be found in every border hamlet. A brook flowed beside the village, and watered the valley in which it stood. There was also a mansion at the end of the village, and a little way separated from it, much dilapidated, and in very bad order, but appearing to have been the abode of persons of some consideration. The situation was agreeable, being an angle formed by the stream, bearing 3 or 4 large sycamore trees which were in full leaf, and served to relieve the dark appearance of the mansion, which was built of a deep red stone. The house itself was a large one, but was now obviously too big for the inmates. Several windows were built up, especially those which opened from the lower story. Others were blockaded in a less substantial manner. The court before the door, which had once been defended with a species of low outer wall, now ruinous, was paved, but the stones were completely covered with long grey nettles, thistles, and other weeds, which shooting up betwixt the flags had displaced many of them from their level. Even matters demanding more peremptory attention had been left neglected in a manner which argued sloth or poverty. In the extreme, the stream, undermining a part of the bank near an angle of the ruinous wall, had brought it down with a corner turret, the ruins of which lay in the bed of the river. The current, interrupted by the ruins which it had overthrown and turned yet nearer to the site of the tower, had greatly enlarged the breach it had made, and was in the process of undermining the ground on which the house itself stood, unless it were speedily protected by sufficient bulwarks. All this attracted Roland Graham's observation as they approached the dwelling by a winding path, which gave them at intervals a view of it from different points. If we go to yonder house, he said to his mother, I trust it is, but for a short visit it looks as if 2 rainy days from the northwest would send the whole into the brook. You see, but with the eyes of the body, said the old woman, God will defend his own, though it be forsaken, and despised of men. Better to dwell on the sand under his law, than fly to the rock of human trust. As she thus spoke, they entered the court before the old mansion, and Roland could observe that the front of it had formerly been considerably ornamented with carved work in the same dark-colored freestone of which it was built, but all these ornaments had been broken down and destroyed, and only the shattered vestiges of niches and entablatures now strewed the place which they had once occupied. The larger entrance in front was walled up, but a little footpath which from its appearance seemed to be rarely trodden, led to a small wicket, defended by a door well clenched with iron-headed nails, at which Magdalen Graham knocked 3 times, pausing betwixt each knock, until she heard an answering tap from within at the last knock. The wicket was opened by a pale, thin female, who said Benedicti qui venient in nomine Domini. They entered, and the portress hastily shut behind them the wicket, and made fast the massive fastenings by which it was secured. The female led the way through a narrow entrance into a vestibule of some extent, paved with stone, and having benches of the same solid material, ranged around at the upper end, was an oriel window, but some of the intervals formed by the stone shafts and mullions were blocked up so that the apartment was very gloomy. Here they stopped, and the mistress of the mansion, for such she was, embraced Magdalen Graham, and greeting her by the title of sister, kissed her with much solemnity on either side of the face. "The blessing of Our Lady be upon you, my sister," were her next words, and they left no doubt upon Roland's mind, respecting the religion of their hostess, even if he could have suspected his venerable and zealous guide of resting elsewhere than in the habitation of an orthodox Catholic. They spoke together a few words in private, during which he had leisure to remark more particularly the appearance of his grandmother's friend. Her age might be betwixt 50 and 60, her looks had a mixture of melancholy and unhappiness that bordered on discontent, and obscured the remains of beauty, which age had still left on her features. Her dress was of the plainest and most ordinary description, of a dark color, and like Magdalen Graham's, something approaching to a religious habit. Strict neatness and cleanliness of person seemed to intimate that if poor she was not reduced to squalid or heartbroken distress, and that she was still sufficiently attached to life to retain a taste for its decencies, if not its elegancies. Her manner, as well as her features and appearance, argued an original condition and education far above the meanness of her present appearance. In short, the whole figure was such as to excite the idea that female must have had a history worth knowing. While Roland Graham was making this very reflection, the whispers of the 2 females ceased, and the mistress of the mansion, approaching him, looked on his face and person with much attention, and as it seemed some interest. "This then," she said, addressing his relative, "is the child of thine unhappy daughter, sister Magdalen, and him the only shoot from your ancient tree you are willing to devote to the good cause." "Yes, by the rood," answered Magdalen Graham in her usual tone of resolved determination, "to the good cause I devote him, flesh and fell, sinew and limb, body and soul." "Thou art a happy woman, sister Magdalen," answered her companion, "that lifted so high above human affection and human feeling, thou canst bind such a victim to the horns of the altar. Had I been called to make such a sacrifice, to plunge a youth so young and fair into the plots and bloodthirsty dealings of the time, not the patriarch Abraham, when he led Isaac up the mountain, would have rendered more melancholy obedience." She then continued to look at Roland with a mournful aspect of compassion, until the intentness of her gaze occasioned his color to rise, and he was about to move out of its influence, when he was stopped by his grandmother with one hand, while with the other she divided the hair upon his forehead, which was now crimson with bashfulness, while she added with a mixture of proud affection and firm resolution, "I look at him well, my sister, for on a fairer face than I never rested. I too, when I first saw him after a long separation, felt as the worldly feel, and was half shaken in my purpose. But no wind can tear a leaf from the withered tree, which has long been stripped of its foliage, and no mere human casualty can awaken the mortal feelings which have long slept in the calm of devotion." While the old woman thus spoke, her manner gave the lie to her assertions, for the tears rose to her eyes, while she added, "But the fairer and the more spotless the victim, is it not, my sister, the more worthy of acceptance?" She seemed glad to escape from the sensations which agitated her, and instantly added, "He will escape, my sister. There will be a ram caught in the thicket, and the hand of our revolted brethren shall not be on the youthful Joseph. Heaven can defend its own rights, even by means of babes and sucklings of women and beardless boys. Heaven hath left us," said the other female, "for our sins, and our fathers, the succors of the blessed saints, have abandoned this accursed land. We may win the crown of martyrdom, but not that of earthly triumph." One too, whose prudence was at this deep crisis so indispensable, has been called to a better world. The Abbot Eustathius is no more. "May his soul have mercy," said Magdalen Graham, "and may heaven too have mercy upon us, who linger behind in this bloody land, his loss is indeed a perilous blow to our enterprise, for who remains behind possessing his far-fetched experience, his self-devoted zeal, his consummate wisdom, and his undaunted courage, he hath fallen with the Church's standard in his hand. But God will raise up another to lift the blessed banner whom have the chapter elected in his room. It is rumored no one of the few remaining brethren dare, accept the office the heretics have sworn that they will permit no future election, and will heavily punish any attempt to create a new abbot of St. Mary's conjuraverant inter se principes, dicens prodigiamus laquios ejus. Quausque domini jaculated Magdalen, this my sister were indeed a perilous and fatal breach in our band, but I am firm in my belief that another will arise in the place of him, so untimely removed. Where is thy daughter Catharine? In the parlor, answered the matron, but she looked at Roland Graham, and muttered something in the ear of her friend. Fear it not, answered Magdalen Graham, it is both lawful and necessary for nothing from him. I would he were as well grounded in the faith by which alone comes safety, as he is free from thought, deed, or speech of villainy. Therein is the heretic's discipline to be commended, my sister, that they train up their youth in strong morality, and choke up every inlet to youthful folly. It is but a cleansing the outside of the cup, answered her friend, a whitening of the sepulchre. But he shall see Catharine, since you, sister, judge it safe, and meet follow us youth, she added, and led the way from the apartment with her friend. These were the only words which the matron had addressed to Roland Graham, who obeyed them in silence as they paced through several winding passages and waste apartments with a very slow step. The young page had leisure to make some reflections on his situation, reflections of a nature which his ardent temper considered as specially disagreeable. It seemed he had now got two mistresses or tutoresses, instead of one, both elderly women, and both, it would seem, in league to direct his motions according to their own pleasure, and for the accomplishment of plans to which he was no party. This he thought was too much, arguing reasonably enough that whatever right his grandmother and benefactress had to guide his motions, she was neither entitled to transfer her authority or divide it with another who seemed to assume without ceremony the same tone of absolute command over him. But it shall not long continue, thus thought Roland. I will not be all my life the slave of a woman's whistle, to go when she bids and come when she calls. No, by St. Andrew, the hand that can hold the lance is above the control of the distaff. I will leave them the slipped collar in their hands on the first opportunity, and let them execute their own devices by their own proper force. It may save them both from peril, for I guess what they meditate is not likely to prove either safe or easy. The Earl of Murray and his heresy are too well rooted to be grubbed up by two old women. As he thus resolved, they entered a low room in which a third female was seated. This apartment was the first he had observed in the mansion, which was furnished with movable seats, and with a wooden table over which was laid a piece of tapestry. A carpet was spread on the floor, there was a grate in the chimney, and in brief the apartment had the air of being habitable and inhabited. But Roland's eyes found better employment than to make observations on the accommodations of the chamber, for this second female inhabitant of the mansion seemed something very different from anything he had yet seen there. At his first entry, she had greeted with a silent and low obeisance the two aged matrons, then glancing her eyes towards Roland, she adjusted a veil which hung back over her shoulders, so as to bring it over her face, an operation which she performed with much modesty, but without either affected haste or embarrassed timidity. During this maneuver Roland had time to observe that the face was that of a girl apparently not much past 16, and that the eyes were at once soft and brilliant. To these very favorable observations was added the certainty that the fair object to whom they referred possessed an excellent shape, bordering perhaps on embonpoint, and therefore rather that of a Hebe than of a sylph, but beautifully formed and shown to great advantage by the close jacket and petticoat which she wore after a foreign fashion, the last not quite long enough to conceal a very pretty foot, which rested on a bar of the table, at which she sate, her round arms and taper fingers very busily employed in repairing the piece of tapestry which was spread on it, which exhibited several deplorable fissures enough to demand the utmost skill of the most expert seamstress. It is to be remarked that it was by stolen glances that Roland Graham contrived to ascertain these interesting particulars, and he thought he could once or twice, notwithstanding the texture of the veil, detect the damsel in the act of taking similar cognizance of his own person. The matrons in the meanwhile continued their separate conversation, eyeing from time to time the young people in a manner which left Roland in no doubt that they were the subject of their conversation at length. He distinctly heard Magdalen Graham say these words: "Nay, my sister, we must give them opportunity to speak together. And to become acquainted, they must be personally known to each other, or how shall they be able to execute what they are entrusted with?" It seemed as if the matron, not fully satisfied with her friend's reasoning, continued to offer some objections, but they were borne down by her more dictatorial friend. "It must be so," she said, "my dear sister. Let us therefore go forth on the balcony to finish our conversation and, do you," she said, addressing Roland, "and the girl become acquainted with each other." With this she stepped up to the young woman, and raising her veil discovered features, which whatever might be their ordinary complexion, were now covered with a universal blush. "Licitum sit," said Magdalen, looking at the other matron. "Vix licitum," replied the other with reluctant and hesitating acquiescence, and again, adjusting the veil of the blushing girl, she dropped it, so as to shade though not to conceal her countenance, and whispered to her, in a tone loud enough for the page to hear, "Remember, Catharine, who thou art, and for what destined." The matron then retreated with Magdalen Graham through one of the casements of the apartment that opened on a large, broad balcony, which with its ponderous balustrade had once run along the whole south front of the building, which faced the brook, and formed a pleasant and commodious walk in the open air. It was now in some places deprived of the balustrade, in others broken and narrowed, but ruinous as it was could still be used as a pleasant promenade here. Then walked the two ancient dames, busied in their private conversation, yet not so much so, but that Roland could observe the matrons, as their thin forms darkened the casement, in passing or repassing before it, dart a glance into the apartment, to see how matters were going on there. Chapter the 11th. Life hath its May, and is mirthful then. The woods are vocal, and the flowers all odor. Its very blast has mirth in tan the maidens, the while they don their cloaks to screen their kirtles. Laugh at the rain that wets them. Old plays. Catherine was at the happy age of innocence and buoyancy of spirit, when after the first moment of embarrassment was over, a situation of awkwardness, like that in which she was suddenly left to make acquaintance with a handsome youth, not even known to her, by name, struck her in spite of herself, in a ludicrous point of view. She bent her beautiful eyes upon the work with which she was busied, and with infinite gravity sate out the two first turns of the matrons upon the balcony, but then glancing her deep blue eye a little towards Roland, and observing the embarrassment under which he labored, now shifting on his chair, and now dangling his cap, the whole man, evincing that he was perfectly at a loss how to open the conversation, she could keep her composure no longer, but after a vain struggle broke out into a sincere, though a very involuntary fit of laughing, so richly accompanied by the laughter of her merry eyes, which actually glanced through the tears which the effort filled them with, and by the waving of her rich tresses, that the goddess of smiles herself never looked more lovely than Catherine at that moment. A court page would not have left her long alone in her mirth, but Roland was contrabred, and besides having some jealousy as well as bashfulness, he took it into his head that he was himself the object of her inextinguishable laughter. His endeavors to sympathize with Catherine, therefore, could carry him no farther than a forced giggle, which had more of displeasure than of mirth in it, and which so much enhanced that of the girl that it seemed to render it impossible for her ever to bring her laughter to an end, with whatever anxious pains she labored to do so. For everyone has felt that, when a paroxysm of laughter has seized him at a misbecoming time, and placed the efforts which he made to suppress it, nay, the very sense of the impropriety of giving way to it, tend only to augment and prolong the irresistible impulse. It was undoubtedly lucky for Catherine, as well as for Roland, that the latter did not share in the excessive mirth of the former, for seated, as she was with her back to the casement, Catherine could easily escape the observation of the two matrons during the course of their promenade, whereas Graham was so placed with his side to the window that his mirth, had he shared that of his companion, would have been instantly visible, and could not have failed to give offense to the personages in question. He sate, however, with some impatience, until Catherine had exhausted either her power or her desire of laughing, and was returning with good grace to the exercise of her needle. And then he observed with some dryness that there seemed no great occasion to recommend to them to improve their acquaintance, as it seemed that they were already tolerably familiar. Catherine had an extreme desire to set off upon a fresh score, but she repressed it strongly, and fixing her eyes on her work, replied by asking his pardon and promising to avoid future offense. Roland had sense enough to feel that an air of offended dignity was very much misplaced, and that it was with a very different bearing he ought to meet the deep blue eyes, which had borne such a hearty burden in the laughing scene. He tried therefore to extricate himself as well as he could from his blunder, by assuming a tone of correspondent gaiety, and requesting to know of the nymph how it was her pleasure that they should proceed in improving the acquaintance which had commenced so merrily. That she said you must yourself discover perhaps, I have gone a step too far in opening our interview. Suppose, said Roland Graham, we should begin as in a tale-book, by asking each other's names and histories. It is right well imagined, said Catherine, and shows an argued judgment. Do you begin? And I will listen, and only put in a question or two at the dark parts of the story come unfold. Then your name and history, my new acquaintance. I am called Roland Graham, and that tall woman is my grandmother. And your Tudorescud, who are your parents? They are both dead, replied Roland. Ay, but who were they? You had parents, I presume. I suppose so, said Roland, but I have never been able to learn much of their history. My father was a Scottish knight, who died gallantly in his stirrups. Me mother was a Graham of Hathergill. In the debatable land most of her family were killed, when the debatable country was burned by Lord Maxwell and Harrys of Caerlaverock. Is it long ago? Said the damsel. Before I was born, answered the page. That must be a great while since, said she, shaking her head. Gravely, look you, I cannot weep for them. It needs not, said the youth, they fell with honor. So much for your lineage, fair sir, replied his companion, of whom I like the living specimen. A glance at the casement, far less than those that are dead. Your much honored grandmother looks as if she could make one weep in sad earnest. And now, fair sir, for your own personif, you tell not the tale faster, it will be cut short. In the middle, Mother Bridget pauses longer and longer every time she passes the window, and with her there is as little mirth as in the grave of your ancestors. My tale is soon told. I was introduced into the castle of Avenel, to be page to the lady of the mansion. She is a strict Huguenot, is she not? Said the maiden. As strict as Calvin himself, but my grandmother can play the Puritan when it suits her purpose, and she had some plan of her own for quartering me in the castlate. Would have failed, however, after we had remained several weeks at the hamlet, but for an unexpected master of ceremonies. And who was that? Said the girl. A large black dog, Wolf by name, who brought me into the castle one day in his mouth like a hurt wild duck, and presented me to the lady. A most respectable introduction, truly, said Catherine. And what might you learn at this same castle? I love dearly to know what my acquaintances can do at need. To flay a hawk hollow, to hound back a horse, and wield lance, bow, and brand. And to boast of all this when you have learned it, said Catherine, which in France at least is the surest accomplishment of a page. But proceed, fair sir, how came your Huguenot lord, and your no less Huguenot lady, to receive and keep in the family so perilous a person as a Catholic page? Because they knew not that part of my history which from infancy I have been taught to keep secretand, because my grandam's former zealous attendance on their heretic chaplain had laid all this suspicion to sleep. Most fair Callipolis, said the page, and in so saying, he edged his chair towards the seat of the fair querist. Nay, but keep your distance, most gallant sir, answered the blue-eyed maiden, for unless I greatly mistake, these reverend ladies will soon interrupt our amicable conference, if the acquaintance they recommend shall seem to proceed beyond a certain point. So, fair sir, be pleased to abide by your station, and reply to my questions by, what achievements did you prove the qualities of a page, which you had thus happily acquired? Roland, who began to enter into the tone and spirit of the damsel's conversation, replied to her, with becoming spirit. In no feat, fair gentlewoman, was I found inexpert, wherein there was mischief implied. I shot swans, hunted cats, frightened serving women, chased the deer, and robbed the orchard. I say nothing of tormenting the chaplain in various ways, for that was my duty as a good Catholic. Now, as I am a gentlewoman, said Catherine, I think these heretics have done Catholic penance in entertaining so accomplished a servingman, and what, fair sir, might have been the unhappy event which deprived them of an inmate altogether so estimable? Truly, fair gentlewoman, answered the youth, your real proverb says that the longest lane will have a turning, and mine was more, it was in fine a turning off. Good, said the merry young maiden, it is an apt play on the word end. What occasion was taken for so important a catastrophe? Nay, start not for my learning, I do know the schoolson plain phrase, why were you sent from service? The page shrugged his shoulders. While he replied, a short tale is soon told, and a short horse soon curried. I made the falconer's boy taste of my switched falconer, threatened to make me brook his cudgel, is a kindly clown as well as a stout, and I would rather have been cudgelled by him than any man in Christendom to choose, but I knew not his qualities at that time, so I threatened to make him brook the stab, and my lady made me brook the begone. So adieu to the page's office, and the fair castle of Avenel. I had not travelled far before I met my venerable parent, and so tell your tale, fair gentlewoman, for mine is done. A happy grandmother, said the maiden, who had the luck to find the stray page just when his mistress had slipped his leash, and a most lucky page that has jumped at once from a page to an old lady's gentle manusure. All this is nothing of your history, answered Roland Graham, began to be much interested in the congenial vivacity of this facetious young gentlewoman. Tale for tale is fellow traveller's justice. Wait till we are fellow travellers, then, replied Catherine. Nay, you escape me not, so said the page. If you deal not justly by me, I will call out to Dame Bridget, or whatever your dame be called, and proclaim you for a cheat. You shall not need, answered the maiden. Me history is the counterpart of your own. The same words might almost serve change, but dress and name. I am called Catherine Satan, and I also am an orphan. Have your parents been long dead? This is the only question, said she, throwing down her fine eyes with a sudden expression of sorrow. That is the only question I cannot laugh at. And Dame Bridget is your grandmother? The sudden cloud passed away like that which crosses for an instant the summer sun, and she answered with her usual lively expression, worse by 20 degrees. Dame Bridget is my maiden aunt. Over God's forbode, said Roland, alas, that you have such a tale to tell, and what horror comes next? Your own history, exactly. I was taken upon trial for service, and turned off for pinching the duenna, or affronting my lady's waiting woman. Nay, our history varies there, said the damsel. Our mistress broke up house, or had her house broke up, which is the same thing, and I am a free woman of the forest. And I am as glad of it as if anyone had lined my doublet with cloth of gold, said the youth. I thank you for your mirth, said she, but the matter is not likely to concern you. Nay, but go on, said the page, for you will be presently interrupted. The two good dames have been soaring yonder on the balcony, like two old hooded crows, and their croak grows hoarser as night comes on. They will wing to roost presently. This mistress of yours, fair gentlewoman, who was she in God's name? Oh, she has a fair name in the world, replied Catherine Satan. Few ladies kept a fairer house, or held more gentlewomen in her household. My Aunt Bridget was one of her housekeepers. We never saw our mistress' blessed face, to be sure, but we heard enough of her. Were up early and down late, and were kept to long prayers and light food. Out upon the penurious old beldam, said the page. For heaven's sake, blaspheme not, said the girl with an expression of fear. God pardon us both, I meant no harm. I speak of our blessed Saint Catherine of Siena. May God forgive me that I spoke so lightly, and made you do a great sin, and a great blasphemy. This was her nunnery, in which there were 12 nuns, and an abbess. My aunt was the abbess, till the heretics turned all adrift. And where are your companions? asked the youth. With the last year's snow, answered the maiden, east, north, south, and west, some to France, some to Flanders, some I fear into the world, and its pleasures we have got permission to remain, or rather our remaining has been connived at, for my aunt has great relations among the cares, and they have threatened a death feud if anyone touches us, and bow and spear are the best warrant in these times. Nay, then you sit under a sure shadow, said the youth, and I suppose you wept yourself blind when Saint Catherine broke up housekeeping, before you had taken Arl Anglis earnest money in her service. Hush, for heaven's sake, said the damsel, crossing herself. No more of that. But I have not quite cried my eyes out, said she, turning them upon him, and instantly again bending them upon her work. It was one of those glances which would require the threefold plate of brass around the heart more than it is needed by the mariners to whom Horace recommends it. Our youthful page had no defense whatever to offer. What say you, Catherine, he said, if we two thus strangely turned out of service, at the same time, should give our two most venerable duennas the torch to hold, while we walk a merry measure with each other over the floor of this weary world? A goodly proposal truly, said Catherine, and worthy the madcap brain of a discarded page. And what shifts does your worship propose we should live by? Be singing ballads, cutting purses, or swaggering on the highway? For there, I think you would find your most productive exchequer. Choose you, proud Pete, said the page, drawing off in huge disdain at the calm and unembarrassed ridicule with which his wild proposal was received. And as he spoke the words, the casement was again darkened by the forms of the matroncit opened, and admitted Magdalene Graham, and the mother abbess, so we must now style her, into the apartment. Chapter the 12th. Nay, hear me, brother, I am elder wiser, and holier than thou, and age and wisdom, and holiness have peremptory claims, and will be listened to. Old plays. When the matrons re-entered and put an end to the conversation which we have detailed in the last chapter, Dame Magdalene Graham thus addressed her grandson and his pretty companion: "Have you spoke together, my children? Have you become known to each other as fellow travelers on the same dark and dubious road, whom chance hath brought together, and who study to learn the tempers and dispositions of those by whom their perils are to be shared?" It was seldom the light-hearted Catherine could suppress a jest, so that she often spoke when she would have acted more wisely in holding her peace. "Your grandson admires the journey which you propose so very greatly, that he was even now preparing for setting out upon it instantly. This is to be too forward, Roland," said the dame, addressing him, "as yesterday you were over slack. Just mean lies in obedience, which both waits for the signal to start, and obeys it when given but once. Again, my children, have you so perused each other's countenances, that when you meet in whatever disguise the times may impose upon you, you may recognize each in the other the secret agent of the mighty work in which you are to be leagued? Look at each other, know each line and lineament of each other's countenance, learn to distinguish by the step, by the sound of the voice, by the motion of the hand, by the glance of the eye, the partner whom heaven hath sent to aid in working its will. Wilt thou know that maiden, whensoever or wheresoever you shall again meet her, my Roland Graham?" As readily as truly did Roland answer in the affirmative. "And thou, my daughter, wilt thou again remember the features of this youth?" "Truly, mother," replied Catherine Satan, "I have not seen so many men of late that I should immediately forget your grandson, though I mark not much about him that is deserving of a special remembrance." "Join hands, then, my children," said Magdalene Graham, but in saying so was interrupted by her companion, whose conventual prejudices had been gradually giving her more and more uneasiness, and who could remain acquiescent no longer. "Nay, my good sister, you forget," said she to Magdalene. "Catherine is the betrothed bride of heaven. These intimacies cannot be." "It is in the cause of heaven that I command them to embrace," said Magdalene, with the full force of her powerful voice. "The end, sister, sanctifies the means we must use." "They call me Lady Abbess, or Mother at the least, who address me," said Dame Bridget, drawing herself up, as if offended at her friend's authoritative manner. "Lady of Heathergill forgets that she speaks to the Abbess of St. Catherine." "When I was what you call me," said Magdalene, "you indeed were the Abbess of St. Catherine, but both names are now gone with all the rank that the world, and that the Church gave to them, and we are now, to the eye of human judgment, two poor despised oppressed women, dragging our dishonored old age to a humble grave. But what are we in the eye of heaven? Ministers, sent forth to work his will, in whose weakness the strength of the Church shall be manifested before, whom shall be humbled the wisdom of Murray, and the dark strength of Morton. And to such wouldst thou apply the narrow rules of thy cloistered seclusion, or hast thou forgotten the order which I showed thee from thy superior, subjecting thee to me in these matters? On thy head then be the scandal and the sin," said the abbess sullenly. "On mine be they both," said Magdalene. "I say, embrace each other, my children." But Catherine, aware perhaps how the dispute was likely to terminate, had escaped from the apartment, and so disappointed the grandson, at least as much as the old matron. "She is gone," said the abbess, "to provide some little refreshment, but it will have little savor to those who dwell in the world, for I at least cannot dispense with the rules to which I am vowed, because it is the will of wicked men to break down the sanctuary in which they want to be observed." "It is well, my sister," replied Magdalene, "to pay each even the smallest tithes of mint and cummin which the Church demands, and I blame not thy scrupulous observance of the rules of thine order, but they were established by the Church, and for the Church's benefit, and reason it is that they should give way when the salvation of the Church herself is at stake." The abbess made no reply. One more acquainted with human nature than the inexperienced page might have found amusement in comparing the different kinds of fanaticisms which these two females exhibited. The abbess, timid, narrow-minded, and discontented, clung to ancient usages and pretensions which were ended by the Reformation, and was in adversity as she had been in prosperity, scrupulous, weak-spirited, and bigoted, while the fiery and more lofty spirit of her companion suggested a wider field of effort and would not be limited by ordinary rules in the extraordinary schemes, which were suggested by her bold and irregular imagination. But Roland Graham, instead of tracing these peculiarities of character in the two old damps, only waited with great anxiety for the return of Catherine, expecting probably that the proposal of the fraternal embrace would be renewed, as his grandmother seemed disposed to carry matters with a high hand. His expectations, or hopes if we may call them so, were however disappointed, for when Catherine re-entered on the summons of the abbess, and placed on the table an earthen pitcher of water and 4 wooden platters, with cups of the same materials, the Dame of Heathergill, satisfied with the arbitrary mode in which she had borne down the opposition of the abbess, pursued her victory, no farther moderation, for which her grandson in his heart returned her but slender thanks. In the meanwhile, Catherine continued to place upon the table the slender preparations for the meal of a recluse, which consisted almost entirely of colwort boiled, and served up in a wooden platter, having no better seasoning than a little salt, and no better accompaniment than some coarse barley bread in very moderate quantity. The water pitcher already mentioned furnished the only beverage. After a Latin grace delivered by the abbess, the guests sat down to their spare entertainment. The simplicity of the fare appeared to produce no distaste in the females, who ate of it moderately, but with the usual appearance of appetite. But Roland Graham had been used to better cheer Sir Halbert Glendinning, who affected even an unusual degree of nobleness in his housekeeping, maintained it in a style of genial hospitality, which rivaled that of the northern barons of England. He might think perhaps that by doing so, he acted yet more completely the part for which he was born, that of a great baron, and a leader. 2 bullocks and 6 sheep weekly were the allowance when the baron was at home, and the number was not greatly diminished during his absence. A bowl of malt was weekly brewed into ale, which was used by the household at discretion. Bread was baked in proportion for the consumption of his domestics and retainers, and in this scene of plenty, had Roland Graham now lived for several years, it formed a bad introduction to lukewarm greens and spring water, and probably his countenance indicated some sense of the difference, for the abbess observed, "It would seem, my son, that the tables of the heretic baron whom you have so long followed are more daintily furnished than those of the suffering daughters of the church, and yet not upon the most solemn nights of festival, when the nuns were permitted to eat their portion at mine own table, did I consider the cates, which were then served up as half so delicious as these vegetables, and this water on which I prefer to feed rather than do aught which may derogate from the strictness of my vow. It shall never be said that the mistress of this house made it a house of feasting, when days of darkness and of affliction were hanging over the holy church of which I am an unworthy member." "Well hast thou said, my sister," replied Magdalen Graham, "but now it is not only time to suffer in the good cause, but to act in it. And since our pilgrim's meal is finished, let us go apart to prepare for our journey tomorrow, and to advise on the manner in which these children shall be employed, and what measures we can adopt to supply their thoughtlessness and lack of discretion." Notwithstanding his indifferent cheer, the heart of Roland Graham bounded high at this proposal, which he doubted not would lead to another tete-a-tete betwixt him and the pretty novice. But he was mistaken. Catherine, it would seem, had no mind so far to indulge him, for moved either by delicacy or caprice, or some of those indescribable shades betwixt the one and the other with which women love to tease, and at the same time to captivate the ruder sex, she reminded the abbess that it was necessary she should retire an hour before vespers, and receiving the ready and approving nod of her superior, she arose to withdraw. But before leaving the apartment she made obeisance to the matrons, bending herself till her hands touched her knees, and then made a lesser reverence to Roland, which consisted in a slight bend of the body and gentle depression of the head. This she performed very demurely, but the party on whom the salutation was conferred thought he could discern in her manner an arch and mischievous exultation over his secret disappointment. The devil take the saucy girl, he thought in his heart, though the presence of the abbess should have repressed all such profane imaginations, is as hard-hearted as the laughing hyena that the storybooks tell of. She has a mind that I shall not forget her this night at least. The matrons now retired, also giving the page to understand that he was on no account to stir from the convent, or to show himself at the windows. The abbess, assigning as a reason the readiness with which the rude heretics caught at every occasion of scandalizing the religious orders. "This is worse than the rigor of Mr. Henry Warden himself," said the page, when he was left alone, for to do him justice, however strict, in requiring the most rigid attention during the time of his homilies, He left us to the freedom of our own wills afterward say, and would take a share in our pastimes too if he thought them entirely innocent. But these old women are utterly wrapped up in gloom, mystery, and self-denial. Well, then, if I must neither stir out of the gate nor look out at window, I will at least see what the inside of the house contains that may help to pass away one's time. Peradventure, I may light on that blue-eyed laugher in some corner or other. Going therefore out of the chamber, by the entrance opposite to that through which the two matrons had departed for it, may be readily supposed that he had no desire to intrude on their privacy. He wandered from one chamber to another through the deserted edifice, seeking with boyish eagerness some source of interest and amusement. Here he passed through a long gallery, opening on either hand into the little cells of the nuns, all deserted, and deprived of the few trifling articles of furniture, which the rules of the order admitted. The birds are flown, thought the page, but whether they will find themselves worse off in the open air than in these damp narrow cages, I leave my lady abbess and my venerable relative to settle betwixt them. I think the wild young lark whom they have left behind them would like best to sing under God's free sky. A winding stair, straight and narrow as if to remind the nuns of their duties of fast and maceration, led down to a lower suite of apartments, which occupied the ground story of the house. These rooms were even more ruinous than those which he had left for having encountered the first fury of the assailants, by whom the nunnery had been wasted, the windows had been dashed in, the doors broken down, and even the partitions betwixt the apartments in some places destroyed. As he thus stalked from desolation to desolation, and began to think of returning from so uninteresting a research to the chamber which he had left, he was surprised to hear the low of a cow very close to him. The sound was so unexpected at the time and place that Roland Graham started as if it had been the voice of a lion, and laid his hand on his dagger, while at the same moment the light and lovely form of Catherine Satan presented itself at the door of the apartment from which the sound had issued. "Good even to you, valiant champion," said she. "Since the days of Guy of Warwick, never was one more worthy to encounter a dun cow." "Cow," said Roland Graham, "by my faith, I thought it had been the devil that roared so near me. Who ever heard of a convent containing a cowhouse?" "Cow and calf may come hither now," answered Catherine, "for we have no means to keep out either. But I advise you, kind sir, to return to the place from whence you came." "Not till I see your charge, fair sister," answered Roland, and made his way into the apartment, in spite of the half-serious, half-laughing remonstrances of the girl. The poor solitary cow, now the only severe recluse within the nunnery, was quartered in a spacious chamber, which had once been the refectory of the convent. The roof was graced with groined arches, and the wall with niches from which the images had been pulled down. These remnants of architectural ornaments were strangely contrasted with the rude crib constructed for the cow in one corner of the apartment, and the stack of fodder which was piled beside it for her food. Footnote: this, like the cell of St. Cuthbert, is an imaginary scene, but I took one or two ideas of the desolation of the interior from a story told me by my father in his youth. It may be near 80 years since, as he was born in 1729, he had occasion to visit an old lady who resided in a border castle of considerable renown. Only one very limited portion of the extensive ruins sufficed for the accommodation of the inmates, and my father amused himself by wandering through the part that was untenanted, in a dinning apartment, having a roof richly adorned with arches and drops. There was deposited a large stack of hay to which calves were helping themselves from opposite sides. As my father was scaling a dark, ruinous turnpike staircase, his greyhound ran up before him, and probably was the means of saving his life, for the animal fell through a trapdoor or aperture in the stair, thus warning the owner of the danger of the ascent. As the dog continued howling from a great depth, my father got the old butler, who alone knew most of the localities about the castle, to unlock a sort of stable in which Kilbuck was found safe, and sound, the place being filled with the same commodity which littered the stalls of Augeas, and which had rendered the dog's fall an easy one. "By my faith," said the page, "Crombie is more lordly lodged than anyone here." "You had best remain with her," said Catherine, "and supply by your filial attentions the offspring she has had the ill luck to lose." "I will remain at least to help you to prepare her nights, lair pretty Catherine," said Roland, seizing upon a pitchfork. "By no means," said Catherine, "for besides that you know not in the least how to do her that service, you will bring a chiding my way, and I get enough of that in the regular course of things." "What for accepting my assistance?" said the page. "For accepting my assistance, who am to be your confederate in some deep matter of import, that were altogether unreasonable and Now, I think on it tell me, if you can what is this mighty emprise to which I am destined? Robbing a bird's nest, I should suppose, said Catherine, considering the champion, whom they have selected. By my faith, said the youth, and he that has taken a falcon's nest in the scores of Palmody, has done something to brag of my fair sister, but that is all over Noah Murrin on the nest, and the Iases, and their food washed or unwashed, for it was all anon of cramming these worthless kites, that I was sent upon my present travels, save that I have met with you, pretty sister, I could eat my dagger hilt for vexation at my own folly. But as we are to be fellow travelers. Fellow laborers, not fellow travelers, answered the girl, for to your comfort be it known, that the Lady Abbess and I set out earlier than you and your respected relative tomorrow, and that I partly endure your company at present, because it may be long ere we meet again. By St. Andrew, but it shall not, though, answered Roland, I will not hunt at all, unless we are to hunt in couples. I suspect in that, and in other points, we must do as we are bid, replied the young lady, but hark, I hear my aunt's voice. The old lady entered in good earnest, and darted a severe glance at her niece, while Roland had the ready wit to busy himself about the halter of the cow. The young gentleman, said Catherine gravely, is helping me to tie the cow up faster to her stake, for I find that last night, when she put her head out of window, and lode, she alarmed the whole village, and we shall be suspected of sorcery among the heretics, if they do not discover the cause of the apparition, or lose our cow if they do. Relieve yourself of that fear, said the abbess somewhat ironically. The person to whom she is now sold comes for the animal presently. Good night, then, my poor companion, said Catherine, patting the animal's shoulders. I hope thou hast fallen into kind hands, for my happiest hours of late have been spent in tending thee. I would I had been born to no better task. Now out upon the mean-spirited wench, said the abbess, is that a speech worthy of the name of Satan, or of the mouth of a sister of this house, treading the path of election, and to be spoken before a stranger youth, to go to my oratory minionder, read your hours, till I come thither, when I will read you such a lecture, as shall make you prize the blessings which you possess. Catherine was about to withdraw in silence, casting a half-sorrowful, half-comic glance at Roland Graham, which seemed to say, you see to what your untimely visit has exposed me, when suddenly changing her mind, she came forward to the page, and extended her hand. As she bid him good evening, their palms had pressed each other ere the astonished matron could interfere, and Catherine had time to say, forgive me, mother, it is long since we have seen a face that looked with kindness on us. Since these disorders have broken up our peaceful retreat, all has been gloom and malignity. I bid this youth kindly farewell, because he has come hither in kindness, and because the odds are great that we may never again meet in this world. I guess better than he that the schemes on which you are rushing are too mighty for your management, and that you are now setting the stone arrowling, which must surely crush you in its descent. I bid farewell, she added, to my fellow victim. This was spoken with a tone of deep and serious feeling altogether different from the usual levity of Catherine's manner, and plainly showed that beneath the giddiness of extreme youth and total inexperience, there lurked in her bosom a deeper power of sense and feeling than her conduct had hitherto expressed. The abbess remained a moment silent after she had left the room. The proposed rebuke died on her tongue, and she appeared struck with the deep and foreboding tone in which her niece had spoken her good of in. She led the way in silence to the apartment which they had formerly occupied, and where there was prepared a small refection, as the abbess termed it, consisting of milk and barley bread. Magdalen Graham, summoned to take share in this collation, appeared from an adjoining apartment, but Catherine was seen no more. There was little said during the hasty meal, and after it was finished, Roland Graham was dismissed to the nearest cell, where some preparations had been made for his repose. The strange circumstances in which he found himself had their usual effect in preventing slumber from hastily descending on him, and he could distinctly hear, by a low but earnest murmuring in the apartment, which he had left, that the matrons continued in deep consultation to a late hour. As they separated, he heard the abbess distinctly express herself thus: in a word, my sister, I venerate your character, and the authority with which my superiors have invested you, yet it seems to me that ere entering on this perilous course, we should consult some of the fathers of the Church. And how and where are we to find a faithful bishop or abbot at whom to ask counsel? The faithful Eustathius is no more is withdrawn from a world of evil, and from the tyranny of heretics. May Heaven and Our Lady assoilsy him of his sins, and abridge the penance of his mortal infirmities. Where shall we find another with whom to take counsel? Heaven will provide for the Church, said the abbess, and the faithful fathers, who yet are suffered to remain in the house of Kennequhair, will proceed to elect an abbot. They will not suffer the staff to fall down, or the mitre to be unfilled for the threats of heresy. That will I learn tomorrow, said Magdalen Graham, yet who now takes the office of an hour saved to partake with the spoilers in their work of plunder tomorrow, will tell us if one of the 1,000 saints, who are sprung from the house of St. Mary's, continues to look down on it, in its misery. Farewell, my sistery, meet at Edinburgh. Benedicito, answered the abbess, and they parted. To Kennequhair and to Edinburgh we bend our way, thought Roland Graham. That information have I purchased by a sleepless hour. It suits well with my purpose at Kennequhair. I shall see Father Ambrose at Edinburgh. I shall find the means of shaping my own course through this bustling world, without burdening my affectionate relation at Edinburgh, too. I shall see again the witching novice with her blue eyes, and her provoking smile. He fell asleep, and it was to dream of Catherine's Satan. Chapter the 13th. What day gone up again, I thought we had hurled him down on the threshold, never more to rise. Bring wedge and axe, and neighbours, lend your hands, and rive the idol into winter faggots. Athelstane, or the converted Dane. Roland Graham slept long and sound, and the sun was high over the horizon, when the voice of his companions summoned him to resume their pilgrimage, and when hastily arranging his dress, he went to attend her call. The enthusiastic matron stood already at the threshold, prepared for her journey. There was in all the deportment of this remarkable woman a promptitude of execution, and a sternness of perseverance, founded on the fanaticism which she nursed so deeply, and which seemed to absorb all the ordinary purposes and feelings of mortality. One only human affection gleamed through her enthusiastic energies, like the broken glimpses of the sun through the rising clouds of a storm. It was her maternal fondness for her grandson, a fondness carried almost to the verge of dotage, in circumstances where the Catholic religion was not concerned, but which gave way instantly when it chanced either to thwart or come in contact with the more settled purpose of her soul, and the more devoted duty of her life she would willingly have laid down to save the earthly object of her affection, but that object itself she was ready to hazard, and would have been willing to sacrifice, could the restoration of the Church of Rome have been purchased with his blood. Her discourse, by the way, excepting on the few occasions in which her extreme love of her grandson found opportunity to display itself in anxiety for his health and accommodation, turned entirely on the duty of raising up the fallen honors of the Church, and replacing a Catholic sovereign on the throne. There were times at which she hinted, though very obscurely and distantly, that she herself was foredoomed by heaven to perform a part in this important task, and that she had more than mere human warranty for the zeal with which she engaged in it. But on this subject, she expressed herself in such general language that it was not easy to decide whether she made any actual pretensions to a direct and supernatural call, like the celebrated Elizabeth Barton, commonly called the Nun of Kent, footnote a fanatic nun called the Holy Maid of Kent, who pretended to the gift of prophecy and power of miracles, having denounced the doom of speedy death against Henry Roman VIII for his marriage with Anne Boleyn. The prophetess was attainted in Parliament and executed with her accomplices. Her imposture was, for a time, so successful that even Sir Thomas More was disposed to be a believer, or whether she dwelt upon the general duty, which was incumbent on all Catholics of the time, and the pressure of which she felt in an extraordinary degree. Yet though Magdalen Graham gave no direct intimation of her pretensions to be considered as something beyond the ordinary class of mortals, the demeanor of one or two persons, amongst the travelers, whom they occasionally met, as they entered the more fertile and populous part of the valley, seemed to indicate their belief in her superior attributes. It is true that 2 clowns who drove before them, a herd of Catalan or 2 village wenches, who seemed bound for some Merrimakinga strolling soldier in a rusted morion, and a wandering student as his threadbare black cloak and his satchel of books proclaimed him past our travelers without observation, or with a look of contempt, and moreover, that 2 or 3 children attracted by the appearance of a dress, so nearly resembling that of a pilgrim, joined in hooting and calling out upon the massmonger, but 1 or 2 who nourished in their bosoms respect for the downfallen hierarchy, casting first a timorous glance around, to see that no one observed them, hastily crossed themselves, bent their knee to Sister Magdalen, by which name they saluted her, kissed her hand, or even the hem of her dalmatic, were received with humility the benedicity with which she repaid their obeisance, and then starting up and again, looking timidly round to see that they had been unobserved, hastily resumed their journey, Even while within sight of persons of the prevailing faith, there were individuals bold enough by folding their arms and bending their head to give distant and silent intimation that they recognized Sister Magdalene and honored alike her person and her purpose. She failed not to notice to her grandson these marks of honor and respect, which from time to time she received. You see, she said, my son, that the enemies have been unable altogether to suppress the good spirit, or to root out the true seed amid heretics and schismatic spoilers of the church's lands and scoffers at saints and sacraments. There is left a remnant. It is true, my mother, said Roland Graham, but methinks they are of a quality which can help us. But little see you not all those who wear steel at their side, and bear marks of better quality ruffle past us, as they would pass the meanest beggars. For those who give us any marks of sympathy are the poorest of the poor and most outcast of the needy, who have neither bread to share with us, nor swords to defend us, nor skill to use them. If they had that poor wretch that last kneeled to you with such deep devotion, and who seemed emaciated by the touch of some wasting disease within, and the grasp of poverty without, that pale, shivering, miserable caitiff, how can he aid the great schemes you meditate? Much, my son, said the matron with more mildness than the page perhaps expected when that pious son of the church returns from the shrine of St. Ringan, whither he now travels by my counsel, and by the aid of good Catholics when he returns healed of his wasting malady, high in health and strong in limb. Will not the glory of his faithfulness and its miraculous reward speak louder in the ears of this besotted people of Scotland than the din which is weekly made in 1,000 heretical pulpits? Ay, but mother, I fear the saint's hand is out. It is long since we have heard of a miracle performed at St. Ringan's. The matron made a dead pause, and with a voice tremulous with emotion, asked, art thou so unhappy as to doubt the power of the blessed saint? Nay, mother, the youth hastened to reply, I believe as the Holy Church commands, and doubt not St. Ringan's power of healing, but be it said with reverence, he hath not of late showed the inclination. And has this land deserved it, said the Catholic matron, advancing hastily, while she spoke, until she attained the summit of a rising ground over which the path led, and then standing again still here, she said, stood the cross, the limits of the halidome of St. Marishurian, this eminence from which the eye of the holy pilgrim might first catch a view of that ancient monastery, the light of the land, the abode of saints, and the grave of monarchs, where is now that emblem of our faith. It lies on the earth, a shapeless block, from which the broken fragments have been carried off for the meanest uses, till now no semblance of its original form remains. Look towards the east, my son, where the sun was wont to glitter on stately spires, from which crosses and bells have now been hurled as if the land had been invaded once more by barbarous heathens. Look at yonder battlements, of which we can even at this distance descry the partial demolition, and ask if this land can expect from the blessed saints, whose shrines and whose images have been profaned, any other miracles but those of vengeance. How long, she exclaimed, looking upward, how long shall it be delayed? She paused, and then resumed with enthusiastic rapidity, yes, my son, all on earth is but for a period. Joy and grief, triumph and desolation succeed each other like cloud and sunshine. The vineyard shall not be forever trodden down, the gaps shall be amended, and the fruitful branches once more dressed and trimmed. Even this day, even this hour, I trust to hear news of importance. Dally not, let us on, time is brief, and judgment is certain. She resumed the path which led to the Abbot, path which in ancient times was carefully marked out by posts and rails to assist the pilgrim in his journey. These were now torn up and destroyed. A half-hour's walk placed them in front of the once splendid monastery, which, although the church was as yet entire, had not escaped the fury of the times. The long range of cells and of apartments for the use of the brethren, which occupied two sides of the great square, were almost entirely ruinous, the interior having been consumed by fire, which only the massive architecture of the outward walls had enabled them to resist. The abbot's house, which formed the third side of the square, was, though injured, still inhabited, and afforded refuge to the few brethren who, yet rather by connivance than by actual authority, were permitted to remain at Kennaquhair, their stately office there. Pleasant gardens, magnificent cloisters constructed for their recreation, were all dilapidated and ruinous, and some of the building materials had apparently been put into requisition by persons in the village and in the vicinity who, formerly vassals of the monastery, had not hesitated to appropriate to themselves a part of the spoils. Roland saw fragments of Gothic pillars richly carved occupying the place of doorposts to the meanest huts, and here and there a mutilated statue, inverted or laid on its side, made the doorpost or threshold of a wretched cowhouse. The church itself was less injured than the other buildings of the monastery, but the images which had been placed in the numerous niches of its columns and buttresses, having all fallen under the charge of idolatry, to which the superstitious devotion of the papists had justly exposed them, had been broken and thrown down, without much regard to the preservation of the rich and airy canopies and pedestals on which they were placed. Nor, if the devastation had stopped short at this point, could we have considered the preservation of these monuments of antiquity as an object to be put in the balance with the introduction of the Reformed worship. Our pilgrims saw the demolition of these sacred and venerable representations of saints and angels, for, as sacred and venerable, they had been taught to consider them with very different feelings. The antiquary may be permitted to regret the necessity of the action, but to Magdalen Graham it seemed a deed of impiety deserving the instant vengeance of Havina sentiment, in which her relative joined for the moment as cordially as herself. Neither, however, gave vent to their feelings in words, and uplifted hands and eyes formed their only mode of expressing them. The page was about to approach the great eastern gate of the church, but was prevented by his guide. That gate, she said, has long been blockaded, that the heretical rabble may not know there still exist among the brethren of St. Mary's men who dare worship where their predecessors prayed while alive, and were interred when dead. Follow me this way, my son. Roland Graham followed accordingly, and Magdalen, casting a hasty glance to see whether they were observed, for she had learned caution from the danger of the times, commanded her grandson to knock at a little wicket which she pointed out to him. But knock gently, she added with emotion expressive of caution. After a little space during which no answer was returned, she signed to Roland to repeat his summons for admission, and the door at length partially opening, discovered a glimpse of the thin and timid porter, by whom the duty was performed, skulking from the observation of those who stood without, but endeavoring at the same time to gain a sight of them, without being himself seen. How different from the proud consciousness of dignity with which the porter of ancient days offered his important brow and his goodly person to the pilgrims who repaired to Kennequhair. His solemn intrit me filii was exchanged for a tremulous "You cannot enter now, the brethren are in their chambers." But when Magdalen Graham asked in an undertone of voice, "Hast thou forgot me, my brother?" he changed his apologetic refusal to "Enter, my honored sister, enter speedily, for evil eyes are upon us." They entered accordingly, and having waited until the porter had with jealous haste barred and bolted the wicket, were conducted by him through several dark and winding passages. As they walked slowly on, he spoke to the matron in a subdued voice, as if he feared to trust the very walls with the avowal which he communicated. "Our fathers are assembled in the chapter house, worthy sisteries in the chapter house for the election of an abbot a benedicite. There must be no ringing of bells, no high mass, no opening of the great gates now, that the people might see and venerate their spiritual father. Our fathers must hide themselves, rather like robbers who choose a leader than godly priests, who elect a mitred abbot." "Regard not that, my brother," answered Magdalen Graham. "The first successors of St. Peter himself were elected not in sunshine, but in tempests, not in the halls of the Vatican, but in the subterranean vaults and dungeons of heathen Rome. They were not gratulated with shouts and salvos of cannon shot, and of musketry, and the display of artificial fire, no, my brother, but by the hoarse summons of lictors and praetors who came to drag the fathers of the church to martyrdom. From such adversity was the church once raised, and by such will it now be purified. And mark me, brother, not in the proudest days of the mitred abbey was a superior ever chosen, whom his office shall so much honor as he shall be honored, who now takes it upon him in these days of tribulation. On whom, my brother, will the choice fall? On whom can it fall, or alas, who would dare to reply to the call, save the worthy pupil of the sainted Eustathius, good and valiant Father Ambrose?" "I know it," said Magdalen. "My heart told me long ere your lips had uttered his name. Stand forth, courageous champion and man, the fatal breach rise bold, an experienced pilot, and seize the helm, while the tempest rages. Turn back the battle, brave raiser of the fallen standard-wheeled crook, and slang noble shepherd of a scattered flock." "I pray you hush, my sister," said the porter, opening a door which led into the great church. "The brethren will be presently here to celebrate their election with a solemn mass. I must marshal them the way to the high altarall. The offices of this venerable house have now devolved on one poor decrepit old man." He left the church, and Magdalen and Roland remained alone in that great vaulted space, whose style of rich yet chaste architecture referred its origin to the early part of the 14th century. the best period of Gothic building, but the niches were stripped of their images in the inside, as well as the outside of the church. And in the pell-mell havoc, the tombs of warriors and of princes had been included in the demolition of the idolatrous shrines, lances, and swords of antique size, which had hung over the tombs of mighty warriors of former days lay, now strewed among relics with which the devotion of pilgrims had graced those of their peculiar saints, and the fragments of the knights and dames, which had once lain recumbent, or kneeled, in an attitude of devotion, where their mortal relics were reposed, were mingled with those of the saints and angels of the Gothic chisel, which the hand of violence had sent headlong from their stations. The most fatal symptom of the whole appeared to be that though this violence had now been committed for many months, the fathers had lost so totally all heart and resolution that they had not adventured even upon clearing away the rubbish, or restoring the church to some decent degree of order. This might have been done without much labor, but terror had overpowered the scanty remains of a body, once so powerful and sensible. They were only suffered to remain in this ancient seat by connivance, and from compassion, they did not venture upon taking any step which might be construed into an assertion of their ancient rites, contenting themselves with the secret and obscure exercise of their religious ceremonial in as unostentatious a manner as was possible. 2 or 3 of the more aged brethren had sunk under the pressure of the times, and the ruins had been partly cleared away to permit their interment. 1 stone had been laid over Father Nicholas, which recorded of him, in special, that he had taken the vows during the incumbency of Abbot in Gelram, the period to which his memory so frequently recurred. Another flagstone yet more recently deposited covered the body of Philip, the sacristan eminent for his aquatic excursion with the Phantom of Avenel, and a third, the most recent of all, bore the outline of a mitre, and the words Hic jacet Eustatius Abbas, for no one dared to add a word of commendation in favor of his learning and strenuous zeal for the Roman Catholic faith. Magdalen Graham looked at and perused the brief records of these monuments successively, and paused over that of Father Eustace. In a good hour for thyself, she said, but oh, in an evil hour for the church wert thou called from us. Let thy spirit be with us, holy main, encourage thy successor to tread footsteps, give him thy bold and inventive capacity, thy zeal, and thy discretion. Evan, thy piety exceeds not his. As she spoke, a side door, which closed a passage from the abbot's house into the church, was thrown open, that the fathers might enter the choir, and conduct to the high altar the superior whom they had elected. In former times, this was one of the most splendid of the many pageants which the hierarchy of Rome had devised to attract the veneration of the faithful. The period, during which the abbacy remained vacant, was a state of mourning, or as their emblematical phrase expressed it, of widowhood, a melancholy term, which was changed into rejoicing and triumph when a new superior was chosen. When the folding doors were on such solemn occasions thrown open, and the new abbot appeared on the threshold in full-blown dignity with ring and mitre and dalmatique, and crozier his hoary standard-bearers, and his juvenile dispensers of incense preceding him, and the venerable train of monks behind him, with all besides which could announce the supreme authority to which he was now raised, his appearance was a signal for the magnificent jubilate to rise from the organ and musicloft, and to be joined by the corresponding bursts of Alleluia from the whole assembled congregation. Now all was changed in the midst of rubbish and desolation. 7 or 8 old men, bent and shaken as much by grief and fear as by age, shrouded hastily in the proscribed dress of their order, wandered like a procession of spectres from the door, which had been thrown open up through the encumbered passage to the high altar there, to install their elected superior, a chief of ruins. It was like a band of bewildered travelers, choosing a chief in the wilderness of Arabia, or a shipwrecked crew, electing a captain upon the barren island on which fate has thrown them. They who in peaceful times are most ambitious of authority among others, shrink from the competition at such eventful periods, when neither ease nor parade attend the possession of it, and when it gives only a painful preeminence both in danger and in labor, and exposes the ill-fated chieftain to the murmurs of his discontented associates as well as to the first assault of the common enemy. But he on whom the office of the Abbot of St. Mary's was now conferred had a mind fitted for the situation to which he was called, bold and enthusiastic, yet generous and forgiving wise, and skillful, yet zealous and promptly, wanted but a better cause than the support of a decaying superstition to have raised him to the rank of a truly great man. But as the end crowns the work, it also forms the rule by which it must be ultimately judged, and those who with sincerity and generosity fight and fall in an evil cause, posterity can only compassionate as victims of a generous, but fatal error. Amongst these, we must rank Ambrosius, the last abbot of Kennaquhair, whose designs must be condemned, as their success would have riveted on Scotland the chains of antiquated superstition and spiritual tyranny, but whose talents commanded respect, and whose virtues, even from the enemies of his faith, extorted esteem. The bearing of the new abbot served of itself to dignify a ceremonial which was deprived of all other attributes of grandeur, conscious of the peril in which they stood, and recalling doubtless the better days they had seen there hung over his brethren, an appearance of mingled terror and grief and shame, which induced them to hurry over the office in which they were engaged, as something at once degrading and dangerous. But not so Father Ambrose. His features indeed expressed a deep melancholy as he walked up the center aisle amid the ruin of things which he considered as holy, but his brow was undejected, and his step firm and solemn. He seemed to think that the dominion which he was about to receive depended in no sort upon the external circumstances under which it was conferred, and if a mind so firm was accessible to sorrow or fear, it was not on his own account, but on that of the church to which he had devoted himself. At length he stood on the broken steps of the high altar barefooted, as was the rule, and holding in his hand his pastoral staff, for the gemmed ring and jeweled mitre had become secular spoils. No obedient vassals came man after man to make their homage, and to offer the tribute which should provide their spiritual superior with palfrey and trappings. No bishop assisted at the solemnity to receive into the higher ranks of the church nobility a dignitary whose voice in the legislature was as potential as his own, with hasty and maimed rites. The few remaining brethren stepped forward alternately to give their new abbot the kiss of peace in token of fraternal affection, and spiritual homage. Mass was then hastily performed, but in such precipitation as if it had been hurried over rather to satisfy the scruples of a few youths who were impatient to set out on a hunting party, than as if it made the most solemn part of a solemn ordination. The officiating priest faltered as he spoke the service, and often looked around as if he expected to be interrupted in the midst of his office, and the brethren listened to that which, short as it was, they wished yet more abridged. Footnote: in Catholic countries, in order to reconcile the pleasures of the great with the observances of religion, it was common, when a party was bent for the chase, to celebrate Mass abridged and maimed of its rites, called a hunting Mass, the brevity of which was designed to correspond with the impatience of the audience. These symptoms of alarm increased as the ceremony proceeded, and as it seemed were not caused by mere apprehension alone, for amid the pauses of the hymn, there were heard without sounds of a very different sort, beginning faintly, and at a distance, but at length approaching close to the exterior of the church, and stunning with dissonant clamor those engaged in the service, the winding of horns blown with no regard to harmony or concert, the jangling of bells, the thumping of drums, the squeaking of bagpipes, and the clash of cymbals, the shouts of a multitude, now as in laughter, now as in anger, the shrill tones of female voices, and of those of children mingling with the deeper clamor of men, formed a babel of sounds which first drowned, and then awed into utter silence, the official hymns of the convent. The cause and result of this extraordinary interruption will be explained in the next chapter. Chapter the 14th. Not the wild billow when it breaks its barrier. Not the wild wind escaping from its cavern. Not the wild fiend that mingles both together, and pours their rage upon the ripening harvest, can match the wild freaks of this mirthful meeting. Comic yet fearful, droll and yet destructive. The conspiracy. The monks ceased their song, which, like that of the choristers in the legend of the Witch of Berkeley, died away in a quaver of consternation, and like a flock of chickens, disturbed by the presence of the kite, they at first made a movement to disperse and fly in different directions, and then with despair rather than hope huddled themselves around their new abbot, who, retaining the lofty and undismayed look which had dignified him through the whole ceremony, stood on the higher step of the altar, as if desirous to be the most conspicuous mark on which danger might discharge itself, and to save his companions by his self-devotion, since he could afford them no other protection. Involuntarily, as it were, Magdalen Graham and the page stepped from the station which hitherto they had occupied unnoticed, and approached to the altar, as desirous of sharing the fate which approached the monks, whatever that might be. Both bowed reverently low to the abbot, and while Magdalen seemed about to speak, the youth, looking towards the main entrance, at which the noise now roared most loudly, and which was at the same time assailed with much knocking, laid his hand upon his dagger. The abbot motioned to both to forbear. Peace, my sister, he said in a low tone, but which being in a different key from the tumultuary sounds, without could be distinctly heard even amidst the tumult. Peace. He said, my sister, let the new superior of St. Mary's himself receive and reply to the grateful acclamations of the vassals who come to celebrate his installation, and thou, my son, forbear, I charge thee, to touch thy earthly weapon if it is the pleasure of our protectress that her shrine be this day desecrated by deeds of violence, and polluted by bloodshedding. Let it not, I charge thee, happen through the deed of a Catholic son of the Church. The noise and knocking at the outer gate became now every moment louder, and voices were heard impatiently demanding admittance. The abbot, with dignity, and with a step which even the emergency of danger rendered neither faltering nor precipitate, moved towards the portal, and demanded to know in a tone of authority who it was that disturbed their worship, and what they desired. There was a moment's silence, and then a loud laugh from without. At length, a voice replied, we desire entrance into the church, and when the door is opened you will soon see who we are. By whose authority do you require entrance? Said the father. By authority of the Right Reverend Lord Abbot of Unreason. Footnote: we learn from no less authority than that of Napoleon Bonaparte that there is but a single step between the sublime and ridiculous, and it is a transition from one extreme to another so very easy that the vulgar of every degree are peculiarly captivated with it. Thus the inclination to laugh becomes uncontrollable when the solemnity and gravity of time, place, and circumstances render it peculiarly improper. Some species of general license, like that which inspired the ancient Saturnalia or the modern carnival, has been commonly indulged to the people at all times and in almost all countries, but it was, I think, peculiar to the Roman Catholic Church that while they studied how to render their church rites imposing and magnificent by all that pomp, music, architecture, and external display could add to them, they nevertheless connived upon special occasions at the frolics of the rude vulgar, who in almost all Catholic countries enjoyed, or at least assumed the privilege of making some lord of the revels, who under the name of the Abbot of Unreason, the boy bishop, or the president of fools, occupied the churches, profaned the holy places by a mock imitation of the sacred rites, and sung indecent parodies on hymns of the church. The indifference of the clergy, even when their power was greatest, to the indecent exhibitions, which they always tolerated, and sometimes encouraged, forms a strong contrast to the sensitiveness with which they regarded any serious attempt, by preaching or writing, to impeach any of the doctrines of the Church. It could only be compared to the singular apathy with which they endured and often admired the gross novels which Chaucer, Dunbar, Boccaccio, Bandello, and others composed upon the bad morals of the clergy. It seems as if the churchmen in both instances had endeavored to compromise with the laity and allowed them occasionally to gratify their coarse humor by indecent satire, provided they would abstain from any grave question concerning the foundation of the doctrines on which was erected such an immense fabric of ecclesiastical power. But the sports thus licensed assumed a very different appearance so soon as the Protestant doctrines began to prevail, and the license which their forefathers had exercised in mere gaiety of heart, and without the least intention of dishonoring religion, by their frolics, were now persevered in by the common people, as a mode of testifying their utter disregard for the Roman priesthood and its ceremonies. I may observe, for example, the case of an apparitor sent to Borthwick from the primate of St. Andrews, to cite the lord of that castle, who was opposed by an abbot of Unreason, at whose command the officer of the spiritual court was appointed to be ducked in a milldam, and obliged to eat up his parchment citation. The reader may be amused with the following whimsical details of this incident, which took place in the castle of Borthwick, in the year 1517. It appears that in consequence of a process betwixt Master George Hay de Minzine and the Lord Borthwick, letters of excommunication had passed against the latter, on account of the contumacy of certain witnesses. William Langlands, an apparitor or macer bacularius of the see of St. Andrews, presented these letters to the curate of the church, Borthwick, requiring him to publish the same at the service of High Mass. It seems that the inhabitants of the castle were at this time engaged in the favorite sport of enacting the Abbot of Unreason, a species of high jinks, in which a mimic prelate was elected, who, like the Lord of Misrule in England, turned all sort of lawful authority, and particularly the church ritual, into ridicule. This frolicsome person, with his retinue, notwithstanding of the apparitor's character entered the church, seized upon the primate's officer without hesitation, and dragging him to the milldam on the south side of the castle, compelled him to leap into the water. Not contented with this partial immersion, the Abbot of Unreason pronounced that Mr. William Langlands was not yet sufficiently bathed, and therefore caused his assistants to lay him on his back in the stream, and duck him in the most satisfactory and perfect manner. The unfortunate apparitor was then conducted back to the church, where for his refreshment after his bath, the letters of excommunication were torn to pieces, and steeped in a bowl of wine, the mock abbot being probably of opinion that a tough parchment was, but dry-eating Langlands was compelled to eat the letters and swallow the wine, and dismissed by the Abbot of Unreason with the comfortable assurance that if any more such letters should arrive during the continuance of his office, they should a-gang the same gate. Roman 1, go the same road. A similar scene occurs betwixt a Sumner of the Bishop of Rochester and Harpole the servant of Lord Cobham in the old play of Sir John Oldcastle, when the former compels the church officer to eat his citation. The dialogue, which may be found in the note, contains most of the jests which may be supposed appropriate to such an extraordinary occasion. Harpole: marry, sir, is this process parchment? Sumner: yes, marry is it. Harpole: and this seal wax? Sumner: it is so. Harpole: if this be parchment, and this be wax, eat you this parchment and wax, or I will make parchment of your skin, and beat your brains into wax. Sirrah: Sumner: dispatch, devour. Sirrah: devour. Sumner: I am my Lord of Rochester's Sumner, I came to do my office, and thou shalt answer it. Harpole: Sirrah, no railing, but betake thyself to thy teeth, thou shalt eat no worse than thou bringest with thee. Thou bringest it for my lord, and wilt thou bring my lord worse than thou wilt eat thyself? Sumner: sir, I brought it not my lord to eat. Harpole: oh, do you sir me now? All's one for that, ill make you eat it for bringing it. Sumner: I cannot eat it. Harpole: can you not? Blood ill beat you, till you have a stomach beats him. Sumner: oh, hold, good Mr. Servingman, I will eat it. Harpole: be champing, be chewing, sir, or I will chew you. You rogue, tough wax is the purest of the honey. Sumner: the purest of the honey, O lord, sir, oh. Harpole: feed, tease, wholesome rogue, wholesome, cannot you like an honest Sumner walk with the devil your brother to fetch in your bailiff's rents? But you must come to a nobleman's house with process. If the seal were broad as the lead which covers Rochester church, thou shouldst eat it. Sumner: oh, I am almost choked, I am almost choked. Harpole: who's within there? Will you shame my lord? Is there no beer in the house? Butler: I say. Enter butlers. Butler: here's. Harpole: give him beer, tough old sheepskins, but dry meat. First part of Sir John Oldcastle, Act Roman 2, Scene Roman 1. Replied the voice from without, and from the laugh which followed, it seemed as if there was something highly ludicrous couched under this reply. I know not and seek not to know your meaning, replied the abbot, since it is probably a rude one, but begone in the name of God, and leave his servants in peace. I speak this as having lawful authority to command here. Open the door, said another rude voice, and we will try titles with you, Sir Monk, and show you a superior we must all obey. Break open the doors if he dallies any longer, said a third, and down with the carrion monks, who would bar us of our privilege. A general shout followed. I, our privilege, down with the doors, and with the lurding monks if they make opposition. The knocking was now exchanged for blows with great hammers, to which the doors, strong as they were, must soon have given way. But the abbot, who saw resistance would be in vain, and who did not wish to incense the assailants by an attempt at offering it, besought silence earnestly, and with difficulty obtained a hearing. My children, said he, I will save you from committing a great sin. The porter will presently undo the gate, is gone to fetch the keys. Meantime, I pray you to consider with yourselves, if you are in a state of mind to cross the holy threshold. Tillively for your papistry, was answered from without. We are in the mood of the monks when they are merriest, and that is when they sup beef bruise for lantencale. So, if your porter hath not the gout, let him come speedily, or we heave away readily. Said I, well, comrades. Bravely said, and it shall be as bravely done, said the multitude. And had not the keys arrived at that moment, and the porter in hasty terror performed his office, throwing open the great door, the populace would have saved him the trouble the instant he had done. So the affrighted janitor fled like one who has drawn the bolts of a floodgate, and expects to be overwhelmed by the rushing inundation. The monks, with one consent, had withdrawn themselves behind the abbot, who alone kept his station about 3 yards from the entrance, showing no signs of fear or perturbation, his brethren, partly encouraged by his devotion, partly ashamed to desert him, and partly animated by a sense of deuteronomy, huddled close together at the back of their superior, there was a loud laugh and huzzah when the doors were opened, but contrary to what might have been expected, no crowd of enraged assailants rushed into the church. On the contrary, there was a cry of a halto halto, order my masters, and let the two reverend fathers greet each other as beseems them. The appearance of the crowd who were thus called to order was grotesque in the extreme. It was composed of men, women, and children, ludicrously disguised in various habits, and presenting groups equally diversified and grotesque. Here one fellow with a horse's head painted before him and a tail behind, and the whole covered with a long footcloth, which was supposed to hide the body of the animal, ambled, caracoled, pranced, and plunged, as he performed the celebrated part of the hobby horse. Footnote: this exhibition, the Playmare of Scotland, stood high among holiday gambols. It must be carefully separated from the wooden chargers, which furnish out our nurseries. It gives rise to Hamlet's ejaculation. But oh, the hobby horse is forgot. There is a very comic scene in Beaumont and Fletcher's play of Woman Pleased, where Hopi on High Bamai, a Puritan cobbler, refuses to dance with the hobby horse. There was much difficulty and great variety in the motions, which the hobby horse was expected to exhibit. The learned Mr. Douce, who has contributed so much to the illustration of our theatrical antiquities, has given us a full account of this pageant, and the burlesque horsemanship which it practiced. The hobby horse, says Mr. Douce, was represented by a man equipped with as much pasteboard as was sufficient to form the head and hinder parts of a horse, the quadrupedal defects being concealed by a long mantle or footcloth that nearly touched the ground. The former, on this occasion, exerted all his skill in burlesque horsemanship. In Simpson's play of The Lawbreakers, 1636, a miller personates the hobby horse, and being angry that the mayor of the city is put in competition with him, exclaims, "Let the mayor play the hobby horse among his brethren, and he will. I hope our townlads cannot want a hobby horse. Have I practiced my reins, my careers, my prankers, my ambles, my false trots, my smooth ambles, and Canterbury paces, and shall Master Mayor put me beside the hobby horse? Have I borrowed the four-horse bells, his plumes, his braveries, nay, had his mane new shorn and frizzled, and shall the mayor put me beside the hobby horse?" Douce's Illustrations, Vol. Roman 2 p. 468. So often alluded to in our ancient drama, and which still flourishes on the stage in the battle that concludes Bayes' tragedy, to rival the address and agility displayed by this character. Another personage, advanced in the more formidable character of a huge dragon with gilded wings, open jaws, and a scarlet tongue cloven at the end, which made various efforts to overtake and devour a lad dressed as the lovely Sabia, daughter of the king of Egypt, who fled before him, while a Marshal St. George, grotesquely armed with a goblet for a helmet and a spit for a lance, ever and anon interfered, and compelled the monster to relinquish his prey. A bear, a wolf, and one or two other wild animals played their parts with the discretion of Snug, the joiner, for the decided preference which they gave to the use of their hind legs was sufficient, without any formal enunciation, to assure the most timorous spectators that they had to do with habitual bipeds. There was a group of outlaws with Robin Hood and Little John at their head. Footnote: the representation of Robin Hood was the darling May game, both in England and Scotland, and doubtless the favorite personification was often revived when the Abbot of Unreason or other pretenses of frolic gave an unusual decree of license. The Protestant clergy, who had formerly reaped advantage from the opportunities which these sports afforded them of directing their own satire and the ridicule of the lower orders against the Catholic Church, began to find that, when these purposes were served, their favorite pastimes deprived them of the wish to attend divine worship and disturbed the frame of mind in which it can be attended to advantage. The celebrated Bishop Latimer gives a very naive account of the manner in which bishop as he was, he found himself compelled to give place to Robin Hood and his followers. "I came once myself riding on a journey homeward from London, and I sent word overnight into the town that I would preach there in the morning, because it was holiday, and methought it was a holiday's work. The church stood in my way, and I took my horse and my company, and went thither. I thought I should have found a great company in the church, and when I came there, the church door was fast locked. I tarried there half an hour and more. At last the key was found, and one of the parish comes to me, and said, 'Sir, this is a busy day with us. We cannot hear you. It is Robin Hood's day. The parish are gone abroad to gather for Robin Hood. I pray you let them not.' I was fain there to give place to Robin Hood. I thought my rochet should have been regarded, though I were not. but it would not serve. It was fain to give place to Robin Hood's men. It is no laughing matter, my friends. It is a weeping matter, a heavy matter, under the pretense for gathering for Robin Hood a traitor, and a thief to put out a preacher, to have his office less esteemed, to prefer a Robin Hood before the ministration of God's word. And all this hath come of unpreaching prelates. This realmy hath been ill provided, for that it hath had such corrupt judgments in it, to prefer Robin Hood to God's word. Bishop Latimer's sixth sermon before King Edward. While the English Protestants thus preferred the outlaw's pageant to the preaching of their excellent bishop, the Scottish Calvinistic clergy, with the celebrated John Knox at their head, and backed by the authority of the magistrates of Edinburgh, who had of late been chosen exclusively from this party, found it impossible to control the rage of the populace when they attempted to deprive them of the privilege of presenting their pageant of Robin Hood. Note on Old Scottish spelling, leading Y modern th, leading V modern U. The pause which the masqueraders made, waiting apparently for some person of the highest authority amongst them, gave those within the abbey church full time to observe all these absurdities. They were at no loss to comprehend their purpose and meaning. Few readers can be ignorant that at an early period, and during the plenitude of her power, the Church of Rome not only connived at but even encouraged such Saturnalian licenses as the inhabitants of Kennaquhair and the neighborhood had now in hand, and that the vulgar on such occasions were not only permitted, but encouraged by a number of gambles, sometimes puerile and ludicrous, sometimes immoral and profane, to indemnify themselves for the privations and penances imposed on them at other seasons. But of all other topics for burlesque and ridicule, the rites and ceremonial of the church itself were most frequently resorted to, and strange to say, with the approbation of the clergy themselves. While the hierarchy flourished in full glory, they do not appear to have dreaded the consequences of suffering the people to become so irreverently familiar with things sacred. They then imagine the laity to be much in the condition of the laborer's horse, which does not submit to the bridle, and the whip with greater reluctance, because at rare intervals he is allowed to frolic at large in his pasture, and fling out his heels in clumsy gambols at the master who usually drives him. But when times changed, when doubt of the Roman Catholic doctrine and hatred of their priesthood had possessed the Reformed party, the clergy discovered too late that no small inconvenience arose from the established practice of games and merrymakings, in which they themselves, and all they held most sacred, were made the subject of ridicule. It then became obvious to duller politicians than the Romish churchmen that the same actions have a very different tendency when done in the spirit of sarcastic insolence and hatred than when acted merely in exuberance of rude and uncontrollable spirits. They therefore, though of the latest, endeavored, where they had any remaining influence, to discourage the renewal of these indecorous festivities. In this particular, the Catholic clergy were joined by most of the Reformed preachers, who were more shocked at the profanity and immorality of many of these exhibitions than disposed to profit by the ridiculous light in which they placed the Church of Rome and her observances. But it was long ere these scandalous and immoral sports could be abrogated. A rude multitude continued attached to their favorite pastimes, and both in England and Scotland, the mitre of the Catholic rochet of the Reformed bishopand, the cloak and band of the Calvinistic divine, were in turn compelled to give place to those jocular personages, the Pope of Fools, the boy bishop, and the Abbot of Unreason. Footnote from the interesting novel entitled Anastasius. It seems the same burlesque ceremonies were practiced in the Greek church. It was the latter personage who, now in full costume, made his approach to the great door of the Church of St. Mary's, accoutred in such a manner as to form a caricature or practical parody on the costume and attendants of the real superior, whom he came to beard on the very day of his installation. In the presence of his clergy and in the chancel of his church, the mock dignitary was a stout-made undersized fellow, whose thick squab form had been rendered grotesque by a supplemental paunch well stuffed. He wore a mitre of leather with the front like a grenadier's cap, adorned with mock embroidery and trinkets of tin. This surmounted a visage the nose of which was the most prominent feature, being of unusual size, and at least as richly gemmed as his headgear. His robe was of buckram, and his cope of canvas, curiously painted and cut into open work. On one shoulder was fixed the painted figure of an owl, and he bore in the right hand his pastoral staff, and in the left a small mirror having a handle to it, thus resembling a celebrated jester, whose adventures translated into English were whilom extremely popular, and which may still be procured in black letter for about £1 sterling per leaf. The attendants of this mock dignitary had their proper dresses and equipage bearing the same burlesque resemblance to the officers of the convent, which their leader did to the superior. They followed their leader in regular procession. And the motley characters which had waited his arrival now crowded into the church in his train shouting, as they came a hall for the venerable Father Howleglas, the learned monk of Misrule, and the right reverend Abbot of Unreason. The discordant minstrelsy of every kind renewed its din. The boys shrieked and howled, and the men laughed and hallooed, and the women giggled and screamed, and the beasts roared, and the dragon walloped and hissed, and the hobbyhorse neighed, pranced and capered, and the rest frisked and frolicked, clashing their hobnailed shoes against the pavement, till it sparkled with the marks of their energetic caprioles. It was, in fine, a scene of ridiculous confusion that deafened the ear, made the eyes giddy, and must have altogether stunned any indifferent spectator. The monks, whom personal apprehension and a consciousness that much of the popular enjoyment arose from the ridicule being directed against them, were moreover little comforted by the reflection that bold in their disguise the mummers who whooped and capered around them might on slight provocation turn their jest into earnest, or at least proceed to those practical pleasantries which at all times arise so naturally out of the frolicsome and mischievous disposition of the populace. They looked to their abbot amid the tumult with such looks as landsmen cast upon the pilot when the storm is at the highest, looks which express that they are devoid of all hope arising from their own exertions, and not very confident in any success likely to attend those of their palinurus. The abbot himself seemed at a stand. He felt no fear, but he was sensible of the danger of expressing his rising indignation, which he was scarcely able to suppress. He made a gesture with his hand, as if commanding silence, which was at first only replied to by redoubled shouts and peals of wild laughter, when however the same motion, and as nearly in the same manner, had been made by Howleglas, it was immediately obeyed by his riotous companions, who expected fresh food for mirth in the conversation. Betwixt the real and mock abbot, having no small confidence in the vulgar wit and impudence of their leader, accordingly, they began to shout to it, fathers to it, I fight monk, fight madcap, abbot against abbot is fair play, and so is reason against unreason and malice against monkery. Silence, my mate, said Howleglas, cannot two learned fathers of the church hold communion together, but you must come here with your bear garden whoop, and hollow, as if you were hounding forth a mastiff upon a mad bull. I say silence, and let this learned father and me confer touching matters affecting our mutual state and authority. My children, said Father Ambrose. My children, two unhappy children, they are, said his burlesque counterpart. Many a wise child knows not its own father, and it is well they have two to choose betwixt. If thou hast aught in thee save scoffing and ribaldry, said the real abbot, permit me for thine own soul's sake to speak a few words to these misguided men. Aught in me but scoffing, sayest thou, retorted the abbot of Unreason. Why, reverend brother, I have all that becomes mine office at this time. A day I have beef, ale, and brandywine with other condiments, not worth mentioning, and for speaking man we speak away, and we will have turn about like honest fellows. During this discussion, the wrath of Magdalen Graham had risen to the uttermost. She approached the abbot, and placing herself by his side, said in a low and yet distinct tone, Wake, and arouse thee, Father. The sword of St. Peter is in thy hand, strike and avenge St. Peter's patrimony, bind them in the chains, which being riveted by the church on earth are riveted in heaven. Peace, sister, said the abbot, let not their madness destroy our discretion. I pray thee peace, and let me do mine office. It is the first peradventure, it may be the last time, I shall be called on to discharge it. Nay, my holy brother, said Howleglas, I read you take the holy sister's advice, and never throve convent without woman's counsel. Peace, vain man, said the abbot, and you my brethren. Nay, nay, said the abbot of Unreason, no, speaking to the lay people, until you have conferred with your brother of the cowl. I swear by bell, book, and candle that no one of my congregation shall listen to one word you have to say, so you had as well address yourself to me who will. To escape a conference so ludicrous, the abbot again attempted an appeal to what respectful feelings might yet remain amongst the inhabitants of the Halidome, once so devoted to their spiritual superiors. Alas, the abbot of Unreason had only to nourish his mock crozier, and the whooping, the hallowing, and the dancing were renewed, with a vehemence which would have defied the lungs of Stentor. And now, my mates, said the abbot of Unreason, once again dight your gabs, and be hushedlet, see if the cock of Kennequhair will fight or flee the pit. There was again a dead silence of expectation, of which Father Ambrose availed himself to address his antagonist, seeing plainly that he could gain an audience on no other terms. Wretched man, said he, hast thou no better employment for thy carnal wit than to employ it in leading these blind and helpless creatures into the pit of utter darkness? Truly, my brother, replied Howleglas, I can see little difference betwixt your employment and mine, save that you make a sermon of a jest, and I make a jest of a sermon. Unhappy being, said the abbot, who hast no better subject of pleasantry than that which should make thee tremble, no sounder jest than thine own sins, and no better objects for laughter than those who can absolve thee from the guilt of them. Verily, my reverend brother, said the mock abbot, what you say might be true, if in laughing at hypocrites I meant to laugh at religiono. It is a precious thing to wear a long dress with a girdle, and a cowley become a holy pillar of Mother Church, and a boy must not play at ball against the walls, for fear of breaking a painted window. And will you, my friends, said the abbot, looking round, and speaking with a vehemence which secured him a tranquil audience for some time, will you suffer a profane buffoon within the very church of God to insult his ministers? Many of you, all of you perhaps, have lived under my holy predecessors, who were called upon to rule in this church where I am called upon to suffer. If you have worldly goods, they are their gift, and when you scorn not to accept better gifts, mercy and forgiveness of the church, were they not ever at your commanded? We not pray while you were jovial, wake while you slept. Some of the good wives of the Halidome were wont to say so, said the abbot of Unreason, but is just met in this instance. But slight applause, and Father Ambrose, having gained a moment's attention, hastened to improve it. What, said he, and is this gratefulise it seemlies it honesto assail with scorn a few old men from whose predecessors you hold all, and whose only wish is to die in peace among these fragments of what was once the light of the land, and whose daily prayer is that they may be removed ere that hour comes when the last spark shall be extinguished, and the land left in the darkness, which it has chosen rather than light. We have not turned against you the edge of the spiritual sword to revenge our temporal persecution. The tempest of your wrath hath despoiled us of land, and deprived us almost of our daily food. But we have not repaid it with the thunders of excommunication. We only pray your leave to live and die within the church, which is our own, invoking God our Lady, and the holy saints to pardon your sins, and our own, undisturbed by scurril, buffoonery, and blasphemy. This speech, so different in tone and termination from that which the crowd had expected, produced an effect upon their feelings unfavorable to the prosecution of their frolic. The Morristancers stood still, Hobbyhorse surceased his capering pipe, and Tabor were mute, and silence, like a heavy cloud, seemed to descend on the once noisy rabble. Several of the beasts were obviously moved to compunction the bear could not restrain his sobs, and a huge fox was observed to wipe his eyes with his tail. But in especial, the dragon, lately so formidably rampant, now relaxed the terror of his claws, uncoiled his tremendous rings, and grumbled out of his fiery throat in a repentant tone, By the mass, I thought no harm in exercising our old pastime, but an I had thought the good father would have taken it so to heart, I would as soon have played your devil as your dragon. In this momentary pause, the abbot stood amongst the miscellaneous and grotesque forms, by which he was surrounded, triumphant, as Saint Anthony in Callot's Temptations. But Howleglas would not so resign his purpose. "And how now, my master," said he, "is this fair play? Or no, have you not chosen me abbot of Unreason? And is it lawful for any of you to listen to common sense today? Was I not formally elected by you in solemn chapter, held in Lucky Martin's change house? And will you now desert me, and give up your old pastime and privilege, play out the play, and he that speaks the next word of sense, or reason, or bids us think, or consider, or the like of that, which befits not the day, I will have him solemnly ducked in the milldam." The rabble, mutable as usual, huzzaed the pipe, and Tabor struck up the hobbyhorse, pranced the beasts, roared, and even the repentant dragon began again to coil up his spires, and prepare himself for fresh gambols. But the abbot might still have overcome by his eloquence, and his entreaties the malicious designs of the revellers, had not Dame Magdalen Graham given loose to the indignation which she had long suppressed. "Scoffers," she said, "and men of Belial, blasphemous heretics and truculent tyrants, your patience, my sister, I entreat, and I command you," said the abbot, "let me do my duty, disturb me not in mine office." But Dame Magdalen continued to thunder forth her threats in the name of popes and councils, and in the name of every saint from St. Michael downward. "My comrades," said the abbot of Unreason, "this good dame hath not spoken a single word of reason, and therein may esteem herself free from the law, but what she spoke was meant for reason. And therefore unless she confesses and avouches all which she has said to be nonsense, it shall pass for such so far as to incur our statutes. Wherefore, holy dame, pilgrim, or abbess, or whatever thou art, be mute with thy mummery, or beware the milldam. We will have neither spiritual nor temporal scolds in our diocese of unreason. As he spoke thus, he extended his hand towards the old woman, while his followers shouted a doom, and prepared to second his purpose, when lo, it was suddenly frustrated. Roland Graham had witnessed with indignation the insults offered to his old spiritual preceptor, but yet had wit enough to reflect he could render him no assistance, but might well by ineffective interference make matters worse. But when he saw his aged relative in danger of personal violence, he gave way to the natural impetuosity of his temper, and stepping forward, struck his poniard into the body of the Abbot of Unreason, whom the blow instantly prostrated on the pavement. Chapter the 15th. As when in tumults rise the ignoble crowd. Mad are their motions, and their tongues are loud. And stones and brands in rattling furies. And all the rustic arms which fury can sup. Then if some grave and pious man appear, they hush their noise, and lend a listening ear. Dryden's Virgil. A dreadful shout of vengeance was raised by the revellers whose sport was thus so fearfully interrupted. But for an instant, the want of weapons amongst the multitude, as well as the inflamed features and brandished poniard of Roland Graham, kept them at bay, while the abbot, horror-struck at the violence, implored with uplifted hands pardon for bloodshed committed within the sanctuary. Magdalen Graham alone expressed triumph in the blow her descendant had dealt to the scoffer, mixed, however, with a wild and anxious expression of terror for her grandson's safety. Let him perish, she said, in his blasphemy. Let him die on the holy pavement which he has insulted. But the rage of the multitude, the grief of the abbot, the exultation of the enthusiastic Magdalen, were all mistimed and unnecessary. Howleglas, mortally wounded, as he was supposed to be, sprung alertly up from the floor, calling aloud, a miracle, my masters, as brave a miracle as ever was wrought in the kirk of Kennaquhair. And I charge you, my masters, as your lawfully chosen abbot, that you touch no one without my command. You, wolf and bear, will guard this pragmatic youth, but without hurting him, and you, reverend brother, will, with your comrades, withdraw to your cells, for our conference has ended like all conferences, leaving each of his own mind as before. And if we fight, both you and your brethren and the kirk will have the worst on't, wherefore pack up you pipes and be gone. The hubbub was beginning again to awaken, but still Father Ambrose hesitated, as uncertain to what path his duty called him, whether to face out the present storm, or to reserve himself for a better moment. His brother of Unreason observed his difficulty, and said in a tone more natural, and less affected than that with which he had hitherto sustained his character, we came hither, my good sir, more in mirth than in mischief. Our bark is worse than our bite, and, especially, we mean you no personal harm, wherefore draw off. While the play is good, for it is ill whistling for a hawk when she is once on the soar, and worse to snatch the quarry from the bandaglet. These fellows once begin their brawl, and it will be too much for madness itself, let alone the Abbot of Unreason, to bring them back to the lure. The brethren crowded around Father Ambrosius, and joined in urging him to give place to the torrent. The present revel was, they said, an ancient custom, which his predecessors had permitted, and old Father Nicholas himself had played the dragon in the days of the abbot in Gelram. And we now reap the fruit of the seed which they have so unadvisedly sown, said Ambrosius. They taught men to make a mock of what is holy. What wonder that the descendants of scoffers become robbers and plunderers? But be it as you list, my brethren. Move towards the door, and you, dame, I command you by the authority which I have over you, and by your respect for that youth's safety, that you go with us without farther speech. At stay, what are your intentions towards that youth whom you detain prisoner? Wot ye, he continued, addressing Howleglas in a stern tone of voice, that he bears the livery of the house of Avenel. They who fear not the anger of heaven may at least dread the wrath of man. Cumber not yourself concerning him, answered Howleglas. We know right well who and what he is. Let me pray, said the abbot in a tone of entreaty, that you do him no wrong for the rash deed which he attempted in his imprudent zeal. I say, cumber not yourself about it, Father, answered Howleglas, but move off with your train, male and female, or I will not undertake to save yonder chesant from the ducking stool. And as for bearing of malice, my stomach has no room for it is, he added, clapping his hand on his portly belly, too well bumbested out with straw and buckram. Gramercy to them, both thee kept out, that madcap's dagger, as well as a Milan corslet, could have done. In fact, the home-driven poniard of Roland Graham had lighted upon the stuffing of the fictitious paunch, which the Abbot of Unreason wore, as a part of his characteristic dress, and it was only the force of the blow which had prostrated that reverend person on the ground for a moment. Satisfied in some degree by this man's assurances and completo give way to superior force, the Abbot Ambrosius retired from the church at the head of the monks, and left the court free for the revelers to work their will, but wild and wilful, as these rioters were, they accompanied the retreat of the religionists, with none of those shouts of contempt and derision with which they had at first hailed them. The Abbot's discourse had affected some of them with remorse, others with shame, and all with a transient degree of respect. They remained silent, until the last monk had disappeared through the side door, which communicated with their dwelling place, and even then it cost some exhortations on the part of howleglas, some caprioles of the hobby horse, and some wallops of the dragon, to rouse once more the rebuked spirit of revelry. "And how now, my masters," said the Abbot of Unreason, "and wherefore look on me with such blank jack-o'-lent visages? Will you lose your old pastime for an old wife's tale of saints and purgatory? Why, I thought you would have made all split long since. Come, strike up tabor and harp, strike up fiddle and rebectance, and be merry today, and let care come tomorrow. Bear and wolf, look to your prisoner. Prince hobbyist dragon, and halloo boiswe, grow older every moment we stand idle, and life is too short to be spent in playing mumchance." This pithy exhortation was attended with the effect desired. They fumigated the church with burnt wool and feathers, instead of incense, put foul water into the holywater basins, and celebrated a parody on the church service, the mock abbot officiating at the altar. They sung ludicrous and indecent parodies to the tunes of church hymns. They violated whatever vestments or vessels belonging to the abbey they could lay their hands upon, and playing every freak which the whim of the moment could suggest to their wild caprice. At length, they fell to more lasting deeds of demolition, pulled down and destroyed some carved woodwork, dashed out the painted windows which had escaped former violence, and in their rigorous search after sculpture dedicated to idolatry, began to destroy what ornaments yet remained entire upon the tombs and around the cornices of the pillars. The spirit of demolition, like other tastes, increases by indulgence from these lighter attempts at mischief. The more tumultuous part of the meeting began to meditate destruction on a more extended scale. "Let us heave it down altogether." The old crow's nest became a general cry among them. "It has served the Pope and his rooks too long," and up they struck a ballad, which was then popular among the lower classes. Footnote: these rude rhymes are taken with some trifling alterations. A ballad called Trimgatrix. It occurs in a singular collection, entitled A Compendious Book of Godly and Spiritual Songs, collected out of sundry parts of the Scripture with sundry of other ballades, changed out of profane sayings for avoiding of sin and harlotry, with augmentation of sundry gude and godly ballads. Edinburgh, printed by Andrew Hart. This curious collection has been reprinted in Mr. John Graham Dalyell's Scottish Poems of the 16th Century, ed. 1801, 2 vols. "The pape, that pagan full of pride, hath blinded us o'er lang. For where the blind doth lead, no marvel baith gie rang. Like prince and king, he led the ring of all iniquities. Sing hey tricks trimgatrix, under the greenwood tree. The bishop rich he could not preach, for sporting with the lasses. The silly friar behoved to fleech, for almost as he passes. The curate his creed he could not read. Shame fa company. Sing hey tricks trimgatrix, under the greenwood tree." Thundering out this chorus of a notable hunting song, which had been pressed into the service of some polemical poet, the followers of the Abbot of Unreason were turning every moment more tumultuous, and getting beyond the management even of that reverend prelate himself, when a knight in full armor followed by 2 or 3 men-at-arms entered the church, and in a stern voice commanded them to forbear their riotous mummery. His visor was up, but if it had been lowered, the cognizance of the Hollibranch sufficiently distinguished Sir Halbert Glendinning, who on his homeward road was passing through the village of Kennequhair, and moved perhaps by anxiety for his brother's safety, had come directly to the church on hearing of the uproar. "What is the meaning of this?" he said. "My masters, are ye Christian men, and the king's subjects, and yet waste and destroy church and chancel like so many heathens?" All stood silent, though doubtless there were several disappointed and surprised at receiving chiding, instead of thanks, from so zealous a Protestant. The dragon indeed did at length take upon him to be spokesman, and growled from the depth of his painted maw, that they did but sweep popery out of the church with the besom of destruction. What my friends, replied Sir Halbert Glendinning, think you this mumming and masking has not more of popery in it, than have these stone walls take the leprosy out of your flesh, before you speak of purifying stone, walls abate your insolent license which leads, but to idle vanity and sinful excess, and know that what you now practice is one of the profane and unseemly sports introduced by the priests of Rome themselves, to mislead, and to brutify the souls which fell into their net. Marry, come you pair you there with your bears, muttered the dragon with a draconic sullenness, which was in good keeping with his character. We had as good have been Romans still, if we are to have no freedom in our pastimes. Dost thou reply to me so, said Halbert Glendinning, or is there any pastime in grovelling on the ground, there like a gigantic kyleworm? Get out of thy painted case, or by my knighthood, I will treat you like the beast and reptile you have made yourself. Beast and reptile, retorted the offended dragon, setting aside your knighthood, I hold myself as well a born man as thyself. The knight made no answer in words, but bestowed 2 such blows with the butt of his lance on the petulant dragon, that had not the hoops, which constituted the ribs of the machine, been pretty strong, they would hardly have saved those of the actor from being broken. In all haste, the masker crept out of his disguise, unwilling to abide a third buffet from the lance of the enraged knight, and when the ex-dragon stood on the floor of the church, he presented to Halbert Glendinning the well-known countenance of Dan of the Howlythirst, an ancient comrade of his own ere fate had raised him so high above the rank to which he was born. The clown looked sulkily upon the knight, as if to upbraid him for his violence towards an old acquaintance, and Glendinning's own good nature reproached him for the violence he had acted upon him. I did wrong to strike thee, he said, Dan, but in truth I knew thee not. Thou wert ever a mad fellow. Come to Avenel Castle, and we shall see how my hawks fly. And if we show him not falcons that will mount as merrily as rockets, said the Abbot of Unreason, I would your honour laid as hard on my bones as you did on his even now. How now, sir knave, said the knight, and what has brought you hither? The Abbot, hastily ridding himself of the false nose, which mystified his physiognomy, and the supplementary belly, which made up his disguise, stood before his master in his real character of Adam Woodcock, the falconer of Avenel. How, varlet, said the knight, hast thou dared to come here, and disturb the very house my brother was dwelling? And it was even for that reason, craving your honour's pardon, that I came hither, for I heard the country was to be up to choose an Abbot of Unreason, and sure thought I, that can sing, dance, leap backwards over a broadsword, and am as good a fool as ever sought promotion, have all chance of carrying the office. And if I gain my election, I may stand his honour's brother in some stead, supposing things fall roughly out at the Kirk of St. Mary's. Thou art but a cogging knave, said Sir Halbert, and well I wot that love of ale and brandy, besides the humour of riot and frolic, would draw thee a mile, when love of my house would not bring thee a yard. But go talkery thy roysters elsewhere. The alehouse if they list, and there are crowns to pay your charges. Make out the day's madness, without doing more mischief, and be wise men tomorrow, and hereafter learn to serve a good cause better than by acting like buffoons or ruffians. Obedient to his master's mandate, the falconer was collecting his discouraged followers, and whispering into their ears, away dace, is Latin for a candle. Never mind, the good knight's puritanisme will play the frolic out over a stand of double ale in Dame Martin, the Brewster's barnyard. Draw off harp and tabor bagpipe, and drum 'em till you are out of the churchyard. Then let the welkin ring again. Move on, wolf and bear, keep the hind legs till you cross the kirkstile, and then show yourselves beasts of metal. What devil sent him here to spoil our holiday? But anger him not, my hearts, his lance is no goosefeather, as Dan's ribs can tell. By my soul, said Dan, had it been another than my ancient comrade, I would have made my father's old fox. Footnote: fox, an old-fashioned broadsword, was often so called. Fly about his ears. Hush, hush, man, replied Adam Woodcock, not a word that way. As you value the safety of your bones, what man, we must take a clink as it passes, so it is not bestowed in downright ill will. But I will take no such thing, said Dan of the Howlythirst, suddenly resisting the efforts of Woodcock, who was dragging him out of the church, when the quick military eye of Sir Halbert Glendinning, detecting Roland Graham betwixt his 2 guards, the knight exclaimed, So ho, falconer Woodcock knave, hast thou brought my lady's page in mine own livery, to assist at this hopeful revel of thine with your wolves and bears? Since you were at such mummings, you might, if you would have at least saved the credit of my household, by dressing him up as a jackanapes. Bring him hither, fellows. Adam Woodcock was too honest and downright to permit blame to light upon the youth, when it was undeserved. I swear, he said, by Saint Martin of Bullions, footnote, the saints within, or weeping saint of Scotland, if his festival 4th July prove, wet 40 days of rain are expected. And what hast thou to do with Saint Martin? Nay, little enough, sir, unless, when he sends such rainy days that we cannot fly a hawk. But I say to your worshipful knighthood, that as I am a true man, as you are a false varlet, had been the better up to station. Nay, if your knighthood allows me not to speak, said Adam, I can hold my tongue. But the boy came not hither by my bidding for all that, but to gratify his own malapert pleasure. I warrant me, said Sir Halbert Glendinning, come hither, young Springald, and tell me whether you have your mistress' license to be so far absent from the castle, or to dishonour my livery by mingling in such a May-game. Sir Halbert Glendinning, answered Roland Graham with steadiness, I have obtained the permission, or rather the commands of your lady, to dispose of my time hereafter according to my own pleasure. I have been a most unwilling spectator of this May-game, since it is your pleasure so to call it, and I only wear your livery until I can obtain clothes which bear no such badge of servitude. How am I to understand this, young man, said Sir Halbert Glendinning? Speak plainly, for I am no reader of riddles. That my lady favoured thee, I know. What hast thou done to disoblige her, and occasion thy dismissal? Nothing to speak of, said Adam Woodcock, answering for the boy a foolish quarrel with me, which was more foolishly told over again to my honoured lady cost the poor boy his place. For my part, I will say freely that I was wrong from beginning to end, except about the washing of the is meat. There I stand to it that I was right. With that the good-natured falconer repeated to his master the whole history of the squabble, which had brought Roland Graham into disgrace with his mistress, but in a manner so favourable for the page that Sir Halbert could not but suspect his generous motive. Thou art a good-natured fellow, he said, Adam Woodcock. As ever had falcon upon fist, said Adam, and for that matter so is Master Roland, but being half a gentleman by his office, his blood is soon up, and so is mine. Well, said Sir Halbert, be it as it will. My lady has acted hastily, for this was no great matter of offence, to discard the lad whom she had trained up for years. But he, I doubt not, made it worse by his prating. It jumps well, with a purpose, however, which I had in my mind. Draw off these people, Woodcock, and you, Roland Graham, attend me. The page followed him in silence into the abbot's house, where, stepping into the first apartment which he found open, he commanded one of his attendants to let his brother Master Edward Glendinning know that he desired to speak with him. The men-at-arms went gladly off to join their comrade Adam Woodcock and the jolly crew whom he had assembled at Dame Martin's. The hostler's wife and the page and knight were left alone in the apartment. Sir Halbert Glendinning paced the floor for a moment in silence, and then thus addressed his attendant. Thou mayest have remarked, stripling, that I have but seldom distinguished thee by much notice. I see thy colour rises. But do not speak till thou nearest me out. I say, I have never much distinguished thee, not because I did not see that in thee which I might well have praised, but because I saw something blamable which such praises might have made worse. Thy mistress dealing according to her pleasure in her own household, as no one had better reason or title, had picked thee from the rest, and treated thee more like a relation than a domestic. And if thou didst show some vanity and petulance under such distinction, it were injustice not to say that thou hast profited both in thy exercises and in thy breeding, and hast shown many sparkles of a gentle and manly spirit. Moreover, it were ungenerous, having bred thee up freakish and fiery, to dismiss thee to want or wandering for showing that very peevishness and impatience of discipline which arose from thy too delicate nurture. Therefore, and for the credit of my own household, I am determined to retain thee in my train, until I can honourably dispose of thee elsewhere, with a fair prospect of thy going through the world, with credit to the house that brought thee up. If there was something in Sir Halbert Glendinning's speech which flattered Roland's pride, there was also much that, according to his mode of thinking, was an alloy to the compliment, and yet his conscience instantly told him that he ought to accept with grateful deference the offer which was made him by the husband of his kind protectress, and his prudence, however slender, could not but admit he should enter the world under very different auspices, as a retainer of Sir Halbert Glendinning, so famed for wisdom, courage, and influence, from those under which he might partake the wanderings, and become an agent in the visionary schemes, for such they appeared to him, of Magdalen his relative, still a strong reluctance to re-enter a service from which he had been dismissed with contempt, almost counterbalanced these considerations. Sir Halbert looked on the youth with surprise and resumed. You seem to hesitate, young man, are your own prospects so inviting that you should pause ere you accept those which I should offer to you? Or must I remind you that, although you have offended your benefactress, even to the point of her dismissing you, yet I am convinced the knowledge that you have gone unguided on your own wild way into a world so disturbed as ours of Scotland cannot in the upshot, but give her sorrow and pain, from which it is in gratitude your duty to preserve her no less than it is in common wisdom your duty to accept my offered protection for your own sake, where body and soul are alike endangered, should you refuse it. Roland Graham replied in a respectful tone, but at the same time with some spirit, I am not ungrateful for such countenance as has been afforded me by the Lord of Avenel. And I am glad to learn for the first time that I have not had the misfortune to be utterly beneath his observation, as I had thought, and it is only needful to show me how I can testify my duty and my gratitude towards my early and constant benefactress with my life's hazard, and I will gladly peril it. He stopped. These are but words, young man, answered Glendinning. Large protestations are often used to supply the place of effectual service. I know nothing in which the peril of your life can serve the Lady of Avenel. I can only say, she will be pleased to learn you have adopted some course which may ensure the safety of your person, and the weal of your soul. What ails you, that you accept not that safety when it is offered you? My only relative who is alive, answered Roland, at least the only relative whom I have ever seen, has rejoined me, since I was dismissed from the castle of Avenel, and I must consult with her whether I can adopt the line to which you now call me, or whether her increasing infirmities, or the authority which she is entitled to exercise over me, may not require me to abide with her. Where is this relation? Said Sir Halbert Glendinning. In this house, answered the page. Go then and seek her out, said the Knight of Avenel. More than meet it is that thou shouldst have her approbation, yet worse than foolish would she show herself in denying it. Roland left the apartment to seek for his grandmother, and as he retreated the abbot entered. The two brothers met as brothers who loved each other fondly yet meet rarely together. Such indeed was the case. Their mutual affection attached them to each other, but in every pursuit, habit, or sentiment connected with the discords of the times, the friend and counselor of Murray stood opposed to the Roman Catholic priest, nor indeed could they have held very much society together without giving cause of offense and suspicion to their confederates on each side, after a close embrace on the part of both, and a welcome on that of the abbot. Sir Halbert Glendinning expressed his satisfaction that he had come in time to appease the riot raised by Howleglas and his tumultuous followers. And yet, he said, when I look on your garments, brother Edward, I cannot help thinking there still remains an abbot of unreason within the bounds of the monastery. And wherefore carp at my garments, brother Halbert? Said the abbot, it is the spiritual armor of my calling, and as such beseems me, as well as breastplate and baldric becomes your own bosom. Ay, but there were small wisdom, methinks, in putting on armor, where we have no power to fight it, is but a dangerous temerity to defy the foe whom we cannot resist. For that, my brother, no one can answer, said the abbot, until the battle be fought, and were it even as you say, methinks a brave man, though desperate of victory, would rather desire to fight and fall than to resign sword and shield on some mean and dishonorable composition with his insulting antagonist. But let not you and I make discord of a theme on which we cannot agree, but rather stay and partake, though a heretic, of my admission feast. You need not fear, my brother, that your zeal for restoring the primitive discipline of the Church will on this occasion be offended with the rich profusion of a conventual banquet. The days of our old friend Abbot Boniface are over, and the Superior of St. Mary's has neither forests nor fishing's woods, nor pastures nor cornfields, neither flocks, nor herds bucks, nor wildfowl granaries of wheat, nor storehouses of oil and wine, of ale and of mead. The refectioner's office is ended, and such a meal as a hermit in romance can offer to a wandering knight is all we have to set before you. But if you will share it with us, we shall eat it with a cheerful heart, and thank you, my brother, for your timely protection against these rude scoffers. My dearest brother, said the knight, it grieves me deeply I cannot abide with you, but it would sound ill for us both were one of the reformed congregation to sit down at your admission feast, and if I can ever have the satisfaction of affording you effectual protection, it will be much owing to my remaining unsuspected of countenancing or approving your religious rites and ceremonies. It will demand whatever consideration I can acquire among my own friends to shelter the bold man who, contrary to law and the edicts of Parliament has dared to take up the office of Abbot of St. Mary's. Trouble not yourself with the task, my brother, replied Father Ambrosius. I would lay down my dearest blood to know that you defended the Church for the Church's sake. But while you remain unhappily her enemy, I would not that you endangered your own safety, or diminished your own comforts for the sake of my individual protection, but who comes hither to disturb the few minutes of fraternal communication, which our evil fate allows us. The door of the apartment opened, as the abbot spoke, and Dame Magdalen entered. Who is this woman, said Sir Halbert Glendinning somewhat sternly, and what does she want? That you know me not, said the matron, signifies little. I come by your own order, to give my free consent, that the stripling Roland Graham return to your service. And having said so, I cumber you no longer with my presence. Peace be with you. She turned to go away, but was stopped by inquiries of Sir Halbert Glendinning. Who are you? What are you on? Why do you not await to make me answer? I was, she replied, while yet I belong to the world, a matron of no vulgar name. Now I am Magdalen, a poor pilgrimer for the sake of Holy Kirk. Yea, said Sir Halbert, art thou a Catholic? I thought my dame said that Roland Graham came of reformed kin. His father said the matron was a heretic, or rather one who regarded neither orthodoxy or heresy, neither the temple of the Church, or of Antichrist. I too, for the sins of the times, make sinners have seemed to conform to your unhallowed rites, but I had my dispensation, and my absolution. You see, brother, said Sir Halbert, with a smile of meaning towards his brother, that we accuse you not altogether, without grounds of mental equivocation. My brother, you do us injustice, replied the abbot. This woman, as her bearing may of itself warrant you, is not in her perfect mind. Thanks I must needs say to the persecution of your marauding barons, and of your latitudinarian clergy. I will not dispute the point, said Sir Halbert. The evils of the time are unhappily so numerous, that both churches may divide them, and have eno to spare. So saying, he leaned from the window of the apartment, and winded his bugle. Why do you sound your horn, my brother? Said the abbot. We have spent but few minutes together. Alas, said the elder brother, and even these few have been sullied by disagreement. I sound a horse, my brother, rather that to avert the consequences of this day's rashness on your part requires hasty efforts on mine. Dame, you will oblige me by letting your young relative know that we mount instantly. I intend not that he shall return to Avenel with mate, would lead to new quarrels betwixt him and my household, at least to taunts which his proud heart could ill brook, and my wish is to do him kindness. He shall therefore go forward to Edinburgh, with one of my retinue, whom I shall send back to say what has chanced here. You seem rejoiced at this, he added, fixing his eyes keenly on Magdalen Graham, who returned his gaze with calm indifference. I would rather, she said, that Roland, a poor and friendless orphan, were the jest of the world at large, than of the menials at Avenel. Fear not, dame, shall be scorned by neither, answered the knight. It may be, she replied, it may well, but I will trust more to his own bearing than to your countenance. She left the room as she spoke. The knight looked after her as she departed, but turned instantly to his brother, and expressing in the most affectionate terms his wishes for his welfare and happiness, craved his leave to depart. My knaves, he said, are too busy at the Alestand to leave their revelry for the empty breath of a bugle horn. You have freed them from higher restraint, Halbert, answered the abbot, and therein taught them to rebel against your own. Fear not that, Edward, exclaimed Halbert, who never gave his brother his monastic name of Ambrosius. None obey the command of real duty, so well as those who are free from the observance of slavish bondage. He was turning to depart when the abbot said, let us not yet part, my brother. Here comes some light refreshment. Leave not the house, which I must now call mine, till force expel me from it, until you have at least broken bread with me. The poor lay brother, the same who acted as porter now, entered the apartment bearing some simple refreshment, and a flask of wine. He had found it, he said with officious humility, by rummaging through every nook of the cellar. The knight filled a small silver cup, and quaffing it off asked his brother to pledge him, observing the wine was Bacharach, of the first vintage and great age. I, said the poor lay brother, it came out of the nook, which old brother Nicholas, may his soul be happy, was wont to call Abbot in Gelram's corner, and Abbot in Gelram was bred at the convent of Würzburg, which I understand to be near where that choice wine grows. True, my reverend sir, said Sir Halbert, and therefore I entreat my brother, and you to pledge me in a cup of this orthodox vintage. The thin old porter looked with a wishful glance towards the Abbot du Vinium, said his superior, And the old man seized with a trembling hand a beverage, to which he had been long unaccustomed, drained the cup with protracted delight, as if dwelling on the flavor and perfume, and set it down with a melancholy smile and shake of the head, as if bidding adieu in future to such delicious potations. The brothers smiled, but when Sir Halbert motioned to the abbot to take up his cup, and do him reason, the abbot in turn shook his head, and replied, "This is no day for the abbot of St. Mary's to eat the fat, and drink the sweat and water from Our Lady's well." He added, filling a cup with the limpid element, "I wish you, brother, all happiness, and above all a true sight of your spiritual errors." "And to you, my beloved Edward," replied Glendinning, "I wish the free exercise of your own free reason, and the discharge of more important duties than are connected with the idle name which you have so rashly assumed." The brothers parted with deep regret, and yet each confident in his opinion, felt somewhat relieved by the absence of one whom he respected so much, and with whom he could agree so little. Soon afterwards, the sound of the Knight of Avenel's trumpets was heard, and the abbot went to the top of the tower, from whose dismantled battlements he could soon see the horsemen ascending the rising ground in the direction of the drawbridge. As he gazed, Magdalen Graham came to his side. "Thou art come," he said, "to catch the last glimpse of thy grandson, my sister yonder. He wends under the charge of the best knight in Scotland, his faith ever accepted. Thou canst bear witness, my father, that it was no wish either of mine or of Roland's," replied the matron, "which induced the Knight of Avenel, as he is called again, to entertain my grandson in his household. Heaven, which confounds the wise with their own wisdom, and the wicked with their own policy, hath placed him where for the services of the church I would most wish him to be." "I know not what you mean, my sister," said the abbot. "Reverend father," replied Magdalen, "hast thou never heard that there are spirits powerful to rend the walls of a castle asunder, when once admitted, which yet cannot enter the house, unless they are invited, nay, dragged over the threshold?" Footnote: there is a popular belief respecting evil spirits that they cannot enter an inhabited house, unless invited, nay, dragged over the threshold. There is an instance of the same superstition in the tales of the genii, where an enchanter is supposed to have intruded himself into the divan of the Sultan. Thus said the illustrious Misnar, "Let the enemies of Mahomet be dismayed. But inform me, O ye sages, under the semblance of which of your brethren did that foul enchanter gain admittance? Here may the Lord of my heart," answered Ballyhoo the hermit of the faithful, from Quetta, "triumph over all his foes, as I travelled on the mountains from Quetta, and saw neither the footsteps of beasts nor the flight of birds. Behold, I chanced to pass through a cavern, in whose hollow sides I found this accursed sage, to whom I unfolded the invitation of the Sultan of India, and we joining journeyed towards the divan. But ere we entered, he said unto me, Put thy hand forth, and pull me towards thee into the divan, calling on the name of Mahomet, for the evil spirits are on me and vex me." I have understood that many parts of these fine tales, and in particular that of the Sultan Misnar, were taken from genuine Oriental sources by the editor Mr. James Ridley. But the most picturesque use of this popular belief occurs in Coleridge's beautiful and tantalizing fragment of Christabel. Has not our own imaginative poet cause to fear that future ages will desire to summon him from his place of rest, as Milton longed to call him up who left half told the story of Cambuscan bold? The verses I refer to are when Christabel conducts into her father's castle a mysterious and malevolent being under the guise of a distressed female stranger. They crossed the moat, and Christabel took the key that fitted well. A little door she opened straight, all in the middle of the gate that was ironed within and without, where an army in battle array had marched out. The lady sank belike through pain, and Christabel with might and main lifted her up a weary weight over the threshold of the gate. Then the lady rose again, and moved as she were not in pain, so free from danger, free from fear. They crossed the court right glad they were, and Christabel devoutly cried to the lady by her side, Praise we the Virgin all divine, who hath rescued thee from this distress. Alas, alas, said Geraldine, I cannot speak from weariness, so free from danger, free from fear. They crossed the court right glad they were. Twice hath Roland Graham been thus drawn into the household of Avenel, by those who now hold the title, let them look to the issue. So saying she left the turret, and the abbot, after pausing a moment on her words, which he imputed to the unsettled state of her mind, followed down the winding stair to celebrate his admission to his high office by fast and prayer, instead of reveling and thanksgiving. Chapter the 16th. Youth thou wear'st to manhood now. Darker lip and darker brow. Statelier step, more pensive mien, in thy face and gait are seen. Thou must now brook midnight watches. Take thy food and sport by snatches. For the gambol and the jest, thou wert wont to love the best. Graver follies must thou fall, but is senseless false and hall. Life a poem. Young Roland Graham now trotted gaily forward in the train of Sir Halbert Glendinning. He was relieved from his most galling apprehension encounter of the scorn and taunt which might possibly hail his immediate return to the castle of Avenel. There will be a change ere they see me again, he thought to himself. I shall wear the coat of plate instead of the green jerkin, and the steel morion for the bonnet and feather. They will be bold that may venture to break a jibe on the man-at-arms for the follies of the page, and I trust that ere we return I shall have done something more worthy of note than hallowing a hound after a deer, or scrambling a crag for a kite's nest. He could not indeed help marveling that his grandmother, with all her religious prejudices leaning it, would seem to the other side, had consented so readily to his re-entering the service of the house of Avenel, and yet more at the mysterious joy with which she took leave of him at the abbey. Heaven, said the dame as she kissed her young relation, and bade him farewell, works its own work, even by the hands of those of our enemies, who think themselves the strongest and the wisest. Thou, my child, be ready to act upon the call of thy religion and country, and remember, each earthly bond, which thou canst form, is compared to the ties which bind thee to them, like the loose flax to the twisted cable. Thou hast not forgot the face or form of the damsel Catherine Satan. Roland would have replied in the negative, but the words seemed to stick in his throat, and Magdalen continued her exhortations. Thou must not forget her, my son, and here I entrust thee with a token which I trust thou wilt speedily find an opportunity of delivering with care and secrecy into her own hand. She put here into Roland's hand a very small packet, of which she again enjoined him to take the strictest care, and to suffer it to be seen by no one save Catherine Satan, who she again very unnecessarily reminded him was the young lady he had met on the preceding day. She then bestowed on him her solemn benediction and bade God speed him. There was something in her manner and her conduct which implied mystery, but Roland Graham was not of an age or temper to waste much time in endeavoring to decipher her meaning. All that was obvious to his perception, in the present journey, promised pleasure and novelty. He rejoiced that he was traveling towards Edinburgh in order to assume the character of a man, and lay aside that of a boy. He was delighted to think that he would have an opportunity of rejoining Catherine Satan, whose bright eyes and lively manners had made so favorable an impression on his imagination. And as an experienced yet high-spirited youth, entering for the first time upon active life, his heart bounded at the thought that he was about to see all those scenes of courtly splendor and warlike adventures, of which the followers of Sir Halbert used to boast on their occasional visits to Avenel, to the wonderment and envy of those who, like Roland, knew courts and camps only by hearsay, and were condemned to the solitary sports and almost monastic seclusion of Avenel, surrounded by its lonely lake, and embossed among its pathless mountains. They shall mention my name, he said to himself, if the risk of my life can purchase me opportunities of distinction. And Catherine Satan's saucy, I shall rest with more respect on the distinguished soldier than that with which she laughed to scorn the raw and inexperienced page. There was wanting but one accessory to complete the sense of rapturous excitation, and he possessed it by being once more mounted on the back of a fiery and active horse, instead of plodding along on foot, as had been the case during the preceding days. Impelled by the liveliness of his own spirits, which so many circumstances tended naturally to exalt, Roland Graham's voice and his laughter were soon distinguished amid the trampling of the horses of the retinue, and more than once attracted the attention of the leader, who remarked with satisfaction that the youth replied with good-humored raillery to such of the train as jested with him on his dismissal and return to the service of the house of Avenel. I thought the hollow branch in your bonnet had been blighted, Master Roland, said one of the men-at-arms. Only pinched with half an hour's frost, you see it flourishes as green as ever. It is too grave a plant to flourish on so hot a soil as that headpiece of thine, Master Roland Graham, retorted the other, who was an old equerry of Sir Halbert Glendinning. If it will not flourish alone, said Roland, I will mix it with the laurel, and the meatlind I will carry them so near the sky that it shall make amends for their stinted growth. Thus speaking, he dashed his spurs into his horse's sides, and checking him at the same time, compelled him to execute a lofty caracole. Sir Halbert Glendinning looked at the demeanour of his new attendant, with that sort of melancholy pleasure, with which those who have long followed the pursuits of life, and are sensible of their vanity, regard the gay, young, and buoyant spirits, to whom existence as yet is only hope and promise. In the meanwhile Adam Woodcock, the falconer, stripped of his masking habit, and attired according to his rank, and calling in a green jerkin with a hawking bag on the one side, and a short hanger on the other, a glove on his left hand, which reached halfway up his arm, and a bonnet and feather upon his head, came after the party, as fast as his active little Galloway-nag could trot, and immediately entered into parley with Roland Graham. So, my youngster, you are once more under shadow of the holly branch. And in case to repay, you, my good friend, answered Roland, your 10 groats of silver. Which but an hour since, said the falconer, you had nearly paid me with 10 inches of steel. On my faith, it is written in the book of our destiny that I must brook your dagger after all. Nay, speak not of that, my good friend, said the youth, I would rather have broached my own bosom than yours, but who could have known you in the mumming dress you wore? Yes, the falconer resumed, for, both as a poet and actor, he had his own professional share of self-conceit. I think I was as good a Howleglas as ever played part at a Shrovetide revelry, and not a much worse abbot of unreason. I defy the old enemy to unmask me, when I choose to keep my vizard on. What the devil brought the night on us, before we had the game out, you would have heard me hollow my own new ballad with a voice, should have reached to Berwick. But I pray you, Master Roland, be less free of cold steel on slight occasions, since, but for the stuffing of my reverend doublet, I had only left the kirk to take my place in the kirkyard. Nay, spare me that feud, said Roland Graham, we shall have no time to fight it out, for by our Lord's command I am bound for Edinburgh. I know it, said Adam Woodcock, and even therefore we shall have time to solder up this rent, by the way, for Sir Halbert has appointed me your companion and guide. Aye, and with what purpose, said the page. That, said the falconer, is a question I cannot answer, but I know that be the food of the eyases, washed or unwashed, and indeed whatever becomes of perch and mew, I am to go with you to Edinburgh, and see you safely delivered to the regent at Holyrood. How, to the regent, said Roland in surprise. I, by my faith, to the regent, replied Woodcock. I promise you, that if you are not to enter his service, at least, you are to wait upon him in the character of a retainer of our Knight of Avenel. I know no right, said the youth, which the Knight of Avenel hath to transfer my service, supposing that I owe it to himself. Hush, hush, said the falconer, that is a question I advise no one to stir in, until he has the mountain, or the lake, or the march of another kingdom, which is better than either betwixt him and his feudal superior. But Sir Halbert Glendinning, said the youth, is not my feudal superior, nor has he aught of authority. I pray you, my son, to rein your tongue, answered Adam Woodcock. My lord's displeasure, if you provoke it, will be worse to appease than my lady's. The touch of his least finger were heavier than her hardest blow. And by my faith, he is a man of steel, as true, and as pure, but as hard, and as pitiless. You remember the cock of Caperlaw, whom he hanged over his gate, for a mere mistake, a poor yoke of oxen taken in Scotland, when he thought he was taking them in English land. I loved the cock of Caperlaw. The Cares had not an honester man in their clan, and they have had men that might have been a pattern to the bordermen, that would not have lifted under 20 cows at once, and would have held themselves dishonored, if they had taken a drift of sheep or the like, but always managed their raids in full credit, and honor. But see, his worship halts, and we are close by the bridge. Ride up, we must have his last instructions. It was as Adam Woodcock said, in the hollow way, descending towards the bridge, which was still in the guardianship of Peter Bridgeward, as he was called, though he was now very old. Sir Halbert Glendinning halted his retinue and beckoned to Woodcock and Graham to advance to the head of the train. Woodcock, said he, thou knowest to whom thou art to conduct this youth, and thou, young man, obey discreetly, and with diligence, the orders that shall be given thee. Curb thy vain and peevish temper, be just, true, and faithful, and there is in thee that which may raise thee many a degree above thy present station. Neither shalt thwalways, supposing thine efforts to be fair and honest, want the protection and countenance of Avenel. Leaving them in front of the bridge, the centre tower of which now began to cast a prolonged shade upon the river, the Knight of Avenel turned to the left without crossing the river, and pursued his way towards the chain of hills within whose recesses are situated the lake and castle of Avenel, there remained behind the falconer Roland Graham, and a domestic of the knight of inferior rank, who was left with them, to look after their horses while on the road to carry their baggage, and to attend to their convenience. So soon as the more numerous body of riders had turned off to pursue their journey westward, those whose route lay across the river, and was directed towards the north summoned the bridgeward, and demanded a free passage. "I will not lower the bridge," answered Peter in a voice querulous with age and ill humour. "Come Papist, come Protestant, ye are all the same." The Papist threatened us with purgatory, and fleeched us with pardons. Protestant mints at us with his sword, and cuddles us with the liberty of conscience. But never one of either, says Peter. "There is your penny. I am well tired of all this, and for no man shall the bridge fall that pays me not ready money. And I would have you know I care as little for Geneva, as for Rome, as little for homilies as for pardons, and the silver pennies are the only passports I will hear of." "Here is a proper old chuff," said Woodcock to his companion. Then raising his voice, he exclaimed, "Hark thee, dog bridgeward villain! Dost thou think we have refused thy namesake Peter's pence to Rome to pay thine at the bridge of Kennequhair? Let thy bridge down instantly to the followers of the house of Avenel, or by the hand of my father, and that handled many a bridal rein, for he was a bluff Yorkshireman. I say, by my father's hand, our knight will blow thee out of thy solingoose's nest there in the middle of the water, with the light falconet, which we are bringing southward from Edinburgh tomorrow." The bridgeward heard, and muttered a plague on falcon and falconet, on cannon and demicannon, and all the barking bulldogs, whom they halloo against stone and lime in these our days. It was a merry time when there was little besides handy blows, and it may be a flight of arrows that harmed an ashlar wall as little as so many hailstones. But we must jouk, and let the jaw gang by comforting himself in his state of diminished consequence. With this pithy old proverb, Peter Bridgeward lowered the drawbridge, and permitted them to pass over. At the sight of his white hair, albeit it discovered a visage equally peevish through age and misfortune, Roland was inclined to give him an alms, but Adam Woodcock prevented him. "E'en let him pay the penalty of his former churlishness and greed. He said the wolf, when he has lost his teeth, should be treated no better than a cur." Leaving the bridgeward to lament the alteration of times, which sent domineering soldiers and feudal retainers to his place of passage, instead of peaceful pilgrims, and reduced him to become the oppressed, instead of playing the extortioner, the travellers turned them northward, and Adam Woodcock, well acquainted with that part of the country, proposed to cut short a considerable portion of the road, by traversing the little vale of Glendearg, so famous for the adventures which befell therein during the earlier part of the Benedictine's manuscript. With these, and with the 1,000 commentaries, representations, and misrepresentations, to which they had given rise, Roland Graham was of course well acquainted, for in the castle of Avenel, as well as in other great establishments, the inmates talked of nothing so often, or with such pleasure, as of the private affairs of their lord and lady. But, while Roland was viewing with interest these haunted scenes, in which things were said to have passed beyond the ordinary laws of nature, Adam Woodcock was still regretting in his secret soul the unfinished revel and the unsung ballad, and kept every now and then breaking out with some such verses as these. "The friars of Fale drank Barrowbrown, the best that e'er was tasted. The monks of Melrose made gude kale on Fridays when they fasted. Saint Monant's sister, the grey priest kissed her. Fiends save the company. Sing hey tricks trimgatrix under the greenwood tree." "By my hand, friend Woodcock," said the page, "though I know you for a hardy gospeller that fear neither saint nor devil, yet, if I were you, I would not sing your profane songs in this valley of Glendearg, considering what has happened here before our time." "A straw for your wandering spirits," said Adam Woodcock. "I mind them no more than an urn cares for a string of Welgesethi have all fled, since the pulpits were filled with honest men, and the people's ears with sound doctrine. Nay, I have a touch at them in my ballad, and I had but had the good luck to have it sung to end." And again he set off in the same key. "From haunted spring and grassy ring, troop goblin, elf, and fairy, and the kelpie must flit from the black bog pit, and the brownie must not tarry. To Limbalake their way they take, with scarce the pith to flee. Sing hey tricks trimgatrix under the greenwood tree." I think he added that could Sir Halbert's patience have stretched till we came that length, he would have had a hearty laugh, and that is what he seldom enjoys. "If it be all true that men tell of his early life," said Roland, "he has less right to laugh at goblins than most men." "Aye, if it be all true," answered Adam Woodcock, But who can assure us of that? Moreover, these were but tales the monks used to gull us simple laymen, with all they knew that fairies and hobgoblins brought aves and paternosters into repute. But now, we have given up worship of images in wood and stone, methinks. It were no time to be afraid of bubbles in the water or shadows in the. However, said Roland Graham, as the Catholics say, they do not worship wood or stone, but only as emblems of the holy saints, and not as things holy in themselves. Shopshaw, answered the falconer, a rush for their prating. They told us another story, when these baptized idols of theirs brought pikestaves, and sandaled shoon from all the four winds, and willied the old women out of their corn and their candle ends, and their butter, bacon, wool, and cheese, and when not so much as a grey groat escaped tithing. Roland Graham had been long taught by necessity to consider his form of religion as a profound secret, and to say nothing whatever in its defense, when assailed lest he should draw on himself the suspicion of belonging to the unpopular and exploded church. He therefore suffered Adam Woodcock to triumph without farther opposition, marveling in his own mind whether any of the goblins, formerly such active agents, would avenge his rude raillery before they left the valley of Glendearg. But no such consequences followed. They passed the night quietly in a cottage in the glen, and the next day resumed their route to Edinburgh. Chapter the 17th. Edina Scotia's darling seat, all hail thy palaces and towers, where once beneath a monarch's feet sate legislation's sovereign powers. Burns. This then is Edinburgh, said the youth, as the fellow travellers arrived at one of the heights to the southward, which commanded a view of the great northern capital. This is that Edinburgh of which we have heard so much. Even so, said the falconer, yonder stands Auld Reekie. You may see the smoke hover over her at 20 miles distance, as the goshawk hangs over a plump of young wildixay. Yonder is the heart of Scotland, and each throb that she gives is felt from the edge of Solway to Duncan's Bayhead. See, yonder is the old castle, and see to the right on yon rising ground, that is the castle of Craigmillar, which I have known a merry place in my time. Was it not there, said the page, in a low voice, that the queen held her court? Aye, replied the falconer, queen. She was then, though you must not call her so now. Well, they may say what they will, many a true heart will be sad for Mary Stuart. E'en if all be true men say of her, for look you, Master Rollins was the loveliest creature to look upon that I ever saw with eye, and no lady in the land liked better the fair flight of a falcon. I was at the great match on Rosslyn Moor betwixt Bothwell. Was a black sight to her that Bothwellin the Baron of Rosslyn, who could judge a hawk's flight as well as any man in Scotlanda but of Rhenish, and a ring of gold was the wager, and it was flown as fairly for as ever was red gold and bright wine, and to see her there on her white palfrey that flew as if it scorned to touch more than the heather blossom, and to hear her voice as clear and sweet as the mavis whistle mix among our jolly whooping and whistling, and to mark all the nobles dashing round her, happiest he who got a word or a look during through moss and hag, and venturing neck and limb to gain the praise of a bold rider, and the blink of a bonny queen's bright eyes will see little Hawking, where she lies no way, I pomp and pleasure, pass away as speedily as the wap of a falcon's wing. And where is this poor queen now confined, said Roland Graham, interested in the fate of a woman, whose beauty and grace had made so strong an impression, even on the blunt and careless character of Adam Woodcock. Where is she now imprisoned, said honest Adam? Why, in some castle in the north, they say. I know not where for my part, nor is it worth while to vex one's self. Anent what cannot be mended in, she had guided her power well. Whilst she had it, she had not come to so evil a pass. Men say she must resign her crown to this little baby of a prince, for that they will trust her with it no longer. Our master has been as busy as his neighbours in all this work. If the queen should come to her own again, Avenel Castle is like to smoke for it, unless he makes his bargain all the better in a castle in the north. Queen Mary is confined, said the page. Why, I say so, at least in a castle beyond that great river which comes down yonder and looks like a river, but it is a branch of the sea, and as bitter as brine. And amongst all her subjects, said the page with some emotion, is there none that will adventure anything for her relief? That is a kittle question, said the falconer, and if you ask it often, Master Roland, I am fain to tell you that you will be mewed up yourself in some of those castles, if they do not prefer twisting your head off to save farther trouble with you. Adventure anything, Lord? Why, Murray has the wind in his poop now, man, and flies so high and strong that the devil a wing of them can match him. No, there she is, and there she must lie till heaven send her deliverance, or till her son has the management of all. But Murray will never let her loose again, he knows her too well. And hark, Thee we are now bound for Holyrood, where thou wilt find plenty of news and of courtiers to tell it, but take my counsel, and keep a calm suff, as the Scots say here. Every man's counsel and keep your own. And if you hap to learn any news, you leap not up as if you were to put on armor direct in the cause our old Mr. Wingate saysend. He knows court cattle well that, if you're told old King Cowell is come alive again, you should turn it off with, and is he in truth I heard not of it, and should seem no more moved than if one told you by way of novelty that old King Cowell was dead, and buried. Wherefore look well to your bearing, Master Roland, for I promise you come among a generation that are keen as a hungry hawk, and never be dagger out of sheath. At every wry word you hear spoken for you will find as hot blades as yourself, and then will be letting of blood, without advice either of leech or almanac. You shall see how staid I will be, and how cautious, my good friend, said Graham. But blessed lady, what goodly house is that which is lying all in ruins so close to the city? Have they been playing at the Abbot of Unreason here, and ended the gamble by burning the church? There again, now, replied his companion, you go down the wind like a wild haggard, that minds neither lure nor beck. That is a question you should have asked in as low a tone as I shall answer it. If I stay here long, said Roland Graham, it is like I shall lose the natural use of my voice. But what are the ruins then? The Kirk-a-field, said the falconer in a low and impressive whisper, laying at the same time his finger on his lip. Ask no more about it. Somebody got foul play, and somebody got the blame of it, and the game began there, which perhaps may not be played out in our time. Poor Henry Darnley, to be an ass, he understood somewhat of a hawk, but they sent him on the wing through the air himself, one bright moonlight night. The memory of this catastrophe was so recent that the page averted his eyes with horror from the scathed ruins in which it had taken place, and the accusations against the Queen to which it had given rise came over his mind with such strength as to balance the compassion he had begun to entertain for her present forlorn situation. It was indeed with that agitating state of mind, which arises partly from horror, but more from anxious interest and curiosity, that young Graham found himself actually traversing the scene of those tremendous events, the report of which had disturbed the most distant solitudes in Scotland, like the echoes of distant thunder, rolling among the mountains. Now he thought, now or never shall I become a man, and bear my part in those deeds, which the simple inhabitants of our hamlets repeat to each other, as if they were wrought by beings of a superior order to their own. I will know now wherefore the Knight of Avenel carries his crest so much above those of the neighboring baronage, and how it is that men by valor and wisdom work their way from the hodding grey coat to the cloak of scarlet and gold. Men say I have not much wisdom to recommend me, and if that be true, courage must do it, for I will be a man amongst living men, or a dead corpse amongst the dead. From these dreams of ambition, he turned his thoughts to those of pleasure, and began to form many conjectures when and where he should see Catherine Seyton, and in what manner their acquaintance was to be renewed. With such conjectures, he was amusing himself when he found that they had entered the city, and all other feelings were suspended in the sensation of giddy astonishment with which an inhabitant of the country is affected, when for the first time he finds himself in the streets of a large and populous city, a unit in the midst of thousands. The principal street of Edinburgh was then as now one of the most spacious in Europe. The extreme height of the houses, and the variety of Gothic gables and battlements and balconies, by which the skyline on each side was crowned and terminated together, with the width of the street itself, might have struck with surprise a more practiced eye than that of young Graham. The population close packed within the walls of the city, and at this time increased by the number of the lords of the king's party, who had thronged to Edinburgh to wait upon the Regent Murray, absolutely swarmed like bees on the wide and stately street. Instead of the shop windows, which are now calculated for the display of goods, the traders had their open booths projecting on the street, in which, as in the fashion of the modern bazaars, all was exposed which they had upon sale, and though the commodities were not of the richest kinds, yet Graham thought he beheld the wealth of the whole world in the various bales of Flanders cloths and the specimens of tapestry, and at other places, the display of domestic utensils and pieces of plate. Struck him with wonder the sight of cutlers' booths furnished with swords and poniards, which were manufactured in Scotland, and with pieces of defensive armor, imported from Flanders, added to his surprise. And at every step, he found so much to admire and gaze upon that Adam Woodcock had no little difficulty in prevailing on him to advance through such a scene of enchantment. The sight of the crowds which filled the streets was equally a subject of wonder. Here a gay lady in her muffler or silken veil, traced her way delicately, a gentle manusure making way for her, a page bearing up her train, and a waiting gentlewoman carrying her Bible, thus intimating that her purpose was towards the church. There, he might see a group of citizens, bending the same way with their short Flemish cloaks, wide trousers, and high-caped doublets, a fashion to which, as well as to their bonnet and feather, the Scots were long faithful. Then again came the clergyman himself in his black Geneva cloak and band, lending a grave and attentive ear to the discourse of several persons who accompanied him, and who were doubtless holding serious converse on the religious subject he was about to treat of, nor did there lack passengers of a different class and appearance. At every turn Roland Graham might see a gallant ruffle along in the newer or French mode, his doublet slashed, and his points of the same colors with the lining, his long sword on one side, and his poniard on the other behind him, a body of stout serving men proportioned to his estate and quality, all of whom walked with the air of military retainers, and were armed with sword and buckler, the latter being a small round shield, not unlike the Highland target, having a steel spike in the center. Two of these parties, each headed by a person of importance, chanced to meet in the very center of the street, or as it was called, the crown of the causeway, a post of honor as tenaciously asserted in Scotland as that of giving or taking the wall used to be in the more southern part of the island, the two leaders being of equal rank, and most probably either animated by political dislike or by recollection of some feudal enmity, marched close up to each other, without yielding an inch to the right or the left, and neither showing the least purpose of giving way. They stopped for an instant, and then drew their swords. Their followers imitated their example. About a score of weapons at once flashed in the sun, and there was an immediate clatter of swords and bucklers, while the followers on either side cried their master's name, the one shouting "Help a Leslie," while the others answered with shouts of "Satan, Satan," with the additional punning slogan, set on, bear the knaves to the ground." If the falconer found difficulty in getting the page to go forward, before it was now perfectly impossible, he reined up his horse, clapped his hands, and delighted with the fray, cried and shouted as fast as any of those who were actually engaged in it. The noise and cries thus arising on the Highgate, as it was called, drew into the quarrel 2 or 3 other parties of gentlemen, and their servants, besides some single passengers, who, hearing a fray betwixt these two distinguished names, took part in it, either for love or hatred. The combat became now very sharp, and although the sword and buckler men made more clatter and noise than they did real damage, yet several good cuts were dealt among them, and those who wore rapiers, a more formidable weapon than the ordinary Scottish swords, gave and received dangerous wounds. 2 men were already stretched on the causeway, and the party of Satan began to give ground, being much inferior in number to the other, with which several of the citizens had united themselves, when young Roland Graham, beholding their leader, a noble gentleman fighting bravely and hard pressed with numbers, could withhold no longer. "Adam Woodcock," he said, "and you be a man, draw, and let us take part with the Satan," and without waiting a reply, or listening to the falconer's earnest entreaty that he would leave alone a strife in which he had no concern, the fiery youth sprung from his horse, drew his short sword, and shouting like the rest, a Satan, set on, thrust forward into the throng, and struck down one of those who was pressing hardest upon the gentleman, whose cause he espoused. This sudden reinforcement gave spirit to the weaker party, who began to renew the combat with much alacrity, when 4 of the magistrates of the city, distinguished by their velvet cloaks and gold chains, came up with a guard of halberdiers and citizens armed with long weapons, and well accustomed to such service, thrust boldly forward, and compelled the swordsmen to separate, who immediately retreated in different directions, leaving such of the wounded on both sides as had been disabled in the fray lying on the street. The falconer, who had been tearing his beard for anger at his comrade's rashness, now rode up to him with the horse which he had caught by the bridle, and accosted him with "Master Roland, Master Goosemaster Madcapwill, it please you to get on horse and budge, or will you remain here to be carried to prison, and made to answer for this pretty day's work?" The page, who had begun his retreat, along with the Satans, just as if he had been one of their natural allies, was by this unceremonious application made sensible that he was acting a foolish part, and obeying Adam Woodcock with some sense of shame, he sprung actively on horseback, and upsetting with the shoulder of the animal a city officer who was making towards him, he began to ride smartly down the street along with his companion, and was quickly out of the reach of the hue and cry. In fact, rencounters of the kind were so common in Edinburgh at that period, that the disturbance seldom excited much attention after the affray was over unless some person of consequence chanced to have fallen an incident which imposed on his friends the duty of avenging his death on the first convenient opportunity. So feeble, indeed, was the arm of the police that it was not unusual for such skirmishes to last for hours where the parties were numerous and well matched. But at this time, the regent, a man of great strength of character, aware of the mischief which usually arose from such acts of violence, had prevailed with the magistrates to keep a constant guard on foot for preventing or separating such affrays as had happened in the present case. The falconer and his young companion were now riding down the Canongate, and had slackened their pace to avoid attracting attention the rather that there seemed to be no appearance of pursuit. Roland hung his head, as one who was conscious his conduct had been none of the wisest, whilst his companion thus addressed him. "Will you be pleased to tell me one thing, Master Roland Graham, and that is whether there be a devil incarnate in you or no?" "Truly, Master Adam Woodcock," answered the page, "I would fain hope there is not." Then said Adam, "I would fain know by what other influence or instigation you are perpetually at one end or the other of some bloody brawl, what I pray had you to do with these Satans and Leslies that you never heard the names of in your life before?" "You are out there, my friend," said Roland Graham. "I have my own reasons for being a friend to the Satans." "They must have been very secret reasons," then answered Adam Woodcock, "for I think I could have wagered you had never known one of the name, and I am apt to believe still that it was your unhallowed passion for that clashing of cold iron, which has as much charm for you as the clatter of a brass pan hath for a hive of bees, rather than any care either for Satan or for Leslie, that persuaded you to thrust your fool's head into a quarrel that no ways concerned you. But take this for a warning, my young master, that if you are to draw sword with every man who draws sword on the Highgate here, it will be scarce worth your while to sheath bilbo again for the rest of your life, since if I guess rightly, it will scarce endure on such terms for many hours, all which I leave to your serious consideration. By my word, Adam, I honor your advice, and I promise you that I will practice by it as faithfully as if I were sworn apprentice to you, to the trade and mystery of bearing myself with all wisdom and safety through the new paths of life that I am about to be engaged in." "And therein you will do well," said the falconer, "and I do not quarrel with you, Master Roland, for having a grain over much spirit, because I know one may bring to the hand a wild hawk, which one never can a dunghill hinand. So betwixt two faults you have the best on't, but besides your peculiar genius for quarreling and lugging out your side companion, my dear Master Roland, you have also the gift of peering under every woman's muffler and screen, as if you expected to find an old acquaintance, though were you to spy one, I should be as much surprised at it, well wotting how few you have seen of these same wildfowl, as I was at your taking so deep an interest even now in the Satan." "Tush, man, nonsense and folly," answered Roland Graham. "I but sought to see what eyes these gentle hawks have got under their hood." "Aye, but it's a dangerous subject of inquiry," said the falconer. "You had better hold out your bare wrist for an eagle to perch upon. Look you, Master Roland, these pretty wildgies cannot be hawked at without risk. Thee have as many divings, boltings, and volleyings as the most gamesome quarry that falcon ever flew, at hand. Besides, every woman of them is manned with her husband, or her kind friend, or her brother, or her cousin, or her sworn servant at the least. But you heed me not, Master Roland, though I know the game so well. Your eye is all on that pretty damsel who trips down the gate before us. Be my certes, I will warrant her a blithe dancer, either in reel or reveille. Pair of silver Morisco bells would become these pretty ankles, as well as the jesses would suit the fairest Norway hawk." "Thou art a fool, Adam," said the page, "and I care not a button about the girl, or her ankles, but what the foul fiend one must look at something." "Very true, Master Roland Graham," said his guide, "but let me pray you to choose your objects better. Look you, there is scarce a woman walks this Highgate with a silk screen or a pearlin muffler, but as I said before, she has either gentlemanusure before her, or kinsman, or lover, or husband at her elbow, or it may be a brace of stout fellows with sword and buckler, not so far behind, but what they can follow close. But you heed me no more than a goshawk, mine's a yellow yoldring." "Oh yes, I do mind you indeed," said Roland Graham, "but hold my nag, a bit I will be with you in the exchange of a whistle." So saying, and ere Adam Woodcock could finish the sermon which was dying on his tongue, Roland Graham, to the falconer's utter astonishment, threw him the bridle of his jennet, jumped off horseback, and pursued down one of the closes or narrow lanes, which opening under a vault terminate upon the main street, the very maiden to whom his friend had accused him of showing so much attention, and who had turned down the pass in question. Saint Mary, Saint Magdalene, Saint Benedict, Saint Barnabas, said the poor falconer, when he found himself thus suddenly brought to a pause in the midst of the cannon gate, and saw his young charge start off like a madman, in quest of a damsel, whom he had never as Adam supposed seen in his life, before Saint Satan, and Saint Beelzebub, for this would make one swear saint, and devil what can have come over the lad with a wanion, and what shall I do the whilst will have. His throat cut the poor lad as sure as I was born at the foot of Roseberry topping, could I find someone to hold the horses, but they are as sharp here northaway as in canny Yorkshire herself, and quit bridle quit tit, as we say, and I could, but see one of our folks now a hollisprig were worth a gold tassel, or could I, but see one of the regent's men but to leave the horses to a stranger that I cannatan to leave the place, while the lad is in jeopardy that I wannot. We must leave the falconer, however, in the midst of his distress, and follow the hot-headed youth, who was the cause of his perplexity. The latter part of Adam Woodcock's sage remonstrance had been in a great measure lost upon Roland, for whose benefit it was intended, because, in one of the female forms which tripped along the street, muffled in a veil of striped silk, like the women of Brussels at this day, his eye had discerned something which closely resembled the exquisite shape and spirited bearing of Catherine Satan during all the grave advice which the falconer was dinning in his ears. His eye continued intent upon so interesting an object of observation, and at length, as the damsel just about to dive under one of the arched passages, which afforded an outlet to the cannon gate from the houses beneath, a passage graced by a projecting shield of arms, supported by two huge foxes of stone, had lifted her veil for the purpose perhaps of descrying who the horseman was who, for some time, had eyed her so closely. Young Roland saw, under the shade of the silken, plaid enough of the bright azure eyes, fair locks, and blithe features to induce him, like an inexperienced and rash madcap, whose wilful ways never had been traversed by contradiction, nor much subjected to consideration, to throw the bridle of his horse into Adam Woodcock's hand, and leave him to play the waiting gentleman, while he dashed down the paved court after Catherine Satanall as aforesaid. Women's wits are proverbially quick, but apparently those of Catherine suggested no better expedient than fairly to betake herself to speed afoot, in hopes of baffling the page's vivacity, by getting safely lodged before he could discover where but a youth of 18 in pursuit of a mistress is not so easily outstripped. Catherine fled across a paved court, decorated with large formal vases of stone, in which used cypresses and other evergreens vegetated in somber sullenness, and gave a correspondent degree of solemnity to the high and heavy building, in front of which they were placed as ornaments aspiring towards a square portion of the blue hemisphere, corresponding exactly in extent to the quadrangle in which they were stationed, and all around which rose huge black walls exhibiting windows, in rows of 5 stories, with heavy architraves, over each bearing armorial and religious devices. Through this court, Catherine Satan flashed like a hunted doe, making the best use of those pretty legs, which had attracted the commendation even of the reflective and cautious Adam Woodcock. She hastened towards a large door in the center of the lower front of the court, pulled the bobbin, till the latch flew up, and ensconced herself in the ancient mansion. But if she fled like a doe, Roland Graham followed with the speed and ardor of a youthful staghound loosed for the first time. On his prey he kept her in view, in spite of her efforts, for it is remarkable what an advantage in such a race the gallant who desires to see possesses over the maiden who wishes not to be seen, an advantage which I have known counterbalance a great start in point of distance. In short, he saw the waving of her screen or veil at one corner, heard the tap of her footlight, as that was as it crossed the court, and caught a glimpse of her figure just as she entered the door of the mansion. Roland Graham, inconsiderate and headlong, as we have described him, having no knowledge of real life, but from the romances which he had read, and not an idea of checking himself, in the midst of any eager impulse, possessed besides of much courage and readiness, never hesitated for a moment to approach the door through which the object of his search had disappeared. He too pulled the bobbin, and the latch, though heavy and massive, answered to the summons, and arose. The page entered with the same precipitation which had marked his whole proceeding, and found himself in a large hall or vestibule, dimly enlightened by latticed casements of painted glass, and rendered yet dimmer through the exclusion of the sunbeams, owing to the height of the walls of those buildings, by which the courtyard was enclosed. The walls of the hall were surrounded with suits of ancient and rusted armor, interchanged with huge and massive stone scutcheons, bearing double tressures fluored and counter-fluored weechiefs coronets, and so forth, things to which Roland Graham gave not a moment's attention. In fact, he only deigned to observe the figure of Catherine Satan, who, deeming herself safe in the hall, had stopped to take breath after her course, and was reposing herself for a moment on a large oaken settle, which stood at the upper end of the hall. The noise of Roland's entrance at once disturbed her. She started up with a faint scream of surprise, and escaped through one of the several folding doors which opened into this apartment as a common center. This door, which Roland Graham instantly approached, opened on a large and well-lighted gallery, at the upper end of which he could hear several voices, and the noise of hasty steps approaching towards the hall or vestibule, a little recalled to sober thought by an appearance of serious danger. He was deliberating whether he should stand fast or retire, when Catherine Satan re-entered from a side door, running towards him with as much speed as a few minutes since she had fled from him. "Oh, what mischief brought you hither?" she said. "Fly, or you are a dead man, or stathy cameflight. Is impossible, say, you came to ask for Lord Satan." She sprung from him, and disappeared through the door by which she had made her second appearance, and at the same instant, a pair of large folding doors at the upper end of the gallery flew open with vehemence, and 6 or 7 young gentlemen richly dressed pressed forward into the apartment, having for the greater part their swords drawn. "Who is it," said one, "dare intrude on us in our own mansion?" "Cut him to pieces," said another. "Let him pay for this day's insolence and violence. Is some follower of the Roths?" "No, by St. Mary," said another. "He is a follower of the archfiend and ennobled clown Halbert Glendinning, who takes the style of Avenelance, a church vassal, now a pillager of the church." "It is so," said a fourth. "I know him by the Hollisprig, which is their cognizance. Secure the door, he must answer for this insolence." 2 of the gallants, hastily drawing their weapons, passed on to the door by which Roland had entered the hall, and stationed themselves there. As if to prevent his escape, the others advanced on Graham, who had just sense enough to perceive that any attempt at resistance would be alike fruitless and imprudent at once, and by various voices, none of which sounded amicably, the page was required to say who he was, whence he came, his name, his errand, and who sent him hither. The number of the questions demanded of him at once afforded a momentary apology for his remaining silent, and ere that brief truce had elapsed, a personage entered the hall at whose appearance those who had gathered fiercely around Roland fell back with respect. This was a tall man, whose dark hair was already grizzled, though his high and haughty features retained all the animation of youth. The upper part of his person was undressed to his holland shirt, whose ample folds were stained with blood, but he wore a mantle of crimson lined with rich fur cast around him, which supplied the deficiency of his dress. On his head he had a crimson velvet bonnet looped up on one side with a small golden chain of many links, which, going thrice around the hat, was fastened by a medal agreeable to the fashion amongst the grandees of the time. "Whom have you here, sons and kinsmen," said he, "around whom you crowd thus roughly? Know you not that the shelter of this roof should secure every one fair treatment, who shall come hither either in fair peace, or in open and manly hostility?" "But here, my lord," answered one of the youths, "is a knave, who comes on treacherous espial." "I deny the charge," said Roland Graham boldly. "I came to inquire after my Lord Satan." "A likely tale," answered his accusers, in the mouth of a follower of Glendinning. "Stay, young men," said the Lord Satan, "for it was that nobleman himself. Let me look at this youth. By heaven, it is the very same who came so boldly to my side, not very many minutes since, when some of my own knaves bore themselves with more respect to their own worshipful safety than to mine. Stand back from him, for he well deserves honor and a friendly welcome at your hands, instead of this rough treatment." They fell back on all sides, obedient to Lord Satan's commands, who, taking Roland Graham by the hand, thanked him for his prompt and gallant assistance, adding that he nothing doubted the same interest which he had taken in his cause in the affray brought him hither to inquire after his hurt. Roland bowed low in acquiescence. "Or is there anything in which I can serve you, to show my sense of your ready gallantry?" But the page, thinking it best to abide by the apology for his visit, which the Lord Satan had so aptly himself suggested, replied that to be assured of his lordship's safety had been the only cause of his intrusion. He judged, he added, he had seen him receive some hurt in the affray. "A trifle," said Lord Satan. "I had but stripped my doublet that the chirurgeon might put some dressing on the paltry scratch, when these rash boys interrupted us with their clamor." Roland Graham, making a low obeisance, was now about to depart for relieved from the danger of being treated as a spy, he began next to fear that his companion Adam Woodcock, whom he had so unceremoniously quitted, would either bring him into some farther dilemma by venturing into the hotel in quest of him, or ride off and leave him behind altogether. But Lord Satan did not permit him to escape so easily. Tarry, he said, young man, and let me know thy rank and name. The Satan has of late been more wont to see friends and followers shrink from his side than to receive aid from strangers, but a new world may come around in which he may have the chance of rewarding his well-wishers. My name is Roland Graham, my lord, answered the youth, a page, who for the present is in the service of Sir Halbert Glendinning. I said so from the first, said one of the young men, my life. I will wager that this is a shaft out of the heretic's quiver, stratagem from first to last, to injure into your confidence. Some espial of his own, they know how to teach both boys and women to play the intelligencers. That is false if it be spoken of me, said Roland. No man in Scotland should teach me such a foul part. I believe thee, boy, said Lord Satan, for thy strokes were too fair to be dealt upon an understanding with those that were to receive them. Credit me, however. I little expected to have help at need from one of your master's household, and I would know what moved thee in my quarrel to thine own endangering. So please you, my lord, said Roland, I think my master himself would not have stood by and seen an honorable man born to earth by odds, if his single arm could help him. Such at least is the lesson we were taught in chivalry at the castle of Avenel. The good seed hath fallen into good ground, young man, said Satan. But alas, if thou practice such honorable war in these dishonorable days, when right is everywhere borne down by mastery, thy life, my poor boy, will be but a short one. Let it be short, so it be honorable, said Roland Graham, and permit me now, my lord, to commend me to your grace, and to take my leave. A comrade waits with my horse in the street. Take this, however, young man, said Lord Satan. Footnote: George V. Lord Seton was immovably faithful to Queen Mary during all the mutabilities of her fortune. He was Grand Master of the household, in which capacity he had a picture painted of himself with his official baton, and the following motto: In adversitate patiens, in prosperitate benevolus, hazard yet forward. On various parts of his castle, he inscribed, as expressing his religious and political creed, the legend, Undje unfoy unroy unloy. He declined to be promoted to an earldom, which Queen Mary offered him at the same time, when she advanced her natural brother to be Earl of Mar, and afterwards of Murray. On his refusing this honor, Mary wrote, or caused to be writ, the following lines in Latin and French: Sunt comites ducesque aliae sunt denique reges. Sethum dominum sit satis essime. Il via des comps des rois des dux ainsi. Cesta says, pour moi distress seigneur de Seton. Which may be thus rendered: Earl, Duke, or King be thou that list to be. Seton, thy lordship is enough for me. This distich reminds us of the pride which aped humility in the motto of the House of Caus. Je suis ni roi ni prince aussi. Je suis le seigneur de Coucy. After the Battle of Langside, Lord Seton was obliged to retire abroad for safety, and was in exile for 2 years, during which he was reduced to the necessity of driving a wagon in Flanders for his subsistence. He rose to favor in James VI's reign, and assuming his paternal property, had himself painted in his wagoner's dress, and in the act of driving a wain with 4 horses on the north end of a stately gallery at Seton Castle, undoing from his bonnet the golden chain and medal, and wear it for my sake. With no little pride, Roland Graham accepted the gift, which he hastily fastened around his bonnet, as he had seen gallants wear such an ornament, and renewing his obeisance to the baron left the hall, traversed the court, and appeared in the street just as Adam Woodcock, vexed and anxious at his delay, had determined to leave the horses to their fate, and go in quest of his youthful comrade, whose barn hast thou broken next. He exclaimed, greatly relieved by his appearance, although his countenance indicated that he had passed through an agitating scene. Ask me no questions, said Roland, leaping gaily on his horse, but see how short time it takes to win a chain of gold, pointing to that which he now wore. Now God forbid that thou hast either stolen it or reft it by violence, said the falconer, for otherwise, I wot not how the devil thou couldst compass it. I have been often here for months at an end, and no one gave me either chain or medal. Thou seest I have got one on shorter acquaintance with the city, answered the page, but set thine honest heart at rest, that which is fairly won and freely given is neither reft nor stolen. Mary, hang thee with thy fanfarona footnote, a name given to the gold chains worn by the military men of the period. It is of Spanish origin, for the fashion of wearing these costly ornaments was much followed amongst the conquerors of the New World. About thy neck, said the falconer, I think water will not drown, nor hemp strangle thee. Thou hast been discarded, as my lady's page, to come in again as my lord's squire, and for following a noble young damsel into some great household, thou gettest a chain and medal, where another would have had the baton across his shoulders, if he missed having the dirk in his body. But here we come in front of the old abbey. Bear thy good luck with you, when you cross these paved stones, and by Our Lady you may brag Scotland. As he spoke they checked their horses, where the huge old vaulted entrance to the abbey or palace of Holyrood crossed the termination of the street, down which they had proceeded. The courtyard of the palace opened within this gloomy porch, showing the front of an irregular pile of monastic buildings, one wing of which is still extant, forming a part of the modern palace, erected in the days of Charles Roman I. At the gate of the porch the falconer and page resigned their horses to the servingman in attendance, the falconer commanding him with an air of authority to carry them safely to the stables. We follow, he said. The Knight of Avenel, we must bear ourselves for what we are here, said he, in a whisper to Roland, for everyone here is looked on as they demean themselves. And he that is too modest must to the wall, as the proverb says. Therefore cock thy bonnet, man, and let us brook the causeway bravely. Assuming therefore an air of consequence, corresponding to what he supposed to be his master's importance and quality, Adam Woodcock led the way into the courtyard of the Palace of Holyrood. He appears to have been fond of the arts, for there exists a beautiful family piece of him in the centre of his family. Mr. Pinkerton, in his Scottish Iconographia, published an engraving of this curious portrait. The original is the property of Lord Somerville, nearly connected with the Seton family, and is at present at his lordship's fishing villa of the Pavilion near Melrose. Chapter the 18th. The sky is clouded Gaspard, and the vexed ocean sleeps a troubled sleep, beneath a lurid gleam of parting sunshine. Such slumber hangs o'er discontented lands, while factions doubt as yet if they have strength to front the open battle. Albion. A poem. The youthful page paused on the entrance of the courtyard, and implored his guide to give him a moment's breathing space. Let me but look around me, man, said he. You consider not I have never seen such a scene as this beforehand. This is Holyrood, resort of the gallant and gay, and the fair and the wise and the powerful. Ay, marry is it, said Woodcock, but I wish I could hood thee as they do the hawks, for thou starest as wildly as if you sought another fray or another fanfarona. I would I had thee safely housed, for thou lookest wild as a goshawk. It was indeed no common sight to Roland the vestibule of a palace, traversed by its various groups, some radiant with gaiety, some pensive, and apparently weighed down by affairs concerning the state or concerning themselves. Here the hoary statesman with his cautious yet commanding look, his furred cloak and sable pantofles; there the soldier in buff and steel, his long sword jarring against the pavement, and his whiskered upper and frowning brow looking in habitual defiance of danger, which perhaps was not always made good. There again passed my lord's servingman, high of heart and bloody of hand, humble to his master, and his master's equals, insolent to all others. To these might be added the poor suitor with his anxious look, and depressed mien, the officer full of his brief authority elbowing his betters, and possibly his benefactors, out of the road; the proud priest who sought a better beneficeth, proud baron who sought a grant of church lands, the robber chief who came to solicit a pardon for the injuries he had inflicted on his neighbours, the plundered franklin who came to seek vengeance for that which he had himself received. Besides, there was the mustering and disposition of guards and soldiers, dispatching of messengers, and the receiving them, trampling and neighing of horses, without the gaddeth flashing of arms and rustling of plumes and jingling of spurs within it. In short, it was that gay and splendid confusion in which the eye of youth sees all that is brave and brilliant, and that of experience much that is doubtful, deceitful, false, and hollow; hopes that will never be gratified, promises which will never be fulfilled, pride in the disguise of humility, and insolence in that of frank and generous bounty. As tired of the eager and enraptured attention which the page gave to a scene so new to him, Adam Woodcock endeavored to get him to move forward before his exuberance of astonishment should attract the observation of the sharp-witted denizens of the court. The falconer himself became an object of attention to a gay menial, in a dark green bonnet and feather, with a cloak of a corresponding color, laid down, as the phrase then went, by 6 broad bars of silver lace, and welted with violet and silver. The words of recognition burst from both at once. What Adam Woodcock at court, and what Michael Wingthewand? How runs the Hackett greyhound bitch now? The war for the ware like ourselves Adam 8 years. This grass no 4 legs will carry a dog forever, but we keep her for the breed. And so she scapes border doom, but why stand you gazing there? I promise you my lord has wished for you and asked for you. My lord of Murray asked for me, and he regent of the kingdom too, said Adam. I hunger and thirst to pay my duty to my good lord, but I fancy his good lordship remembers the day's sport on Carnwit Moor, and my Drummel's-ear falcon, that beat the hawks from the Isle of Man, and won his lordship 100 crowns from the southern baron, whom they called Stanley. Nay, not to flatter the Adam, said his court friend, he remembers not of thee, or of thy falcon either. He hath flown many a higher flight since that, and struck his quarry too. But come hither away, I trust we are to be good comrades on the old score. What, said Adam, you would have me crush a pot with you, but I must first dispose of my Aias, where he will neither have girl to chase, nor lad to draw sword upon. Is the youngster such a one, said Michael. Ay, by my hood he flies at all game, replied Woodcock. Then had he better come with us, said Michael Wingthewand, for we cannot have a proper carouse. Just now only I would wet my lips, and so must you. I want to hear the news from St. Mary's before you see my lord, and I will let you know how the wind sits up yonder. While he thus spoke, he led the way to a side door, which opened into the court, and threading several dark passages with the air of one who knew the most secret recesses of the palace, conducted them to a small matted chamber, where he placed bread and cheese and a foaming flagon of ale before the falconer and his young companion, who immediately did justice to the latter in a hearty draught, which nearly emptied the measure, having drawn his breath, and dashed the froth from his whiskers. He observed that his anxiety for the boy had made him deadly dry. Mend your draught, said his hospitable friend again, supplying the flagon from a pitcher, which stood beside. I know the way to the butteribar. And now mind what I say. This morning, the Earl of Morton came to my lord in a mighty chafe. What, they keep the old friendship, then, said Woodcock. Ay, man, what else, said Michael. One hand must scratch the other. But in a mighty chafe was my lord of Morton, who to say truth looketh on such occasions altogether uncanny, and as it were fiendish, and he says to my lord, for I was in the chamber taking orders about a cast of hawks, that are to be fetched from Darnoathy match, your long-winged falcon's friend Adam. I will believe that, when I see them fly as high a pitch, replied Woodcock, this professional observation, forming a sort of parenthesis. However, said Michael, pursuing his tale, my lord of Morton, in a mighty chafe, asked my lord regent whether he was well dealt with, for my brother said he should have had a gift to be commendator of Kennequhair, and to have all the temporalities erected into a lordship of regality for his benefit. And here, said he, the false monks have had the insolence to choose a new abbot to put his claim in my brother's way, and moreover, the rascality of the neighborhood have burnt and plundered all that was left in the abbey, so that my brother will not have a house to dwell in, when he hath ousted the lazy hounds of priests. And my lord, seeing him chafed, said mildly to him, These are shrewd tidings, Douglas, but I trust they be not true, for Halbert Glendinning went southward yesterday with a band of spears, and assuredly had either of these chances happened, that the monks had presumed to choose an abbot, or that the abbey had been burnt, as you say, he had taken order on the spot for the punishment of such insolence, and had dispatched us a messenger, and the Earl of Morton replied, No, I pray you, Adam, to notice that I say this out of love to you and your lord, and also for old comradeship, and also because Sir Halbert hath done me good and may Agonand, also because I love not the Earl of Morton, as indeed more fear than like him so. Then it were a foul deed in you to betray me. But said the Earl to the regent, Take heed, my lord, you trust not this Glendinning too far comes of churl's blood, which was never true to the noble spee St. Andrew. These were his very words, and besides, he said he hath a brother a monk in St. Mary's, and walks all by his guidance, and is making friends on the border with Buccleuch and with Ferniehurst. Footnote, both these border chieftains were great friends of Queen Mary, and will join hand with them, were there likelihood of a new world. And my lord answered like a free noble lord, as he is Tush, my lord of Morton, I will be warrant for Glendinning's faith, and for his brother he is a dreamer that thinks of naught but book and breviary, and, if such hap have chanced, as you tell of, I look to receive from Glendinning the cowl of a hanged monk, and the head of a riotous churl, by way of sharp and sudden justice. And my lord of Morton left the place, and as it seemed to me somewhat malcontent, But since that time my lord has asked me more than once whether there has arrived no messenger from the Knight of Avenel, and all this I have told you that you may frame your discourse to the best purpose for it. Seems to me that my lord will not be well pleased, if aught has happened like what my lord of Morton said, and if your lord hath not ta'en strict orders with it. There was something in this communication which fairly blanked the bold visage of Adam Woodcock, in spite of the reinforcement which his natural hardihood had received from the Barra-brown ale of Holyrood. What was it he said about a churl's head, that grim lord of Morton, said the discontented falconer to his friend. Nay, it was my lord regent, who said that he expected, if the abbey was injured, your knight would send him the head of the ringleader among the rioters. Nay, but is this done like a good Protestant, said Adam Woodcock, or a true lord of the congregation? We used to be their whiteboys and darlings, when we pulled down the convents in Fife and Perthshire. Aye. But that, said Michael, was when old Mother Rome held her own, and our great folks were determined she should have no shelter for her head in Scotland. But now that the priests are fled in all quarters, and their houses and lands are given to our grandees, they cannot see that we are working the work of reformation, in destroying the palaces of zealous Protestants. But I tell you St. Mary's is not destroyed, said Woodcock in increasing agitation. Some trash of painted windows, there were broken things that no nobleman could have brooked in his house. Some stone saints were brought on their marrowbones like old Widrington at Chevy Chase. But as for fire-raising, there was not so much as a lighted lunt amongst us save the match, which the dragon had to light the burning tow withal, which he was to spit against St. George. Nay, I had caution of that. How Adam Woodcock, said his comrade, I trust thou hadst no hand in such a fair work. Look you, Adam, I were loth to terrify you, and you just come from a journey. But I promise you Earl Morton hath brought you down a maiden from Halifax. You never saw the like of Heron shall clasp you round the neck, and your head will remain in her arms. Pshaw, answered Adam, I am too old to have my head turned by any maiden of them. All I know my lord of Morton will go as far for a buxom lass as anyone. But what the devil took him to Halifax all the way, and if he has got a gamester, there what hath she to do with my head? Much, answered Michael Herod's daughter, who did such execution with her foot, and ankle danced not men's heads off more cleanly than this maiden of Morton. Footnote, maiden of Mortona, species of guillotine, which the Regent Morton brought down from Halifax, certainly at a period considerably later than intimated in the tale. He was himself the first who suffered by the engine tease, an axe mon an axe, which falls of itself like a sash window, and never gives the headsman the trouble to wield it. By my faith, a shrewd device, said Woodcock. Heaven keep us free on't. The page, seeing no end to the conversation betwixt these two old comrades, and anxious from what he had heard concerning the fate of the abbot, now interrupted their conference. Methinks, he said, Adam Woodcock, thou hadst better deliver thy master's letter to the regent questionless. He hath therein stated what has chanced at Kennaquhair in the way most advantageous for all concerned. The boy is right, said Michael Wingthuen. My lord will be very impatient. The child hath wit enough to keep himself warm, said Adam Woodcock, producing from his hawking bag his lord's letter addressed to the Earl of Murray. And for that matter so have Roman one. So Master Roland, you will e'en please to present this yourself to the Lord Regent. His presence will be better graced by a young page than by an old falconer. Well said, canny Yorkshire, replied his friend. And but now you are so earnest to see our good lord, why wouldst thou put the lad into the noose, that thou mayst slip tether Thistlefer? Dost thou think the maiden will clasp his fair young neck more willingly than thy old sunburnt Wesend? Go to, answered the falconer, thy wit towers high, and it could strike the quarry. I tell thee the youth has naught to fear. Had nothing to do with the gambola rare gamble, it was Michael as madcaps ever played. And I had made as rare a ballad, if we had had the luck to get it sung to an end. But for Thaddeus, as I said before, is Latin for a candle. Carry the youth to the presence, and I will remain here with bridle in hand, ready to strike the spurs up to the roll-heads. In case the hawk flies my way, I will soon put Soltridge, I trow, betwixt the regent and me, if he means me less than fair play. Come on then, my lad, said Michael, since thou must needs take the spring before canny Yorkshire. So saying, he led the way through winding passages, closely followed by Roland Graham, until they arrived at a large winding stone stair, the steps of which were so long and broad, and at the same time so low as to render the ascent uncommonly easy. When they had ascended about the height of one story, the guide stepped aside, and pushed open the door of a dark and gloomy antechamber, so dark, indeed, that his youthful companion stumbled and nearly fell down upon a low step, which was awkwardly placed on the very threshold. "Take heed," said Michael Wingthewand in a very low tone of voice, and first glancing cautiously round to see if anyone listened. "Take heed, my young friend, for those who fall on these boards seldom rise again. Seest thou that," he added in a still lower voice, pointing to some dark crimson stains on the floor on which a ray of light shot through a small aperture, and traversing the general gloom of the apartment, fell with mottled radiance. "Seest thou that youth? Walk warily, for men have fallen here before you." "What mean you?" said the page, his flesh creeping though he scarce knew. "Why is it blood?" "Aye, said the domestic in the same whispering tone, and dragging the youth on by the arm. "Blood it is, but this is no time to question or even to look at it. Blood. It is foully and fearfully shed, as foully and fearfully avenged the blood," he added, in a still more cautious tone, "of Sanya David." Roland Graham's heart throbbed when he found himself so unexpectedly in the scene of Rizzio's slaughter, a catastrophe which had chilled with horror all even in that rude age, which had been the theme of wonder and pity through every cottage and castle in Scotland, and had not escaped that of Avenel, but his guide hurried him forward, permitting no farther question, and with the manner of one who has already tampered too much with a dangerous subject. A tap, which he made at a low door at one end of the vestibule, was answered by a huissier or usher, who, opening it, cautiously received Michael's intimation that a page waited the regent's leisure, who brought letters from the Knight of Avenel. "The council is breaking up," said the usher, "but give me the packet. His Grace, the regent, will presently see the messenger." "The packet," replied the page, "must be delivered into the regent's own hands. Such were the orders of my master." The usher looked at him from head to foot, as if surprised at his boldness, and then replied with some asperity, "Say you so, my young master? Thou crowest loudly to be but a chicken, and from a country barnyard too." "Were it a time or place," said Roland, "thou shouldst see I can do more than crow, but do your duty, and let the regent know I wait his pleasure." "Thou art but a pert knave to tell me of my duty," said the courtier in office, "but I will find a time to show you you are out of yours. Meanwhile wait there, till you are wanted." So saying, he shut the door in Roland's face. Michael Wingthewand, who had shrunk from his youthful companion during this altercation, according to the established maxim of courtiers of all ranks, and in all ages, now transgressed their prudential line of conduct, so far as to come up to him. "Once more thou art a hopeful young springald," said he, "and I see right well old Yorkshire had reason in his caution. Thou hast been 5 minutes in the court, and hast employed thy time so well as to make a powerful and a mortal enemy out of the usher of the council chamber. Why, man, you might almost as well have offended the deputy butler." "I care not what he is," said Roland Graham. "I will teach whomever I speak with to speak civilly to me in return. I did not come from Avenel to be browbeaten in Holyrood." "Bravo, my lad," said Michael. "It is a fine spirit, if you can but hold it. But see, the door opens." The usher appeared, and in a more civil tone of voice and manner, said that His Grace, the regent, would receive the Knight of Avenel's message, and accordingly marshalled Roland Graham the way into the apartment from which the council had been just dismissed after finishing their consultations. There was in the room a long oaken table, surrounded by stools of the same wood, with a large elbow chair, covered with crimson velvet at the head. Writing materials and papers were lying there in apparent disorder, and one or two of the privy councillors, who had lingered behind assuming their cloaks, bonnets, and swords and bidding farewell to the regent, were departing slowly by a large door on the opposite side to that through which the page entered. Apparently the Earl of Murray had made some jest, for the smiling countenances of the statesmen expressed that sort of cordial reception which is paid by courtiers to the condescending pleasantries of a prince. The regent himself was laughing heartily as he said, "Farewell, my lords, and hold me remembered to the cock of the north." He then turned slowly round towards Roland Graham, and the marks of gaiety, real or assumed, disappeared from his countenance as completely as the passing bubbles leave the dark mirror of a still profound lake into which a traveler has cast a stone. In the course of a minute, his noble features had assumed their natural expression of deep and even melancholy gravity. This distinguished statesman, for as such his worst enemies acknowledged him, possessed all the external dignity as well as almost all the noble qualities which could grace the power that he enjoyed. And had he succeeded to the throne, as his legitimate inheritance, it is probable he would have been recorded as one of Scotland's wisest and greatest kings, but that he held his authority by the deposition and imprisonment of his sister and benefactress, was a crime, which those only can excuse who think ambition an apology for ingratitude. He was dressed plainly in black velvet, after the Flemish fashion, and wore in his highcrown hat a jeweled clasp which looped it up on one side, and formed the only ornament of his apparel. He had his poniard by his side, and his sword lay on the council table. Such was the personage before whom Roland Graham now presented himself with a feeling of breathless awe very different from the usual boldness and vivacity of his temper. In fact, he was from education and nature forward, but not impudent, and was much more easily controlled by the moral superiority arising from the elevated talents and renown of those with whom he conversed than by pretensions founded only on rank or external show. He might have braved with indifference the presence of an earl, merely distinguished by his belt and coronet. But he felt overawed in that of the eminent soldier and statesman, the wielder of a nation's power and the leader of her armies. The greatest and wisest are flattered by the deference of youth so graceful and becoming in itself. And Murray took with much courtesy the letter from the hands of the abashed and blushing page, and answered with complaisance to the imperfect and half-muttered greeting which he endeavoured to deliver to him on the part of Sir Halbert of Avenel. He even paused a moment, ere he broke the silk with which the letter was secured, to ask the page his name. So much he was struck with his very handsome features and form. Roland Graham, he said, repeating the words after the hesitating page. What of the Grahams of the Lennox? No, my lord, replied Roland, my parents dwelt in the debatable land. Murray made no further inquiry, but proceeded to read his dispatches, during the perusal of which his brow began to assume a stern expression of displeasure, as that of one who found something which at once surprised and disturbed him. He sat down on the nearest seat, frowned, till his eyebrows almost met together, read the letter twice over, and was then silent for several minutes. At length, raising his head, his eye encountered that of the usher, who in vain endeavoured to exchange the look of eager and curious observation with which he had been perusing the regent's features for that open and unnoticing expression of countenance, which in looking at all seems as if it saw and marked nothing. A cast of look, which may be practiced with advantage by all those of whatever degree who are admitted to witness the familiar and unguarded hours of their superiors. Great men are as jealous of their thoughts as the wife of King Candles was of her charms, and will as readily punish those who have however involuntarily beheld them in mental déshabille and exposure. Leave the apartment, Hindman, said the regent sternly, and carry your observation elsewhere. You are too knowing, sir, for your post, which by special order is destined for men of blunter capacity. So now you look more like a fool than you did for Hindman, as may easily be supposed. Was not a little disconcerted by this rebuke. Keep that confused stare, and it may keep your office. Begone, sir. The usher departed in dismay, not forgetting to register amongst his other causes of dislike to Roland Graham that he had been the witness of this disgraceful chiding. When he had left the apartment, the regent again addressed the page. Your name, you say, is Armstrong? No, replied Roland, my name is Graham, so please you, Roland Graham, whose forbears were designated of Heathergill in the debatable land. I knew it was a name from the debatable land. Hast thou any acquaintance in Edinburgh? My lord, replied Roland, willing rather to evade this question than to answer it directly for the prudence of being silent with respect to Lord Satan's adventure, immediately struck him. I have been in Edinburgh scarce an hour, and that for the first time in my life. What and thou, Sir Halbert Glendinning's page? Said the regent. I was brought up as my lady's page, said the youth, and left Avenel Castle for the first time in my life, at least since my childhood, only 3 days since. My lady's page, repeated the Earl of Murray, as if speaking to himself. It was strange to send his lady's page on a matter of such deep concernment. Morton will say it is of a piece with the nomination of his brother to be abbot, and yet in some sort an inexperienced youth will best serve the turn. What hast thou been taught, young man, in thy doughty apprenticeship? To hunt, my lord, and to hawk, said Roland Graham. To hunt conies and to hawk at ouzels, said the regent, smiling, for such are the sports of ladies and their followers. Graham's cheek reddened deeply, as he replied, not without some emphasis, to hunt red deer of the first head, and to strike down herons of the highest sort, my lord, which in Lothian speech may be termed, for aught I know, conies and ouzels also. I can wield a brand, and couch a lance, according to our border meaning in inland speech. These may be termed water flags and bulrushes. Thy speech rings like metal, said the regent, and I pardon the sharpness of it, for the truth thou knowest. Then what belongs to the duty of a man at arms? So far as exercise can teach it without real service in the field, answered Roland Graham. But our knight permitted none of his household to make raids, and I never had the good fortune to see a stricken field. The good fortune, repeated the regent smiling, somewhat sorrowfully. Take my word, young man, war is the only game from which both parties rise losers. Not always, my lord, answered the page with his characteristic audacity, if fame speaks truth. How, sir, said the regent, coloring in his turn, and perhaps suspecting an indiscreet allusion to the height which he himself had attained by the hap of civil war. Because, my lord, said Roland Graham, without change of tone, he who fights well must have fame in life or honor in death, and so war is a game from which no one can rise a loser. The regent smiled and shook his head, when at that moment the door opened, and the Earl of Morton presented himself. I come somewhat hastily, he said, and I enter unannounced, because my news are of weight. It is as I said, Edward Glendinning is named Abbot, and— Hush, my lord, said the regent, I know it, but— And perhaps you knew it before I did, my lord of Murray, answered Morton, his dark red brow growing darker and redder as he spoke. Morton, said Murray, suspect me not mine honor. I have to suffer enough from the calumnies of foes. Let me not have to contend with the unjust suspicions of my friends. We are not alone, said he, recollecting himself, or I could tell you more. He led Morton into one of the deep embrasures which the windows formed in the massive wall, and which afforded a retiring place for their conversing apart. In this recess Roland observed them speak together with much earnestness, Murray appearing to be grave and earnest, and Morton having a jealous and offended air, which seemed gradually to give way to the assurances of the regent. As their conversation grew more earnest, they became gradually louder in speech, having perhaps forgotten the presence of the page, the more readily as his position in the apartment placed him put of sight, so that he found himself unwillingly privy to more of their discourse than he cared to hear. For page, though he was a mean curiosity, after the secrets of others, had never been numbered amongst Roland's failings, and moreover, with all his natural rashness, he could not but doubt the safety of becoming privy to the secret discourse of these powerful and dreaded men. Still, he could neither stop his ears nor with propriety leave the apartment, and while he thought of some means of signifying his presence, he had already heard so much that to have produced himself suddenly would have been as awkward and perhaps as dangerous as in quiet to abide the end of their conference. What he overheard, however, was but an imperfect part of their communication, and although an expert politician acquainted with the circumstances of the times would have had little difficulty in tracing the meaning, yet Roland Graham could only form very general and vague conjectures as to the import of their discourse. All is prepared, said Murray, and Lindsay is setting forward. She must hesitate no longer. Thou seest I act by thy counsel, and harden myself against softer considerations. True, my lord, replied Morton, in what is necessary to gain power, you do not hesitate, but go boldly to the mark. But are you as careful to defend and preserve what you have won? Why, this establishment of domestics around her has not your sister men and maidens enough to tend her, but you must consent to this superfluous and dangerous retinue. For shame, Mortona princess and my sister, could I do less than allow her due attendance? I, replied Morton, even thus fly all your shafts smartly enough loosened from the bow, and not unskilfully aimed, but a breath of foolish affection ever crosses in the mid-volley, and sways the arrow from the mark. Say not so, Morton, replied Murray, I have both dared and done. Yes, enough to gain, but not enough to keep. Reckon not that she will think and act thus. You have wounded her deeply both in pride and in power. It signifies not that you would tent now the wound with unavailing salves. As matters stand with you, you must forfeit the title of an affectionate brother, to hold that of a bold and determined statesman. Morton, said Murray with some impatience, I brook not these taunts. What I have done what I must farther do. I must and will, but I am not made of iron like thee, and I cannot but remember enough of thismy purpose holds. And I warrant me, said Morton, the choice of these domestic consolations will rest with— Here he whispered names, which escaped Roland Graham's ear. Murray replied in a similar tone, but so much raised towards the conclusion of the sentence, that the page heard these words, and of him I hold myself secure by Glendinning's recommendation. I, which may be as much trustworthy as his late conduct at the Abbey of St. Merisieux, have heard that his brother's election has taken place. Your favourite Sir Halbert, my lord of Murray, has as much fraternal affection as yourself. By heaven, Morton, that taunt demanded an unfriendly answer, but I pardon it, for your brother also is concerned. But this election shall be annulled, I tell you, Earl of Morton, while I hold the sword of state in my royal nephew's name, neither lord nor knight in Scotland shall dispute my authority, and if I bear with insults from my friends, it is only while I know them to be such, and forgive their follies for their faithfulness. Morton muttered what seemed to be some excuse, and the regent answered him in a milder tone, and then subjoined besides, I have another pledge than Glendinning's recommendation for this youth's fidelity. His nearest relative has placed herself in my hands as his security to be dealt withal as his doings shall deserve. That is something, replied Morton, but yet in fair love and goodwill, I must still pray you to keep on your guard. The foes are stirring again, as horseflies and hornets become busy so soon as the stormblast is over. George of Satan was crossing the causeway this morning with a score of men at his back, and had a ruffle with my friends of the house of Lesliathy met at the Tron, and were fighting hard when the provost with his guard of partisans came in thirdsman, and staved them asunder with their halberds, as men part dog and bear. He hath my order for such interference, said the regent. Has any one been hurt? George of Satan himself, by Black Ralph Lesliath devil, take the rapier that ran not through from side to side. Ralph has a bloody coxcomb, by a blow from a messon page, whom nobody knew. Dick Satan of Windigal is run through the arm, and 2 gallants of the Leslies have suffered phlebotomy. This is all the gentle blood which has been spilled in the revel, but a yeoman or 2 on both sides have had bones broken, and ears chopped. The ostlerwives, who are like to be the only losers by their miscarriage, have dragged the knaves off the street, and are crying a drunken coronach over them. You take it lightly, Douglas, said the regent. These broils and feuds would shame the capital of the great Turk, let alone that of a Christian and reformed state. But if I live, this gear shall be amended, and men shall say, when they read my story, that if it were my cruel hap to rise to power by the dethronement of a sister, I employed it when gained for the benefit of the commonweal. And of your friends, replied Morton. Wherefore, I trust for your instant order, annulling the election of this lording Abbot Edward Glendinning. You shall be presently satisfied, said the regent, and stepping forward, he began to call Soho Hindman, when suddenly his eye lighted on Roland Graham. By my faith, Douglas, said he, turning to his friend, here have been 3 at council. Aye, but only 2 can keep counsel, said Morton. The galliard must be disposed of. For shame, Morton, an orphan boy. Hearken thee, my child, thou hast told me some of thy accomplishments. Canst thou speak truth? Aye, my lord, when it serves my turn, replied Graham. It shall serve thy turn now, said the regent, and falsehood shall be thy destruction. How much hast thou heard, or understood, of what we 2 have spoken together? But little, my lord, replied Roland Graham boldly, which met my apprehensions, saving that it seemed to me as if in something you doubted the faith of the Knight of Avenel, under whose roof I was nurtured. And what hast thou to say on that point, young man? Continued the regent, bending his eyes upon him with a keen and strong expression of observation. That, said the page, depends on the quality of those who speak against his honor, whose bread I have long eat. If they be my inferiors, I say they lie, and will maintain what I say with my baton. If my equals, still I say they lie, and will do battle in the quarrel if they list with my sword. If my superiors paused. Proceed boldly, said the regent. What if thy superiors said aught that nearly touched your master's honor? I would say, replied Graham, that he did ill to slander the absent, and that my master was a man who could render an account of his actions to anyone who should manfully demand it of him to his face. And it were manfully said, replied the regent. What thinkest thou, my lord of Morton? I think, replied Morton, that if the young galliard resemble a certain ancient friend of ours, as much in the craft of his disposition as he does in eye and in brow, there may be a wide difference betwixt what he means and what he speaks. And whom meanest thou that he resembles so closely, said Murray. Even the true and trusty Julian Avenel, replied Morton. But this youth belongs to the debatable land, said Murray. It may be so, but Julian was an outlaying striker of venison, and made many a far cast when he had a fair doe in chase. Pshaw, said the regent, this is but idle talk. Here thou, Hindman, through curiosity, calling to the usher, who now entered, conduct this youth to his companion. You will both, he said to Graham, keep yourselves in readiness to travel on short notice. And then motioning to him courteously to withdraw, he broke up the interview. Chapter the 19th. It is, and is not ease the thing I sought for. Have kneeled for prayed for risked my fame and life for. And yet it is not no more than the shadow. Upon the hard cold flat and polished mirror is the warm graceful rounded living substance, which it presents in form and lineament. Old plays. The usher with gravity which ill concealed a jealous scowl, conducted Roland Graham to a lower apartment where he found his comrade the falconer, the man of office, then briefly acquainted them that this would be their residence, till his grace's farther orders that they were to go to the pantry, to the buttery, to the cellar, and to the kitchen at the usual hours, to receive the allowances becoming their station instructions, which Adam Woodcock's old familiarity with the court made him perfectly understand. For your beds, he said, you must go to the hostelry of St. Michael's. In respect, the palace is now full of the domestics of the greater nobles. No sooner was the usher's back turned than Adam exclaimed with all the glee of eager curiosity, and now, Master Roland, the news come, unbutton thy pouch, and give us thy tidings. What says the regent? Asks he. For Adam Woodcock, is all soldered up, or must the Abbot of Unreason strap for it? All is well in that quarter, said the page, and for the rest but heyday, what have you taken the chain and medal off from my bonnet? And meantime, it was when yon usher vinegar-faced rogue, that he is began to inquire what popish trangam you were wearing. By the mass, the medal would have been confiscated for conscience's sake, like your other rattletrap yonder at Avenel, which Mistress Lilias bears about on her shoes in the guise of a pair of shoebuckles. This comes of carrying popish knickknackets about you. The jade, exclaimed Roland Graham, has she melted down my rosary into buckles for her clumsy hoofs, which will set off such a garnish, nearly as well as a cow's. Might but hang her, let her keep the manny, a dog's trick. Have I played old Lilias for want of having something better to do? And the buckles will serve for a remembrance. Do you remember the vergis I put into the comfits when old Wingate and she were to breakfast together on Easter morning? In troth do I. Master Roland Majordomo's mouth was as crooked as a hawk's beak for the whole morning afterwards, and any other page in your room would have tasted the discipline of the porter's lodge for it. But my lady's favour stood between your skin, and many a jerking lord send, you may be the better for her protection in such matters. I am least grateful for it, Adam, and I am glad you put me in mind of it. Well, but the news, my young master, said Woodcock, spell me the tidings. What are we to fly at next? What did the regent say to you? Nothing that I am to repeat again, said Roland Graham, shaking his head. Why, heyday, said Adam, how prudent we are become all of a sudden. You have advanced rarely in brief space, Master Roland. You have well nigh had your head broken, and you have gained your gold chain, and you have made an enemy, Master Usher, to wit, with his 2 legs like hawk's perches, and you have had audience of the first man in the realm, and bear as much mystery in your brow as if you had flown in the courtski. Ever since you were hatched, I believe in my soul you would run with a piece of the eggshell on your head, like the curlews, which I would we were after them again. We used to call wops in the Halidome and its neighborhood. But sit thee down, boy. Adam Woodcock was never the lad to seek to enter into forbidden secrets. Sit thee down, and I will go and fetch thee vivers. I know the butler and the pantler of old. The good-natured falconer set forth upon his errand, busying himself about procuring their refreshment, and during his absence, Roland Graham abandoned himself to the strange, complicated, and yet heart-stirring reflections to which the events of the morning had given rise. Yesterday, he was of neither mark nor likelihood, a vagrant boy, the attendant on a relative of whose sane judgment he himself had not the highest opinion. But now he had become, he knew not why or wherefore, or to what extent, the custodier, as the Scottish phrase went, of some important state secret, in the safe keeping of which the regent himself was concerned. It did not diminish from, but rather added to the interest of a situation so unexpected that Roland himself did not perfectly understand, wherein he stood committed by the state secrets, in which he had unwittingly become participator. On the contrary, he felt like one who looks on a romantic landscape of which he sees the features for the first time, and then obscured with mist and driving tempest, the imperfect glimpse which the eye catches of rocks, trees, and other objects around him, adds double dignity to these shrouded mountains and darkened abysses of which the height, depth, and extent are left to imagination. But mortals, especially at the well-appetized age, which precedes 20 years, are seldom so much engaged either by real or conjectural subjects of speculation, but that their earthly wants claim their hour of attention, and with many a smile did our hero, so the reader may term him, if he will hail the reappearance of his friend Adam Woodcock, bearing on one platter a tremendous portion of boiled beef, and on another a plentiful allowance of greens, or rather what the Scotch call lankelegrum, followed with bread salt, and the other means of setting forth a meal. And when they had both placed on the oaken table what they bore in their hands, the falconer observed that since he knew the court, it had got harder and harder every day to the poor gentlemen and yeoman retainers, but that now it was an absolute flaying of a flea for the hide and tallow, such thronging to the wicket, and such churlish answers, and such bare beef bones, such a shouldering at the buttery hatch and cellarage, and not to be gained beyond small, insufficient single ale, or at best with a single strake of malt, to counterbalance a double allowance of water by the mass, though my young friend, said he, while he saw the food disappearing fast under Roland's active exertions, it is not so to well to lament for former times, as to take the advantage of the present, else we are like to lose on both sides. So saying, Adam Woodcock drew his chair towards the table, unsheathed his knife, for every one carried that minister of festive distribution for himself, and imitated his young companion's example, who for the moment had lost his anxiety for the future in the eager satisfaction of an appetite sharpened by youth and abstinence. In truth, they made, though the materials were sufficiently simple, a very respectable meal, at the expense of the royal allowance, and Adam Woodcock, notwithstanding the deliberate censure which he had passed on the household beer of the palace, had taken the fourth deep draught of the black-jack ale. He remembered him that he had spoken in its dispraise, flinging himself jollily and luxuriously back in an old Dansk elbow chair, and looking with careless glee towards the page, extending at the same time his right leg, and stretching the other easily over it. He reminded his companion that he had not yet heard the ballad which he had made for the Abbot of Unreason's revel, and accordingly, he struck merrily up with "The Pope, that pagan full of pride, has blinded us full lang." Roland Graham, who felt no great delight, as may be supposed, in the falconer's satire, considering its subject, began to snatch up his mantle, and fling it around his shoulders, an action which instantly interrupted the ditty of Adam Woodcock. "Where the vengeance are you going now?" he said. "Thou restless boy, thou hast quicksilver in the veins of thee to a certainty, and canst no more abide any deuce and sensible communing than a hoodless hawk would keep perched on my wrist." "Why, Adam," replied the page, "if you must needs know, I am about to take a walk, and look at this fair city. One may as well be still mewed up in the old castle of the lake, if one is to sit the livelong night between four walls and hearken to old ballads." "It is a new ballad, the Lord help thee," replied Adam, "and that one of the best that ever was matched with a rousing chorus." "Be it so," said the page, "I will hear it another day, when the rain is dashing against the windows, and there is neither steed stamping, nor spur jingling, nor feather waving in the neighborhood to mar my marking it well. But even now I want to be in the world, and to look about me." "But the never a stride shall you go without me," said the falconer, "until the regent shall take you whole and sound off my hand, and so if you will we may go to the hostelry of St. Michael's, and there you will see company enough. But through the casement mark you me, for as to rambling through the street to seek Satan's and Leslie's, and having a dozen holes drilled in your new jacket with rapier and poniard, I will yield no way to it." "To the hostelry of St. Michael's, then, with all my heart," said the page, and they left the palace, accordingly rendered to the sentinels at the gate, who had now taken their posts for the evening. A strict account of their names and business were dismissed through a small wicket of the close-barred portal, and soon reached the inn or hostelry of St. Michael, which stood in a large courtyard off the main street close under the descent of the Calton Hill. The place, wide, waste, and uncomfortable, resembled rather an eastern caravansary, where men found shelter indeed, but were obliged to supply themselves with everything else than one of our modern inns. Where not one comfort shall to those be lost who never ask or never feel the cost. But still, to the inexperienced eye of Roland Graham, the bustle and confusion of this place of public resort furnished excitement and amusement in the large room into which they had rather found their own way than been ushered by mine host. Travelers and natives of the city entered and departed, met and greeted, gamed or drank together, forming the strongest contrast to the stern and monotonous order and silence with which matters were conducted in the well-ordered household of the Knight of Avenel. Altercation of every kind, from brawling to jesting, was going on amongst the groups around them, and yet the noise and mingled voices seemed to disturb no one, and indeed to be noticed by no others than by those who composed the group to which the speaker belonged. The falconer passed through the apartment to a projecting latticed window which formed a sort of recess from the room itself, and having here ensconced himself and his companion he called for some refreshments, and a tapster after he had shouted for the 20th time, accommodated him with the remains of a cold capon, and a neat's tongue together with a pewter stoup of weak French vindipes. Fetch a stoup of brandywine, thou knave, we will be jolly tonight, Master Roland, said he, when he saw himself thus accommodated, and let care come tomorrow. But Roland had eaten too lately to enjoy the good cheer, and feeling his curiosity much sharper than his appetite, he made it his choice to look out of the lattice, which overhung a large yard surrounded by the stables of the hostelry, and fed his eyes on the busy sight beneath while Adam Woodcock, after he had compared his companion to the Laird of Macfarlane's geese who liked their play better than their meat, disposed of his time with the aid of cup and trencher, occasionally humming the burden of his birth-strangled ballad, and beating time to it, with his fingers on the little round table. In this exercise, he was frequently interrupted by the exclamations of his companion, as he saw something new in the yard beneath to attract and interest him. It was a busy scene, for the number of gentlemen and nobles, who were now crowded into the city, had filled all spare stables and places of public reception, with their horses and military attendants. There were some score of yeomen dressing their own, or their masters' horses, in the yard, whistling, singing, laughing, and upbraiding each other in a style of wit, which the good order of Avenel Castle rendered strange to Roland Graham's ears. Others were busy repairing their own arms, or cleaning those of their masters. One fellow, having just bought a bundle of 20 spears, was sitting in a corner, employed in painting the white staves of the weapons with yellow and vermilion. Other lacqueys led large staghounds or wolf dogs of noble race, carefully muzzled to prevent accidents to passengers. All came and went mixed together, and separated under the delighted eye of the page, whose imagination had not even conceived a scene so gaily diversified with the objects he had most pleasure in beholding, so that he was perpetually breaking the quiet reverie of honest Woodcock, and the mental progress which he was making in his ditty, by exclaiming, "Look here, Adam, look at the bonny bay horse St. Anthony, what a gallant forehand he hath gotten! See the goodly grey, which yonder fellow in the frieze jacket is dressing as awkwardly as if he had never touched aught but a cow-eye. Would I were nigh him to teach him his trade, and, lo you Adam, the gay Milan armour, that the yeoman is scouring all steel and silver like our knight's prime suit, of which old Wingate makes such a countan. See, to yonder pretty wench Adam, who comes tripping through them all with her milk-pill. I warrant me, she has had a long walk from the loaning. She has a stamel waistcoat, like your favourite Cicely Sunderland, Master Adam." "By my hood, lad," answered the falconer, "it is well for thee thou wert brought up where grace grew, even in the castle of Avenel. Thou wert a wild blood enough. But hadst thou been nurtured here within a flightshot of the court, thou hadst been the veriest crackhemp of a page, that ever wore feather in thy bonnet or steel by thy side. Truly, I wish it may end well with thee. Nay, but leave thy senseless humming and drumming, old Adam, and come to the window ere thou hast drenched thy senses in the pint-pot. There, see, here comes a merry minstrel with his crowd, and a wench with him that dances with bells at her ankles, and see the yeomen and pages leave their horses, and the armour they were cleaning, and gather round, as is very natural, to hear the music. Come, old Adam, we will thither too." "You shall call me Cut, if I do go down," said Adam. "You are near as good minstrelsy as the stroller can make, if you had but the grace to listen to it. But the wench in the stamel waistcoat is stopping too, Adamby. Heaven, they are going to dance. Frieze jacket wants to dance with stamel waistcoat, but she is coy and recusant." Then, suddenly changing his tone of levity into one of deep interest and surprise, he exclaimed, "Queen of Heaven, what is it that I see?" and then remained silent. The sage Adam Woodcock, who was in a sort of languid degree amused with the page's exclamations, even while he professed to despise them, became at length rather desirous to set his tongue once more a-going, that he might enjoy the superiority afforded by his own intimate familiarity with all the circumstances which excited in his young companion's mind so much wonderment. "Well then," he said at last, "what is it you do see, Master Roland, that you have become mute all of a sudden?" Roland returned no answer. "I say, Master Roland Graham," said the falconer, "it is manners in my country for a man to speak when he is spoken to." Roland Graham remained silent. "The murrain is in the boy," said Adam Woodcock. "He has stared out his eyes, and talked his tongue to pieces, I think." The falconer hastily drank off his can of wine, and came to Roland, who stood like a statue with his eyes eagerly bent on the courtyard, though Adam Woodcock was unable to detect amongst the joyous scenes which it exhibited aught that could deserve such devoted attention. "The lad is mazed," said the falconer to himself. But Roland Graham had good reasons for his surprise, though they were not such as he could communicate to his companion. The touch of the old minstrel's instrument, for he had already begun to play, had drawn in several auditors from the street, when one entered the gate of the yard, whose appearance exclusively arrested the attention of Roland Graham. He was of his own age, or a good deal younger, and from his dress and bearing might be of the same rank, and calling having all the air of coxcombry and pretension, which accorded with a handsome though slight and low figure, and an elegant dress in part hid by a large purple cloak. As he entered, he cast a glance up towards the windows, and to his extreme astonishment, under the purple velvet bonnet and white feather Roland recognized the features so deeply impressed on his memory, the bright and clustered tresses, the laughing full blue eyes, the well-formed eyebrows, the nose with the slightest possible inclination to be aquiline, the ruby lip, of which an arch and half-suppressed smile seemed the habitual expression, in short, the form and face of Catherine Satan, in man's attire however, and mimicking, as it seemed not unsuccessfully, the bearing of a youthful but forward page. "Saint George and Saint Andrew," exclaimed the amazed Roland Graham to himself, "was there ever such an audacious quench? Seems a little ashamed of her mummery too, for she holds the lap of her cloak to her face, and her color is heightened, but Santa Maria, how she threads the throng with as firm and bold a step, as if she had never tied petticoat round her waist. Holy saints, she holds up her ridingrod, as if she would lay it about some of their ears that stand most in her way. Be the hand of my father, she bears herself like the very model of pagehood. Hey, what sure she will not strike Friezajacket in earnest." But he was not long left in doubt, for the lout whom he had before repeatedly noticed standing in the way of the bustling page, and maintaining his place with clownish obstinacy or stupidity, the advanced ridingrod was without a moment's hesitation sharply applied to his shoulders, in a manner which made him spring aside, rubbing the part of the body which had received so unceremonious a hint that it was in the way of his betters. The party injured growled forth an oath or two of indignation, and Roland Graham began to think of flying downstairs to the assistance of the translated Catherine. But the laugh of the yard was against Friezajacket, which indeed had in those days small chance of fair play in a quarrel with velvet and embroidery, so that the fellow who was menial in the inn slunk back to finish his task of dressing the bonny grey, laughed at by all but most by the wench in the stamel waistcoat, his fellow-servant, who, to crown his disgrace, had the cruelty to cast an applauding smile upon the author of the injury, while with a freedom more like the milkmaid of the town than she of the plains, she accosted him with, "Is there any one you want here, my pretty gentleman, that you seem in such haste?" "I seek a sprig of a lad," said the seeming gallant, with a sprig of holly in his cap, black hair, and black eyes, green jacket, and the air of a country coxcomb. "I have sought him through every close and alley in the Canongate, the fiend gore him." "Why, God a mercy, none," muttered Roland Graham, much bewildered. "I will inquire him presently out for your fair young worship," said the wench of the "Do," said the gallant squire, "and if you bring me to him, you shall have a groat tonight, and a kiss on Sunday when you have on a cleaner kirtle." "Why, God a mercy, none," again muttered Roland. "This is a note above Elah." In a moment after, the servant entered the room, and ushered in the object of his surprise, while the disguised Vestal looked with unabashed brow and bold and rapid glance of her eye through the various parties in the large old room. Roland Graham, who felt an internal awkward sense of bashful confusion, which he deemed altogether unworthy of the bold and dashing character to which he aspired, determined not to be browbeaten and put down by this singular female, but to meet her with a glance of recognition so sly, so penetrating, so expressively humorous, as should show her at once he was in possession of her secret and master of her fate, and should compel her to humble herself towards him, at least into the look and manner of respectful and deprecating observance. This was extremely well planned, but just as Roland had called up the knowing glance, the suppressed smile, the shrewd, intelligent look, which was to ensure his triumph, he encountered the bold, firm, and steady gaze of his brother or sister page, who, casting on him a falcon glance, and recognizing him at once as the object of his search, walked up with the most unconcerned look, the most free and undaunted composure, and hailed him with, "You, Sir Holotop, I would speak with you." The steady coolness and assurance with which these words were uttered, although the voice was the very voice he had heard at the old convent, and although the features more nearly resembled those of Catherine when seen close than when viewed from a distance, produced, nevertheless, such a confusion in Roland's mind that he became uncertain whether he was not still under a mistake from the beginning, the knowing shrewdness which should have animated his visage faded into a sheepish bashfulness, and the half-suppressed, but most intelligible smile, became the senseless giggle of one who laughs to cover his own disorder of ideas. "Do they understand a Scotch tongue in thy country holotop?" said this marvelous specimen of metamorphosis. "I said I would speak with thee." "What is your business with my comrade, my young chick of the game?" said Adam Woodcock, willing to step in to his companions' assistance, though totally at a loss to account for the sudden disappearance of all Roland's usual smartness and presence of mind. "Nothing to you, my old cock of the perch," replied the gallant. "Go mind your hawk's castings, I guess by your bag, and your gauntlet that you are squire of the body to a sort of kites." He laughed as he spoke, and the laugh reminded Roland so irresistibly of the hearty fit of risibility in which Catherine had indulged at his expense when they first met in the old nunnery that he could scarce help exclaiming, "Catherine's Satan, by heavens!" He checked the exclamation, however, and only said, "I think, sir, we two are not totally strangers to each other. We must have met in our dreams." Then said the youth, "And my days are too busy to remember what I think on at nights, or apparently to remember upon one day those whom you may have seen on the preceding eve," said Roland Graham. The youth in his turn cast on him a look of some surprise, as he replied, "I know no more of what you mean than does the horse I ride on. If there be offence in your words, you shall find me ready to take it as any lad in Lothian." "You know well," said Roland, "though it pleases you to use the language of a stranger, that with you I have no purpose to quarrel." "Let me do mine errand then, and be rid of you," said the page. "Step hither this way out of that old leathern fist's hearing." They walked into the recess of the window, which Roland had left upon the youth's entrance into the apartment. The messenger then turned his back on the company, after casting a hasty and sharp glance around to see if they were observed. Roland did the same, and the page in the purple mantle thus addressed him, taking at the same time from under his cloak a short but beautifully wrought sword with the hilt and ornaments upon the sheath of silver, massively chased and over-gilded. "I bring you this weapon from a friend who gives it you under the solemn condition that you will not unsheath it until you are commanded by your rightful sovereign, for your warmth of temper is known, and the presumption with which you intrude yourself into the quarrels of others, and therefore this is laid upon you as a penance by those who wish you well and whose hand will influence your destiny for good or for evil. This is what I was charged to tell you, so if you will give a fair word for a fair sword, and pledge your promise with hand and glove good and well, and if not I will carry back Caliburn to those who sent it." "And may I not ask who these are?" said Roland Graham, admiring at the same time the beauty of the weapon thus offered him. "My commission in no way leads me to answer such a question," said he of the purple mantle. "But if I am offended," said Roland, "may I not draw to defend myself?" "Not this weapon," answered the sword-bearer, "but you have your own at command, and besides, for what do you wear your poniard?" "For no good," said Adam Woodcock, who had now approached close to them, "and that I can witness as well as anyone." "Stand back, fellow," said the messenger, "thou hast an intrusive curious face, that will come by a buffet, if it is found where it has no concern." "A buffet, my young master Malapert," said Adam, drawing back, "however best keep down fist, or by Our Lady buffet will beget buffet." "Be patient, Adam Woodcock," said Roland Graham, "and let me pray you, fair sir, since by such addition you choose for the present to be addressed, may I not barely unsheathe this fair weapon, in pure simplicity of desire, to know whether so fair a hilt and scabbard are matched with a befitting blade." "By no manner of means," said the messenger at a word, "you must take it under the promise that you never draw it until you receive the commands of your lawful sovereign, or you must leave it alone. Under that condition, and coming from your friendly hand, I accept of the sword," said Roland, taking it from his hand. "But credit me if we are to work together in any weighty emprise, as I am induced to believe some confidence and openness on your part will be necessary to give the right impulse to my zeal. I press for no more at present, it is enough that you understand me." "I understand you," said the page, exhibiting the appearance of unfeigned surprise in his turn. "Renounce me. If I doe her, you stand jiggetting and sniggling and looking cunning, as if there were some mighty matter of intrigue and common understanding betwixt you and me, whom you never set your eyes on before." "What," said Roland Graham, "will you deny that we have met before?" "Marry, that I will in any Christian court," said the other page. "And will you also deny," said Roland, "that it was recommended to us to study each other's features well, that in whatever disguise the time might impose upon us, each should recognize in the other the secret agent of a mighty work. Do not you remember that Sister Magdalene and Dame Bridget? The messenger here interrupted him, shrugging up his shoulders with a look of compassion. Bridget and Magdalene. Why, this is madness and dreaming. Hark, ye Master Holotop, your wits are gone on wool-gathering. Comfort yourself with a caudle, and thatch your brain-sick noddle with a woolen nightcap, and so God be with you. As he concluded this polite parting address, Adam Woodcock, who was again seated by the table on which stood the now empty can, said to him, "Will you drink a cup, young man, in the way of courtesy? Now you have done your errand, and listened to a good song." And without waiting for an answer, he commenced his ditty. The Pope, that pagan full of pride, hath blinded us full lang. It is probable that the good wine had made some innovation in the falconer's brain, otherwise he would have recollected the danger of introducing anything like political or polemical pleasantry into a public assemblage, at a time when men's minds were in a state of great irritability. To do him justice, he perceived his error, and stopped short so soon as he saw that the word Pope had at once interrupted the separate conversations of the various parties which were assembled in the apartment, and that many began to draw themselves up, bridle, look big, and prepare to take part in the impending brawl, while others, more decent and cautious persons, hastily paid down their lawing, and prepared to leave the place ere bad should come to worse. And to worse it was soon likely to come, for no sooner did Woodcock's ditty reach the ear of the stranger page, than uplifting his ridingrod, he exclaimed, "He who speaks irreverently of the Holy Father of the Church in my presence is the cub of a heretic wolf-bitch, and I will switch him as I would a mongrel cur. And I will break thy young pate," said Adam, "if thou darest to lift a finger to me." And then, in defiance of the young Drachenseer's threats, with a stout heart and dauntless accent, he again uplifted the stave. The Pope, that pagan full of pride, hath blinded. But Adam was able to proceed no farther, being himself unfortunately blinded by a stroke of the impatient youth's switch across his eyes, enraged at once by the smart and the indignity. The falconer started up, and darkling as he was, for his eyes watered too fast to permit his seeing anything, he would soon have been at close grips with his insolent adversary, had not Roland Graham, contrary to his nature, played for once the prudent man and the peacemaker, and thrown himself betwixt them, imploring Woodcock's patience. "You know not," he said, "with whom you have to do," and thou, addressing the messenger, who stood scornfully laughing at Adam's rage, "Get thee gone, whoever thou art. If thou best what I guess thee, thou well knowest there are earnest reasons why thou shouldst." "Thou hast hit it right for once, Holotop," said the gallant, "though I guess you drew your bow at a venture here. Host, let this yeoman have a bottle of wine to wash the smart out of his ice, and there is a French crown for him." So saying, he threw the piece of money on the table and left the apartment with a quick yet steady pace, looking firmly at right and left as if to defy interruption, and snapping his fingers at 2 or 3 respectable burghers, who, declaring it was a shame that anyone should be suffered to rant and ruffle in defense of the Pope, were laboring to find the hilts of their swords, which had got for the present unhappily entangled in the folds of their cloaks. But as the adversary was gone, ere any of them had reached his weapon, they did not think it necessary to unsheath cold iron, but merely observed to each other, "This is more than masterful violence, to see a poor man stricken in the face, just for singing a ballad against the whore of Babylon. If the Pope's champions are to be banksters in our very change-houses, we shall soon have the old shavelings back again." "The provost should look to it," said another, "and have some 5 or 6 armed with partisans to come in upon the first whistle, to teach these gallants their lesson. For look you, neighbour Lugleather, it is not for decent householders like ourselves to be brawling with the godless grooms and pert pages of the nobles, that are bred up to little else save bloodshed and blasphemy." "For all that, neighbour," said Lugleather, "I would have curried that youngster as properly as ever I curried a lamb's hide, had not the hilt of my bilbo been for the instant beyond my grasp, and before I could turn my girdle gone was my master." "I," said the others, "the devil go with him, and peace abide with us. I give my rede, neighbours, that we pay the lawing, and be stepping homeward like brother and brother, for old St. Giles is tolling curfew, and the street grows dangerous at night." With that the good burghers adjusted their cloaks, and prepared for their departure, while he that seemed the briskest of the 3, laying his hand on his Andrea Ferrara, observed that they that spoke in the praise of the Pope on the Highgate of Edinburgh had best bring the sword of St. Peter to defend them. While the ill humour excited by the insolence of the young aristocrat was thus evaporating in empty menace. Roland Graham had to control the far more serious indignation of Adam Woodcock. Why, man, it was but a switch across the mazzard. Blow your nose, dry your eyes, and you will see all the better for it. By this light which I cannot see, said Adam Woodcock, thou hast been a false friend to me, young man, either taking up my rightful quarrel, nor letting me fight it out myself. Fie for shame, Adam Woodcock, replied the youth, determined to turn the tables on him, and become in turn the counsellor of good order and peaceable demeanour. I say fie for shame, alas, that you will speak thus. Here are you sent with me, to prevent my innocent youth getting into snares. I wish your innocent youth were cut short with a halter with all my heart, said Adam, who began to see which way the admonition tended. And instead of setting before me, continued Roland, an example of patience and sobriety, becoming the falconer of Sir Halbert Glendinning, you quaff me off I know not how many flagons of ale besides a gallon of wine, and a full measure of strong waters. It was but one small pottle, said poor Adam, whom consciousness of his own indiscretion now reduced to a merely defensive warfare. It was enough to pottle you handsomely, however, said the page, and then instead of going to bed to sleep off your liquor, must you sit singing your roistering songs about popes and pagans, till you have got your eyes almost switched out of your head. And but for my interference, whom your drunken ingratitude accuses of deserting you, yon Galliard would have cut your throat, for he was whipping out a whinger as broad as my hand, and as sharp as a razor, and these are lessons for an inexperienced youtho. Adam, out upon you, out upon you. Marry, amen, and with all my heart, said Adam, out upon my folly, for expecting anything but impertinent raillery from a page like thee, that, if he saw his father in a scrape, would laugh at him, instead of lending him aid. Nay, but I will lend you aid, said the page, still laughing, that is, I will lend the aid to thy chamber, good Adam, where thou shalt sleep off wine and ale, ire and indignation, and awake the next morning, with as much fair wit as nature has blessed thee withal. Only one thing I will warn thee, good Adam, that henceforth, and for ever, when thou railest at me for being somewhat hot at hand, and rather too prompt to out with poniard or so, thy admonition shall serve as a prologue to the memorable adventure of the switching of St. Michael's. With such condoling expressions, he got the crestfallen falconer to his bed, and then retired to his own pallet, where it was some time ere he could fall asleep. If the messenger whom he had seen were really Catherine Satan, what a masculine virago and termagant must she be! And stored with what an inimitable command of insolence and assurance the brass on her brow would furbish the front of 20 pages, and I should know, thought Roland, what that amounts to. And yet her features, her look, her light gate, her laughing eye, the art with which she disposed the mantle to show no more of her limbs than needs must be seen. I am glad she had at least that grace left. A voice, the smilate, must have been Catherine Satan, or the devil in her likeness. One thing is good, I have silenced the eternal predications of that ass Adam Woodcock, who is set up for being a preacher and a governor over me so soon as he has left the hawk's mew behind him. And with this comfortable reflection, joined to the happy indifference which youth hath for the events of the morrow, Roland Graham fell fast asleep. Chapter the 20th. Now have you reft me from my staff, my guide, who taught my youth as men teach untamed falcons. To use my strength discreetly I am reft of comrade and of counsel. Old plays. In the grey of the next morning's dawn, there was a loud knocking at the gate of the hostelry, and those without, proclaiming that they came in the name of the regent, were instantly admitted. A moment or two afterwards Michael Wingthewand stood by the bedside of our travellers. Up, he said, there is no slumber where Mary hath work ado. Both sleepers sprung up and began to dress themselves. You old friend, said Wingthewand to Adam Woodcock, must to horse instantly with this packet to the monks of Kennaquhair, and with this delivering them, as he spoke to the Knight of Avenel, as much as commanding the monks to annul their election. Ill warrant me of an abbot, quoth Adam Woodcock, as he put the packets into his bag, and charging my master to see it done to hawk at one brother with another, is less than fair play, methinks. Fash not thy beard about it, old boy, said Michael, but betake thee to the saddle presently, for if these orders are not obeyed there will be bare walls at the kirk of St. Mary's, and it may be at the castle of Avenel to boot, for I heard my lord of Morton loud with the regent, and we are at a pass that we cannot stand with him anent trifles. But said Adam, touching the abbot of Unreason, what say they to that outbreaken they be shrewishly disposed? I were better pitch the packets to Satan, and take the other side of the border for my beald. Oh, that was passed over as a jest, Since there was little harm done, but hark, the Adam continued his comrade, if there was a dozen vacant abbacies in your road, whether of jest or earnest reason or unreason, draw thou never one of their mitres over thy brows. The time is not fitting, man, besides our maiden longs to clip the neck of a fat churchman. She shall never shear mine in that capacity, said the falconer, while he knotted the kerchief in 2 or 3 double folds around his sunburnt bullneck, calling out at the same time, Master Roland, make haste, we must back to perch and mew, and thank heaven more than our own wit with our bones whole, and without a stab in the stomach. Nay, but, said Wingthewand, the page goes not back, with you the regent has other employment for him. Saints and sorrows, exclaimed the falconer, Master Roland Graham to remain here, and I to return to Avenel, why it cannot Beth child cannot manage himself in this wide world without me, and I question, if he will stoop to any other whistle than mine own, there are times I myself can hardly bring him to my. It was at Roland's tongue's end to say something concerning the occasion they had for using mutually each other's prudence, but the real anxiety which Adam evinced at parting with him took away his disposition to such ungracious raillery. The falconer did not altogether escape, however, for in turning his face towards the lattice his friend Michael caught a glimpse of it, and exclaimed, I prithee, Adam Woodcock, what hast thou been doing with these eyes of, then they are swelled to the starting from the socket. Not in the world, said he after casting a deprecating glance at Roland Graham, but the effect of sleeping in this dened truckle without a pillow. Why, Adam Woodcock, thou must be grown strangely dainty, said his old companion, I have known thee sleep all night with no better pillow than a bush of ling, and start up with the sun as gleg as a falcon, and now thine eyes resemble. Tush, man, what signifies how mine eyes look now, said Adam, let us but roast a crab apple, pour a pottle of ale on it, and bathe our throats withal, thou shalt see a change in me. And thou wilt be in heart to sing thy jolly ballad about the Pope, said his comrade. Ay, that I will, replied the falconer, that is, when we have left this quiet town 5 miles behind us, if you will take your hobby, and ride so far on my way. Nay, that I may not, said Michael, I can but stop to partake your morning draught, and see you fairly to horse. I will see that they saddle them, and toast the crab for thee without loss of time. During his absence, the falconer took the page by the hand. May I never hood hawk again, said the good-natured fellow, if I am not as sorry to part with you, as if you were a child of mine, own, craving pardon, for the freedom I cannot tell, what makes me love you so much, unless it be for the reason that I loved the vicious devil of a brown Galloway nag, whom my master the knight called Satan, till Master Warden changed his name to Satan, for he said it was over boldness to call a beast after the king of darkness. And said the page, it was over boldness in him, I trow, to call a vicious brute after a noble family. Well, proceeded Adam, Satan, or Satan, I loved that nag over every other horse in the stable. There was no sleeping on his back, was for ever fidgeting, bolting, rearing, biting, kicking, and giving you work to do, and maybe the measure of your back on the heather, to the boot of it, all, and I think I love you better than any lad in the castle, for the self-same qualities. Thanks, kind Adam, I regard myself bound to you, for the good estimation in which you hold me. Nay, interrupt me not, said the falconer, Satan was a good nag, but, I say, I think I shall call the 2 Iases after you, the one Roland, and the other Graham, and while Adam Woodcock lives, be sure you have a friend here, is to thee, my dear son. Roland most heartily returned the grasp of the hand, and Woodcock, having taken a deep draught, continued his farewell speech. There are 3 things I warn you against, Roland, now that you art to tread this weary world, without my experience to assist you. In the first place, never draw dagger on slight occasion. Every man's doublet is not so well stuffed as a certain abbot's, that you wot of. Secondly, fly not at every pretty girl like a merlin at a thrush. You will not always win a gold chain for your labor, and by the way, here I return to you your fanfarona, keep it close, it is weighty, and may benefit you at a pinch, more ways than one. Thirdly, and to conclude, as our worthy preacher says, beware of the pottle petite, has drenched the judgment of wiser men than you. I could bring some instances of it, but I dare say it needeth not, for if you should forget your own mishaps, you will scarce fail to remember mine. And so farewell, my dear son. Roland returned his good wishes, and failed not to send his humble duty to his kind lady, charging the falconer at the same time to express his regret that he should have offended her, and his determination so to bear him in the world that she would not be ashamed of the generous protection she had afforded him. The falconer embraced his young friend, mounted his stout round-made trotting nag, which the servingman who had attended him held ready at the door, and took the road to the southward. A sullen and heavy sound echoed from the horse's feet, as if indicating the sorrow of the good-natured rider. Every hoof-tread seemed to tap upon Roland's heart, as he heard his comrade withdraw with so little of his usual alert activity, and felt that he was once more alone in the world. He was roused from his reverie by Michael Wingthewand, who reminded him that it was necessary they should instantly return to the palace. As my Lord Regent went to the sessions early in the morning, they went thither accordingly, and Wingthewand, a favourite old domestic who was admitted nearer to the regent's person and privacy than many whose posts were more ostensible, soon introduced Graham into a small matted chamber, where he had an audience of the present head of the troubled state of Scotland. The Earl of Murray was clad in a sad-coloured morning gown with a cap and slippers of the same cloth, but even in this easy dishabille held his sheathed rapier in his hand, a precaution which he adopted when receiving strangers, rather in compliance with the earnest remonstrances of his friends and partisans than from any personal apprehensions of his own. He answered with a silent nod the respectful obeisance of the page, and took one or two turns through the small apartment, in silence fixing his keen eye on Roland, as if he wished to penetrate into his very soul. At length, he broke silence. "Your name is, I think, Julian Graham." "Roland Graham, my lord, not Julian," replied the page. "Right, I was misled by some trick of my memory. Roland Graham, from the debatable land. Roland, thou knowest the duties which belong to a lady's service." "I should know them, my lord," replied Roland, "having been bred so near the person of my Lady of Avenel, but I trust never more to practice them, as the knight hath promised." "Be silent, young man," said the regent. "I am to speak, and you to hear, and obey. It is necessary that for some space at least you shall again enter into the service of a lady, who in rank hath no equal in Scotland. And this service accomplished, I give thee my word as knight and prince, that it shall open to you a course of ambition such as may well gratify the aspiring wishes of one whom circumstances entitle to entertain much higher views than thou. I will take thee into my household, and near to my person, or at your own choice. I will give you the command of a foot companion. Either is a preferment which the proudest laird in the land might be glad to ensure for a second son." "May I presume to ask, my lord," said Roland, observing the earl paused for a reply, "to whom my poor services are in the first place destined?" "You will be told hereafter," said the regent, and then, as if overcoming some internal reluctance to speak farther himself, he added, "Or why should I not myself tell you that you are about to enter into the service of a most illustrious, most unhappy lady, into the service of Mary of Scotland?" "Of the Queen, my lord," said the page, unable to suppress his surprise. "Of her who was the Queen," said Murray, with a singular mixture of displeasure and embarrassment in his tone of voice. "You must be aware, young man, that her son reigns in her stead." He sighed from an emotion, partly natural perhaps, and partly assumed. "And am I to attend upon her grace in her place of imprisonment, my lord?" again demanded the page with a straightforward and hearty simplicity, which somewhat disconcerted the sage and powerful statesman. "She is not imprisoned," answered Murray angrily. "God forbid she should. She is only sequestered from state affairs, and from the business of the public, until the world be so effectually settled that she may enjoy her natural and uncontrolled freedom, without her royal disposition being exposed to the practices of wicked and designing men. It is for this purpose," he added, "that while she is to be furnished as right is with such attendants as may befit her present secluded state, it becomes necessary that those placed around her are persons on whose prudence I can have reliance. You see, therefore, you are at once called on to discharge an office most honourable in itself, and so to discharge it that you may make a friend of the region of Scotland. Thou art, I have been told, a singularly apprehensive youth, and I perceive by thy look that thou dost already understand what I would say on this matter. In this schedule your particular points of duty are set down at length, but the sum required of you is fidelity. I mean fidelity to myself and to the state. You are therefore to watch every attempt which is made, or inclination displayed, to open any communication with any of the lords who have become banders in the west, with Hamilton Satan, with Fleming, or the like. It is true that my gracious sister, reflecting upon the ill chances that have happened to the state of this poor kingdom, from evil counsellors, who have abused her royal nature in time past, hath determined to sequestrate herself from state affairs in future, but it is our duty as acting for, and in the name of our infant nephew, to guard against the evils which may arise from any mutation or vacillation in her royal resolutions, Wherefore it will be thy duty to watch and report to our Lady Mother, whose guest our sister is for the present, whatever may infer a disposition to withdraw her person from the place of security in which she is lodged, or to open communication with those, without, if however your observation should detect anything of weight, and which may exceed mere suspicion, fail not to send notice by an especial messenger to me directly, and this ring shall be thy warrant to order horse and men on such service. And now begone, if there be half the wit in thy head, that there is apprehension in thy look, thou fully comprehendest all that I would say. Serve me faithfully, and sure as I am belted earl, thy reward shall be great. Roland Graham made an obeisance, and was about to depart. The earl signed to him to remain. I have trusted thee deeply, he said, young man, for thou art the only one of her suite who has been sent to her by my own recommendation. Her gentlewomen are of her own nomination. It were too hard to have barred her that privilege, though some there were who reckoned it inconsistent with sure policy. Thou art young and handsome mingle in their follies, and see they cover not deeper designs under the appearance of female levitive. They do mine, do thou countermine. For the rest, bear all decorum and respect to the person of thy mistress. Is a princess, though a most unhappy one, and hath been a queen, though now alas no longer such. Pay therefore to her all honor and respect consistent with thy fidelity to the king, and mean now farewell. Yet stay you travel with Lord Lindesay, a man of the old world, rough and honest though untaught. See that thou offend him not, for he is not patient of raillery, and thou, I have heard, art a crackhalter. This he said with a smile, then added, I could have wished the Lord Lindesay's mission had been entrusted to some other, and more gentle noble. And wherefore should you wish that, my lord, said Morton, who even then entered the apartment. The council have decided, for the Bastui have had but too many proofs of this lady's stubbornness of mind, and the oak that resists the sharp steel axe must be riven with the rugged iron wedge, and this is to be her page. My lord regent hath doubtless instructed you, young man, how you shall guide yourself in these matters. I will add but a little hint on my part. You are going to the castle of a Douglas, where treachery never thrives. First moment of suspicion will be the last of your life. My kinsman William Douglas understands no raillery, and if he once have cause to think you false, you will waver in the wind from the castle battlements ere the sun set upon his anger. And is the lady to have an almoner withal? Occasionally, Douglas, said the regent, it were hard to deny the spiritual consolation which she thinks essential to her salvation. You are ever too soft-hearted, my lord. What a false priest, to communicate her lamentations, not only to our unfriends in Scotland, but to the Guises, to Rome, to Spain, and I know not where. Fear not, said the regent, we will take such order that no treachery shall happen. Look to it then, said Morton. You know my mind respecting the wench you have consented. She shall receive as a waiting woman on of a family, which of all others has ever been devoted to her, and inimical to us. Had we not been wary, she would have been purveyed of a page, as much to her purpose as her waiting damsel. I hear a rumor that an old mad Romish pilgrimer, who passes for at least half a saint among them, was employed to find a fit subject. We have escaped that danger at least, said Murray, and converted it into a point of advantage, by sending this boy of Glendinningsand for her waiting damsel. You cannot grudge her one poor maiden, instead of her 4 noble Marys, and all their silken train. I care not so much for the waiting maiden, said Morton, but I cannot brook the almoner. I think priests of all persuasions are much like each other. Here is John Knox, who made such a noble puller down, is ambitious of becoming a setter-up, and a founder of schools and colleges out of the abbey lands, and bishops' rents, and other spoils of Rome, which the nobility of Scotland have won with their sword and bow, and with which he would endow new hives to sing the old drum. John is a man of God, said the regent, and his scheme is a devout imagination. The sedate smile with which this was spoken left it impossible to conjecture whether the words were meant in approbation or in derision of the plan of the Scottish reformer. Turning then to Roland Graham, as if he thought he had been long enough a witness of this conversation, he bade him get him presently to horse. Since my lord of Lindesay was already mounted, the page made his reverence and left the apartment. Guided by Michael Wingthewand, he found his horse ready saddled and prepared for the journey. In front of the palace porch, where hovered about a score of men-at-arms, whose leader showed no small symptoms of surly impatience. Is this the jackanape page for whom we have waited thus long? Said he to Wingthewand, and my lord Ruthven will reach the castle long before us. Michael assented, and added that the boy had been detained by the regent to receive some parting instructions. The leader made an inarticulate sound in his throat expressive of sullen acquiescence, and calling to one of his domestic attendants, Edward said, "He take the gallant into your charge, and let him speak with no one else." He then addressed by the title of Sir Robert an elderly and respectable-looking gentleman, the only one of the party, who seemed above the rank of a retainer or domestic, and observed that they must get to horse with all speed. During this discourse, and while they were riding slowly along the street of the suburb, Roland had time to examine more accurately the looks and figure of the Baron, who was at their head. Lord Lindesay of the Byres was rather touched than stricken with years. His upright stature and strong limbs still showed him fully equal to all the exertions and fatigues of war. His thick eyebrows, now partially grizzled, lowered over large eyes full of dark fire, which seemed yet darker from the uncommon depth at which they were set in his head. His features, naturally strong and harsh, had their sternness exaggerated by one or two scars received in battle. These features, naturally calculated to express the harsher passions, were shaded by an open steel cap with a projecting front, but having no visor, over the gorget of which fell the black and grizzled beard of the grim old Baron, and totally hid the lower part of his face. The rest of his dress was a loose buffcoat, which had once been lined with silk, and adorned with embroidery, but which seemed much stained with travel and damaged with cuts received probably in battle. It covered a corselet which had once been of polished steel fairly gilded, but was now somewhat injured with rust, a sword of antique make and uncommon size, framed to be wielded with both hands, a kind of weapon, which was then beginning to go out of use, hung from his neck in a baldric, and was so disposed as to traverse his whole person, the huge hilt appearing over his left shoulder, and the point reaching well nigh to the right heel, and jarring against his spur as he walked. This unwieldy weapon could only be unsheathed by pulling the handle over the left shoulder, for no human arm was long enough to draw it in the usual manner. The whole equipment was that of a rude warrior, negligent of his exterior, even to misanthropical sullenness, and the short, harsh, haughty tone which he used towards his attendants belonged to the same unpolished character. The personage who rode with Lord Lindesay at the head of the party was an absolute contrast to him in manner, form, and features. His thin and silky hair was already white, though he seemed not above 45 or 50 years old. His tone of voice was soft and insinuating. His form, thin, spare, and bent by an habitual stupfi's pale cheek, was expressive of shrewdness and intelligence. His eye was quick though placid, and his whole demeanor mild and conciliatory. He rode an ambling nag, such as were used by ladies, clergymen, or others of peaceful professions, wore a riding habit of black velvet, with a cap and feather of the same hue fastened up by a golden medallion for show, and as a mark of rank, rather than for use, carried a walking sword, as the short light rapiers were called, without any other arms offensive or defensive. The party had now quitted the town, and proceeded at a steady trot towards the west. As they prosecuted their journey, Roland Graham would gladly have learned something of its purpose and tendency, but the countenance of the personage next to whom he had been placed in the train discouraged all approach to familiarity. The Baron himself did not look more grim and inaccessible than his feudal retainer, whose grisly beard fell over his mouth like the portcullis before the gate of a castle, as if for the purpose of preventing the escape of any word of which absolute necessity did not demand the utterance. The rest of the train seemed under the same taciturn influence, and journeyed on without a word being exchanged amongst them, more like a troop of Carthusian friars than a party of military retainers. Roland Graham was surprised at this extremity of discipline, for even in the household of the Knight of Avenel, though somewhat distinguished for the accuracy with which decorum was enforced, a journey was a period of license during which jest and song, and everything within the limits of becoming mirth and pastime, were freely permitted. This unusual silence was, however, so far acceptable that it gave him time to bring any shadow of judgment which he possessed to counsel on his own situation and prospects, which would have appeared to any reasonable person in the highest degree dangerous and perplexing. It was quite evident that he had, through various circumstances not under his own control, formed contradictory connections with both the contending factions, by whose strife the kingdom was distracted. Without being properly an adherent of either, it seemed also clear that the same situation in the household of the deposed queen, to which he was now promoted, by the influence of the regent, had been destined to him by his enthusiastic grandmother Magdalen Graham. For, on this subject, the words which Morton had dropped had been a ray of light, yet it was no less clear that these two persons, the one the declared enemy, the other the enthusiastic votary of the Catholic religion. One at the head of the king's new government, the other, who regarded that government as a criminal usurpation, must have required and expected very different services from the individual whom they had thus united in recommending. It required very little reflection to foresee that these contradictory claims on his services might speedily place him in a situation where his honor as well as his life might be endangered. But it was not in Roland Graham's nature to anticipate evil before it came, or to prepare to combat difficulties before they arrived. "I will see this beautiful and unfortunate Mary Stuart," said he, "of whom we have heard so much, and then there will be time enough to determine whether I will be kingsman or queensman. None of them can say I have given word or promise to either of their factions, for they have led me up and down like a blind billy, without giving me any light into what I was to do. But it was lucky that Grim Douglas came into the regent's closet this morning. Otherwise, I had never got free of him, without plighting my troth to do all the earl would have me, which seemed, after all but foul play to the poor imprisoned lady, to place her page as an espial on her." Skipping thus lightly over a matter of such consequence, the thoughts of the Hareburn boy went a wool-gathering after more agreeable topics now. He admired the Gothic towers of Barnbougle rising from the sea-beaten rock, and overlooking one of the most glorious landscapes in Scotland, and, now, he began to consider what notable sport for the hounds and the hawks must be afforded by the variegated ground over which they travelled, and now, he compared the steady and dull trot at which they were then prosecuting their journey with the delight of sweeping over hill and dale in pursuit of his favourite sports, as under the influence of these joyous recollections, he gave his horse the spur, and made him execute a gambade. He instantly incurred the censure of his grave neighbour, who hinted to him to keep the pace and move quietly, and in order, unless he wished such notice to be taken of his eccentric movements as was likely to be very displeasing to him. The rebuke and the restraint under which the youth now found himself brought back to his recollection his late good-humoured and accommodating associate and guide Adam Woodcock, and from that topic his imagination made a short flight to Avenel Castle, to the quiet and unconfined life of its inhabitants, the goodness of his early protectress, not forgetting the denizens of its stables, kennels, and hawk-mews. In a brief space, all these subjects of meditation gave way to the resemblance of that riddle of womankind Catherine Satan, who appeared before the eye of his mind, now in her female form, now in her male attire, now in both at once, like some strange dream, which presents to us the same individual under two different characters. At the same instant her mysterious present also recurred to his recollection sword, which he now wore at his side, and which he was not to draw save by command of his legitimate sovereign. But the key of this mystery, he judged, he was likely to find in the issue of his present journey. With such thoughts passing through his mind, Roland Graham accompanied the party of Lord Lindesay to the Queensferry, which they passed in vessels that lay in readiness for them. They encountered no adventure whatever in their passage, excepting one horse being lamed in getting into the boat, an accident very common on such occasions, until a few years ago, when the ferry was completely regulated. What was more peculiarly characteristic of the olden age was the discharge of a culverin at the party from the battlements of the old castle of Roseth on the north side of the ferry, the lord of which happened to have some public or private quarrel with the Lord Lindesay, and took this mode of expressing his resentment. The insult, however, as it was harmless, remained unnoticed and unavenged, nor did anything else occur worth notice, until the band had come where Lochleven spread its magnificent sheet of waters to the beams of a bright summer's sun. The ancient castle, which occupies an island nearly in the center of the lake, recalled to the page that of Avenel in which he had been nurtured, but the lake was much larger, and adorned with several islets, besides that on which the fortress was situated, and instead of being embosomed in hills like that of Avenel, had upon the southern side only a splendid mountainous screen, being the descent of one of the Lomond hills, and on the other was surrounded by the extensive and fertile plain of Kinross. Roland Graham looked with some degree of dismay on the water-girdled fortress, which then as now consisted only of one large donjon keep, surrounded with a courtyard with two round flanking towers at the angles, which contained within its circuit some other buildings of inferior importance. A few old trees clustered together near the castle gave some relief to the air of desolate seclusion, but yet the page, while he gazed upon a building so sequestrated, could not but feel for the situation of a captive princess, doomed to dwell there, as well as for his own. I must have been born, he thought, under the star that presides over ladies and lakes of water, for I cannot, by any means, escape from the service of the one, or from dwelling in the other. But if they allow me not the fair freedom of my sport and exercise, they shall find it as hard to confine a wildrake as a youth who can swim like one. The band had now reached the edge of the water, and one of the party advancing displayed Lord Lindesay's pennon, waving it repeatedly to and fro while that baron himself blew a clamorous blast on his bugle. A banner was presently displayed from the roof of the castle in reply to these signals, and one or two figures were seen busied, as if unmooring a boat which lay close to the islet. "It will be some time ere they can reach us with the boat," said the companion of Lord Lindesay, "should we not do well to proceed to the town, and array ourselves in some better order ere we appear before." "You may do as you list, Sir Robert," replied Lindesay. "I have neither time nor temper to waste on such vanities. She has cost me many a hard ride, and must not now take offence at the threadbare cloak and soiled doublet that I am arrayed in. It is the livery to which she has brought all Scotland." "Do not speak so harshly," said Sir Robert. "If she hath done wrong, she hath dearly abide it, and in losing all real power, one would not deprive her of the little external homage due at once to a lady and a princess." "I say to you once more, Sir Robert Melville," replied Lindesay, "do as you will for me. I am now too old to dink myself as a gallant to grace the bower of dames." "The bower of dames, my lord," said Melville, looking at the rude old toweress at yon dark and grated castle, the prison of a captive queen, to which you give so gay a name. "Name it as you list," replied Lindesay. "Had the regent desired to send an envoy capable to speak to a captive queen, there are many gallants in his court who would have courted the occasion to make speeches out of Amadis of Gaul or the mirror of knighthood. But when he sent blunt old Lindesay, he knew he would speak to a misguided woman, as her former misdoings and her present state render necessary. I sought not this employment, it has been thrust upon me, and I will not cumber myself with more form in the discharge of it than needs must be tacked to such an occupation." So saying, Lord Lindesay threw himself from horseback, and wrapping his riding cloak around him lay down at lazy length upon the sward, to await the arrival of the boat, which was now seen rowing from the castle towards the shore. Sir Robert Melville, who had also dismounted, walked at short turns to and fro upon the bank, his arms crossed on his breast, often looking to the castle, and displaying in his countenance a mixture of sorrow and of anxiety. The rest of the party sate like statues on horseback, without moving so much as the points of their lances, which they held upright in the air. As soon as the boat approached a rude quay or landing place near to which they had stationed themselves, Lord Lindesay started up from his recumbent posture, and asked the person who steered why he had not brought a larger boat with him to transport his retinue. "So please you," replied the boatman, "because it is the order of Our Lady that we bring not to the castle more than 4 persons." "Thy lady is a wise woman," said Lindesay, "to suspect me of treachery, or, had I intended it, what was to hinder us from throwing you and your comrades into the lake, and filling the boat with my own fellows?" The steersman, on hearing this, made a hasty signal to his men to back their oars, and hold off from the shore which they were approaching. "Why thou ass," said Lindesay, "thou didst not think that I meant thy fool's head serious harm. Hark, the friend with fewer than 3 servants, I will go no whither. Sir Robert Melville will require at least the attendance of 1 domestic, and it will be at your peril, and your ladies, to refuse us admission. Come hither, as we are on matters of great national concern." The steersman answered with firmness, but with great civility of expression, that his orders were positive to bring no more than 4 into the island, but he offered to row back to obtain a revisal of his orders. "Do so, my friend," said Sir Robert Melville, after he had in vain endeavoured to persuade his stubborn companion to consent to a temporary abatement of his train. "Row back to the castle sith it will be no better, and obtain thy lady's orders to transport the Lord Lindesay, myself, and our retinue hither. And hearken," said Lord Lindesay, "take with you this page, who comes as an attendant on your lady's guest. Dismount, Sirrah," said he, addressing Roland, "and embark with them in that boat." "And what is to become of my horse?" said Graham. "I am answerable for him to my master." "I will relieve you of the charge," said Lindesay. "Thou wilt have little enough to do with horse, saddle, or bridle. For 10 years to come thou mayst take the halter, and thou wilt it may stand thee in a turn." "If I thought so," said Roland, but he was interrupted by Sir Robert Melville, who said to him, "Good-humouredly dispute it not, young friend. Resistance can do no good, but may well run thee into danger." Roland Graham felt the justice of what he said, and though neither delighted with the matter or manner of Lindesay's address, deemed it best to submit to necessity, and to embark without farther remonstrance. The men plied their oars the quay, with the party of horse, stationed near it receded. From the pages, the castle and the islet seemed to draw near in the same proportion, and in a brief space, he landed under the shadow of a huge old tree, which overhung the landing place. The steersman and Graham leaped ashore. The boatmen remained lying on their oars ready for further service. Chapter the 21st. Could valor aught avail, or people's love? France had not wept Navarre's brave Henry slain. If wit or beauty could compassion move, the rose of Scotland had not wept in vain. Elegy in a Royal Mausoleum. Lewis. At the gate of the courtyard of Lochleven appeared the stately form of the Lady Lochleven, a female, whose early charms had captivated James Roman V, by whom she became mother of the celebrated Regent Murray, as she was of noble birth, being a daughter of the House of Mar, and of great beauty. Her intimacy with James did not prevent her being afterwards sought in honourable marriage by many gallants of the time, among whom she had preferred Sir William Douglas of Lochleven. But well has it been said, "Our pleasant vices are made the whips to scourge us." The station which the Lady of Lochleven now held as the wife of a man of high rank and interest, and the mother of a lawful family, did not prevent her nourishing a painful sense of degradation, even while she was proud of the talents, the power, and the station of her son, now prime ruler of the state, but still a pledge of her illicit intercourse. Had James done to her, she said in her secret heart, the justice he owed her, she had seen in her son, as a source of unmixed delight, and of unchastened pride, the lawful monarch of Scotland, and one of the ablest who ever swayed the sceptre. The House of Mar, not inferior in antiquity or grandeur to that of Drummond, would then have also boasted a queen among its daughters, and escaped the stain attached to female frailty, even when it has a royal lover for its apology. While such feelings preyed on a bosom naturally proud and severe, they had a corresponding effect on her countenance, where with the remains of great beauty were mingled traits of discontent and peevish melancholy. It perhaps contributed to increase this habitual temperament that the Lady Lochleven had adopted uncommonly rigid and severe views of religion, imitating, in her ideas of reformed faith, the very worst errors of the Catholics, in limiting the benefit of the gospel to those who profess their own speculative tenets. In every respect, the unfortunate Queen Mary, now the compulsory guest, or rather prisoner of this sullen lady, was obnoxious to her hostess. Lady Lochleven disliked her, as the daughter of Mary of Guise, the legal possessor of those rights over James' heart and hand, of which she conceived herself to have been injuriously deprived, and yet more so as the professor of a religion which she detested worse than paganism. Such was the dame who, with stately mien and sharp, yet handsome features shrouded by her black velvet coif, interrogated the domestic who steered her barge to the shore what had become of Lindesay and Sir Robert Melville. The man related what had passed, and she smiled scornfully as she replied, "Fools must be flattered, not foughten with roe back. Make thy excuse, as thou canst say, Lord Ruthven hath already reached this castle, and that he is impatient for Lord Lindesay's presence. Away with thee, Randaliet. Stay, what gallopin is that thou hast brought hither? So please you, my lady, he is the page who is to wait upon." "I, the new male minion," said the Lady Lochleven, "the female attendant, arrived yesterday. I shall have a well-ordered house with this lady and her retinue, but I trust they will soon find some others to undertake such a charge. Begone, Randaland, you to Roland. Graham, follow me to the garden." She led the way with a slow and stately step to the small garden, which, enclosed by a stone wall ornamented with statues, and an artificial fountain in the center, extended its dull parterres on the side of the courtyard, with which it communicated by a low and arched portal. Within the narrow circuit of its formal and limited walks, Mary Stuart was now learning to perform the weary part of a prisoner which with little interval she was doomed to sustain during the remainder of her life. She was followed in her slow and melancholy exercise by two female attendants, but in the first glance which Roland Graham bestowed upon one so illustrious, by birth so distinguished, by her beauty, accomplishments, and misfortunes, he was sensible of the presence of no other than the unhappy Queen of Scotland. Her face, her form have been so deeply impressed upon the imagination that even at the distance of nearly 3 centuries, it is unnecessary to remind the most ignorant and uninformed reader of the striking traits which characterize that remarkable countenance, which seems at once to combine our ideas of the majestic, the pleasing, and the brilliant, leaving us to doubt whether they express most happily the queen, the beauty, or the accomplished woman, who is there that, at the very mention of Mary Stuart's name, has not her countenance before him familiar as that of the mistress of his youth, or the favorite daughter of his advanced age even. Those who feel themselves compelled to believe all or much of what her enemies laid to her charge cannot think without a sigh upon a countenance expressive of anything rather than the foul crimes with which she was charged when living, and which still continue to shade if not to blacken her memory that brow so truly open and regal those eyebrows so regularly graceful, which yet were saved from the charge of regular insipidity by the beautiful effect of the hazel eyes which they overarched, and which seemed to utter 1,000 historist nose, with all its Grecian precision of outlineth mouth, so well proportioned, so sweetly formed as if designed to speak nothing, but what was delightful to hearth, dimpled chin, stately swan-like neck, form a countenance the like of which we know not to have existed in any other character, moving in that class of life, where the actresses as well as the actors command general and undivided attention. It is in vain to say that the portraits which exist of this remarkable woman are not like each other, for amidst their discrepancy, each possesses general features which the eye at once acknowledges as peculiar to the vision which our imagination has raised, while we read her history for the first time, and which has been impressed upon it by the numerous prints and pictures which we have seen. Indeed, we cannot look on the worst of them, however deficient in point of execution, without saying that it is meant for Queen Mary, and no small instance. It is of the power of beauty that her charms should have remained the subject not merely of admiration, but of warm and chivalrous interest after the lapse of such a length of time. We know that by far the most acute of those who in latter days have adopted the unfavorable view of Mary's character, longed, like the executioner, before his dreadful task was performed, to kiss the fair hand of her, on whom he was about to perform so horrible a duty. Dressed then in a deep mourning robe, and with all those charms of face, shape, and manner, with which faithful tradition has made each reader familiar, Mary Stuart advanced to meet the Lady of Lochleven, who on her part endeavored to conceal dislike and apprehension under the appearance of respectful indifference. The truth was that she had experienced repeatedly the Queen's superiority in that species of disguised, yet cutting sarcasm, with which women can successfully avenge themselves for real and substantial injuries. It may be well doubted whether this talent was not as fatal to its possessor as the many others enjoyed by that highly gifted, but most unhappy female, for while it often afforded her a momentary triumph over her keepers, it failed not to exasperate their resentment, and the satire and sarcasm in which she had indulged were frequently retaliated by the deep and bitter hardships which they had the power of inflicting. It is well known that her death was at length hastened by a letter which she wrote to Queen Elizabeth, in which she treated her jealous rival and the Countess of Shrewsbury with the keenest irony and ridicule. As the ladies met together, the Queen said, bending her head at the same time, in return to the obeisance of the Lady Lochleven, "We are this day fortunate, enjoy the company of our amiable hostess at an unusual hour, and during a period which we have hitherto been permitted to give to our private exercise. But our good hostess knows well she has at all times access to our presence, and need not observe the useless ceremony of requiring our permission. I am sorry my presence is deemed an intrusion by your grace," said the Lady of Lochleven. "I came but to announce the arrival of an addition to your train," motioning with her hand towards Roland Graham, a circumstance to which ladies are seldom indifferent. "Oh, I crave your ladyship's pardon, and am bent to the earth with obligations for the kindness of my noble sir, my sovereigns, shall I call them, who have permitted me such a respectable addition to my personal retinue." "They have indeed studied, madam," said the Lady of Lochleven, "to show their kindness towards your grace something at the risk perhaps of sound policy, and I trust their doings will not be misconstrued." "Impossible," said the Queen, "the bounty which permits the daughter of so many kings, and who yet is queen of the realm, the attendance of 2 waiting women and a boy, is a grace which Mary Stuart can never sufficiently acknowledge. Why, my train will be equal to that of any country dame in this your kingdom of Fife, saving but the lack of a gentleman usher, and a pair or 2 of blue-coated serving-men. But I must not forget in my selfish joy the additional trouble and charges to which this magnificent augmentation of our train will put our kind hostess and the whole house of Lochleven. It is this prudent anxiety, I am aware, which clouds your brows, my worthy lady. But be of good cheer, the crown of Scotland has many a fair manor, and your affectionate son, and my no less affectionate brother, will endow the good knight your husband with the best of them ere Mary should be dismissed from this hospitable castle, from your ladyship's lack of means to support the charges. The Douglases of Lochleven, madam, answered the lady, have known for ages how to discharge their duty to the state, without looking for reward, even when the task was both irksome and dangerous. Nay, but my dear Lochleven, said the queen, you are over scrupulous, I pray you, accept of a goodly manor what should support the Queen of Scotland in this her princely court, saving her own crownland sand, who should minister to the wants of a mother, save an affectionate son like the Earl of Murray, who possesses so wonderfully both the power and inclination. Or said you it was the danger of the task, which clouded your smooth and hospitable brow? No doubt. A page is a formidable addition to my bodyguard of females, and I bethink me it must have been for that reason that my Lord of Lindesay refused even now to venture within the reach of a force so formidable, without being attended by a competent retinue. The Lady Lochleven started and looked something surprised, and Mary, suddenly changing her manner from the smooth, ironical affectation of mildness to an accent of austere command, and drawing up at the same time her fine person, said, with the full majesty of her rank, yes, Lady of Lochleven, I know that Ruthven is already in the castle, and that Lindesay waits on the bank the return of your barge to bring him hither, along with Sir Robert Melville. For what purpose do these nobles commend? Why am I not in ordinary decency apprised of their arrival? Their purpose, madam, replied the Lady of Lochleven, they must themselves explain, but a formal enunciation were needless, where your grace hath attendants, who can play the espial so well. Alas, poor Fleming, said the queen, turning to the elder of the female attendants, thou wilt be tried, condemned, and gibbeted for a spy in the garrison, because thou didst chance to cross the great hall, while my good Lady of Lochleven was parleying at the full pitch of her voice, with her pilot Randall. Put black wool in thy ears, girl, as you value the wearing of them longer. Remember, in the castle of Lochleven ears and tongues are matters not of use, but for show merely. Our good hostess can hear as well as speak for us. All we excuse your farther attendance, my lady hostess, she said once more, addressing the object of her resentment, and retire to prepare for an interview with our rebel lords. We will use the antechamber of our sleeping apartment as our hall of audience. You, young man, she proceeded, addressing Roland Graham, and at once softening the ironical sharpness of her manner into good-humored raillery, you who are all our male attendants, from our Lord High Chamberlain down to our least gallopin, follow us to prepare our court. She turned and walked slowly towards the castle. The Lady of Lochleven folded her arms and smiled in bitter resentment as she watched her retiring steps. The whole male attendants, she muttered, repeating the queen's last words, and well for thee had it been had thy train never been larger. Than turning to Roland, in whose way she had stood, while making this pause, she made room for him to pass, saying at the same time, art thou already eavesdropping? Follow thy mistress minion, and if thou wilt tell her what I have now said. Roland Graham hastened after his royal mistress and her attendants, who had just entered a postern gate, communicating. Betwixt the castle and the small garden they ascended a winding stair, as high as the second story, which was in a great measure occupied by a suite of 3 rooms opening into each other, and assigned as the dwelling of the captive princess. The outermost was a small hall or anteroom, within which opened a large parlor, and from that again, the queen's bedroom. Another small apartment, which opened into the same parlor, contained the beds of the gentlewomen in waiting. Roland Graham stopped, as became his station, in the outermost of these apartments, there, to await such orders as might be communicated to him. From the grated window of the room, he saw Lindesay Melville and their followers disembark, and observed that they were met at the castle gate by a third noble, to whom Lindesay exclaimed in his loud, harsh voice, "My Lord of Ruthven, you have the start of us." At this instant, the page's attention was called to a burst of hysterical sobs from the inner apartment, and to the hurried ejaculations of the terrified females, which led him almost instantly to hasten to their assistance. When he entered, he saw that the queen had thrown herself into the large chair which stood nearest the door, and was sobbing for breath in a strong fit of hysterical affection. The elder female supported her in her arms, while the younger bathed her face with water, and with tears alternately. "Hasten, young man," said the elder lady, in alarm. "Flycall, in assistant sesh, is swooning." But the queen ejaculated in a faint and broken voice, "Stir, not I charge Yowcall no one to witness. I am better. I shall recover instantly, And indeed, with an effort which seemed like that of one struggling for life, she sate up in her chair, and endeavored to resume her composure, while her features yet trembled with the violent emotion of body and mind which she had undergone. "I am ashamed of my weakness, girls," she said, taking the hands of her attendants. "But it is overrand. I am Mary Stuart." Once more the savage tone of that man's voice me, knowledge of his insolenceth name, which he named the purpose for which they commemorate excuse a moment's weakness, and "It shall be a moment's only." She snatched from her head the kerch or cap, which had been disordered during her hysterical agony, shook down the thick clustered tresses of dark brown, which had been before veiled under it, and, drawing her slender fingers across the labyrinth, which they formed, she arose from the chair, and stood like the inspired image of a Grecian prophetess in a mood which partook at once of sorrow and pride, of smiles and of tears. "We are ill appointed," she said, "to meet our rebel subjects, but as far as we may we will strive to present ourselves as becomes their queen. Follow me, my maidens," she said. "What says thy favorite song, my Fleming? My maids, come to my dressing bower, and deck my nut-brown hair. Where ye laid a plate before, look ye lay 10 times mair." Alas, she added when she had repeated with a smile these lines of an old ballad, "Violence has already robbed me of the ordinary decorations of my rank, and the few that nature gave me have been destroyed by sorrow and by fear." Yet, while she spoke thus, she again let her slender fingers stray through the wilderness of the beautiful tresses, which veiled her kingly neck and swelling bosom, as if in her agony of mind she had not altogether lost the consciousness of her unrivaled charms. Roland Graham, on whose youth, inexperience, and ardent sense of what was dignified and lovely, the demeanor of so fair and highborn a lady wrought like the charm of a magician, stood rooted to the spot with surprise and interest, longing to hazard his life in a quarrel so fair as that which Mary Stuart's must needs be. She had been bred in Francesche, was possessed of the most distinguished beauty, had reigned a queen and a Scottish queen, to whom knowledge of character was as essential as the use of vital air. In all these capacities, Mary was of all women on the earth most alert at perceiving and using the advantages which her charms gave her over almost all who came within the sphere of their influence. She cast on Roland a glance which might have melted a heart of stone. "My poor boy," she said with a feeling partly real, partly politic, "thou art a stranger to us, sent to this doleful captivity from the society of some tender mother or sister or maiden, with whom you had freedom to tread a gay measure round the Maypole. I grieve for you, but you are the only male in my limited household. Wilt thou obey my orders?" "To the death, madam," said Graham in a determined tone. "Then keep the door of mine apartment," said the queen. "Keep it till they offer actual violence, or till we shall be fitly arrayed to receive these intrusive visitors." "I will defend it till they pass over my body," said Roland Graham. Any hesitation which he had felt concerning the line of conduct he ought to pursue being completely swept away by the impulse of the moment. "Not so, my good youth," answered Mary, "not so. I command if I have one faithful subject beside me. Much need God wot I have to care for his safety. Resist them, but till they are put to the shame of using actual violence, and then give way. I charge you remember my commands." And with a smile expressive at once of favor and of authority, she turned from him, and followed by her attendants entered the bedroom. The youngest paused for half a second ere she followed her companion, and made a signal to Roland Graham with her hand. He had been already long aware that this was Catherine Seyton, a circumstance which could not much surprise a youth of quick intellects, who recollected the sort of mysterious discourse which had passed betwixt the two matrons at the deserted nunnery, and on which his meeting with Catherine in this place seemed to cast so much light. Yet such was the engrossing effect of Mary's presence that it surmounted for the moment even the feelings of a youthful lover, and it was not until Catherine Seyton had disappeared that Roland began to consider in what relation they were to stand to each other. She held up her hand to me in a commanding manner. He thought perhaps she wanted to confirm my purpose for the execution of the Queen's commands, for I think she could scarce purpose to scare me with the sort of discipline which she administered to the groom in the frieze jacket, and to poor Adam Woodcock. But we will see to that anon. Meantime, let us do justice to the trust reposed in us by this unhappy Queen. I think my Lord of Murray will himself own that it is the duty of a faithful page to defend his lady against intrusion on her privacy. Accordingly, he stepped to the little vestibule made fast with lock and bar, the door which opened from thence to the large staircase, and then sat himself down to attend the result. He had not long to wait. A rude and strong hand first essayed to lift the latch, then pushed and shook the door with violence, and when it resisted his attempt to open it, exclaimed, "Undo the door there, you within." "Why, and at whose command," said the page, "am I to undo the door of the apartments of the Queen of Scotland?" Another vain attempt, which made hinge and bolt jingle, showed that the impatient applicant without would willingly have entered altogether regardless of his challenge. But at length an answer was returned. "Undo the door on your peril, Lord Lindesay comes to speak with the Lady Mary of Scotland." The Lord Lindesay, as a Scottish noble, answered the page, must await his sovereign's leisure. An earnest altercation ensued amongst those without, in which Roland distinguished the remarkable harsh voice of Lindesay in reply to Sir Robert Melville, who appeared to have been using some soothing language. "No, no, no, I tell thee no, I will place a petard against the door, rather than be balked by a profligate woman, and bearded by an insolent footboy." "Yet at least," said Melville, "let me try fair means. In the first instance violence to a lady would stain your scutcheon for ever, or await till my Lord Ruthven comes." "I will await no longer," said Lindesay, "it is high time the business were done, and we on our return to the council. But thou mayest try thy fair play, as thou callest it, while I cause my train to prepare the petard. I came hither provided with as good gunpowder as blew up the Kirk of Field." "For God's sake be patient," said Melville, and approaching the door he said, as speaking to those within, "Let the Queen know that I, her faithful servant Robert Melville, do entreat her for her own sake, and to prevent worse consequences, that she will undo the door, and admit Lord Lindesay, who brings a mission from the Council of State." "I will do your errand to the Queen," said the page, "and report to you her answer." He went to the door of the bedchamber, and tapping against it gently, it was opened by the elderly lady to whom he communicated his errand, and returned with directions from the Queen to admit Sir Robert Melville, and Lord Lindesay. Roland Graham returned to the vestibule, and opened the door accordingly, into which the Lord Lindesay strode with the air of a soldier who has fought his way into a conquered fortress, while Melville, deeply dejected, followed him more slowly. "I draw you to witness, and to record," said the page to this last, "that save for the especial commands of the Queen, I would have made good the entrance with my best strength, and my best blood against all Scotland." "Be silent, young man," said Melville in a tone of grave rebuke. "Add not brands to firethise, is no time to make a flourish of thy boyish chivalry." "She has not appeared even yet," said Lindesay, who had now reached the midst of the parlour, or audience-room. "How call you this trifling?" "Patience, my lord," replied Sir Robert. "Time presses. Notant Lord Ruthven hath not as yet descended." At this moment, the door of the inner apartment opened, and Queen Mary presented herself, advancing with an air of peculiar grace and majesty, and seeming totally unruffled either by the visit or by the rude manner in which it had been enforced. Her dress was a robe of black velvet. A small ruff open in front gave a full view of her beautifully formed chin and neck, but veiled the bosom on her head. She wore a small cap of lace, and a transparent white veil hung from her shoulders over the long black robe in large loose folds, so that it could be drawn at pleasure over the face and person. She wore a cross of gold around her neck, and had her rosary of gold and ebony hanging from her girdle. She was closely followed by her two ladies, who remained standing behind her during the conference. Even Lord Lindesay, though the rudest noble of that rude age, was surprised into something like respect by the unconcerned and majestic mien of her, whom he had expected to find frantic with impotent passion, or dissolved in useless and vain sorrow, or overwhelmed with the fears likely in such a situation to assail fallen royalty. "We fear we have detained you, my Lord of Lindesay," said the Queen, while she curtsied with dignity in answer to his reluctant obeisance. "But a female does not willingly receive her visitors without some minutes spent at the toilette. Men, my lord, are less dependent on such ceremonies." Lord Lindesay, casting his eye down on his own travel-stained and disordered dress, muttered something of a hasty journey, and the Queen paid her greeting to Sir Robert Melville with courtesy, and even as it seemed with kindness. There was then a dead pause, during which Lindesay looked towards the door as if expecting with impatience the colleague of their embassy. The Queen alone was entirely unembarrassed, and as if to break the silence, she addressed Lord Lindesay, with a glance at the large and cumbrous sword, which he wore as already mentioned hanging from his neck. "You have there a trusty and a weighty travelling companion, my lord. I trust you expected to meet with no enemy here against whom such a formidable weapon could be necessary. It is, methinks, somewhat a singular ornament, for a court though I am, as I well need to be too much of a Stuart to fear a sword. It is not the first time, madam, replied Lindesay, bringing round the weapon, so as to rest its point on the ground, and leaning one hand on the huge cross-handle. It is not the first time that this weapon has intruded itself into the presence of the House of Stuart. Possibly, my lord, replied the queen, it may have done service to my ancestors. Your ancestors were men of loyalty. Ay, madam, replied he, service it hath done, but such as kings love neither to acknowledge nor to reward it, was the service which the knife renders to the tree when trimming it to the quick, and depriving it of the superfluous growth of rank and unfruitful suckers, which rob it of nourishment. You talk riddles, my lord, said Mary. I will hope the explanation carries nothing insulting with it. You shall judge, madam, answered Lindesay. With this good sword was Archibald Douglas, Earl of Angus, girded on the memorable day when he acquired the name of Belthcat for dragging from the presence of your great-grandfather, the third James of the race, a crew of minions, flatterers, and favourites whom he hanged over the bridge of Lauder, as a warning to such reptiles how they approach a Scottish throne. With this same weapon, the same inflexible champion of Scottish honour and nobility slew at one blow Spens of Kilspindie, a courtier of your grandfather, James IV, who had dared to speak lightly of him in the royal presence. They fought near the brook of Fala, and Belthcat with this blade sheared through the thigh of his opponent, and lopped the limb as easily as a shepherd's boy slices a twig from a sapling. My lord, replied the queen, reddening, my nerves are too good to be alarmed even by this terrible history. May I ask how a blade so illustrious passed from the house of Douglas to that of Lindesay? Methinks it should have been preserved as a consecrated relic by a family who have held all that they could do against their king to be done in favour of their country. Nay, madam, said Melville, anxiously interfering, ask not that question of Lord Lindesay, and you, my lord, for shame, for decency, forbear to reply to it. It is time that this lady should hear the truth, replied Lindesay. And be assured, said the queen, that she will be moved to anger by none that you can tell her, my lord. There are cases in which just scorn has always the mastery over just anger. Then know, said Lindesay, that upon the field of Carberry-Hill, when that false and infamous traitor and murderer James, sometime Earl of Bothwell, and nicknamed Duke of Orkney, offered to do personal battle with any of the associated nobles who came to drag him to justice, I accepted his challenge, and was by the noble Earl of Morton gifted with his good sword that I might therewith fight it out. Also help me heaven, had his presumption been 1 grain more, or his cowardice 1 grain less, I should have done such work with this good steel on his traitorous corpse, that the hounds and carrion-crows should have found their morsels daintily carved to their use. The queen's courage wellnigh gave way at the mention of Bothwell's name, a name connected with such a train of guilt, shame, and disaster. But the prolonged boast of Lindesay gave her time to rally herself, and to answer with an appearance of cold contempt. It is easy to slay an enemy who enters not the lists, but had Mary Stuart inherited her father's sword, as well as his sceptre, the boldest of her rebels should not upon that day have complained that they had no one to cope. Withal, your lordship will forgive me if I abridge this conference. A brief description of a bloody fight is long enough to satisfy a lady's curiosity, and unless my lord of Lindesay has something more important to tell us than of the deeds which old Belthcat achieved, and how he would himself have emulated them had time and tide permitted, we will retire to our private apartment, and you, Fleming, shall finish reading to us yonder little treatise des Rudimentaires Espagnols. Tarry, madam, said Lindesay, his complexion reddening in his turn, I know your quick wit too well of old to have sought an interview that you might sharpen its edge at the expense of my honour, Lord Ruthven, and myself, with Sir Robert Melville, as a concurrent come to your grace, on the part of the secret council, to tender to you what much concerns the safety of your own life, and the welfare of the state. The secret council, said the queen, by what powers can it subsist or act, while I from whom it holds its character, am here detained, under unjust restraint? But it matters not what concerns the welfare of Scotland, shall be acceptable to Mary Stuart, come from whatever quarter it willand. For what concerns her own life, she has lived long enough to be weary of it, even at the age of 25. Where is your colleague, my lord? We tarries he. He comes, madam, said Melville, and Lord Ruthven entered at the instant, holding in his hand a packet. As the queen returned his salutation, she became deadly pale, but instantly recovered herself by dint of strong and sudden resolution, just as the noble, whose appearance seemed to excite such emotions in her bosom, entered the apartment in company with George Douglas, the youngest son of the Knight of Lochleven, who during the absence of his father and brethren, acted as seneschal of the castle, under the direction of the elder Lady Lochleven, his father's mother. Chapter the 22nd. I give this heavy weight from off my head, and this unwieldy scepter from my hand. With mine own tears I wash away my balm. With mine own hand I give away my crown. With mine own tongue deny my sacred state. With mine own breath release all duteous oaths. Richard Roman II, Lord Ruthven had the look and bearing which became a soldier and a statesman, and the martial cast of his form and features procured him the popular epithet of Greystale, by which he was distinguished by his intimates, after the hero of a metrical romance. Then generally known, his dress, which was a buff coat embroidered, had a half-military character but exhibited nothing of the sordid negligence which distinguished that of Lindesay, but the son of an ill-fated sire, and the father of a yet more unfortunate family bore in his look that cast of inauspicious melancholy, by which the physiognomists of that time pretended to distinguish those who were predestined to a violent and unhappy death. The terror which the presence of this nobleman impressed on the Queen's mind arose from the active share he had borne in the slaughter of David Rizzio, his father, having presided at the perpetration of that abominable crime. Although so weak from long and wasting illness that he could not endure the weight of his armor, having arisen from a sickbed, to commit a murder in the presence of his sovereign on that occasion his son also had attended, and taken an active part, it was little to be wondered at that the Queen, considering her condition, when such a deed of horror was acted, in her presence should retain an instinctive terror for the principal actors in the murder. She returned, however, with grace the salutation of Lord Ruthven, and extended her hand to George Douglas, who kneeled and kissed it with respect, the first mark of a subject's homage which Roland Graham had seen any of them render to the captive sovereign. She returned his greeting in silence, and there was a brief pause during which the steward of the castle, a man of a sad brow and a severe eye, placed under George Douglas' directions a table and writing materials, and the page, obedient to his mistress' dumb signal, advanced a large chair to the side on which the Queen stood, the table thus forming a sort of bar, which divided the Queen and her personal followers from her unwelcome visitors. The steward then withdrew, after a low reverence, when he had closed the door behind him. The Queen broke silence with, "Your favour, my lords. I will sit. Me walks are not indeed extensive enough at present to fatigue me greatly, yet I find repose something more necessary than usual." She sat down accordingly, and shading her cheek with her beautiful hand, looked keenly and impressively at each of the nobles in turn. Mary Fleming applied her kerchief to her eyes, and Catherine Seyton and Roland Graham exchanged a glance, which showed that both were too deeply engrossed with sentiments of interest and commiseration for their royal mistress to think of anything which regarded themselves. "I wait the purpose of your mission, my lords," said the Queen after she had been seated for about a minute. "Without a word being spoken, I wait your message from those you call the secret council. I trust it is a petition of pardon, and a desire that I will resume my rightful throne, without using with due severity my right of punishing those who have dispossessed me of it." "Madam," replied Ruthven, "it is painful for us to speak harsh truths to a princess who has long ruled us, but we come to offer, not to implore pardon. In a word, madam, we have to propose to you, on the part of the secret council, that you sign these deeds, which will contribute greatly to the pacification of the state, the advancement of God's word, and the welfare of your own future life." "Am I expected to take these fair words on trust, my lord, or may I hear the contents of these reconciling papers ere I am asked to sign them?" "Unquestionably, madam, it is our purpose, and wish you should read what you are required to sign," replied Ruthven. "Required," replied the Queen with some emphasis, "but the phrase suits well the matter. Read, my lord." The Lord Ruthven proceeded to read a formal instrument running in the Queen's name, and setting forth that she had been called at an early age to the administration of the crown and realm of Scotland, and had toiled diligently therein, until she was in body and spirit so wearied out and disgusted that she was unable any longer to endure the travail and pain of state affairs, and that since God had blessed her with a fair and hopeful son, she was desirous to ensure to him, even while she yet lived, his succession to the crown, which was his by right of hereditary descent. Wherefore the instrument proceeded: "We, of the motherly affection we bear to our said son, have renounced and demitted, and by these our letters of free goodwill renounce and demit the crown government and guiding of the realm of Scotland, in favour of our said son, that he may succeed to us as native prince thereof, as much as if we had been removed by disease, and not by our own proper act, and that this demission of our royal authority may have the more full and solemn effect, and none pretend ignorance we give. Grant and commit full and free and plain power to our trusty cousins, Lord Lindesay of the Byres, and William Lord Ruthven to appear in our name, before as many of the nobility, clergy, and burgesses, as may be assembled at Stirling, and there in our name, and behalf publicly, and in their presence to renounce the crown guidance and government of this our kingdom of Scotland. The Queen here broke in with an air of extreme surprise. How is this, my lords, she said, are my ears turned rebels, that they deceive me with sounds so extraordinary, and yet it is no wonder that having conversed so long with rebellion, they should now force its language upon my understanding. Say I am mistaken, my lord, say, for the honour of yourselves, and the Scottish nobility, that my right trusty cousins of Lindesay, and Ruthven, two barons of warlike fame and ancient line, have not sought the prison house of their kind mistress, for such a purpose, as these words seem to imply, say, for the sake of honour and loyalty, that my ears have deceived me. No, madam, said Ruthven gravely, your ears do not deceive you. They deceived you when they were closed against the preachers of the Evangel, and the honest advice of your faithful subjects, and when they were ever open to flattery of pickthanks and traitors foreign, cubiculars and domestic minions. The land may no longer brook the rule of one who cannot rule herself, wherefore I pray you to comply with the last remaining wish of your subjects and counsellors, and spare yourself and us the farther agitation of matter so painful. And is this all my loving subjects require of me, my lord? Said Mary, in a tone of bitter irony. Do they really stint themselves to the easy boon, that I should yield up the crown which is mine by birthright to an infant, which is scarcely more than a year old, fling down my sceptre, and take up a distaff? Oh no, it is too little for them to ask that other roll of parchment contains something harder to be complied with, and which may more highly task my readiness to comply with the petitions of my lieges. This parchment, answered Ruthven in the same tone of inflexible gravity, and unfolding the instrument as he spoke, is one by which your grace constitutes your nearest in blood, and the most honourable and trustworthy of your subjects, James Earl of Murray, regent of the kingdom. During the minority of the young king, he already holds the appointment from the secret council. The Queen gave a sort of shriek, and clapping her hands together, exclaimed, comes the arrow out of his quiver, out of my brother's bow, alas! I looked for his return from France, as my soul at least my readiest chance of deliverance, and yet, when I heard he had assumed the government, I guessed he would shame to wield it in my name. I must pray your answer, madam, said Lord Ruthven, to the demand of the council. The demand of the council, said the Queen, say rather the demand of a set of robbers, impatient to divide the spoil, they have seized to such a demand, and sent by the mouth of a traitor whose scalp, but for my womanish mercy, should long since have stood on the city gates. Mary of Scotland has no answer. I trust, madam, said Lord Ruthven, my being unacceptable to your presence will not add to your obduracy of resolution. It may become you to remember that the death of the minion Rizzio cost the house of Ruthven its head, and leader my father, more worthy than a whole province of such vile sycophants, died in exile and broken-hearted. The Queen clasped her hands on her face, and resting her arms on the table, stooped down her head, and wept so bitterly that the tears were seen to find their way in streams between the white and slender fingers with which she endeavoured to conceal them. My lord, said Sir Robert Melville, this is too much rigour under your lordship's favour. We came hither not to revive old griefs, but to find the mode of avoiding new ones. Sir Robert Melville, said Ruthven, we best know for what purpose we were delegated hither, and wherefore you were somewhat unnecessarily sent to attend us. Nay, by my hand, said Lord Lindesay, I know not why we were cumbered with the good knight, unless he comes in place of the lump of sugar, which pothecars put into their wholesome, but bitter medicaments to please a froward child in needless labour, methinks, where men have the means to make them swallow the physic otherwise. Nay, my lords, said Melville, ye best know your own secret instructions. I conceive I shall best obey mine, in striving to mediate between her grace and you. Be silent, Sir Robert Melville, said the Queen, arising, and her face still glowing with agitation, as she spoke. My kerchief Fleming, I shame, that traitors should have power to move me thus. Tell me, proud lords, she added, wiping away the tears, as she spoke, by what earthly warrant can liege subjects pretend to challenge the rights of an anointed sovereign, to throw off the allegiance they have vowed, and to take away the crown from the head, on which divine warrant hath placed it? Madam, said Ruthven, I will deal plainly with you. Your reign from the dismal field of Pinkiclug, when you were a babe in the cradle, Till now that ye stand a grown dame before us hath been such a tragedy of losses, disasters, civil dissensions, and foreign wars, that the like is not to be found in our chronicles. The French and English have with one consent made Scotland the battlefield on which to fight out their own ancient quarrel for ourselves. Every man's hand hath been against his brother, nor hath a year passed over without rebellion and slaughter, exile of nobles, and oppressing of the commons. We may endure it no longer, and therefore, as a prince to whom God hath refused the gift of hearkening to wise counsel, and on whose dealings and projects no blessing hath ever descended, we pray you to give way to other rule and governance of the land, that a remnant may yet be saved to this distracted realm. My lord, said Mary, it seems to me that you fling on my unhappy and devoted head those evils, which with far more justice I may impute to your own turbulent, wild, and untamable dispositions, frantic violence, with which you the magnates of Scotland enter into feuds against each other, sticking at no cruelty to gratify your wrath, taking deep revenge for the slightest offences, and setting at defiance those wise laws which your ancestors made for stanching of such cruelty, rebelling against the lawful authority, and bearing yourselves as if there were no king in the land, or rather as if each were king in his own premises. And now you throw the blame on me, whose life has been embittered, whose sleep has been broken, whose happiness has been wrecked by your dissensions. Have I not myself been obliged to traverse wilds and mountains at the head of a few faithful followers to maintain peace and put down oppression? Have I not worn harness on my person, and carried pistols at my saddle fain, to lay aside the softness of a woman, and the dignity of a queen, that I might show an example to my followers? We grant, madam, said Lindesay, that the affrays occasioned by your misgovernment may sometimes have startled you in the midst of a masque or galliard, or it may be that such may have interrupted the idolatry of the Mass, or the Jesuitical counsels of some French ambassador. But the longest and severest journey which your grace has taken in my memory was from Hawick to Hermitage Castle, and whether it was for the weal of the state, or for your own honour, rests with your grace's conscience. The queen turned to him with inexpressible sweetness of tone and manner, and that engaging look, which heaven had assigned her, as if to show that the choicest arts to win men's affections may be given in vain. Lindesay, she said, you spoke not to me in this stern tone, and with such scurril taunt, yon fair summer evening when you and I shot at the butts against the Earl of Mar and Mary Livingstone, and one of them the evening's collation in the privy garden of St. Andrew's. The master of Lindesay was then my friend, and vowed to be my soldier. How I have offended the Lord of Lindesay, I know not, unless honours have changed manners. Hard-hearted as he was, Lindesay seemed struck with this unexpected appeal, but almost instantly replied, Madam, it is well known that your grace could in those days make fools of whomever approached you. I pretend not to have been wiser than others, but gayer men and better courtiers soon jostled aside my rude homage, and I think your grace cannot but remember times when my awkward attempts to take the manners that pleased you were the sport of the court popinjays, the Marys, and the Frenchwomen. My lord, I grieve if I have offended you through idle gaiety, said the queen, and can but say it was most unwittingly done. You are fully revenged, for through gaiety, she said, with a sigh, will I never offend any one more. Our time is wasting, madam, said Lord Ruthven. I must pray your decision on this weighty matter, which I have submitted to you. What, my lord, said the queen upon the instant, and without a moment's time to deliberate, can the council, as they term themselves, expect this of me? Madam, replied Ruthven, the council hold the opinion that since the fatal term which passed betwixt the night of King Henry's murder and the day of Carberry-Hill, your grace should have held you prepared for the measure now proposed as the easiest escape from your numerous dangers and difficulties. Great God, exclaimed the queen, and is it as a boon that you propose to me what every Christian king ought to regard as a loss of honour equal to the loss of life? You take from me my crown, my power, my subjects, my wealth, my state. What in the name of every saint can you offer, or do you offer in requital of my compliance? We give you pardon, answered Ruthven sternly, give you space and means to spend your remaining life in penitence and seclusion. We give you time to make your peace with heaven, and to receive the pure gospel which you have ever rejected and persecuted. The queen turned pale at the menace which this speech, as well as the rough and inflexible tones of the speaker, seemed distinctly to infer, and, if I do not comply with your request, so fiercely urged my lord, what then follows? She said this in a voice in which female and natural fear was contending with the feelings of insulted dignity. There Was a pause as if no one cared to return to the question. A distinct answer at length Ruthven spoke. There is little need to tell to your grace, who are well read both in the laws and in the chronicles of the realm, that murder and adultery are crimes, for which ere now queens themselves have suffered death. And where my lord or how found you an accusation so horrible against her, who stands before you, said Queen Mary, the foul and odious calumnies, which have poisoned the general mind of Scotland, and have placed me a helpless prisoner in your hands, are surely no proof of guilt. We need look for no farther proof, replied the stern Lord Ruthven, than the shameless marriage betwixt the widow of the murdered, and the leader of the band of murderers. They that joined hands in the fated month of May had already united hearts and counsel in the deed, which preceded that marriage but a few brief weeks. My lord, said the queen, eagerly remember well, there were more consents than mine to that fatal union, that most unhappy act of a most unhappy life. The evil steps adopted by sovereigns are often the suggestion of bad counselors, but these counselors are worse than fiends who tempt and betray, if they themselves are the first to call their unfortunate princes to answer for the consequences of their own advice. Heard ye never of a bond by the nobles my lords recommending that ill-fated union to the ill-fated Mary? Methinks, were it carefully examined, we should see that the names of Morton and of Lindesay and of Ruthven may be found in that bond, which pressed me to marry that unhappy man. Ah, stout and loyal Lord Harrys, who never knew guile or dishonor, you bent your noble knee to me in vain to warn me of my danger, and wert yet the first to draw thy good sword in my cause, when I suffered for neglecting thy counsel. Faithful knight, and true noble, what a difference betwixt thee and those counselors of evil, who now threaten my life for having fallen into the snares they spread for me. Madam, said Ruthven, we know that you are an orator, and perhaps for that reason the council has sent hither men whose converse hath been more with the wars than with the language of the schools or the cabals of state. We but desire to know if on assurance of life and honor ye will demit the rule of this kingdom of Scotland. And what warrant have I, said the queen, that ye will keep treaty with me, if I should barter my kingly estate for seclusion, and leave to weep in secret? Our honor and our word, madam, answered Ruthven. They are too slight and unsolid pledges, my lord, said the queen. Add at least a handful of thistledown, to give them weight in the balance. Away, Ruthven, said Lindesay, she was ever deaf to counsel save of slaves and sycophants. Let her remain by her refusal, and abide by it. Stay, my lord, said Sir Robert Melville, or rather permit me to have but a few minutes' private audience with her grace. If my presence with you could avail aught, it must be as a mediatordo, not, I conjure you, leave the castle, or break off the conference, until I bring you word how her grace shall finally stand disposed. We will remain in the hall, said Lindesay, for half an hour's space, but in despising our words and our pledge of honor, she has touched the honor of my namelet. Her look herself to the course she has to pursue. If the half hour should pass away without her determining to comply with the demands of the nation, her career will be brief enough. With little ceremony, the two nobles left the apartment, traversed the vestibule, and descended the winding stairs, the clash of Lindesay's huge sword being heard as it rang against each step in his descent. George Douglas followed them, after exchanging with Melville a gesture of surprise and sympathy. As soon as they were gone, the queen, giving way to grief, fear, and agitation, threw herself into the seat, wrung her hands, and seemed to abandon herself to despair. Her female attendants, weeping themselves, endeavored yet to pray her to be composed, and Sir Robert Melville, kneeling at her feet, made the same entreaty. After giving way to a passionate burst of sorrow, she at length said to Melville, kneel not to me, Melville, mock me not with the homage of the person, when the heart is far away. Why stay you behind with the deposed, the condemned, her who has but few hours perchance to live? You have been favored as well as the rest. Why do you continue the empty show of gratitude and thankfulness any longer than they? Madam, said Sir Robert Melville, so help me heaven, at my need my heart is as true to you as when you were in your highest place. True to me, repeated the queen with some scorn. Tush, Melville, what signifies the truth which walks hand in hand with my enemy's falsehood? Thee hand and thy sword have never been so well acquainted that I can trust thee in aught where manhood is required. O Satan, for thy bold father, who is both wise, true, and valiant. Roland Graham could withstand no longer his earnest desire to offer his services to a princess so distressed and so beautiful. If one sword, he said, madam, can do anything to back the wisdom of this grave counselor, or to defend your rightful cause, here is my weapon, and here is my hand ready to draw and use it. and raising his sword with one hand, he laid the other upon the hilt. As he thus held up the weapon, Catherine Satan exclaimed, "Methinks, I see a token from my father, madam," and immediately crossing the apartment, she took Roland Graham by the skirt of the cloak, and asked him earnestly, whence he had that sword. The page answered with surprise, "Methinks this is no presence in which to just surely, damsel, you yourself best know whence, and how I obtained the weapon." "Is this a time for folly?" said Catherine Satan, unsheathed the sword instantly. "If the queen commands me," said the youth, looking towards his royal mistress. "For shame, maiden," said the queen, "wouldst thou instigate the poor boy to enter into useless strife with the two most approved soldiers in Scotland?" "In your grace's cause," replied the page, "I will venture my life upon them." And as he spoke he drew his weapon partly from the sheath, and a piece of parchment rolled around the blade fell out and dropped on the floor. Catherine Satan caught it up with eager haste. "It is my father's handwriting," she said, "and doubtless conveys his best duteous advice to your majesty. I know that it was prepared to be sent in this weapon, but I expected another messenger." "By my faith, fair one," thought Roland, "and if you knew not that I had such a secret missive about me, I was yet more ignorant." The queen cast her eye upon the scroll, and remained a few minutes wrapped in deep thought. "Sir Robert Melville," she at length said, "this scroll advises me to submit myself to necessity, and to subscribe the deeds these hard men have brought with them, as one who gives way to the natural fear, inspired by the threats of rebels and murderers. You, Sir Robert, are a wise man, and Satan is both sagacious and brave. Neither, I think, would mislead me in this matter." "Madam," said Melville, "if I have not the strength of body of the Lord Harry's or Satan, I will yield to neither in zeal for your majesty's service. I cannot fight for you like these lords, but neither of them is more willing to die for your service." "I believe it, my old and faithful counsellor," said the queen, "and believe me, Melville, I did thee but a moment's injustice. Read what my lord Satan hath written to us, and give us thy best counsel." He glanced over the parchment, and instantly replied, "O my dear and royal mistress, only treason itself could give you other advice than Lord Satan has here expressed. He, Harry's Huntley, the English ambassador Throgmorton, and others your friends, are all alike of opinion, that whatever deeds or instruments you execute within these walls must lose all force and effect as extorted from your grace by duress, by sufferance of present evil, and fear of men, and harm, to ensue on your refusal. Yield therefore to the tide, and be assured that in subscribing what parchments they present to you, you bind yourself to nothing, since your act of signature wants that which alone can make it valid, the free will of the grantor." "I so says my lord Satan," replied Mary, "yet methinks for the daughter of so long a line of sovereigns to resign her birthright, because rebels press upon her with threats, argues little of royalty, and will read ill for the fame of Mary in future chronicles. Tush, Sir Robert Melville, the traitors may use black threats and bold words, but they will not dare to put their hands forth on our person. Alas, madam, they have already dared so far, and incurred such peril, by the lengths which they have gone, that they are but one step from the worst and uttermost." "Surely," said the queen, her fears again predominating, "Scottish nobles would not lend themselves to assassinate a helpless woman." "Bethink you, madam," he replied, "what horrid spectacles have been seen in our day, and what act is so dark that some Scottish hand has not been found to dare it. Lord Lindesay, besides his natural sullenness and hardness of temper, is the near kinsman of Henry Darnley and Ruthven, has his own deep and dangerous plans. The council, besides, speak of proofs by writ, and word of a casket with letters off, I know not what." "Ah, good Melville," answered the queen, "were I as sure of the even-handed integrity of my judges as of my own innocence yet." "Oh, pause, madam," said Melville, "even innocence must sometimes for a season stoop to injurious blame. Besides, you are here." He looked round and paused. "Speak out, Melville," said the queen. "Never one approach my person who wished to work me evil, and even this poor page, whom I have today seen for the first time in my life, I can trust safely with your communication." "Nay, madam," answered Melville, "in such emergence, and he being the bearer of Lord Satan's message, I will venture to say before him and these fair ladies, whose truth and fidelity I dispute not, I will venture to say that there are other modes besides that of open trial by which deposed sovereigns often die, and that, as Machiavel saith, there is but one step betwixt a king's prison and his grave." "Oh, I were it but swift and easy for the body," said the unfortunate princess, "were it but a safe and happy change for the soul, the woman lives not that would take the step so soon as I. But alas, Melville, When we think of death, 1,000 sins which we have trod as worms beneath our feet rise up against us. As flaming serpents most injuriously do they accuse me of aiding Darnley's death. Yet, blessed lady, I afforded too open occasion for the suspicion I espoused Bothwell. Think not of that now, madam, said Melville, think rather of the immediate mode of saving yourself and son, comply with the present unreasonable demands, and trust that better times will shortly arrive. Madam, said Roland Graham, if it pleases you that I should do so, I will presently swim through the lake. If they refuse me other conveyance to the shore, I will go to the courts successively of England, France, and Spain, and will show you have subscribed these vile instruments from no stronger impulse than the fear of death, and I will do battle against them that say otherwise. The Queen turned her round, and with one of those sweet smiles which during the era of life's romance overpay every risk, held her hand towards Roland, but without speaking a word, he kneeled reverently and kissed it, and Melville again resumed his plea. Madam, he said, time presses, and you must not let those boats which I see they are even now preparing put forth on the lake here, are enough of witnessessier lay this bold youth myself, when it can serve your cause effectually, for I would not hastily stand committed in this matter, but even without me here, is evidence enough to show that you have yielded to the demands of the council through force and fear, but from no sincere and unconstrained assent. Their boats are already manned for their returno, permit your old servant to recall them. Melville, said the Queen, thou art an ancient courtier. When didst thou ever know a sovereign prince recall to his present subjects, who had parted from him on such terms as those on which these envoys of the council left us, and who yet were recalled without submission or apology? Let it cost me both life and crown, I will not again command them to my presence. Alas, madam, that empty form should make a barrier. If I rightly understand, you are not unwilling to listen to real and advantageous counsel, but your scruple is saved. I hear them returning to ask your final resolution. Oh, take the advice of the noble Satan, and you may once more command those who now usurp a triumph over you. But hush, I hear them in the vestibule. As he concluded speaking, George Douglas opened the door of the apartment and marshalled in the two noble envoys. We come, madam, said the Lord Ruthven, to request your answer to the proposal of the council. Your final answer, said Lord Lindesay, for with a refusal you must couple the certainty that you have precipitated your fate, and renounced the last opportunity of making peace with God, and ensuring your longer abode in the world. My lord, said Mary with inexpressible grace and dignity, the evils we cannot resist we must submit to. I will subscribe these parchments with such liberty of choice as my condition permits me. Were I on yonder shore with a fleet jennet, and 10 good and loyal knights around me, I would subscribe my sentence of eternal condemnation as soon as the resignation of my throne. But here in the castle of Lochleven, with deep water around me, and you, my lords, beside me, I have no freedom of choice. Give me the pen, Melville, and bear witness to what I do, and why I do it. It is our hope your grace will not suppose yourself compelled by any apprehensions from us, said the Lord Ruthven, to execute what must be your own voluntary deed. The Queen had already stooped towards the table, and placed the parchment before her with the pen between her fingers ready for the important act of signature. But when Lord Ruthven had done speaking, she looked up, stopped short, and threw down the pen. If she said, I am expected to declare, I give away my crown of free will or otherwise, then because I am compelled to renounce it by the threat of worse evils to myself and my subjects, I will not put my name to such an untruth, not to gain full possession of England, France, and Scotland, all once my own in possession or by right. Beware, madam, said Lindesay, and snatching hold of the Queen's arm with his own gauntleted hand, he pressed it in the rudeness of his passion more closely perhaps than he was himself aware of. Beware how you contend with those who are the stronger, and have the mastery of your fate. He held his grasp on her arm, bending his eyes on her with a stern and intimidating look, till both Ruthven and Melville cried shame, and Douglas, who had hitherto remained in a state of apparent apathy, had made a stride from the door, as if to interfere. The rude baron then quitted his hold, disguising the confusion which he really felt at having indulged his passion to such extent under a sullen and contemptuous smile. The Queen immediately began with an expression of pain to bear the arm which he had grasped by drawing up the sleeve of her gown, and it appeared that his gripe had left the purple marks of his iron fingers upon her flesh. My lord, she said, as a knight and gentleman, you might have spared my frail arm so severe a proof that you have the greater strength on your side and are resolved to use, But I thank you for it is the most decisive token of the terms, on which this day's business is to rest I draw you, to witness both lords and ladies, she said, showing the marks of the grasp on her arm, that I subscribe these instruments, in obedience to the sign manual of my Lord of Lindesay, which you may see imprinted on mine arm. Footnote: the details of this remarkable event are as given in the preceding chapter imaginary, but the outline of the events is historical. Sir Robert Lindesay, brother to the author of the memoirs, was at first entrusted with the delicate commission of persuading the imprisoned queen to resign her crown. As he flatly refused to interfere, they determined to send the Lord Lindesay, one of the rudest and most violent of their own faction, with instructions first to use fair persuasions, and if these did not succeed, to enter into harder terms. Knox associates Lord Ruthven with Lindesay in this alarming commission. He was the son of that Lord Ruthven, who was prime agent in the murder of Rizzio and Little Mercy, was to be expected from his conjunction with Lindesay. The employment of such rude tools argued a resolution on the part of those who had the Queen's person in their power to proceed to the utmost extremities. Should they find Mary obstinate to avoid this pressing danger, Sir Robert Melville was dispatched by them to Lochleven, carrying with him, concealed in the scabbard of his sword, letters to the Queen from the Earl of Atholmaitland of Lethington, and even from Throgmorton, the English ambassador, who was then favourable to the unfortunate Mary, conjuring her to yield to the necessity of the times, and to subscribe such deeds as Lindesay should lay before her, without being startled by their tenor, and assuring her that her doing so in the state of captivity under which she was placed would neither in law, honour, nor conscience be binding upon her, when she should obtain her liberty, submitting, by the advice of one part of her subjects, to the menace of the others. And learning that Lindesay was arrived in a boasting that is threatening humour, the Queen with some reluctancy, and with tears saith Knox, subscribed one deed, resigning her crown to her infant son, and another establishing the Earl of Murray regent. It seems agreed by historians that Lindesay behaved with great brutality on the occasion. The deeds were signed 24th July 1567. Lindesay would have spoken, but was restrained by his colleague Ruthven, who said to him, "Peace, my lord, let the Lady Mary of Scotland ascribe her signature to what she will. It is our business to procure it, and carry it to the council. Should there be debate hereafter on the manner in which it was adhibited, there will be time enough for it." Lindesay was silent accordingly, only muttering within his beard, "I meant not to hurt her, but I think women's flesh be as tender as new-fallen snow." The Queen meanwhile subscribed the rolls of parchment with a hasty indifference, as if they had been matters of slight consequence, or of mere formality. When she had performed this painful task, she arose, and having curtsied to the lords, was about to withdraw to her chamber. Ruthven, and Sir Robert Melville, made the first a formal reverence, the second an obeisance, in which his desire to acknowledge his sympathy was obviously checked by the fear of appearing in the eyes of his colleagues too partial to his former mistress. But Lindesay stood motionless even when they were preparing to withdraw. At length, as if moved by a sudden impulse, he walked round the table which had hitherto been betwixt them, and the Queen kneeled on one knee, took her hand, kissed it, let it fall, and arose. "Lady," he said, "thou art a noble creature, even though thou hast abused God's choicest gifts. I pay that devotion to thy manliness of spirit, which I would not have paid to the power thou hast long undeservedly wielded. I kneel to Mary Stuart, not to the Queen." The Queen and Mary Stuart pity thee alike. Lindesay said, "Mary alike thee pity, and they forgive thee. An honoured soldier hadst thou been by a king's side, leagued with rebels. What art thou but a good blade in the hands of a ruffian? Farewell, my Lord Ruthven the smoother, but the deeper traitor. Farewell, Melville. Mayest thou find masters that can understand state policy better, and have the means to reward it more richly, than Mary Stuart. Farewell, George of Douglas. Make your respected grandame comprehend that we would be alone for the remainder of the day. God wot, we have need to collect our thoughts." All bowed and withdrew, but scarce had they entered the vestibule ere Ruthven and Lindesay were at variance. "Chide not with me," Ruthven Lindesay was heard to say in answer to something more indistinctly urged by his colleague. "Chide not with me, for I will not brook at you. Put the hangman's office on me in this matter, and even the very hangman hath leave to ask some pardon of those on whom he does his office. I would I had as deep cause to be this lady's friend, as I have to be her enemy. Who should see, if I spared limb and life in her quarrel." "Thou art a sweet minion," said Ruthven, "to fight a lady's quarrel, and all for a brent brow and a tear in the eye. Such toys have been out of thy thoughts this many a year. "Do me right, Ruthven," said Lindesay, "you are like a polished corslet of steel, it shines more gaudily. But it is not a whit softer, nay, it is 5 times harder than a Glasgow breastplate of hammered iron. Enough we know each other." They descended the stairs, were heard to summon their boats, and the Queen signed to Roland Graham to retire to the vestibule and leave her with her female attendants. Chapter the 23rd. Give me a morsel, on the greensward rather. Course as you will the cooking, let the fresh spring bubble beside my napkin, and the free birds, twittering and chirping, hop from bough to bough, to claim the crumbs I leave for perquisites. Your prison feasts I like not. The Woodsman, a drama. A recess in the vestibule was enlightened by a small window, at which Roland Graham stationed himself to mark the departure of the lords. He could see their followers mustering on horseback, under their respective banners, the western sun, glancing on their corselets and steel caps, as they moved to and fro, mounted or dismounted at intervals on the narrow space betwixt the castle and the water. The lords Ruthven and Lindesay were already moving slowly to their boats, accompanied by the Lady of Lochleven, her grandson, and their principal attendants. They took a ceremonious leave of each other, as Roland could discern by their gestures, and the boats put off from their landing place. The boatmen stretched to their oars, and they speedily diminished upon the eye of the idle gazer, who had no better employment than to watch their motions. Such seemed also the occupation of the Lady Lochleven and George Douglas, who, returning from the landing place, looked frequently back to the boats, and at length stopped as if to observe their progress under the window at which Roland Graham was stationed. As they gazed on the lake, he could hear the lady distinctly say, "And she has bent her mind to save her life at the expense of her kingdom." "Her life, madam," replied her son, "I know not who would dare to attempt it in the castle of my father. Had I dreamt that it was with such purpose that Lindesay insisted on bringing his followers hither, neither he nor they should have passed the iron gate of Lochleven Castle. I speak not of private slaughter, my son, but of open trial, condemnation, and execution, for with such she has been threatened, and to such threats she has given way. Had she not more of the false Gusian blood than of the royal race of Scotland in her veins, she had bidden them defiance to their teeth, but it is all of the same complexion and meanness, is the natural companion of profligacy. I am discharged, forsooth, from intruding on her gracious presence. This evening go thou, my son, and render the usual service of the meal to this unqueened queen." "So please you, lady mother," said Douglas, "I care not greatly to approach her presence." "Thou art right, my son, and therefore I trust thy prudence, even because I have noted thy caution. She is like an isle on the ocean, surrounded with shelves and quicksands, its verdure fair and inviting to the eye, but the wreck of many a goodly vessel which hath approached it too rashly. But for thee, my son, I fear not, and we may not with our honor suffer her to eat without the attendance of one of us. She may die by the judgment of heaven, or the fiend may have power over her in her despair. And then we would be touched in honor to show that in our house, and at our table, she had had all fair play and fitting usage." Here Roland was interrupted by a smart tap on the shoulders, reminding him sharply of Adam Woodcock's adventure of the preceding evening. He turned round, almost expecting to see the page of St. Michael's hostelry. He saw indeed Catherine Satan, but she was in female attire, differing no doubt a great deal in shape and materials from that which she had worn when they first met, and becoming her birth as the daughter of a great baron, and her rank as the attendant on a princess. "So, fair page," said she, eavesdropping, "is one of your page-like qualities, I presume." "Fair sister," answered Roland in the same tone, "if some friends of mine be as well acquainted with the rest of our mystery as they are with the arts of swearing, swaggering, and switching, they need ask no page in Christendom for farther insight into his vocation, unless that pretty speech infer that you have yourself had the discipline of the switch, since we last met. The probability, whereof I nothing doubt, I profess, fair page, I am at a loss to conjecture your meaning. But there is no time to debate it. Now thee come with the evening meal. Be pleased, sir page, to do your duty." 4 servants entered bearing dishes, preceded by the same stern old steward, whom Roland had already seen, and followed by George Douglas, already mentioned as the grandson of the Lady of Lochleven, and who, acting as seneschal, represented upon this occasion his father, the lord of the castle. He entered with his arms folded on his bosom, and his looks bent on the ground, with the assistance of Roland Graham. Table was suitably covered in the next or middle apartment, on which the domestics placed their burdens, with great reverence, the steward and Douglas bending low, when they had seen the table properly adorned, as if their royal prisoner had sat at the board in question. The door opened, and Douglas, raising his eyes, hastily cast them again on the earth. When he perceived it, was only the Lady Mary Fleming who entered. "Her Grace," she said, "will not eat tonight." "Let us hope she may be otherwise persuaded," said Douglas. "Meanwhile, madam, please, to see our duty performed." A servant presented bread and salt on a silver plate, and the old steward carved for Douglas a small morsel, in succession from each of the dishes presented, which he tasted, as was then the custom at the tables of princes, to which death was often suspected to find its way in the disguise of food. "The Queen will not then come forth tonight," said Douglas. "She has so determined," replied the lady. "Our farther attendance, then, is unnecessary. Leave you to your supper, fair ladies, and wish you good even." He retired slowly as he came, and with the same air of deep dejection, and was followed by the attendants belonging to the castle. The two ladies sate down to their meal, and Roland Graham, with ready alacrity, prepared to wait upon them. Catherine Satan whispered to her companion, who replied with the questions spoken in a low tone, but looking at the pages he of gentle blood and well-nurtured. The answer which she received seemed satisfactory, for she said to Roland, "Sit down, young gentleman, and eat with your sisters in captivity." "Permit me rather to perform my duty in attending them," said Roland, anxious to show he was possessed of the high tone of deference prescribed by the rules of chivalry towards the fair sex, and especially to dames and maidens of quality. "You will find, Sir Page," said Catherine, "you will have little time allowed you for your meal. Waste it not in ceremony, or you may rue your politeness ere tomorrow morning." "Your speech is too free, maiden," said the elder lady. "The modesty of the youth may teach you more fitting fashions towards one whom today you have seen for the first time." Catherine Satan cast down her eyes, but not till she had given a single glance of inexpressible archness towards Roland, whom her more grave companion now addressed in a tone of protection. "Regard her not, young gentlemanch, knows little of the world, save the forms of a country nunnery. Take thy place at the board end, and refresh thyself after thy journey." Roland Graham obeyed willingly, as it was the first food he had that day tasted for Lindesay, and his followers seemed regardless of human wants, yet notwithstanding the sharpness of his appetite, a natural gallantry of disposition, the desire of showing himself a well-nurtured gentleman in all courtesies towards the fair sex, and for aught I know, the pleasure of assisting Catherine Satan kept his attention awake during the meal to all those nameless acts of duty and service, which gallants of that age were accustomed to render. He carved with neatness and decorum, and selected duly whatever was most delicate to place before the ladies ere they could form a wish. He sprung from the table ready to comply with it. Bird wine-tempered it with water, removed the exchanged trenchers, and performed the whole honors of the table with an air at once of cheerful diligence, profound respect, and graceful promptitude. When he observed that they had finished eating, he hastened to offer to the elder lady the silver ewer basin and napkin with the ceremony and gravity which he would have used towards Mary herself. He next, with the same decorum, having supplied the basin with fair water, presented it to Catherine Satan. Apparently, she was determined to disturb his self-possession, if possible, for while in the act of bathing her hands she contrived, as it were by accident, to flirt some drops of water upon the face of the assiduous assistant. But if such was her mischievous purpose, she was completely disappointed, for Roland Graham, internally piquing himself on his self-command, neither laughed nor was discomposed, and all that the maiden gained by her frolic was a severe rebuke from her companion, taxing her with maladdress and indecorum. Catherine replied not, but sat pouting something in the humor of a spoilt child, who watches the opportunity of wreaking upon some one or other its resentment for a deserved reprimand. The Lady Mary Fleming, in the meanwhile, was naturally well pleased with the exact and reverent observance of the page, and said to Catherine, after a favorable glance at Roland Graham, "You might well say, Catherine, our companion in captivity was well born and gentle nurtured. I would not make him vain by my praise, but his services enable us to dispense with those which George Douglas condescends not to afford us save when the Queen is herself in presence." I think hardly," answered Catherine. "George Douglas is one of the most handsome gallants in Scotland, and 'tis pleasure to see him even still, when the gloom of Lochleven Castle has shed the same melancholy over him that it has done over everything else when he was at Holyrood. Who would have said the young sprightly George Douglas would have been contented to play the locksman here in Lochleven with no gayer amusement than that of turning the key on 2 or 3 helpless women? A strange office for a knight of the Bleeding Heart. We does he not leave it to his father or his brothers? Perhaps like us, he has no choice, answered the Lady Fleming. But Catherine, thou hast used thy brief space at court well to remember what George Douglas was then. I used mine eyes, which I suppose was what I was designed to do, and they were worth using there. When I was at the nunnery, they were very useless appurtenances. And now I am at Lochleven, they are good for nothing save to look over that eternal work of embroidery. You speak thus when you have been but a few brief hours amongst us. Was this the maiden who would live and die in a dungeon, might she but have permission to wait on her gracious queen? Nay, if you chide in earnest, my jest is ended, said Catherine Satan. I would not yield an attachment to my poor godmother to the gravest dame that ever had wise saws upon her tongue, and a double-starked ruff around her throat. You. No, I would not, Dame Mary Fleming, and it is putting shame on me to say otherwise. She will challenge the other court, lady, thought Roland Graham, she will to a certainty fling down her glove, and if Dame Mary Fleming hath but the soul to lift it, we may have a combat in the lists. But the answer of Lady Mary Fleming was such as turns away wrath. Thou art a good child, she said, my Catherine, and a faithful, but heaven pity him, who shall have one day a creature so beautiful to delight him, and a thing so mischievous to torment him through art, fit to drive 20 husbands stark mad. Nay, said Catherine, resuming the full career of her careless good humor, he must be half-witted beforehand, that gives me such an opportunity. But I am glad you are not angry with me, in sincerity, casting herself, as she spoke, into the arms of her friend, and continuing with a tone of apologetic fondness, while she kissed her on either side of the face, you know, my dear Fleming, that I have to contend with both my father's lofty pride, and with my mother's high spirit. God bless them, they have left me these good qualities, having small portion to give besides as times go, and so I am wilful and saucy. But let me remain only a week in this castle, and oh, my dear Fleming, my spirit will be as chastised and humble as thine own. Dame Mary Fleming's sense of dignity and love of form could not resist this affectionate appeal. She kissed Catherine Satan in her turn, affectionately. While answering the last part of her speech, she said, now, Our Lady forbid, dear Catherine, that you should lose aught that is beseeming of what becomes so well your light heart and lively humor. Keep but your sharp wit on this side of madness, and it cannot but be a blessing to us. But let me go mad wench, I hear her grace touch her silver call, and extricating herself from Catherine's grasp, she went towards the door of Queen Mary's apartment, from which was heard the low tone of a silver whistle, which, now only used by the boatswains in the navy, was then, for want of bells, the ordinary mode by which ladies even of the very highest rank summoned their domestics. When she had made 2 or 3 steps towards the door, however, she turned back, and advancing to the young couple whom she left together, she said in a very serious though a low tone, I trust it is impossible that we can any of us, or in any circumstances, forget that few as we form the household of the Queen of Scotland, and that in her calamity all boyish mirth and childish jesting can only serve to give a great triumph to her enemies, who have already found their account in objecting to her the lightness of every idle folly that the young and the gay practiced in her court. So saying, she left the apartment. Catherine Satan seemed much struck with this remonstrance. She suffered herself to drop into the seat which she had quitted when she went to embrace Dame Mary Fleming, and for some time rested her brow upon her hands, while Roland Graham looked at her earnestly, with a mixture of emotions, which perhaps he himself could neither have analyzed nor explained, as she raised her face slowly from the posture to which a momentary feeling of self-rebuke had depressed it. Her eyes encountered those of Roland, and became gradually animated with their usual spirit of malicious drollery, which not unnaturally excited a similar expression in those of the equally volatile page. They sat for the space of 2 minutes each, looking at the other with great seriousness on their features, and much mirth in their eyes, until at length Catherine was the first to break silence. May I pray you, fair sir, she began very demurely, to tell me what you see in my face to arouse looks so extremely sagacious, and knowing as those with which it is your worship's pleasure to honor me, it would seem as if there were some wonderful confidence and intimacy betwixt us, fair sir, if one is to judge from your extremely cunning looks. And so help me Our Lady, as I never saw you but twice in my life before. And where were those happy occasions, said Roland, if I may be bold enough to ask the question? At the nunnery of St. Catherine's, said the damsel, in the first instance, and in the second, during 5 minutes of a certain raid or foray, which it was your pleasure to make into the lodging of my lord and father Lord Satan, from which, to my surprise, as probably to your own, You returned with a token of friendship and favor instead of broken bones, which were the more probable reward of your intrusion, considering the prompt ire of the house of Satan. I am deeply mortified. She added ironically that your recollection should require refreshment on a subject so important, and that my memory should be stronger than yours on such an occasion, is truly humiliating. Your own memory is not so exactly correct, fair mistress, answered the page, seeing you have forgotten meeting the third in the hostelry of St. Michael's, when it pleased you to lay your switch across the face of my comrade, in order I warrant to show that in the house of Satan, neither the prompt ire of its descendants, nor the use of the doublet and hose, are subject to Salic law, or confined to the use of the males. Fair sir, answered Catherine, looking at him with great steadiness, and some surprise, unless your fair wits have forsaken you, I am at a loss what to conjecture of your meaning. By my troth, fair mistress, answered Roland, and were I as wise a warlock as Michael Scott, I could scarce riddle the dream you read me. Did I not see you last night in the hostelry of St. Michael's? Did you not bring me this sword with command, not to draw it save at the command of my native and rightful sovereign? And have I not done as you required me? Or is the sword a piece of lathme, word a bulrush me memory, a dream end, my eyes good for notespials, which corbies might pick out of my head? And if your eyes serve you not more truly on other occasions than in your vision of St. Michael, said Catherine, I know not the pain apart that the corbies would do you any great injury in the deprivation, but hark the bell, hush, for God's sake, we are interrupted. The damsel was right, for no sooner had the dull toll of the castle bell begun to resound through the vaulted apartment than the door of the vestibule flew open, and the steward with his severe countenance, his gold chain, and his white rod, entered the apartment, followed by the same train of domestics, who had placed the dinner on the table, and who now with the same ceremonious formality began to remove it. The steward remained motionless as some old picture while the domestics did their office, and when it was accomplished, everything removed from the table, and the board itself taken from its trestles, and disposed against the wall, he said aloud, without addressing anyone in particular, and somewhat in the tone of a herald reading a proclamation, my noble Lady Dame Margaret Erskine, by marriage Douglas, lets the Lady Mary of Scotland, and her attendants, to wit, that a servant of the true Evangel, her reverend chaplain, will tonight as usual expound, lecture, and catechize, according to the forms of the congregation of gospellers. Hark you, my friend Mr. Drifesdale, said Catherine, I understand this announcement is a nightly form of yours now. I pray you to remark that the Lady Fleming and Eifer, I trust your insolent invitation, concerns us only have chosen St. Peter's pathway to heaven, so I see no one whom your godly exhortation, catechize, or lecture can benefit excepting this poor page, who being in Satan's hand as well as yourself had better worship with you than remain to cumber our better advised devotions. The page was wellnigh giving a round denial to the assertions which this speech implied, when remembering what had passed betwixt him and the regent, and seeing Catherine's finger raised in a monitory fashion, he felt himself, as on former occasions at the castle of Avenel, obliged to submit to the task of dissimulation, and followed Drifesdale down to the castle chapel, where he assisted in the devotions of the evening. The chaplain was named Elias Henderson. He was a man in the prime of life, and possessed of good natural parts, carefully improved by the best education, which those times afforded. To these qualities were added a faculty of close and terse reasoning, and at intervals, a flow of happy illustration and natural eloquence. The religious faith of Roland Graham, as we have already had opportunity to observe, rested on no secure basis, but was entertained rather in obedience to his grandmother's behests, and his secret desire to contradict the chaplain of Avenel Castle, than from any fixed or steady reliance which he placed on the Romish creed. His ideas had been of late considerably enlarged by the scenes he had passed through, and feeling that there was shame in not understanding something of those political disputes betwixt the professors of the ancient and the reformed faith, he listened with more attention than it had hitherto been in his nature to yield on such occasions to an animated discussion of some of the principal points of difference betwixt the churches so passed away the first day in the castle of Lochleven, and those which followed it were for some time of a very monotonous and uniform tenor. Chapter the 24th. 'Tis a weary life this. Vaults overhead and grates and bars around me, and my sad hours spent with as sad companions, whose thoughts are brooding o'er their own mischances, far, far too deeply to take part in mine. The woodsman, The course of life to which Mary and her little retinue were doomed was in the last degree secluded, and lonely varied only as the weather permitted or rendered impossible the queen's usual walk in the garden, or on the battlements. The greater part of the morning she wrought with her ladies at those pieces of needlework, many of which still remain proofs of her indefatigable application. At such hours, the page was permitted the freedom of the castle in Islet Nay. He was sometimes invited to attend George Douglas when he went a-sporting upon the lake, or on its margin opportunities of diversion, which were only clouded by the remarkable melancholy which always seemed to brood on that gentleman's brow, and to mark his whole demeanour a sadness so profound that Roland never observed him to smile, or to speak any word unconnected with the immediate object of their exercise. The most pleasant part of Roland's day was the occasional space which he was permitted to pass in personal attendance on the Queen and her ladies, together with the regular dinner time, which he always spent with Dame Mary Fleming and Catharine Seyton. At these periods, he had frequent occasion to admire the lively spirit and inventive imagination of the latter damsel, who was unwearied in her contrivances to amuse her mistress, and to banish for a time at least the melancholy which preyed on her bosom. She danced, she sung, she recited tales of ancient and modern times, with that heartfelt exertion of talent, of which the pleasure lies not in the vanity of displaying it to others, but in the enthusiastic consciousness that we possess it ourselves. And yet these high accomplishments were mixed with an air of rusticity and harebrained vivacity, which seemed rather to belong to some village made the coquette of the ring around the maypole, than to the high-bred descendant of an ancient baron. A touch of audacity, altogether short of effrontery, and far less approaching to vulgarity, gave as it were a wildness to all that she did, and Mary, while defending her from some of the occasional censures of her grave companion, compared her to a trained singing bird, escaped from a cage, which practices in all the luxuriance of freedom, and in full possession of the greenwood bough the airs which it had learned during its earlier captivity. The moments which the page was permitted to pass in the presence of this fascinating creature danced so rapidly away that, brief as they were, they compensated the weary dullness of all the rest of the day. The space of indulgence, however, was always brief, nor were any private interviews betwixt him and Catharine permitted, or even possible, whether it were some special precaution respecting the Queen's household, or whether it were her general ideas of propriety. Dame Fleming seemed particularly attentive to prevent the young people from holding any separate correspondence together, and bestowed for Catharine's sole benefit in this matter the full stock of prudence and experience which she had acquired when mother of the Queen's maidens of honor, and by which she had gained their hearty hatred. Casual meetings, however, could not be prevented, unless Catherine had been more desirous of shunning, or Roland Graham less anxious in watching for them. A smile, a jibe, a sarcasm, disarmed of its severity by the arch look with which it was accompanied, was all that time permitted to pass between them on such occasions. But such passing interviews neither afforded means nor opportunity to renew the discussion of the circumstances attending their earlier acquaintance, nor to permit Roland to investigate more accurately the mysterious apparition of the page in the purple velvet cloak at the hostelry of St. Michael's. The winter months slipped heavily away, and spring was already advanced when Roland Graham observed a gradual change in the manners of his fellow prisoners, having no business of his own to attend to, and being like those of his age, education, and degree sufficiently curious concerning what passed around. He began by degrees to suspect, and finally to be convinced, that there was something in agitation among his companions in captivity to which they did not desire that he should be privy. Nay, he became almost certain that by some means unintelligible to him, Queen Mary held correspondence beyond the walls and waters which surrounded her prison house, and that she nourished some secret hope of deliverance or escape in the conversations betwixt her and her attendants, at which he was necessarily present. The Queen could not always avoid showing that she was acquainted with the events which were passing abroad in the world, and which he only heard through her report. He observed that she wrote more and worked less than had been her former custom, and that, as if desirous to lull suspicion asleep, she changed her manner towards the Lady Lochleven into one more gracious, and which seemed to express a resigned submission to her lot. They think I am blind, he said to himself, and that I am unfit to be trusted, because I am so young, or it may be, because I was sent hither by the Regent. Well, but Sothy may be glad to confide in me in the long run, and Catharine Seyton, for as saucy as she is, may find me as safe a confidant as that sullen Douglas, whom she is always running after it. Maybe they are angry with me for listening to Master Elias Henderson, but it was their own fault for sending me there. And if the man speaks truth and good sense and preaches only the word of God, he is as likely to be right as either pope or councils. It is probable that in this last conjecture Roland Graham had hit upon the real cause, why the ladies had not entrusted him with their counsels. He had of late had several conferences with Henderson on the subject of religion, and had given him to understand that he stood in need of his instructions, although he had not thought there was either prudence or necessity for confessing that hitherto he had held the tenets of the Church of Rome. Elias Henderson, a keen propagator of the Reformed faith, had sought the seclusion of Lochleven Castle, with the express purpose and expectation of making converts from Rome amongst the domestics of the dethroned queen, and confirming the faith of those who already held the Protestant doctrines. Perhaps his hopes soared a little higher, and he might nourish some expectation of a proselyte more distinguished in the person of the deposed queen, but the pertinacity with which she and her female attendants refused to see or listen to him rendered such hope, if he nourished it, altogether abortive. The opportunity, therefore, of enlarging the religious information of Roland Graham, and bringing him to a more due sense of his duties to heaven, was hailed by the good man as a door opened by Providence for the salvation of a sinner. He dreamed not indeed that he was converting a papist, but such was the ignorance which Roland displayed upon some material points of the Reformed doctrine that Master Henderson, while praising his docility to the Lady Lochleven and her grandson Seldom, failed to add that his venerable brother Henry Warden must be now decayed in strength and in mind, since he found a catechumen of his flock so ill-grounded in the principles of his belief. For this indeed Roland Graham thought it was unnecessary to assign the true reason, which was his having made it a point of honor to forget all that Henry Warden taught him as soon as he was no longer compelled to read it over, as a lesson acquired by rote. The lessons of his new instructor, if not more impressively delivered, were received by a more willing ear and a more awakened understanding, and the solitude of Lochleven Castle was favorable to graver thoughts than the page had hitherto entertained. He wavered, yet indeed as one who was almost persuaded, but his attention to the chaplain's instructions procured him favor even with the stern old dame herself, and he was once or twice, but under great precaution, permitted to go to the neighboring village of Kinross, situated on the mainland, to execute some ordinary commission of his unfortunate mistress. For some time, Roland Graham might be considered as standing neuter betwixt the two parties who inhabited the water-girdled tower of Lochleven, but as he rose in the opinion of the lady of the castle and her chaplain, he perceived with great grief that he lost ground in that of Mary and her female allies. He came gradually to be sensible that he was regarded as a spy upon their discourse, and that instead of the ease with which they had formerly conversed in his presence, without suppressing any of the natural feelings of anger, of sorrow, or mirth, which the chance topic of the moment happened to call forth, their talk was now guardedly restricted to the most indifferent subjects, and a studied reserve observed even in their mode of treating these. This obvious want of confidence was accompanied with a correspondent change in their personal demeanor. Towards the unfortunate page, the queen, who had at first treated him with marked courtesy, now scarce spoke to him save to convey some necessary command for her service. The Lady Fleming restricted her notice to the most dry and distant expressions of civility, and Catherine Satan became bitter in her pleasantries, and shy, cross, and pettish in any intercourse they had together. What was yet more provoking, he saw, or thought he saw, marks of intelligence betwixt George Douglas and the beautiful Catherine Satan, and sharpened by jealousy, he wrought himself almost into a certainty that the looks which they exchanged conveyed matters of deep and serious import. No wonder, he thought, if courted by the son of a proud and powerful baron, she can no longer spare a word or look to the poor fortuneless page. In a word, Roland Graham's situation became truly disagreeable, and his heart naturally enough rebelled against the injustice of this treatment, which deprived him of the only comfort which he had received for submitting to a confinement in other respects irksome. He accused Queen Mary and Catherine Satan, for concerning the opinion of Dame Fleming, he was indifferent of inconsistency in being displeased with him on account of the natural consequences of an order of their own. Why did they send him to hear this overpowering preacher, the Abbot Ambrosius? He recollected, understood the weakness of their popish cause better, when he enjoined him to repeat within his own mind Aves and Credos and Paters, all the while old Henry Warden preached, or lectured that so he might secure himself against lending even a momentary ear to his heretical doctrine. But I will endure this life, no longer, said he to himself manfully, do they suppose I would betray my mistress, because I see cause to doubt of her. Religion that would be a serving, as they say, the devil for God's sake. I will forth into the world, that serves fair ladies, may at least expect kind looks and kind words. And I bear not the mind of a gentleman to submit to cold treatment and suspicion, and a lifelong captivity besides. I will speak to George Douglas tomorrow, when we go out a fishing. A sleepless night was spent in agitating this magnanimous resolution, and he arose in the morning, not perfectly decided in his own mind whether he should abide by it or not. It happened that he was summoned by the Queen at an unusual hour, and just as he was about to go out with George Douglas, he went to attend her commands in the garden. But as he had his angling rod in his hand, the circumstance announced his previous intention, and the Queen, turning to the Lady Fleming, said, Catherine must devise some other amusement for us. Ma bonny Amy, our discreet page, has already made his party for the day's pleasure. I said from the beginning, answered the Lady Fleming, that your Grace ought not to rely on being favoured with the company of a youth who has so many Huguenot acquaintances, and has the means of amusing himself far more agreeably than with us. I wish, said Catherine, her animated features reddening with mortification, that his friends would sail away with him for good, and bring us in return a page, if such a thing can be found, faithful to his Queen and to his religion. One part of your wishes may be granted, madam, said Roland Graham, unable any longer to restrain his sense of the treatment which he received on all sides. And he was about to add, I heartily wish you a companion in my room, if such can be found, who is capable of enduring women's caprices without going distracted. Luckily, he recollected the remorse which he had felt at having given way to the vivacity of his temper upon a similar occasion, and closing his lips imprisoned, until it died on his tongue, a reproach so misbecoming the presence of majesty. Why do you remain there, said the Queen, as if you were rooted to the parterre? I but attend your Grace's commands, said the page. I have none to give you. Begone, sir. As he left the garden to go to the boat, he distinctly heard Mary upbraid one of her attendants in these words, you see, to what you have exposed us. This brief scene at once determined Roland Graham's resolution to quit the castle if it were possible, and to impart his resolution to George Douglas. Without loss of time, that gentleman, in his usual mood of silence, sate in the stern of the little skiff, which they used on such occasions, trimming his fishing tackle, and from time to time indicating by signs to Graham, who pulled the oars, which way he should row. When they were a furlong or two from the castle, Roland rested on the oars, and addressed his companion somewhat abruptly, I have something of importance to say to you, under your pleasure, fair sir. The pensive melancholy of Douglas' countenance at once gave way to the eager, keen, and startled look of one who expects to hear something of deep and alarming import. I am wearied to the very death of this castle of Lochleven, continued Roland. Is that all, said Douglas? I know none of its inhabitants, who are much better pleased with it. But I am neither a native of the house, nor a prisoner in it, and so I may reasonably desire to leave it. You might desire to quit it with equal reason, answered Douglas, if you were both the one and the other. But, said Roland Graham, I am not only tired of living in Lochleven Castle, but I am determined to quit it. That is a resolution more easily taken than executed, replied Douglas. Not if yourself, sir, and your lady mother choose to consent, answered the page. You mistake the matter, Roland, said Douglas. You will find that the consent of two other persons is equally essential, that of the Lady Mary, your mistress, and that of my uncle, the regent, who placed you about her person, and who will not think it proper that she should change her attendants so soon. And must I then remain whether I will or no, demanded the page, somewhat appalled at a view of the subject, which would have occurred sooner to a person of more experience. At least, said George Douglas, you must will to remain till my uncle consents to dismiss you. Frankly, said the page, and speaking to you as a gentleman who is incapable of betraying me, I will confess that if I thought myself a prisoner here, neither walls nor water should confine me long. Frankly, said Douglas, I could not much blame you for the attempt, yet for all that my father or uncle, or the earl or any of my brothers, or in short any of the king's lords, into whose hands you fell, would in such a case hang you like a dog or like a sentinel who deserts his post. And I promise you that you will hardly escape them, but row towards St. Surf's Island. There is a breeze from the west, and we shall have sport keeping to windward of the isle where the ripple is strongest. We will speak more of what you have mentioned when we have had an hour's sport. Their fishing was successful, though never did two anglers pursue even that silent and unsocial pleasure, with less of verbal intercourse. When their time was expired, Douglas took the oars in his turn, and by his order Roland, Graham steered the boat directing her course upon the landing place at the castle. But he also stopped in the midst of his course, and looking around him said to Graham, "There is a thing which I could mention to thee, but it is so deep a secret that even here surrounded as we are by sea and sky, without the possibility of a listener, I cannot prevail on myself to speak it out." "Better leave it unspoken, sir," answered Roland Graham, "if you doubt the honor of him who alone can hear it." "I doubt not your honor," replied George Douglas, "but you are young, imprudent, and changeful." "Young," said Roland, "I am, and it may be imprudent, but who hath informed you that I am changeful?" "One that knows you perhaps better than you know yourself," replied Douglas. "I suppose you mean Catherine Satan," said the page, his heart rising as he spoke. "But she is herself 50 times more variable in her humor than the very water which we are floating upon." "My young acquaintance," said Douglas, "I pray you to remember that Catherine Satan is a lady of blood and birth, and must not be lightly spoken of." "Master George of Douglas," said Graham, as that speech seemed to be made under the warrant of something like a threat, "I pray you to observe that I value not the threat at the estimation of a fin of one of these dead trouts. And moreover, I would have you to know that the champion who undertakes the defense of every lady of blood and birth, whom men accuse of change of faith and of fashion, is like to have enough of work on his hands." "Go to," said the seneschal, but in a tone of good humor, "thou art a foolish boy, unfit to deal with any matter more serious than the casting of a net or the flying of a hawk." "If your secret concern Catherine Satan," said the page, "I care not for it, and so you may tell her, if you will. I wot she can shape you opportunity to speak with her, as she has ere now." The flush which passed over Douglas' face made the page aware that he had alighted on a truth when he was in fact speaking at random, and the feeling that he had done so was like striking a dagger into his own heart. His companion, without farther answer, resumed the oars, and pulled lustily, till they arrived at the island, and the castle. The servants received the produce of their spoil, and the two fishers, turning from each other in silence, went each to his several apartment. Roland Graham had spent about an hour in grumbling against Catherine Satan, the Queen the Regent, and the whole house of Lochleven, with George Douglas at the head of it, when the time approached that his duty called him to attend the meal of Queen Mary. As he arranged his dress for this purpose, he grudged the trouble which on similar occasions he used with boyish foppery to consider as one of the most important duties of his day. And when he went to take his place behind the chair of the Queen, it was with an air of offended dignity which could not escape her observation, and probably appeared to her ridiculous enough, for she whispered something in French to her ladies, at which the Lady Fleming laughed, and Catherine appeared half diverted and half disconcerted. This pleasantry, of which the subject was concealed from him, the unfortunate page received of course as a new offence, and called an additional degree of sullen dignity into his mien, which might have exposed him to farther raillery, but that Mary appeared disposed to make allowance for and compassionate his feelings. With the peculiar tact and delicacy which no woman possessed in greater perfection, she began to soothe by degrees the vexed spirit of her magnanimous attendant, the excellence of the fish which he had taken in his expedition, the high flavor and beautiful red color of the trouts, which have long given distinction to the lake, led her first to express her thanks to her attendant for so agreeable an addition to her table, especially upon a jour de June, and then brought on inquiries into the place where the fish had been taken, their size, their peculiarities, the times when they were in season, and a comparison between the Lochleven trouts and those which are found in the lakes and rivers of the south of Scotland. The ill humor of Roland Graham was never of an obstinate character. It rolled away like mist before the sun, and he was easily engaged in a keen and animated dissertation about Lochleven trout, and sea trout, and river trout, and bull trout, and char, which never rise to a fly, and parr, which some suppose infant salmon, and hurlings, which frequent the Nith and Venduses, which are only found in the castle loch of Lochmaben. And he was hurrying on with the eager impetuosity and enthusiasm of a young sportsman, when he observed that the smile with which the Queen at first listened to him died languidly away, and that in spite of her efforts to suppress them tears rose to her eyes. He stopped suddenly short and distressed in his turn, asked if he had the misfortune unwittingly to give displeasure to her grace. "No, my poor boy," replied the queen, "but as you numbered up the lakes and rivers of my kingdom imagination, cheated me as it will do and snatched me from these dreary walls away, to the romantic streams of Nithsdale, and the royal towers of Lochmaben O land, which my fathers have so long ruled of the pleasures, which you extend so freely your queen is now deprived, and the poorest beggar who may wander free from one landward town to another, would scorn to change fates with Mary of Scotland. Your Highness, said the Lady Fleming, will do well to withdraw. Come with me, then, Fleming, said the queen, I would not burden hearts so young, as these are with the sight of my sorrows. She accompanied these words with a look of melancholy compassion towards Roland and Catherine, who were now left alone together in the apartment. The page found his situation not a little embarrassing, for as every reader has experienced, who may have chanced to be in such a situation, it is extremely difficult to maintain the full dignity of an offended person in the presence of a beautiful girl, whatever reason we may have for being angry with her. Catherine Satan on her part sate still like a lingering ghost which, conscious of the awe which its presence imposes, is charitably disposed to give the poor confused mortal whom it visits time to recover his senses, and comply with the grand rule of demonology, by speaking first. But as Roland seemed in no hurry to avail himself of her condescension, she carried it a step farther, and herself opened the conversation. I pray you, fair sir, if it may be permitted me, to disturb your august reverie by a question, so simple hat may have become of your rosary. It is lost, madam, lost some time, since, said Roland, partly embarrassed, and partly indignant. And may I ask farther, sir, said Catherine, why you have not replaced it with another? I have half a mind, she said, taking from her pocket a string of ebony beads, adorned with gold, to bestow one upon you, to keep for my sake, just to remind you of former acquaintance. There was a little tremulous accent in the tone with which these words were delivered, which at once put to flight Roland Graham's resentment, and brought him to Catherine's side. But she instantly resumed the bold and firm accent, which was more familiar to her. I did not bid you, she said, come and sit so close by me, for the acquaintance that I spoke of has been stiff and cold dead, and buried for this many a day. Now heaven forbid, said the page, it has only slept, and now that you desire it should awake fair, Catherine, believe me that a pledge of your returning favor. Nay, nay, said Catherine, withholding the rosary, towards which, as he spoke, he extended his hand. I have changed my mind on better reflection. What should a heretic do with these holy beads that have been blessed by the Father of the Church himself? Roland winced grievously, for he saw plainly which way the discourse was now likely to tend, and felt that it must at all events be embarrassing. Nay, but he said it was as a token of your own regard that you offered them. I, fair sir, but that regard attended the faithful subject, the loyal and pious Catholic, the individual who was so solemnly devoted at the same time with myself to the same grand duty, which you must now understand, was to serve the Church and Queen. To such a person, if you ever heard of him, was my regard due, and not to him who associates with heretics, and is about to become a renegado. I should scarce believe, fair mistress, said Roland indignantly, that the vein of your favor turned only to a Catholic wind, considering that it points so plainly to George Douglas, who I think is both Kingsman and Protestant. Think better of George Douglas, said Catherine, than to believe, and then checking herself as if she had spoken too much, she went on, I assure you, fair Master Roland, that all who wish you well are sorry for you. Their number is very few, I believe, answered Roland, and their sorrow, if they feel any not deeper than 10 minutes' time, will cure. They are more numerous, and think more deeply concerning you than you seem to be aware, answered Catherine, but perhaps they think wrong. You are the best judge in your own affairs, and if you prefer gold and churchlands to honor and loyalty, and the faith of your fathers, why should you be hampered in conscience more than others? May heaven bear witness for me, said Roland, that if I entertain any difference of opinion, that is, if I nourish any doubts in point of religion, they have been adopted on the conviction of my own mind, and the suggestion of my own conscience. I, your conscience, your conscience, repeated she with satiric emphasis, your conscience is the scapegoat. I warrant it, an able one it will bear the burden of one of the best manors of the Abbey of St. Mary of Kennaquhair, lately forfeited to our noble Lord the King, by the Abbot and community thereof for the high crime of fidelity to their religious vows, and now to be granted by the high and mighty traitor, and so forth, James Earl of Murray, to the good squire of Dames Roland Graham for his loyal and faithful service, as underrespiel and deputiternky, for securing the person of his lawful sovereign Queen Mary. You misconstrue me cruelly, said the page. Yes, Catherine, most cruelly, God knows. I would protect this poor lady at the risk of my life, or with my life. But what can I do? What can anyone do for her? Much may be done enough, maybe done all, maybe done if men will be but true and honourable as Scottish men were in the days of Bruce and Wallace. O Roland, from what an enterprise you are now withdrawing your heart and hand through mere fickleness and coldness of spirit. How can I withdraw, said Roland, from an enterprise which has never been communicated to me? Has the Queen, or have you, or has anyone communicated with me upon anything for her service which I have refused? Or have you not all of you held me at such distance from your counsels as if I were the most faithless spy, since the days of Gainlun? Footnote: Gangana or Gainlun of Mayence is in the romances on the subject of Charlemagne, and his paladins always represented as the traitor by whom the Christian champions are betrayed. And who said Catherine Satan would trust the sworn friend and pupil and companion of the heretic preacher Henderson? I, a proper tutor, you have chosen instead of the excellent Ambrosius, who is now turned out of house and homestead, if indeed he is not languishing in a dungeon for withstanding the tyranny of Morton, to whose brother the temporalities of that noble house of God have been gifted away by the regent. Is it possible, said the page, and is the excellent Father Ambrose in such distress? He would account the news of your falling away from the faith of your fathers, answered Catherine, a worse mishap than aught that tyranny can inflict on himself. But why, said Roland, very much moved, why should you suppose that it is with me as you say? Do you yourself deny it, replied Catherine? Do you not admit that you have drunk the poison, which you should have dashed from your lips? Do you deny that it now ferments in your veins, if it has not altogether corrupted the springs of life? Do you deny that you have your doubts, as you proudly term them, respecting what popes and councils have declared it unlawful to doubt of? Is not your faith wavering, if not overthrown? Does not the heretic preacher boast his conquest? Does not the heretic woman of this prison house hold up thy example to others? Do not the Queen and the Lady Fleming believe in thy falling away? And is there any except one? I will speak it out, and think as lightly as you please of my goodwill. Is there one, except myself, that holds even a lingering hope that you may yet prove what we once all believed of you? I know not, said our poor page, much embarrassed by the view which was thus presented to him of the conduct he was expected to pursue, and by a person in whom he was not the less interested, that though long a resident in Lochleven Castle, with no object so likely to attract his undivided attention, no lengthened interview had taken place since they had first met. I know not what you expect of me or fear from me. I was sent hither to attend Queen Mary, and to her I acknowledge the duty of a servant through life and death. If anyone had expected service of another kind, I was not the party to render it. I neither avow nor disclaim the doctrines of the Reformed Church. Will you have the truth? It seems to me that the profligacy of the Catholic clergy has brought this judgment on their own heads, and for aught I know, it may be for their reformation, but for betraying this unhappy Queen, God knows, I am guiltless of the thought. Did I even believe worse of her than as her servant, I wish as her subject I dare to do. I would not betray her, far from it. I would aid her in aught which could tend to a fair trial of her cause. Enough, answered Catherine, clasping her hands together. Then thou wilt not desert us, if any means are presented by which placing our royal mistress at freedom, this case, may be honestly tried betwixt her and her rebellious subjects. Nay, but fair, Catherine, replied the page. Here, but what the Lord of Murray said when he sent me hither. Here, but what the devil said, replied the maiden, rather than what a false subject, a false brother, a false counsellor, a false friend, said. A man raised from a petty pensioner on the crown's bounty, to be the counsellor of majesty, and the prime distributor of the bounties of the state, and with whom rank, fortune, title, consequence, and power all grew up like a mushroom by the mere warm goodwill of the sister, whom in requital he hath mewed up in this place of melancholy seclusion, whom in farther requital he has deposed, and whom if he dared he would murder. I think not so ill of the Earl of Murray, said Roland Graham, and sooth to speak, he added with a smile, it would require some bribe to make me embrace with firm and desperate resolution either one side or the other. Nay, if that is all, replied Catherine Satan, in a tone of enthusiasm, you shall be guerdoned with prayers from oppressed subjects, from dispossessed clergy, from insulted nobles with immortal praise, by future ages with eager gratitude, by the present with fame on earth, And with felicity in heaven your country will thank Yao your queen will be debtor to Yao you will achieve. At once the highest from the lowest degree in chivalry all men will honor all women will love Yuan I sworn with you so early to the accomplishment of Queen Mary's freedom willies. I will of you better thanver sister. Loved brother, say aunts, on whispered Roland kneeling on one knee, and taking her hand which in the warmth of exhortation Catherine held towards him. Nay said she pausing, I have already said too much for too much if I prevail not with you far too little if I do. But I prevail she continued seeing that the countenance of the youth she addressed returned the enthusiasm of her own eye prevail, or rather the good cause prevails through its own strengths, I devote thee to it. And as she spoke, she approached her finger to the brow of the astonished youth, and without touching it signed the cross over his forehead stooped her face towards him, and seemed to kiss the empty space in which she had traced the symbol, then starting up, and extricating herself from his grasp darted into the queen's apartment. Roland Graham remained as the enthusiastic maiden had left him kneeling on one knee with breath withheld, and with eyes fixed upon the space which the fairy form of Catherine Satan had so lately occupied. If his thoughts were not of unmixed delight, they at least partook of that thrilling and intoxicating though mingled sense of pain and pleasure the most overpowering which life offers in its blended cup. He rose and retired slowly, and although the chaplain Mr. Henderson preached on that evening his best sermon against the errors of popery, I would not engage that he was followed accurately through the train of his reasoning by the young proselyte with a view to whose especial benefit he had handled the subject. Chapter the 25th. And when love's torch hath set the heart in flame, comes saner reason with his saws and cautions, giving such aid as the old greybeard sexton, who from the church vault drags the crazy engine to ply its dribbling ineffectual streamlet against a conflagration. Old plays. In a musing mood Roland Graham upon the ensuing morning betook himself to the battlements of the castle as a spot where he might indulge the course of his thick-coming fancies with least chance of interruption. But his place of retirement was in the present case ill chosen, for he was presently joined by Mr. Elias Henderson. I sought you, young man, said the preacher, having to speak of something which concerns you nearly. The page had no pretense for avoiding the conference, which the chaplain thus offered, though he felt that it might prove an embarrassing one. In teaching thee as far as my feeble knowledge hath permitted thy duty towards God, said the chaplain, there are particulars of your duty towards man, upon which I was unwilling long or much to insist. You are here in the service of a lady honorable as touching her birth, deserving of all compassion as respects her misfortunes, and garnished with even but too many of those outward qualities which win men's regard and affection. Have you ever considered your regard to this Lady Mary of Scotland in its true light and bearing? I trust, Reverend Sir, replied Roland Graham, that I am well aware of the duties a servant in my condition owes to his royal mistress, especially in her lowly and distressed condition. True, answered the preacher, but it is even that honest feeling which may in the Lady Mary's case carry thee into great crime and treachery. How so, Reverend Sir, replied the page, I profess I understand you not. I speak to you not of the crimes of this ill-advised lady, said the preacher, they are not subjects for the ears of her sworn servant. But it is enough to say that this unhappy person hath rejected more offers of grace, and more hopes of glory than ever were held out to earthly princes, and that she is now her day of favour being past sequestered in this lonely castle for the common weal of the people of Scotland, and it may be for the benefit of her own soul. Reverend Sir, said Roland somewhat impatiently, I am but too well aware that my unfortunate mistress is imprisoned, since I have the misfortune to share in her restraint myself off, which to speak sooth I am heartily weary. It is even of that which I am about to speak, said the chaplain mildly, but first, my good Roland, look forth on the pleasant prospect of yonder cultivated plain, you see, where the smoke arises, yonder village standing half hidden by the trees, and you know it to be the dwelling place of peace and industry from space to space, each by the side of its own stream. You see the grey towers of barons with cottages interspersed, and you know that they also with their household are now living in unity, the lance hung upon the wall, and the sword resting in its sheath. You see too more than one fair church where the pure waters of life are offered to the thirsty, and where the hungry are refreshed with spiritual food. What would he deserve who should bring fire and slaughter into so fair and happy a sinuho should bear the swords of the gentry, and turn them against each other, who should give tower and cottage to the flames, and slake the embers with the blood of the indwellers. What would he deserve, who should lift up again that ancient Dagon of superstition, whom the worthies of the time have beaten down, and who should once more make the churches of God the high places of Baal? You have limned a frightful picture, Reverend Sir, said Roland Graham, yet I guess not whom you would charge with the purpose of effecting a change so horrible. God forbid, replied the preacher, that I should say to thee thou art the man. Yet beware, Roland Graham, that thou in serving thy mistress hold fast the still higher service, which thou owest to the peace of thy country, and the prosperity of her inhabitants, else, Roland Graham, thou mayest be the very man upon whose head will fall the curses and assured punishment due to such work if thou art won by the song of these sirens, to aid that unhappy lady's escape from this place of penitence and security. It is over with the peace of Scotland's cottages, and with the prosperity of her palisade. The babe unborn shall curse the name of the man who gave inlet to the disorder, which will follow the war betwixt the mother and the son. I know of no such plan, Reverend Sir, answered the page, and therefore can aid none such. My duty towards the Queen has been simply that of an attendant. It is a task of which at times I would willingly have been freed. Nevertheless, it is to prepare thee for the enjoyment of something more of liberty, said the preacher, that I have endeavored to impress upon you the deep responsibility under which your office must be discharged. George Douglas hath told the Lady Lochleven that you are weary of this service, and my intercession hath partly determined her good ladyship that as your discharge cannot be granted, you shall instead be employed in certain commissions on the mainland, which have hitherto been discharged by other persons of confidence. Wherefore come with me to the lady, for even today such duty will be imposed on you. I trust you will hold me excused, Reverend Sir, said the page, who felt that an increase of confidence on the part of the lady of the castle and her family would render his situation, in a moral view, doubly embarrassing. One cannot serve two masters, and I much fear that my mistress will not hold me excused for taking employment under another. Fear not that, said the preacher, her consent shall be asked, and obtained. I fear she will yield it, but too easily, as hoping to avail herself of your agency to maintain correspondence with her friends, as those falsely call themselves, who would make her name the watchword for civil war. And thus, said the page, I shall be exposed to suspicion on all sides, for my mistress will consider me as a spy placed on her by her enemies, seeing me so far trusted by them, and the Lady Lochleven will never cease to suspect the possibility of my betraying her. Because circumstances put it into my power to do so, I would rather remain as I am. There followed a pause of 1 or 2 minutes, during which Henderson looked steadily in Roland's countenance, as if desirous to ascertain whether there was not more in the answer than the precise words seemed to imply. He failed in this point, however, for Roland, bred a page from childhood, knew how to assume a sullen, pettish cast of countenance, well enough calculated to hide all internal emotions. I understand thee not, Roland, said the preacher, or rather thou thinkest on this matter more deeply than I apprehended to be in thy nature. Methought the delight of going on shore with thy bow, or thy gun, or thy angling rod would have borne away all other feelings. And so it would, replied Roland, who perceived the danger of suffering Henderson's half-raised suspicions to become fully awake. I would have thought of nothing but the gun and the oar and the wild waterfowl that tempt me by sailing among the sedges yonder so far out of flightshot. Had you not spoken of my going on shore, as what was to occasion burning of town, and tower, the downfall of the Evangel, and the upsetting of the Mass. Follow me then, said Henderson, and we will seek the Lady Lochleven. They found her at breakfast with her grandson George Douglas. Peace be with your ladyship, said the preacher, bowing to his patroness. Roland Graham awaits your order. Young man, said the lady, our chaplain hath warranted for thy fidelity, and we are determined to give you certain errands to do for us in our town of Kinross. Not by my advice, said Douglas coldly. I said not that it was, answered the lady something sharply. The mother of thy father may, I should think, be old enough to judge for herself in a matter so simple. Thou wilt take the skiff, Roland, and 2 of my people, whom Drifesdale or Randall will order out, and fetch off certain stuff of plate and hangings, which should last night be lodged at Kinross by the wains from Edinburgh. And give this packet, said George Douglas, to a servant of ours, whom you will find in waiting. There it is, the report to my father, he added, looking towards his grandmother, who acquiesced by bending her head. I have already mentioned to Master Henderson, said Roland Graham, that as my duty requires my attendance on the Queen, her Grace's permission for my journey ought to be obtained before I can undertake your commission. Look to it, my son, said the old lady, the scruple of the youth is honorable. Craving your pardon, madam, I have no wish to force myself on her presence. Thus early said Douglas in an indifferent tone, it might displease her, and were no way agreeable to me. And I said the Lady Lochleven, although her temper hath been more gentle of late, have no will to undergo without necessity the rancour of her wit. Under your permission, madam, said the chaplain, I will myself render your request to the Queen during my long residence in this house. She hath not deigned to see me in private, or to hear my doctrine, yet so may heaven prosper my labours as love for her soul and desire to bring her into the right path, was my chief desire for coming hither. Take care, Master Henderson, said Douglas in a tone, which seemed almost sarcastic, lest you rush hastily on an adventure to which you have no vocation. You are learned, and know the adage ne accessoris in concilium nisi vocatus, who hath required this at your hand. The master to whose service I am called, answered the preacher, looking upward, he, who hath commanded me to be earnest in season and out of season. Your acquaintance hath not been much, I think, with courts or princes, continued the young esquire. No, sir, replied Henderson, but like my master Knox, I see nothing frightful in the fair face of a pretty lady. My son, said the Lady of Lochleven, quench not the good man's zeal, let him do the errand to this unhappy princess. With more willingness than I would do it myself, said George Douglas, yet something in his manner appeared to contradict his words. The minister went accordingly, followed by Roland Graham, and demanding an audience of the imprisoned princess was admitted. He found her with her ladies engaged in the daily task of embroidery. The Queen received him with that courtesy, which in ordinary cases she used towards all who approached her, and the clergyman, in opening his commission, was obviously somewhat more embarrassed than he had expected to be the good Lady of Lochleven. May it please your grace. He made a short pause, during which Mary said, with a smile, my grace would in truth be well pleased, were the Lady Lochleven, our good lady, but go on. What is the will of the good Lady of Lochleven? She desires, madam, said the chaplain, that your grace will permit this young gentleman, your page Roland Graham, to pass to Kinross to look after some household stuff, and hangings, sent hither for the better furnishing your grace's apartments. The Lady of Lochleven, said the Queen, uses needless ceremony in requesting our permission for that which stands within her own pleasure. We well know that this young gentleman's attendance on us had not been so long permitted, were he not thought to be more at the command of that good lady than at ours, but we cheerfully yield consent that he shall go on her errand with our will. We would doom no living creature to the captivity which we ourselves must suffer. Ay, madam, answered the preacher, and it is doubtless natural for humanity to quarrel with its prison house. Yet there have been those who have found that time spent in the house of temporal captivity may be so employed as to redeem us from spiritual slavery. I apprehend your meaning, sir, replied the Queen, but I have heard your apostle, I have heard Master John Knox, and were I to be perverted, I would willingly resign to the ablest and most powerful of heresiarchs the poor honor he might acquire by overcoming my faith and my hope. Madam, said the preacher, it is not to the talents or skill of the husbandman that God gives the increased words which were offered in vain by him, whom you justly call our apostle, during the bustle and gaiety of a court may yet find better acceptance during the leisure for reflection which this place affords. God knows, lady, that I speak in singleness of heart, as one who would as soon compare himself to the immortal angels as to the holy man whom you have named. Yet would you but condescend to apply to their noblest use those talents, and that learning which all allow you to be possessed of, would you afford us but the slightest hope that you would hear and regard what can be urged against the blinded superstition and idolatry in which you are brought up? Sure am I that the most powerfully gifted of my brethren, that even John Knox himself would hasten hither, and account the rescue of your single soul from the nets of Romish error. I am obliged to you, and to them for their charity, said Mary, but as I have at present but one presence chamber, I would reluctantly see it converted into a Huguenot synod. At least, madam, be not thus obstinately blinded in your errors. Hear one who has hungered and thirsted, watched, and prayed to undertake the good work of your conversion, and who would be content to die the instant that a work so advantageous for yourself, and so beneficial to Scotland, were accomplished. Yes, lady, could I but shake the remaining pillar of the heathen temple in this land, and that permit me to term your faith in the delusions of Rome, I could be content to die overwhelmed in the ruins. I will not insult your zeal, sir, replied Mary, by saying you are more likely to make sport for the Philistines than to overwhelm them. Your charity claims my thanks for it is warmly expressed, and may be truly purposed, but believe as well of me, as I am willing to do of you, and think that I may be as anxious to recall you to the ancient and only road, as you are to teach me your new byways to paradise. Then, madam, if such be your generous purpose, said Henderson, eagerly, what hinders that we should dedicate some part of that time, unhappily, now too much at your grace's disposal, to discuss a question so weighty? You by report of all men are both learned and witty, and I, though without such advantages, am strong in my cause, as in a tower of defense. Why should we not spend some space in endeavoring to discover which of us hath the wrong side in this important matter? Nay, said Queen Mary, I never alleged my force was strong enough to accept of a combat en champ close with a scholar, and a polemic besides. The match is not equal. You, sir, might retire, when you felt the battle go against you, while I am tied to the stake, and have no permission to say the debate wearies me. I would be alone. She curtsied low to him as she uttered these words, and Henderson, whose zeal was indeed ardent, but did not extend to the neglect of delicacy, bowed in return, and prepared to withdraw. I would, he said, that my earnest wish, my most zealous prayer, could procure to your grace any blessing or comfort, but especially that in which alone blessing or comfort is as easily as the slightest intimation of your wish will remove me from your presence. He was in the act of departing, when Mary said to him, with much courtesy, Do me no injury in your thoughts, good sir. It may be, that if my time here be protracted longer, as surely, I hope, it will not, trusting that either my rebel subjects will repent of their disloyalty, or that my faithful lieges will obtain the upper hand. But, if my time be here protracted, it may be I shall have no displeasure in hearing one who seems so reasonable and compassionate as yourself, and I may hazard your contempt by endeavoring to recollect and repeat the reasons which schoolmen and councils give for the faith that is in me. Though I fear that, God help me, my Latin has deserted me with my other possessions. This must, however, be for another day. Meanwhile, sir, let the Lady of Lochleven employ my page as she lists. I will not afford suspicion by speaking a word to him before he goes. Roland Graham, my friend, lose not an opportunity of amusing Thyselftance, sing, run, and leap-all may be done merrily on the mainland, but he must have more than quicksilver in his veins who would frolic here. Alas, madam, said the preacher, to what is it you exhort the youth? While time passes, and eternity summons, can our salvation be ensured by idle mirth, or our good work wrought out without fear and trembling? I cannot fear or tremble, replied the Queen to Mary Stuart, such emotions are unknown. But if weeping and sorrow on my part will atone for the boys enjoying an hour of boyish pleasure, be assured the penance shall be duly paid. Nay, but gracious lady, said the preacher, in this you greatly err. Tears, and our sorrows, are all too little for our own faults and follies, nor can we transfer them, as your church falsely teaches, to the benefit of others. May I pray you, sir, answered the Queen, with as little offense as such a prayer may import, to transfer yourself elsewhere. We are sick at heart, and may not now be disposed with farther controversy. And thou, Roland, take this little purse. Then turning to the divine, she said, showing its contents, look, reverend seer, it contains only these 2 or 3 gold testoons, a coin, which, though bearing my own features, I have ever found more active against me than on my side, just as my subjects take arms against me with my own name for their summons. And signal, take this purse, that thou mayest want no means of amusement, fail not to bring met back news from Kinross, only let it be such as without suspicion or offence may be told in the presence of this reverend gentleman, or of the good Lady Lochleven herself. The last hint was too irresistible to be withstood, and Henderson withdrew, half mortified, half pleased with his reception for Mary from long habit, and the address which was natural to her, had learned in an extraordinary degree the art of evading discourse, which was disagreeable to her feelings or prejudices, without affronting those by whom it was proffered. Roland Graham retired with the chaplain at a signal from his lady, but it did not escape him that as he left the room, stepping backwards, and making the deep obeisance due to royalty, Catherine Satan held up her slender forefinger with a gesture which he alone could witness, and which seemed to say, remember what has passed betwixt us. The young page had now his last charge from the Lady of Lochleven. There are revels, she said, this day at the village. Me son's authority is as yet unable to prevent these continued workings of the ancient leaven of folly, which the Romish priests have kneaded into the very souls of the Scottish peasantry. I do not command thee to abstain from them, that would be only to lay a snare for thy folly or to teach thee falsehood, but enjoy these vanities with moderation, and mark them as something thou must soon learn to renounce, and contemn our chamberlain at Kinross Luke London doctor, as he foolishly calleth himself will, acquaint thee what is to be done in the matter, about which thou goest remember thou art trusted show thyself, therefore worthy of trust. When we recollect that Roland Graham was not yet 19, and that he had spent his whole life in the solitary castle of Avenel, excepting the few hours he had passed in Edinburgh, and his late residence at Lochleven, the latter period having very little served to enlarge his acquaintance with the gay world, we cannot wonder that his heart beat high with hope and curiosity at the prospect of partaking the sport, even of a country wake. He hastened to his little cabin, and turned over the wardrobe with which in every respect becoming his station, he had been supplied from Edinburgh, probably by order of the Earl of Murray, by the Queen's command. He had hitherto waited upon her in mourning, or at least in sad-coloured raiment. Her condition, she said, admitted of nothing more gay. But now he selected the gayest dress. His wardrobe afforded, composed of scarlet slashed with black satin, the royal colours of Scotland, combed his long curled hair, disposed his chain and medal round a beaver hat of the newest block, and with the gay falchion, which had reached him in so mysterious a manner, hung by his side, in an embroidered belt, his apparel added to his natural frank mien and handsome figure, formed a most commendable and pleasing specimen of the young gallant of the period. He sought to make his parting reverence to the Queen and her ladies, but old Drifestill hurried him to the boat. "We will have no private audiences," he said, "my master, since you are to be trusted with somewhat. We will try at least to save thee from the temptation of opportunity. God help the child," he added, with a glance of contempt at his gay clothes, "and the bearward be yonder from St. Andrew's. Have a care thou go not near him." "And wherefore, I pray you," said Roland. "Lest he take thee for one of his runaway jackanapes," answered the steward, smiling sourly. "I wear not my clothes at thy cost," said Roland indignantly. "Nor at thine own either, my son," replied the steward, "else would thy garb more nearly resemble thy merit and thy station." Roland Graham suppressed with difficulty the repartee which arose to his lips, and wrapping his scarlet mantle around him, threw himself into the boat, which two rowers, themselves urged by curiosity to see the revels, pulled stoutly towards the west end of the lake. As they put off, Roland thought he could discover the face of Catherine Satan, though carefully withdrawn from observation. Peeping from a loophole to view his departure, he pulled off his hat, and held it up as a token that he saw, and wished her adieu. A white kerchief waved for a second across the window, and for the rest of the little voyage, the thoughts of Catherine Satan disputed ground in his breast, with the expectations excited by the approaching revel. As they drew nearer and nearer the shore, the sounds of mirth and music, the laugh, the halloo, and the shout came thicker upon the ear, and in a trice the boat was moored, and Roland Graham hastened in quest of the chamberlain, that being informed what time he had at his own disposal, he might lay it out to the best advantage. Chapter the 26th. Room for the Master of the Ring, ye swains. Divide your crowded ranks before him, march. The rural minstrelsy, the rattling drum, the clamorous warpipe and fair-chewing horn. Rural sport Somerville. No long space intervened ere Roland Graham was able to discover among the crowd of revellers who gambled upon the open space, which extends betwixt the village and the lake, a person of so great importance as Dr. Luke London, upon whom devolved officially the charge of representing the lord of the land, and who was attended for support of his authority by a piper, a drummer, and 4 sturdy clowns armed with rusty halberds, garnished with party-coloured ribbons, myrmidons, who early as the day was, had already broken more than one head in the awful names of the Laird of Lochleven and his chamberlain. Footnote: at Scottish fairs, the baillie or magistrate deputed by the lord in whose name the meeting is held attends the fair with his guard, decides trifling disputes, and punishes on the spot any petty delinquencies. His attendants are usually armed with halberds, and sometimes at least escorted by music. Thus in the life and death of Habby Simpson, we are told of that famous minstrel. At fairs he played before the spearmen, and gaily graithed in their gearmen. Steel bonnets, jacks, and swords shone clear then, like ony bead. Now wha shall play before sic weirmen, since Hab is dead? As soon as this dignitary was informed that the castle skiff had arrived with a gallant dressed like a lord's son at the least, who desired presently to speak to him, he adjusted his ruff, and his black coat turned round his girdle, till the garnished hilt of his long rapier became visible, and walked with due solemnity towards the beach. Solemn, indeed, he was entitled to be even on less important occasions, for he had been bred to the venerable study of medicine, as those acquainted with the science very soon discovered from the aphorisms which ornamented his discourse. His success had not been equal to his pretensions, but as he was a native of the neighboring kingdom of Fife, and bore distant relation to or dependence upon the ancient family of London of that ilk, who were bound in close friendship with the house of Lochleven, he had through their interest got planted comfortably enough in his present station, upon the banks of that beautiful lake, the profits of his chamberlainship being moderate especially in those unsettled times. He had eked it out a little with some practice in his original profession, and it was said that the inhabitants of the village and barony of Kinross were not more effectually thorough, which may be translated enthralled to the baron's mill, than they were to the medical monopoly of the chamberlain. Woe betide the family of the rich boor who presumed to depart this life without a passport from Dr. Luke London, for if his representatives had aught to settle with the baron, as it seldom happened otherwise, they were sure to find a cold friend in the chamberlain. He was considered enough, however, gratuitously, to help the poor out of their ailments, and sometimes out of all their other distresses at the same time. Formal in a double proportion, both as a physician and as a person in office, and proud of the scraps of learning, which rendered his language almost universally unintelligible, Dr. Luke London approached the beach, and hailed the page, as he advanced towards him. The freshness of the morning upon you, fair sir, you are sent, I warrant me, to see if we observe here the regimen which her good ladyship hath prescribed for eschewing all superstitious observances and idle anilities in these our revels. I am aware that her good ladyship would willingly have altogether abolished and abrogated them, but, as I had the honour to quote to her from the works of the learned Hercules of Saxony, omnis curatio est vel canonica vel coctathat, is fair sir, for silk and velvet have seldom their Latin ad ungum. Every cure must be wrought either by art and induction of rule, or by constraint, and the wise physician choose the former, which argument her ladyship being pleased to allow well of. I have made it my business so to blend instruction and caution with delight fiat mixtio, as we say that I can answer that the vulgar mind will be defecated and purged of annal and popish fooleries, by the medicament adhibited, so that the primy vice being cleansed, Master Henderson, or any other able pastor, may at will throw in tonics, and effectuate a perfect moral cure. Tudo cedo jucund. I have no charge, Dr. London, replied the page. Call me not doctor, said the chamberlain, since I have laid aside my furred gown and bonnet, and retired me into this temporality of chamberlainship. O sir, said the page, who was no stranger by report to the character of this original, the cowl makes not the monk, neither the cord the friar. We have all heard of the cures wrought by Dr. London. Toys young Sir Trifles, answered the leech with grave disclamation of superior skill, the hidormus practice of a poor retired gentleman, in a short cloak and doublet merry. Heaven send its blessing, and this I must say, better fashioned mediciners have brought fewer patients through lunga, roba court a scientia seth, the Italian have fair sir, you have the language. Roland Graham did not think it necessary to expound to this learned Theban whether he understood him or no, but leaving that matter uncertain, he told him he came in quest of certain packages, which should have arrived at Kinross, and been placed under the chamberlain's charge the evening before. Body o' me, said Dr. London, I fear our common carrier John Auchtermuchty hath met with some mischance, that he came not up last night with his wainsbed land this to journey in my master, and the fool will travel by night too, although besides all maladies from your tussis to your pesties, which walk abroad in the night air, he may well fall in with half a dozen swashbucklers who will ease him at once of his baggage, and his earthly complaints. I must send forth to inquire after him, since he hath stuff of the honourable household on Hondond, by Our Lady, he hath stuff of mine. Two certain drugs, sent me from the city for composition of my alexipharmix. This gear must be looked to. Hodge said he, addressing one of his redoubted bodyguard, do thou and Toby Telford take the mickle brown aver, and the black cudgelled mare, and make out towards the Carracraigs, and see what tidings you can have of Auchtermuchty, and his wains. I trust it is only the medicine of the pottlepot, being the only medicamentum which the beast useth, which hath caused him to tarry on the road. Take the ribbons from your halberds, ye knaves, and get on your jacks, plate sleeves, and knapskulls, that your presence may work some terror if you meet with opposers. He then added, turning to Roland Graham, I warrant me, we shall have news of the wains in brief season. Meantime, it will please you to look upon the sports, but first to enter my poor lodging, and take your morning's cup for what saith the school of Salerno. Poculum main hostum. Restoret naturem exhaustem. Your learning is too profound for me, replied the page, and so would your draught be likewise, I fear. Not a whit fair seer, a cordial cup of sack impregnated with wormhood is the best antipestilential draught, and to speak truth, the pestilential miasmata are now very rife in the atmosphere. We live in a happy time, young man, continued he in a tone of grave irony, and have many blessings unknown to our fathers. Here are two sovereigns in the land, a regnant and a claimant. That is enough of one good thing, but if anyone wants more, he may find a king in every peelhouse in the country. So if we lack government, it is not for want of governors. Then have we a civil war to phlebotomize us every year, and to prevent our population from starving for want of food, and, for the same purpose, we have the plague proposing us a visit, the best of all recipes for thinning a land, and converting younger brothers into elder ones. Well, each man in his vocation. You young fellows of the sword desire to wrestle fence, or so forth, with some expert adversary. And for my part, I love to match myself for life or death against that same plague. As they proceeded up the street of the little village, towards the doctor's lodgings, his attention was successively occupied by the various personages whom he met, and pointed out to the notice of his companion. Do you see that fellow with the red bonnet, the blue jerkin, and the great rough baton in his hand? I believe that clown hath the strength of a tower, has lived 50 years in the world, and never encouraged the liberal sciences, by buying 1 pennyworth of medicaments. See you that man with the facies hippocratica, said he, pointing out a thin peasant with swelled legs, and a most cadaverous countenance, that I call one of the worthiest men in the baronet. Breakfasts, luncheons, dines, and sups by my advice, and not without my medicine, and for his own single part will go farther to clear out a moderate stock of pharmaceutics than half the country. Besides, how do you, my honest friend, said he to the party in question with a tone of condolence. Very weakly, sir, since I took the electuary, answered the patient. It neighbored ill, with the 2 spoonfuls of pease porridge and the kern milk. Pease porridge and kern milk, have you been under medicine these 10 years? And keep your diet so ill. Next morning take the electuary by itself, and touch nothing for 6 hours. The poor object bowed and limped off. The next whom the doctor deigned to take notice of was a lame fellow, by whom the honor was altogether undeserved, for at sight of the mediciner, he began to shuffle away in the crowd, as fast as his infirmities would permit. There is an ungrateful hound for you, said Dr. London. I cured him of the gout in his feet, and now he talks of the chargeableness of medicine, and makes the first use of his restored legs to fly from his physician. His podagra hath become a chiragra, as honest Marshall hath it. The gout has got into his fingers, and he cannot draw his purse. Old saying and true. Premia cum possit medicus sathan est. We are angels when we come to cure devils, when we ask payment, but I will administer a purgation to his purse. I warrant him, there is his brother too, a sordid chuffso. Ho there, Saunders Darlet, you have been ill, I hear. Just got the turn, as I was thinking to send to your honor, and I am brawly now. Agonet was nae great thing that ailed me. Hark you, sirrah, said the doctor, I trust you remember you are owing to the laird 4 stones of barley meal, and a bow of oats, and I would have you send no more such kindfuls as you sent last season, that looked as wretchedly as patients just dismissed from a plague hospital, and there is hard money owing besides. I was thinking, sir, said the man more scotico, that is returning no direct answer on the subject on which he was addressed. My best way would be to come down to your honor, and take your advice, yet in case my trouble should come back. Do so then, knave, replied London, and remember what Ecclesiasticus saith, give place to the physician, let him not go from thee, for thou hast need of him. His exhortation was interrupted by an apparition, which seemed to strike the doctor with as much horror and surprise as his own visage inflicted upon sundry of those persons whom he had addressed. The figure which produced this effect on the Aesculapius of the village was that of a tall old woman who wore a high-crowned hat and muffler. The first of these habiliments added apparently to her stature, and the other served to conceal the lower part of her face, and as the hat itself was slouched, little could be seen besides 2 brown cheekbones, and the eyes of swarthy fire that gleamed from under 2 shaggy gray eyebrows. She was dressed in a long dark-colored robe of unusual fashion, bordered at the skirts, and on the stomacher, with a sort of white trimming, resembling the Jewish phylacteries, on which were wrought the characters of some unknown language. She held in her hand a walking staff of black ebony. By the soul of Celsus, said Dr. Luke London, it is old Mother Nickneven herself hath come to beard me within mine own bounds, and in the very execution of mine office, Have thy coat, old woman, as the song says. Hob answered, let her presently be seized and committed to the Tolbooth. And if there are any zealous brethren here, who would give the hag her deserts, and duck her as a witch in the loch, I pray let them in no way be hindered. But the myrmidons of Dr. London showed in this case no alacrity to do his bidding. Hob answered, even ventured to remonstrate in the name of himself, and his brethren to be sure he was to do his honour's bidding. And for that folks said about the skill and witcheries of Mother Nicknevin, he would put his trust in God, and his hand on her collar without dreader. But she was no common speewife, this Mother Nicknevin, like Jean Jop, that lived in the Brickerbock. She had lords and lairds that would ruffle. For her there was Moncrief of Tippermalloch that was popish, and the Laird of Carslogie, a kend Queen's man, were in the fair with Wakend how money swords and bucklers at their back, and they would be sure to make a breakout if the officers meddled with the auld popish witchwife, who was sae weel, friended mair especially, as the Laird's best men such as were not in the castle were in Edinburgh with him, and he doubted his honour the doctor would find o'er few to make a good backing, if blades were bare. The doctor listened unwillingly to this prudential counsel, and was only comforted by the faithful promise of his satellite that the old woman should, as he expressed it, be teen canny the next time she trespassed on the bounds. And in that event, said the doctor to his companion, fire and faggot shall be the best of her welcome. This he spoke in hearing of the dame herself, who even then, and in passing the doctor shot towards him from under her grey eyebrows a look of the most insulting and contemptuous superiority. This way, continued the physician, this way, marshalling his guest into his lodging, take care you stumble not over a retort, for it is hazardous for the ignorant to walk in the ways of art. The page found all reason for the caution, for besides stuffed birds and lizards and snakes bottled up, and bundles of simples made up, and other parcels spread out to dry, and all the confusion, not to mention the mingled and sickening smells incidental to a druggist's stock in trade, he had also to avoid heaps of charcoal crucibles, bolt-head stoves, and the other furniture of a chemical laboratory. Amongst his other philosophical qualities, Dr. London failed not to be a confused sloven, and his old dame housekeeper, whose life, as she said, was spent in redding him up, had trotted off to the mart of gaiety with other and younger folks, much chattering and jangling. Therefore there was among jars and bottles and vials, ere the doctor produced the salutiferous potion which he recommended so strongly, and a search equally long and noisy followed among broken cans and cracked pipkins ere he could bring forth a cup out of which to drink it. Both matters being at length achieved, the doctor set the example to his guest by quaffing off a cup of the cordial, and smacking his lips with approbation as it descended his gullet. Roland, in turn, submitted to swallow the potion which his host so earnestly recommended, but which he found so insufferably bitter that he became eager to escape from the laboratory in search of a draught of fair water, to expel the taste. In spite of his efforts, he was nevertheless detained by the garrulity of his host, till he gave him some account of Mother Nicknevin. I care not to speak of her, said the doctor, in the open air, and among the throng of people, not for fright like yon cowardly dog answer, but because I would give no occasion for a fray, having no leisure to look to stabs, slashes, and broken bones. Men call the old hag a prophetess. I do scarce believe she could foretell when a brood of chickens will chip the shell. Men say she reads the heavens. Me black bitch knows as much of them when she sits baying the moon. Men pretend the ancient wretch is a sorceress, a witch, and what not in turn knows. I will never contradict a rumor which may bring her to the stake which she so justly deserves, but neither will I believe that the tales of witches which they din into our ears are aught but knavery, cousinage, and old women's fables. In the name of heaven, what is she then, said the page, that you make such a stir about her? She is one of those cursed old women, replied the doctor, who take currently and impudently upon themselves to act as advisers and curers of the sick on the strength of some trash of herbs, some rhyme of spells, some julep, or diet drink, or cordial. Nay, go no farther, said the page. If they brew cordials, evil be their lot, and all their partakers. You say well, young man, said Dr. London. For mine own part, I know no such pests to the Commonwealth as these old incarnate devils, who haunt the chambers of the brain-sick patients that are mad enough to suffer them to interfere with, disturb, and let the regular process of a learned and artificial cure with their syrups, and their juleps and diascordium and mithridate, and my lady Whatshall-Callum's powder and worthy Dame Trasham's pill, and thus make widows and orphans and cheat the regular and well-studied physician in order to get the name of wise women and skeely neighbors, and so forth, but no more Aunt Mother Nicknaven footnote. This was the name given to the grandmother, which, the very Hecate of Scottish popular superstition, her name was bestowed, in one or two instances, upon sorceresses, who were held to resemble her by their superior skill in hell's black grammar. And I will meet one day, and she shall know there is danger in dealing with the doctor. It is a true word, and many have found it, said the page, but under your favor I would fain walk abroad for a little, and see these sports. It is well moved, said the doctor, and I too should be showing myself abroad. Moreover the play waits us, young Mantidae totus mundus agit histrionem, and they sallied forth, accordingly, into the mirthful scene. Chapter the 27th. See on yon verdant lawn the gathering crowd. Thickens amen the buxom nymphs advance. Ushered by jolly clowns distinctions cease. Lost in the common joy, and the bold slave leans on his wealthy master unreproved. Rural Gamesomerville. The reappearance of the dignified chamberlain on the street of the village was eagerly hailed by the revelers as a pledge that the play or dramatic representation which had been postponed owing to his absence was now full surely to commence. Anything like an approach to this most interesting of all amusements was of recent origin in Scotland, and engaged public attention. In proportion, all other sports were discontinued. The dance around the maypole was arrested, the ring broken up and dispersed, while the dancers, each leading his partner by the hand, tripped off to the Sylvan Theatre. A truce was in like manner achieved betwixt a huge brown bear and certain mastiffs who were tugging and pulling at his shaggy coat, under the mediation of the bearward, and half a dozen butchers and yeomen, who by dint of staving and tailing, as it was technically termed, separated the unfortunate animals, whose fury had for an hour past been their chief amusement. The itinerant minstrel found himself deserted by the audience he had collected, even in the most interesting passage of the romance which he recited. And just as he was sending about his boy with bonnet in hand to collect their oblations, he indignantly stopped short in the midst of Rosewell and Lillian, and replacing his three-stringed fiddle or rebec in its leathern case, followed the crowd with no goodwill to the exhibition, which had superseded his own. The juggler had ceased his exertions of emitting flame and smoke, and was content to respire in the manner of ordinary mortals, rather than to play gratuitously the part of a fiery dragon. In short, all other sports were suspended, so eagerly did the revelers throng towards the place of representation. They would err greatly who should regulate their ideas of this dramatic exhibition upon those derived from a modern theatre, for the rude shows of Thespis were far less different from those exhibited by Euripides on the stage of Athens, with all its magnificent decorations and pomp of dresses, and of scenery. In the present case, there were no scenes, no stage, no machinery, no pit box and gallery, no box lobby, and what might in poor Scotland be some consolation for other negations, there was no taking of money at the door as in the devices of the magnanimous Bottom. The actors had a greensward plot for a stage, and a hawthorn bush for a green room, and Tearing House, the spectators being accommodated with seats on the artificial bank, which had been raised around 3/4 of the playground, the remainder being left open for the entrance and exit of the performers. Here sate the uncritical audience, the chamberlain in the center, as the person highest in office, all alive to enjoyment and admiration, and all therefore dead to criticism. The characters which appeared and disappeared before the amused and interested audience were those which fill the earlier stage in all nations: sold men, cheated by their wives and daughters, pillaged by their sons, and imposed on by their domestics, a braggadocio, captain, a knavish partner or questionary, a country bumpkin, and a wanton city dame. Amid all these, and more acceptable than almost the whole put together, was the all-licensed fool, the gracioso of the Spanish drama, who with his cap fashioned into the resemblance of a coxcomb, and his bauble a truncheon terminated by a carved figure, wearing a fool's cap in his hand, went, came, and returned, mingling in every scene of the piece, and interrupting the business, without having any share himself in the action, and ever and anon transferring his jibes from the actors on the stage to the audience who sate around, prompt to applaud the whole. The wit of the piece, which was not of the most polished kind, was chiefly directed against the superstitious practices of the Catholic religion, and the stage artillery had on this occasion been levelled by no less a person than Dr. London, who had not only commanded the manager of the entertainment to select one of the numerous satires which had been written against the papists, several of which were cast in a dramatic form, but had even, like the Prince of Denmark, caused them to insert, or according to his own phrase, to infuse here and there, a few pleasantries of his own penning on the same inexhaustible subject, hoping thereby to mollify the rigor of the Lady of Lochleven towards pastimes of this description. He failed not to jog Roland's elbow, who was sitting in state behind him, and recommend to his particular attention those favorite passages, as, for the page to whom the very idea of such an exhibition, simple as it was entirely new, he beheld it with the undiminished and ecstatic delight with which men of all ranks look for the first time on dramatic representation, and laughed, shouted, and clapped his hands, as the performance proceeded. An incident at length took place, which effectually broke off his interest in the business of the scene. One of the principal personages in the comic part of the drama was, as we have already said, a questionary or pardoner, one of those itinerants who hawked about from place to place relics, real or pretended, with which he excited the devotion at once and the charity of the populace, and generally deceived both the one and the other. The hypocrisy, impudence, and profligacy of these clerical wanderers had made them the subject of satire from the time of Chaucer down to that of Heywood. Their present representative failed not to follow the same line of humor, exhibiting pigs' bones for relics, and boasting the virtues of small tin crosses, which had been shaken in the holy porringer at Loreto, and of cockleshells, which had been brought from the shrine of St. James of Compostela, all which he disposed of to the devout Catholics at nearly as high a price as antiquaries are now willing to pay for baubles of similar intrinsic value. At length, the pardoner pulled from his scrip a small phial of clear water, of which he vaunted the quality in the following verses. Listeneth good people everich one. For in the land of Babylon, far eastward I wot it lieth, and is the first land the sun espieth, there as he cometh fro out the sea. In this ilk land as thinketh me, right as holy legends tell, snatchereth from a roke a well, and falleth into ane bath of stone, where chaste Suzanne in times long gone wax wont to wash her body and limb. Mickle virtue hath that stream, as ye shall see that ye paw, and sample by this little glass, through nights cold and days hot. Hiderward I have it brought. Hath a wife made slip or side, or a maiden stepped aside, putteth this water under her knees. Wold she nold she shall sneeze. The jest, as the reader skillful in the antique language of the drama must at once perceive, turned on the same pivot as in the old minstrel tales of the drinking horn of King Arthur. And the mantle made a miss, but the audience were neither learned nor critical enough to challenge its want of originality. The potent relic was after such grimace and buffoonery as befitted the subject presented successively to each of the female personages of the drama, not one of whom sustained the supposed test of discretion, but to the infinite delight of the audience, sneezed much louder and longer than perhaps they themselves had counted on. The jest seemed at last worn threadbare, and the pardoner was passing on to some new pleasantry, when the jester or clown of the drama, possessing himself secretly of the phial which contained the wondrous liquor, applied it suddenly to the nose of a young woman who, with her black silk muffler or screen drawn over her face, was sitting in the foremost rank of the spectators, intent, apparently, upon the business of the stage. The contents of the phial, well calculated to sustain the credit of the pardoner's legend, set the damsel a sneezing violently, an admission of frailty which was received with shouts of rapture by the audience. These were soon, however, renewed at the expense of the jester himself, when the insulted maiden extricated ere the paroxysm was well over one hand from the folds of her mantle, and bestowed on the wag a buffet which made him reel fully his own length from the pardoner, and then acknowledged the favor by instant prostration. No one pities a jester overcome in his vocation, and the clown met with little sympathy when, rising from the ground and whimpering forth his complaints of harsh treatment, he invoked the assistance and sympathy of the audience. But the chamberlain, feeling his own dignity insulted, ordered two of his halberdiers to bring the culprit before him. When these official persons first approached the virago, she threw herself into an attitude of firm defiance, as if determined to resist their authority, and from the sample of strength and spirit which she had already displayed, they showed no alacrity at executing their commission. But on half a minute's reflection, the damsel changed totally her attitude and manner, folded her cloak around her arms in modest and maidenlike fashion, and walked of her own accord to the presence of the great man, followed and guarded by the two manful satellites. As she moved across the vacant space, and more especially as she stood at the footstool of the doctor's judgment seat, the maiden discovered that lightness and elasticity of step, and natural grace of manner, which connoisseurs in female beauty know to be seldom divided from it. Moreover, her neat russet-colored jacket, and short petticoat of the same color, displayed a handsome form, and a pretty leg. Her features were concealed by the screen. But the doctor, whose gravity did not prevent his pretensions to be a connoisseur of the school we have hinted at, saw enough to judge favorably of the piece by the sample. He began, however, with considerable austerity of manner. And, "How now, saucy queen," said the medical man of office, "what have you to say, why I should not order you to be ducked in the lock, for lifting your hand to the man in my presence?" "Mary," replied the culprit, "because I judge that your honor will not think the cold bath necessary for my complaints." "A pestilent jade," said the doctor, whispering to Roland Graham, "and ill, warrant her a good one. Her voice is as sweet as syrup. But my pretty maiden," said he, "you show us wonderful little of that countenance of yours. Please to throw aside your muffler." "I trust your honor will excuse me, till we are more private," answered the maiden, "for I have acquaintance, and I should like ill to be known in the country, as the poor girl, whom that scurvy knave put his jest up." "Fear nothing for thy good name, my sweet little modicum of candied manna," replied the doctor, "for I protest to you, as I am Chamberlain of Lochleven Kinross," and so forth, that the chaste Susanna herself could not have snuffed that elixir without sternutation, being in truth a curious distillation of rectified acetum or vinegar of the sun, prepared by mine own hands. Wherefore, as thou sayest thou wilt come to me in private, and express thy contrition for the offense, whereof thou hast been guilty, I command that all for the present go forward, as if no such interruption of the prescribed course had taken place. The damsel curtsied, and tripped back to her place. The play proceeded, but it no longer attracted the attention of Roland Graham. The voice, the figure, and what the veil permitted to be seen of the neck and tresses of the village damsel bore so strong a resemblance to those of Catherine Satan, that he felt like one bewildered in the mazes of a changeful and stupefying dream. The memorable scene of the hostelry rushed on his recollection, with all its doubtful and marvelous circumstances, were the tales of enchantment which he had read in romances realized in this extraordinary girl, could she transport herself from the walled and guarded castle of Lochleven, moated with its broad lake, towards which he cast back a look, as if to ascertain it was still in existence, and watched with such scrupulous care as the safety of a nation demanded. Could she surmount all these obstacles, and make such careless and dangerous use of her liberty as to engage herself publicly in a quarrel in a village fair? Roland was unable to determine whether the exertions which it must have cost her to gain her freedom, or the use to which she had put it, rendered her the most unaccountable creature. Lost in these meditations, he kept his gaze fixed on the subject of them, and in every casual motion discovered, or thought he discovered, something which reminded him still more strongly of Catherine Satan. It occurred to him more than once, indeed, that he might be deceiving himself by exaggerating some casual likeness into absolute identity. But then the meeting at the hostelry of St. Michael's returned to his mind, and it seemed in the highest degree improbable that under such various circumstances, mere imagination should twice have found opportunity to play him the self-same trick. This time, however, he determined to have his doubts resolved, and for this purpose he sate during the rest of the play like a greyhound in the slip, ready to spring upon the hare the instant that she was started. The damsel, whom he watched attentively, lest she should escape in the crowd, when the spectacle was closed, sate, as if perfectly unconscious that she was observed, but the worthy doctor marked the direction of his eyes and magnanimously suppressed his own inclination to become the Theseus to this Hippolyta, in deference to the rites of hospitality, which enjoined him to forbear interference with the pleasurable pursuits of his young friend. He passed one or two formal jibes upon the fixed attention which the page paid to the unknown, and upon his own jealousy, adding, however, that if both were to be presented to the patient at once, he had little doubt she would think the younger man the sounder prescription. "Fear me," he added, "we shall have no news of the knave Auchtermuchty for some time, since the vermin whom I sent after him seem to have proved Corbemasengers, so you have an hour or two on your hands, master page. And as the minstrels are beginning to strike up now, the play is ended, why an you incline for a dance yonder is the green, and there sits your partner. I trust you will hold me perfect in my diagnostics, since I see with half an eye what disease you are sick of, and have administered a pleasing remedy. Discernit sapiens, res chambers hath it quas. Confundit acilis." The page hardly heard the end of the learned adage or the charge, which the chamberlain gave him to be within reach, In case of the wains arriving suddenly, and sooner than expected so eager, he was at once to shake himself free of his learned associate, and to satisfy his curiosity regarding the unknown damsel. Yet in the haste with which he made towards her he found time to reflect that, in order to secure an opportunity of conversing with her in private, he must not alarm her at first accosting her. He therefore composed his manner and gait, and advancing with becoming self-confidence before 3 or 4 countryfellows who were intent on the same design, but knew not so well how to put their request into shape, he acquainted her that he, as the deputy of the venerable chamberlain, requested the honor of her hand as a partner. The venerable chamberlain, said the damsel, frankly reaching the page her hand, does very well to exercise this part of his privilege by deputy, and I suppose the laws of the revels leave me no choice, but to accept of his faithful delegate. Provided fair, damsel, said the page, his choice of a delegate is not altogether distasteful to you. Of that fair, sir, replied the maiden, I will tell you more, when we have danced the first measure. Catherine Satan had admirable skill in gestic lore, and was sometimes called on to dance for the amusement of her royal mistress. Roland Graham had often been a spectator of her skill, and sometimes at the Queen's command Catherine's partner. On such occasions he was therefore perfectly acquainted with Catherine's mode of dancing, and observed that his present partner, in grace and agility, in quickness of ear and precision of execution, exactly resembled her, save that the Scottish jig, which he now danced with her, required a more violent and rapid motion and more rustic agility than the stately pavans, la voltas and corantos, which he had seen her execute in the chamber of Queen Mary. The active duties of the dance left him little time for reflection, and none for conversation. But when their pas de deux was finished, amidst the acclamations of the villagers who had seldom witnessed such an exhibition, he took an opportunity when they yielded up the green to another couple to use the privilege of a partner, and enter into conversation with the mysterious maiden, whom he still held by the hand. Fair partner, may I not crave the name of her, who has graced me thus far? You may, said the maiden, but it is a question whether I shall answer you. And why? Asked Roland. Because nobody gives anything for nothing, and you can tell me nothing in return which I care to hear. Could I not tell you my name and lineage in exchange for yours? Returned Roland. No, answered the maiden, for you know little of either. How? Said the page, somewhat angrily. Wrath you not for the matter, said the damsel, I will show you in an instant that I know more of you than you do of yourself. Indeed, answered Graham, for whom then do you take me? For the wild falcon, answered she, whom a dog brought in his mouth to a certain castle, when he was but an unfledged IS, for the hawk whom men dare not fly, lest he should check at game and pounce on carrion, whom folk must keep hooded till he has the proper light of his eyes, and can discover good from evil. Well, but so, replied Roland Graham, I guess at a part of your parable, fair mistress, meaninged perhaps, I know as much of you as you do of me, and can well dispense with the information which you are so niggard in giving. Prove that, said the maiden, and I will give you credit for more penetration than I judged you to be gifted withal. It shall be proved instantly, said Roland Graham. The first letter of your name is S, and the last N. Admirable, said his partner. Guess on. It pleases you today, continued Roland, to wear the snood and kirtle, and perhaps you may be seen tomorrow in hat and feather hose and doublet. In the clout, you have hit the very white, said the damsel, suppressing a great inclination to laugh. You can switch men's eyes out of their heads, as well as the heart out of their bosoms. These last words were uttered in a low and tender tone, which to Roland's great mortification, and somewhat to his displeasure, was so far from allaying that it greatly increased his partner's disposition to laughter. She could scarce compose herself, while she replied, If you had thought my hand so formidable extricating it from his hold, you would not have grasped it so hard. But I perceive you know me so fully that there is no occasion to show you my face. Fair Catherine, said the page, he were unworthy ever to have seen you, far less to have dwelt so long in the same service, and under the same roof with you, who could mistake your air, your gesture, your step in walking, or in dancing the turn of your neck. The symmetry of your form none could be so dull as not to recognize you by so many proofs. But for me I could swear even to that tress of hair that escapes from under your muffler. And to the face, of course, which that muffler covers, said the maiden, removing her veil, and in an instant endeavoring to replace it, she showed the features of Catherine, but an unusual degree of petulant impatience inflamed them when, from some awkwardness in her management of the muffler, she was unable again to adjust it with that dexterity, which was a principal accomplishment of the coquettes of the time. "The fiend rive the rag to tatters," said the damsel, as the veil fluttered about her shoulders with an accent so earnest, and decided that it made the page start. He looked again at the damsel's face, but the information which his eyes received was to the same purport as before he assisted her to adjust her muffler, and both were for an instant silent. The damsel spoke first, for Roland Graham was overwhelmed with surprise at the contrarieties, which Catherine Satan seemed to include in her person and character. "You are surprised," said the damsel to him, "at what you see, and hear but the times which make females men, are least of all fitted for men to become women, yet you yourself are in danger of such a change." "I in danger of becoming effeminate," said the page. "Yes, you, for all the boldness of your reply," said the damsel, "when you should hold fast your religion, because it is assailed on all sides, by rebels, traitors, and heretics, you let it glide out of your breast, like water grasped in the hand, if you are driven from the faith of your fathers, from fear of a traitor. Is not that womanish if you are cajoled by the cunning arguments of a trumpeter of heresy, or the praises of a puritanic old woman? Is not that womanish if you are bribed by the hope of spoil and preferment? Is not that womanish, and when you wonder at my venting a threat, or an execration, should you not wonder at yourself, who pretending to a gentle name and aspiring to knighthood, can be at the same time cowardly, silly, and self-interested? I would that a man would bring such a charge," said the page, "he should see ere his life was a minute older, whether he had cause to term me coward or no." "Beware of such big words," answered the maiden, "you said, but anon, that I sometimes wear hose and doublet. But remain still, Catherine Satan, wear what you list," said the page, endeavoring again to possess himself of her hand. "You indeed are pleased to call me so," replied the maiden, evading his intention, "but I have many other names besides." "And will you not reply to that," said the page, "by which you are distinguished beyond every other maiden in Scotland?" The damsel, unallured by his praises, still kept aloof, and sung with gaiety a verse from an old ballad. "Oh, some do call me Jack, sweet love, and some do call me Gill, but when I ride to Holyrood, my name is Wilful." "Wilful will," exclaimed the page impatiently, "say, rather, will o' the wisp, Jack with the lantern, for never was such a deceitful or wandering meteor." "If I be such," replied the maiden, "I ask no fools to follow me. If they do so, it is at their own pleasure, and must be on their own proper peril." "Nay, but dearest Catherine," said Roland Graham, "be for one instant serious. If you will call me your dearest Catherine, when I have given you so many names to choose upon," replied the damsel, "I would ask you how, supposing me for 2 or 3 hours of my life escaped from yonder tower, you have the cruelty to ask me to be serious during the only merry moments I have seen perhaps for months. Ay, but fair Catherine, there are moments of deep and true feeling which are worth 10,000 years of the liveliest mirth, and such was that of yesterday when you so nearly—" "So nearly what?" demanded the damsel hastily. "When you approached your lips, so near to the sign you had traced on my forehead." "Mother of Heaven!" exclaimed she in a yet fiercer tone, and with a more masculine manner than she had yet exhibited. "Catherine Satan, approach her lips to a man's brow, and thou that man vessel thou least." The page stood astonished, but conceiving he had alarmed the damsel's delicacy by alluding to the enthusiasm of a moment, and the manner in which she had expressed it, he endeavored to falter forth an apology. His excuses, though he was unable to give them any regular shape, were accepted by his companion, who had indeed suppressed her indignation after its first explosion. "Speak no more, aunt," she said, "and now let us part. Our conversation may attract more notice than is convenient for either of us. Nay, but allow me at least to follow you to some sequestered place." "You dare not," replied the maiden. "How," said the youth, "dare not? Where is it you dare go, where I dare not follow?" "You fear a will o' the wisp," said the damsel. "How would you face a fiery dragon, with an enchantress mounted on its back?" "Like Sir Edgar, Sir Grime, or Sir Greysdale," said the page, "but be there such toys to be seen here?" "I go to Mother Nicknevins," answered the maid, "and she is witch enough to reign the horn devil with a red silk thread for a bridle and a rowan tree switch for a whip." "I will follow you," said the page. "Let it be at some distance," said the maiden. And wrapping her mantle round her with more success than on her former attempt, she mingled with the throng, and walked towards the village, heedfully followed by Roland Graham at some distance, and under every precaution which he could use to prevent his purpose from being observed. Chapter the 28th. Yes, it is he, whose eyes looked on thy childhood. and watched with trembling hope thy dawn of youth, that now with these same eyeballs dimmed with age, and dimmer yet with tears sees thy dishonor. Old plays. At the entrance of the principal, or indeed so to speak the only street in Kinross, the damsel whose steps were pursued by Roland Graham cast a glance behind her, as if to be certain he had not lost trace of her, and then plunged down a very narrow lane, which ran betwixt two rows of poor and ruinous cottages. She paused for a second at the door of one of those miserable tenements again, cast her eye up the lane towards Roland, then lifted the latch, opened the door, and disappeared from his view. With whatever haste the page followed her example, the difficulty which he found in discovering the trick of the latch, which did not work quite in the usual manner, and in pushing open the door, which did not yield to his first effort, delayed for a minute or two his entrance into the cottage. A dark and smoky passage led as usual betwixt the exterior wall of the house and the hallan or clay wall which served as a partition betwixt it and the interior. At the end of this passage, and through the partition, was a door leading into the ben or inner chamber of the cottage, and, when Roland Graham's hand was upon the latch of this door, a female voice pronounced Benedictus, qui veniat in nomen Domini damnandus, qui in nomen inimici. On entering the apartment, he perceived the figure which the chamberlain had pointed out to him as Mother Nickneven seated beside the lowly hearth, but there was no other person in the room. Roland Graham gazed around in surprise at the disappearance of Catherine Satan, without paying much regard to the supposed sorceress, until she attracted and riveted his regard by the tone in which she asked him, "What seekest thou here?" "I seek," said the page, with much embarrassment, "I seek." But his answer was cut short, when the old woman, drawing her huge grey eyebrows sternly together, with a frown which knitted her brow into 1,000 wrinkles, arose, and erecting herself up to her full natural size, tore the kerchief from her head, and seizing Roland by the arm made 2 strides across the floor of the apartment, to a small window, through which the light fell full on her face, and showed the astonished youth the countenance of Magdalen Graham. "Yes, Roland," she said, "thine eyes deceive thee not, they show thee truly the features of her whom thou hast thyself deceived, whose wine thou hast turned into gall, her bread of joyfulness into bitter, poison her hope into the blackest despair. Is she who now demands of thee what seekest thou here, she whose heaviest sin towards heaven hath been, that she loved thee even better than the weal of the whole church, and could not without reluctance surrender thee even in the cause of God, now asks you what seekest thou here." While she spoke, she kept her broad black eye riveted on the youth's face with the expression with which the eagle regards his prey ere he tears it to pieces. Roland felt himself at the moment incapable either of reply or evasion. This extraordinary enthusiast had preserved over him, in some measure, the ascendancy which she had acquired during his childhood. And besides, he knew the violence of her passions, and her impatience of contradiction, and was sensible that almost any reply which he could make was likely to throw her into an ecstasy of rage. He was therefore silent, and Magdalen Graham proceeded with increasing enthusiasm, in her apostrophe once more, "What seekst thou, false boy? Seekst thou the honor? Thou hast renounced the faith, thou hast abandoned the hopes, thou hast destroyed, or didst thou seek me, the sole protectress of thy youth, the only parent whom thou hast known, that thou mayest trample on my grey hairs, even as thou hast already trampled on the best wishes of my heart?" "Pardon me, mother," said Roland Graham, "but in truth and reason I deserve not your blame. I have been treated amongst Yahwehven by yourself, my revered parent, as well as by others as one who lacked the common attributes of free will and human reason, or was at least deemed unfit to exercise them. A land of enchantment have I been led into, and spells have been cast around me. Every one has met me in disguise, very one has spoken to me in parables. I have been like one who walks in a weary and bewildering dream. And now you blame me that I have not the sense and judgment and steadiness of a waking and a disenchanted and a reasonable man, who knows what he is doing, and wherefore he does it. If one must walk with masks and spectres, who waft themselves from place to place, as it were in vision rather than reality, it might shake the soundest faith, and turn the wisest head. I sought, since I must needs avow my folly, the same Catherine Satan with whom you made me first acquainted, and whom I most strangely find in this village of Kinross, gayest among the revellers, when I had but just left her in the well-guarded castle of Lochleven, the sad attendant of an imprisoned queen. I sought her, and in her place I find you, my mother, more strangely disguised than even she is." "And what hadst thou to do with Catherine Satan?" said the matron sternly. "Is this a time or a world to follow maidens, or to dance around a maypole, when the trumpet summons every true-hearted Scotsman around the standard of the true sovereign? shalt thou be found loitering in a lady's bower. No, by heaven, nor imprisoned in the rugged walls of an island castle, answered Roland Graham. I would the blast were to sound even now, for I fear that nothing less loud will dispel the chimerical visions by which I am surrounded. Doubt not that it will be winded, said the matron, and that so fearfully loud that Scotland will never hear the like, until the last and loudest blast of all shall announce to mountain and to valley that time is no more. Meanwhile be thou, but brave and constant, serve God, and honor thy sovereign, abide by thy religion. I cannot, I will not, I dare not ask thee the truth of the terrible surmises I have heard touching thy falling away. Perfect not that accursed sacrifice, and yet even at this late hour thou mayest be what I have hoped for, the son of my dearest hope. What say I? The son of my hope. Thou shalt be the hope of Scotland, her boast, and her honor. Even thy wildest and most foolish wishes may perchance be fulfilled. I might blush to mingle meaner motives with the noble guerdon I hold out to thee. It shames me, being such as I am, to mention the idle passions of youth save with contempt and the purpose of censure. But we must bribe children to wholesome medicine by the offer of cates, and youth to honorable achievement with the promise of pleasure. Mark me therefore, Roland, the love of Catherine's Satan will follow him only who shall achieve the freedom of her mistress, and believe it may be one day in thine own power to be that happy lover. Cast therefore away doubt and fear, and prepare to do what religion calls for, what thy country demands of thee, what thy duty as a subject and as a servant alike require at your hand, and be assured even the idlest or wildest wishes of thy heart will be most readily attained by following the call of thy duty. As she ceased speaking, a double knock was heard against the inner door. The matron, hastily adjusting her muffler and resuming her chair by the hearth, demanded who was there. Salve in nomen sancto was answered from without. Salvit et vos, answered Magdalen Graham. And a man entered in the ordinary dress of a nobleman's retainer, wearing at his girdle a sword and buckler. I sought you, said he, my mother and him whom I see with you. Then addressing himself to Roland Graham, he said to him, Hast thou not a packet from George Douglas? I have, said the page, suddenly recollecting that which had been committed to his charge in the morning, but I may not deliver it to anyone without some token that they have a right to ask it. You say well, replied the servingman, and whispered into his ear, The packet which I ask is the report to his father. Will this token suffice? It will, replied the page, and taking the packet from his bosom gave it to the man. I will return presently, said the servingman, and left the cottage. Roland had now sufficiently recovered his surprise to accost his relative in turn and request to know the reason why he found her in so precarious a disguise and a place so dangerous. You cannot be ignorant, he said, of the hatred that the Lady of Lochleven bears to those of Yorthat is of our religion. Your present disguise lays you open to suspicion of a different kind, but inferring no less hazard, and whether as a Catholic or as a sorceress or as a friend to the unfortunate queen, you are in equal danger if apprehended within the bounds of the Douglas, and in the chamberlain who administers their authority you have for his own reasons an enemy, and a bitter one. I know it, said the matron, her eyes kindling with triumph. I know that vain of his schoolcraft and carnal wisdom Luke London views with jealousy and hatred the blessings which the saints have conferred on my prayers, and on the holy relics before the touch, nay, before the bare presence of which disease and death have so often been known to retreat. I know he would rend and tear me, but there is a chain and a muzzle on the ban dog that shall restrain his fury, and the master's servant shall not be offended by him until the master's work is wrought. When that hour comes, let the shadows of the evening descend on me in thunder, and in tempest the time shall be welcome that relieves my eyes from seeing guilt and my ears from listening to blasphemy. Do thou but be constant, play thy part as I have played, and will play mine, and my release shall be like that of a blessed martyr, whose ascent to heaven angels hail with psalm and song, while earth pursues him with hiss and with execration. As she concluded, the servingman again entered the cottage, and said, All is well, the time holds for tomorrow night. What time, what holds? Exclaimed Roland Graham. I trust I have given the Douglas packet to no wrong. Content yourself, young man, answered the servingman, thou hast my word and token. I know not if the token be right, said the page, and I care not much for the word of a stranger. What, said the matron, although thou mayest have given a packet delivered to thy charge by one of the queen's rebels into the hand of a loyal subject, there were no great mistake in that, thou hot-brained boy. By St. Andrew, there were foul mistake, though, answered the page, it is the very spirit of my duty in this first stage of chivalry to be faithful to my trust, and had the devil given me a message to discharge, I would not, so I had plighted my faith to the contrary, betray his counsel to an angel of light. Now by the love I once bore thee, said the matron, I could slay thee with mine own hand. When I hear thee talk of a dearer faith being due to rebels and heretics, than thou owest to thy church and thy prince. Be patient, my good sister, said the servingman, I will give him such reasons as shall counterbalance the scruples which beset him. The spirit is honorable, though now it may be mistimed and misplaced. Follow me, young man. Ere I go to call this stranger to a reckoning, said the page to the matron, is there nothing I can do for your comfort and safety? Nothing, she replied, nothing save what will lead more to thine own honor. The saints, who have protected me thus far, will lend me succor as I need it. Tread the path of glory that is before thee, and only think of me as the creature on earth who will be most delighted to hear of thy fame. Follow. The stranger hath tidings for you that you little expect. The stranger remained on the threshold, as if waiting for Roland, and as soon as he saw him put himself in motion, he moved on before at a quick pace, diving still deeper down the lane. Roland perceived that it was now bordered by buildings upon the one side only, and that the other was fenced by a high old wall over which some trees extended their branches. Descending a good way farther, they came to a small door in the wall. Roland's guide paused, looked around an instant to see if anyone were within sight, then taking a key from his pocket opened the door, and entered, making a sign to Roland Graham to follow him. He did so, and the stranger locked the door carefully on the inside. During this operation, the page had a moment to look around, and perceived that he was in a small orchard very trimly kept. The stranger led him through an alley or two, shaded by trees, loaded with summer fruit, into a pleached arbor, where, taking the turf seat which was on the one side, he motioned to Roland to occupy that which was opposite to him, and after a momentary silence, opened the conversation as follows: You have asked a better warrant than the word of a mere stranger to satisfy you that I have the authority of George of Douglas for possessing myself of the packet entrusted to your charge. It is precisely the point on which I demand reckoning of you, said Roland. I fear I have acted hastily. If so, I must redeem my error as I best may. You hold me then as a perfect stranger, said the man. Look at my face more attentively, and see if the features do not resemble those of a man much known to you formerly. Roland gazed attentively, but the ideas recalled to his mind were so inconsistent with the mean and servile dress of the person before him that he did not venture to express the opinion which he was irresistibly induced to form. Yes, my son, said the stranger, observing his embarrassment, you do indeed see before you the unfortunate Father Ambrosius, who once accounted his ministry crowned in your preservation from the snares of heresy, but who is now condemned to lament thee as a castaway. Roland Graham's kindness of heart was at least equal to his vivacity of temper, could not bear to see his ancient and honored master and spiritual guide in a situation which inferred a change of fortune so melancholy, but throwing himself at his feet, grasped his knees and wept aloud. What mean these tears, my son, said the abbot, if they are shed for your own sins and follies? Surely they are gracious showers, and may avail thee much, but weep not if they fall on my account. You indeed see the superior of the community of St. Mary's, in the dress of a poor sorter who gives his master the use of his blade and buckler, and if needful of his life for a coarse livery coat, and 4 marks by the year. But such a garb suits the time, and in the period of the church militant as well becomes her prelates, as staff mitre and crozier in the days of the church's triumph. By what fate, said the page, and yet why, added he, checking himself, need I ask, Catherine? Satan in some sort prepared me for this, but that the change should be so absolute, a destruction so complete. Yes, my son, said the abbot Ambrosius, then own eyes beheld, in my unworthy elevation to the abbot's stall, the last especial act of holy solemnity, which shall be seen in the church of St. Mary's, until it shall please heaven to turn back the captivity of the church. For the present, the shepherd is smitten, a wellnigh to the earth the flock are scattered, and the shrines of saints and martyrs and pious benefactors to the church are given to the owls of night, and the satyrs of the desert. And your brother, the knight of Avenel, could he do nothing for your protection? He himself hath fallen under the suspicion of the ruling powers, said the abbot, who are as unjust to their friends as they are cruel to their enemies. I could not grieve at it, did I hope it might estrange him from his cause. But I know the soul of Halbert, and I rather fear it will drive him to prove his fidelity to their unhappy cause by some deed, which may be yet more destructive to the church, and more offensive to heaven. Enough of this. And now to the business of our meeting. I trust you will hold it sufficient if I pass my word to you that the packet of which you were lately the bearer was designed for my hands by George of Douglas. Then said the page is George of Douglas, a true friend to his Queen Roland, and will soon I trust have his eyes opened to the errors of his miscalled church. But what is he to his father, and what to the Lady of Lochleven who has been as a mother to him? Said the page impatiently. The best friend to both in time, and through eternity, said the abbot, if he shall prove the happy instrument for redeeming the evil they have wrought, and are still working. Still said the page, I like not that good service, which begins in breach of trust. I blame not thy scruples, my son, said the abbot, but the time which has wrenched asunder the allegiance of Christians to the church, and of subjects to their king, has dissolved all the lesser bonds of society, and in such days mere human ties must no more restrain our progress than the brambles and briars, which catch hold of his garments, should delay the path of a pilgrim who travels to pay his vows. But my father, said the youth, and then stopped short in a hesitating manner. Speak on, my son, said the abbot, speak without fear. Let me not offend you then, said Roland, when I say that it is even this which our adversaries charge against us, when they say that shaping the means according to the end, we are willing to commit great moral evil, in order that we may work out eventual good. The heretics have played their usual arts on you, my son, said the abbot. They would willingly deprive us of the power of acting wisely, and secretly, though their possession of superior force forbids our contending with them on terms of equality, they have reduced us to a state of exhausted weakness, and now would fain proscribe the means by which weakness through all the range of nature supplies the lack of strength, and defends itself against its potent enemies. As well might the hound say to the hare, use not these wily turns to escape me, but contend with me in pitched battle, as the armed and powerful heretic demand of the downtrodden and oppressed Catholic to lay aside the wisdom of the serpent, by which alone they may again hope to raise up the Jerusalem over which they weep, and which it is their duty to rebuild. But more of this hereafter. And now, my son, I command thee on thy faith to tell me truly and particularly what has chanced to thee since we parted, and what is the present state of thy conscience. Thy relation, our sister Magdalene, is a woman of excellent gifts, blessed with a zeal which neither doubt nor danger can quench. But yet it is not a zeal altogether according to knowledge, wherefore, my son, I would willingly be myself thy interrogator, and thy counselor in these days of darkness and stratagem. With the respect which he owed to his first instructor, Roland Graham went rapidly through the events which the reader is acquainted with, and while he disguised not from the prelate the impression which had been made on his mind by the arguments of the preacher Henderson, he accidentally, and almost involuntarily, gave his father confessor to understand the influence which Catherine Satan had acquired over his mind. It is with joy I discover, my dearest son, replied the abbot, that I have arrived in time to arrest thee on the verge of the precipice, to which thou wert approaching. These doubts, of which you complain, are the weeds which naturally grow up in a strong soil, and require the careful hand of the husbandman to eradicate them. Thou must study a little volume which I will impart to thee in fitting time, in which by Our Lady's grace I have placed in somewhat a clearer light than heretofore the points debated betwixt us, and these heretics who sow among the wheat the same tares which were formerly privily mingled with the good seed by the Albigenses and the Lollards. But it is not by reason alone that you must hope to conquer these insinuations of the enemy. It is sometimes by timely resistance, but oftener by timely flight. You must shut your ears against the arguments of the heresiarch. When circumstances permit you not to withdraw the foot from his company, anchor your thoughts upon the service of Our Lady. While he is expending in vain his heretical sophistry, are you unable to maintain your attention on heavenly objects? Think rather on thine own earthly pleasures than tempt Providence and the saints by giving an attentive ear to the erring doctrine. Think of thy hawk, thy hound, than angling rod, thy sword and buckler. Think even of Catherine Satan, rather than give thy soul to the lessons of the tempter. Alas, my son, believe not that, worn out with woes and bent more by affliction than by years, I have forgotten the effect of beauty over the heart of youth. Even in the watches of the night, broken by thoughts of an imprisoned queen, a distracted kingdom, a church laid waste and ruinous, come other thoughts than these suggest, and feelings which belong to an earlier and happier course of life, be it so must bear our load as we may, and not in vain, are these passions implanted in our breast, since as now in thy case, they may come in aid of resolutions founded upon higher grounds. Yet beware my Sonthies, Catherine. Satan is the daughter of one of Scotland's proudest as well as most worthy barons, and thy state may not suffer thee as yet to aspire so high. But thus it is heaven works its purposes through human folly, and Douglas' ambitious affection, as well as thine, shall contribute alike to the desired end. How my father, said the page, my suspicions are then true Douglas loves. He does, and with a love as much misplaced as thine own, but beware of him, cross him not, thwart him not. Let him not cross or thwart me, said the page, for I will not yield him an inch of way, had he in his body the soul of every Douglas that has lived since the time of the dark grey man. Footnote: by an ancient though improbable tradition, the Douglases are said to have derived their name from a champion who had greatly distinguished himself. In an action when the king demanded by whom the battle had been won, the attendants are said to have answered Sholto Douglas, sir, which is said to mean yonder dark grey man. But the name is undoubtedly territorial, and taken from Douglas River and Vale. Nay, have patience, idle boy, and reflect that your suit can never interfere with his, but a truce with these vanities, and let us better employ the little space which still remains to us to spend together to thy knees, my son, and resume the long-interrupted duty of confession, that happen what may the hour may find in thee a faithful Catholic, relieved from the guilt of his sins, by authority of the Holy Church. Could I but tell thee, Roland, the joy with which I see thee once more put thy knee to its best and fittest use, quid dicis me fili culpas meas, answered the youth, and according to the ritual of the Catholic Church, he confessed and received absolution, to which was annexed the condition of performing certain enjoined penances. When this religious ceremony was ended, an old man in the dress of a peasant of the better order approached the arbor, and greeted the abbot. I have waited the conclusion of your devotions, he said, to tell you the youth is sought after by the chamberlain, and it were well he should appear without delay. Holy Saint Francis, if the halberdiers were to seek him here, they might sorely wrong my garden plot. Thee are in office, and reck not where they tread were each step on jessamine and clovigilla flowers. We will speed him forth, my brother, said the abbot, but alas, is it possible that such trifles should live in your mind at a crisis so awful as that which is now impending? Reverend Father, answered the proprietor of the garden, for such he was, how oft shall I pray you to keep your high counsel for high minds like your own? What have you required of me, that I have not granted unresistingly, though with an aching heart? I would require of you to be yourself, my brother, said the abbot Ambrosius, to remember what you were, and to what your early vows have bound you. I tell thee, Father Ambrosius, replied the gardener, the patience of the best saint that ever said paternoster would be exhausted by the trials to which you have put mine. What I have been at skills not to speak at present, no one knows better than yourself, Father, what I renounced in hopes to find ease and quiet during the remainder of my days, and no one better knows how my retreat has been invaded, my fruit trees broken, my flower beds trodden down, my quiet frightened away, and my very sleep driven from my bed, since ever this poor queen, God bless her, hath been sent to Lochleven. I blame her not, being a prisoner. It is natural she should wish to get out from so vile a hold, where there is scarcely any place even for a tolerable garden, and where the water mists, as I am told, blight all the early blossoms. I say, I cannot blame her for endeavoring for her freedom, but why I should be drawn into the scheme my harmless arbors that I planted with my own hands should become places of privy conspiracy, my little quay which I built for my own fishing boat should have become a haven for secret embarkations. In short, why I should be dragged into matters where both heading and hanging are like to be the issue, I profess to you, Reverend Father, I am totally ignorant. My brother, answered the abbot, you are wise, and ought to know. I am not wise, replied the horticulturist pettishly, and stopping his ears with his fingers. I was never called wise, but when men wanted to engage me in some action of notorious folly. But my good brother, said the abbot. I am not good neither, said the peevish gardener. I am neither good nor wise. Had I been wise, you would not have been admitted here, and were I good, methinks I should send you elsewhere to hatch plots for destroying the quiet of the country. What signifies disputing about queen or king when men may sit at peace sub umbra vitas sway? And so would I do, after the precept of Holy Writ, were I, as you term me, wise or good. But such as I am, my neck is in the yoke, and you make me draw what weight you list. Follow me, youngster, this Reverend Father, who makes in his jackman's dress nearly as reverend a figure as I myself, will agree with me in one thing at least, and that is that you have been long enough here. Follow the good Father Roland, said the abbot, and remember my words, a day is approaching that will try the temper of all true Scotsmen. May thy heart prove faithful as the steel of thy blade. The page bowed in silence, and they parted, the gardener notwithstanding his advanced age, walking on before him very briskly and muttering, as he went partly to himself partly to his companion, after the manner of old men of weakened intellects. When I was great thus ran his maundering, and had my mule and my ambling palfrey at command, I warrant you I could have as well flown through the air as have walked at this pace. I had my gout and my rheumatics, and 100 things besides that hung fetters on my heels. And now, thanks to Our Lady and honest labor, I can walk with any good man of my age in the kingdom of Fife. Fie upon it, that experience should be so long in coming. As he was thus muttering, his eye fell upon the branch of a pear tree, which drooped down for want of support, and at once forgetting his haste, the old man stopped and set seriously about binding it up. Roland Graham had both readiness, neatness of hand, and good nature in abundance. He immediately lent his aid, and in a minute or two the bough was supported and tied up in a way perfectly satisfactory to the old man, who looked at it with great complacence. They are bergamots, he said, and if you will come ashore in autumn, you shall taste of them, like are not in Lochleven Castle garden. There is a poor pinfold, and the gardener Hugh Howcam hath little skill of his craft, so come ashore, master page, in autumn when you would eat pears. But what am I thinking o' for that time come? They may have given thee sour pears for plums. Take an old man's advice, youth, one who hath seen many days, and sat in higher places than thou canst hope. Forbend thy sword into a pruning hook, and make a dibble of thy dagger. Thy days shall be the longer, and thy health the better for it. And come to aid me in my garden, and I will teach thee the real French fashion of imping, which the Southron call graffing. Do this, and do it without loss of time, for there is a whirlwind coming over the land, and only those shall escape who lie too much beneath the storm to have their boughs broken by it. So saying, he dismissed Roland Graham through a different door from that by which he had entered, signed a cross, and pronounced a benedicite as they parted, and then, still muttering to himself, retired into the garden, and locked the door on the inside.